Chen woke up to find himself transported into a primitive world as a weak little green mantis. This world was filled with dangers, with warring tribes, hordes of giant beasts, and even ancient deities watching from the heavens. Originally, Chen had just been sitting in front of his computer, browsing news about the frequent appearances of giant creatures on Earth. Although these reports seemed bizarre, they were from official sources, making them hard to dismiss. Stories of resurrected dinosaur eggs, giant anacondas in the Amazon, unknown creatures in Antarctica, and the discovery of a megalodon carcass in the South China Sea all hinted at the resurgence of mystical energies. However, just as Chen was about to relax with a game, the wheels of fate began to turn. He downloaded a game called Shanghai Jing, thinking it was just another typical beast evolution game. Unexpectedly, with a single click, his world changed dramatically. Before the game started, the system randomly assigned Chen the avatar of a green mantis. This was not some mighty beast, but one of the most insignificant and fragile creatures in the wilderness. Despite his strong reluctance, the system offered no chance for a reroll. Fortunately, fate did not abandon him entirely. Chen was granted the Forager talent. Though not particularly powerful, it at least provided him with the means to survive in this perilous world. Just as Chen thought he was merely in for an ordinary gaming experience, something extraordinary happened. A mysterious mark appeared on the back of his hand, connecting mountains and seas, resembling the game's icon. Before he could process what was happening, the world spun around him, and he was pulled into a new reality. He found himself in a vast, boundless primeval forest. Towering ancient trees stood like giants, with vines coiling around them like dragons. Giant birds soared through the sky, their wings stirring up storms. In the distance, massive beasts the size of mountains trampled the earth as they moved. As Chen stood there, dumbfounded, a system message flashed before his eyes. Welcome to the Shanghai Jing game world. Begin your evolution journey. It was then that Chen realized he had truly entered an extraordinary game world. Chen took a deep breath, feeling a storm of emotions surge within him. He had always thought he was living a mundane life in an ordinary urban world, only to suddenly discover that he was part of an extraordinary game. This revelation left him both shocked and excited, with a hint of unease mixed in. When he opened the game menu and saw familiar options like the inventory, attributes, and most importantly, the exit button, he finally felt a sense of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about being trapped in the game forever like in Sword Art Online. Calming down, Chen remembered that his in-game avatar was a mantis. He looked down and, sure enough, saw a green insect body. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. Initially, he thought it was just a regular game, so starting as a bug didn't bother him. But now, knowing it was an extraordinary game, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Not sure if there are other players, but this has to be the hardest start, right? Chen thought wryly. The gap between insects and animals wasn't just about abilities. Their sizes were on completely different levels. Fortunately, Chen was highly adaptable. He quickly accepted reality and began pondering how to survive in this new world. A bug is still a bug, but at least it can evolve, right? Who knows, maybe I'll become really powerful someday, he comforted himself, feeling a growing interest in the idea of evolution. Looking around, Chen once again felt the smallness of being a bug. The towering ancient trees around him seemed like world trees holding up the sky, vast and boundless. The lush grass and puddles within his view were akin to primordial forests and expansive lakes. He couldn't help but think that with his current size, even a sparrow could easily peck him to death. Suppressing his frustration, Chen cautiously moved in one direction. Although it was a game, the experience felt indistinguishable from the real world. He could feel the gentle caress of the wind, changes in temperature, and the solid sensation of the soil beneath his feet. What surprised him even more was that despite walking as a mantis for the first time, he felt no awkwardness, maneuvering as if it were his real body. Truly an extraordinary game. Chen couldn't help but marvel. After traveling for a while, he found himself still surrounded by dense grass. Suddenly, he stopped and listened carefully, faintly hearing a subtle chewing sound. An enemy? He thought warily, then followed the sound. Pushing through a patch of grass, two dark figures came into view. They were ants, covered in black exoskeletons, about 3 to 4 centimeters long. For the 10-centimeter-long Chen, these ants were like elementary school children to an adult. Those are huge ants, Chen observed in surprise. The two ants were gathered under a wild plant, using their sharp mandibles to gnaw at the roots, seemingly intending to break it off and take it back to their nest. Suddenly, they noticed Chen's presence, turned around, and charged at him with a piercing screech. So this is my first battle in the extraordinary game? Chen wasn't afraid. Instead, he was eager to fight. He quickly took a stance, his sharp scythe-like forelimbs slowly swaying, ready to engage. As the ants reached him, Chen swung his forelimbs, targeting one of them. His movements were like two long knives slicing down, easily cutting through the ant's exoskeleton and killing it. The other ant seized the opportunity to bite Su Chen's wing, but he quickly shook it off with a flick of his wing and followed up with a swift slash, dispatching the second ant. Looking at the two ant corpses on the ground, Su Chen exhaled and smiled. Doesn't seem too tough. Just a couple of ants, finished with one strike. But then again, that's to be expected. Although they were both insects, Su Chen, a mantis 3 to 4 times larger than an ant, effortlessly crushed two ants. Just then, a flashing display box suddenly appeared before him, showing an important notification. Detected first encounter and victory over an enemy. Tip: after killing an enemy, you can consume the enemy's corpse to gain evolution points. Evolution points can be used for self-evolution. Besides consuming enemy corpses, you can also gain evolution points by consuming rare treasures. Su Chen blinked his compound eyes, somewhat surprised. Evolution points? And he had to eat to get them? He looked down at the two still twitching ant corpses on the ground. Without any hesitation, he bent down and started eating. The crispy texture took Su Chen by surprise. Although he could clearly taste the ants, there was no feeling of bloating after eating them. Just as he was savoring this unique experience, the display box flashed again, showing several notifications in quick succession. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. Seeing this string of notifications, Su Chen instantly became excited and sped up his eating. In no time, he had devoured both ants completely, gaining a total of 0.8 evolution points. Driven by curiosity, Su Chen opened the status panel. Player: Su Chen. Form: green mantis. Evolution points: 0.8. Strength: weakling. Body: head, thorax, abdomen, legs, internal organs, hind wings, exoskeleton. Talent: Forager. As a seasoned gamer, Su Chen quickly understood the information on the panel. He tried clicking on head, and sure enough, an option to enhance it popped up. However, when he selected yes, the system indicated insufficient evolution points. Upon closer inspection, he realized that each part required 1 evolution point for enhancement. Su Chen calculated silently. He needed another 0.2 points. It seemed he would have to find more ants to kill. Although he wasn't sure what changes evolution would bring, he believed it would definitely boost his strength. Considering this extraordinary game, he couldn't help but wonder, would these changes be reflected in the real world as well? The vast forest stretched endlessly before him. Su Chen cautiously navigated through the towering grass, his mantis-like slender body appearing exceedingly small. The task of finding an ant was proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated, for a simple reason. The forest was immensely vast, and he, as a mantis, was insignificantly tiny. Distances that ordinary beasts could leap over with ease required Su Chen to trek for half a day. Though his jumping ability as a mantis was impressive, he dared not act rashly in this environment, filled with unknown dangers. The lingering question of whether in-game death would affect real life constantly haunted him, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. In an area where other creatures might find an ant within a few steps, Su Chen wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. Time passed, yet there was no sign of any ants, although other insects frequently caught his eye. Enormous butterflies appeared as colossal as airplanes to him, and black beetles, as large as elephants in human eyes, filled him with dread, making him hesitant to act. Resigned, Su Chen crawled into a hollow, decaying tree branch, using it as a temporary shelter. Taking advantage of the rest, he decided to delve into his innate talent Forager. Previously, when he considered it just an ordinary game, he hadn't paid much attention to this talent. But now, realizing it was an extraordinary game, this sole talent became crucial. According to its description, Forager seemed to be a reconnaissance talent that could help the user avoid danger and seek opportunities. This meant Su Chen could not only evade threats but also discover fortunes. However, figuring out how to rely on instinct to find opportunities left him at a loss. Su Chen wanted to scratch his head, only to realize that his mantis body couldn't perform such a complex action, adding to his frustration. After some thought, Su Chen decided to close his eyes and try to activate the talent. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and tried to remain calm, emptying his mind. In the darkness, he initially felt a bit panicked, but soon calmed down, attempting to find a direction in the blackness. Emerging from the branch, Su Chen completely lost his sense of direction, but he chose a random path to proceed. At that moment, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged through him, instinctive fear making him snap his eyes open. Is this the talent's effect? Su Chen muttered in uncertainty. In the direction ahead, the dense grass intertwined like a web, blocking out the sunlight and creating a dim area. Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't choose this path leading to danger. However, experiencing the talent's effect for the first time brought a smile to his face. Next, Su Chen closed his eyes, changed direction, and continued to test the talent's effect. After several attempts, he found that facing different directions triggered 4 distinct reactions: heart-pounding fear, full-body exhilaration, a mix of fear and eagerness, and no reaction at all. Clearly, these reactions corresponded to danger, opportunity, a mix of both, and a mundane direction, respectively. Chen opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the direction to his right, the only direction that made his body feel eager, likely indicating an opportunity. Without hesitation, he moved in that direction. Before long, a puddle appeared in his sight. To Chen at this moment, the puddle was akin to a small pond. At the edge of the puddle, 2 ants were pacing back and forth, their eyes filled with a thirst for the water. Chen focused his gaze and saw a fruit pit with some flesh still attached lying in the center of the puddle. His body immediately felt a strong desire, a call from his forager instincts. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Confirming there was no danger, he dashed forward without hesitation. 2 ants instantly noticed his movement, but they couldn't react quickly enough to match Chen's speed. With a swift motion, Chen swung his twin blades, and 1 ant fell to the ground. The other ant wiggled its antennae and charged at him. Chen dodged nimbly and, as the ant brushed past him, he sliced it in half with a single strike. Once I gather enough evolution points, the first thing I need to do is upgrade these sharp blades of mine, Chen thought, a smile curling on his lips. As a mantis, he deeply understood the power of his scythe-like forelimbs. Compared to other insects of similar size, these blades were exceptionally sharp, and evolving them would significantly boost his strength. Without hesitation, Chen began feasting on the ants before him. The system notifications rang out continuously. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. Before long, the 2 ants were completely consumed, and his evolution points climbed to 1.6. Finally, I have enough, Chen thought as he opened his status panel. His eyes fell on the parts available for enhancement, and he decisively chose his legs. The mantis's deadly forelimbs were part of this category. Do you want to enhance your legs?
Yes.
Upon confirmation, the evolution points were deducted, and the enhancement process began. Chen looked down to see his 6 legs enveloped in a glowing white light, a comfortable sensation spreading through him. 3 seconds later, the light faded, and the changes in his legs made Chen's eyes widen in surprise. Compared to before, his legs were noticeably larger, their color shifting from green to a mix of green and gray. His forelimbs, in particular, looked even sharper, gleaming with a menacing light. Chen swung them experimentally, and they sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Feeling the significant improvement from the enhancement, Chen allowed himself a satisfied smile. This feels pretty good, he thought. After his enhancement, Chen felt an overall improvement throughout his body, especially in his legs. He carefully sensed the changes and realized that his speed, jumping ability, and leg strength had all doubled. This upgrade also allowed him to wield his mantis blades with greater power. At that moment, a new prompt appeared on his display. Evolution can only proceed after all body parts have been enhanced. Chen suddenly understood why the previous options showed enhance instead of evolve. He quickly calculated that he needed 6 more evolution points to complete his full body enhancement. Based on the evolution points gained from consuming 1 ant, he only needed to devour 15 more ants. After closing the panel, Chen's attention was drawn to a fruit core in the center of a puddle. He felt an inexplicable craving for it, suspecting it might be some kind of treasure. With a light leap, aided by the wings on his back, he landed steadily on the fruit core. As soon as he landed, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air. He looked down to see a crack forming on the surface of the fruit core, from which pure white liquid was seeping out. Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, thrilled to discover that the real treasure was the liquid inside the fruit core. He immediately used the pickup function, and the liquid vanished in an instant. The display informed him that he had obtained an item called Spirit Core Juice. Checking his inventory, Chen found that this juice could not only provide evolution points, but also enhance his abilities. He decided to keep it for now, waiting for a better opportunity to use it. Just as Chen was about to continue his exploration, the surrounding grass began to rustle, and the ground trembled slightly. He jumped up alertly, hovering briefly with the help of his wings, and scanned his surroundings. A black river came into view. A massive army of ants, numbering in the thousands, was swarming towards him. Realizing that the spirit core juice might have attracted the ants, or that the previously killed ants had sent a signal, Chen decisively chose to retreat. Utilizing his enhanced speed, he dashed away like the wind in the opposite direction. After confirming that he had shaken off the ant army, Chen found a hollow, rotting tree branch and crawled inside. In this dark and safe space, he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feedback from his foraging. The moment he was plunged into darkness, a wave of panic surged through him. Su Chen immediately understood that this feeling signaled hidden dangers ahead, perfectly aligning with his previous suspicions. A smile tugged at his lips as he fixed his gaze in the direction of the ant army. This outcome didn't surprise him. Instead, it sparked a hint of excitement. The power of his forager talent far exceeded his expectations. In a world teeming with threats from insects, this ability was undoubtedly his lifeline, helping him avoid danger, seek opportunities, and gradually enhance his strength. Su Chen nimbly slipped out from the tree branches and continued his exploration in a different direction. He tried several different paths, but aside from the direction of the ant army, which triggered an instinctive fear, there was no feedback from the other directions. This meant no danger, but also no opportunities. Opportunities are not that easy to come by, Su Chen mused. With that in mind, he chose a direction at random and swiftly moved through the dense underbrush. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a wriggling worm emerged, spurting a jet of slime. An earthworm? Su Chen exclaimed, instinctively dodging to the side. The slime hit the ground with a sizzle, instantly corroding the soil. Su Chen silently thanked his luck for avoiding the attack and turned to scrutinize this earthworm. It was entirely different from the earthworms in reality, with vicious, fang-filled circular mouths at both ends, resembling the legendary desert worm. Seeing its ambush fail, the worm retracted its fangs and slithered like a snake, suddenly lunging at Su Chen. He remained calm, his wings flapping rapidly, easily dodging the assault. The worm let out a sword-like shriek and reared up, spewing more corrosive liquid. Su Chen sneered, dodging again while drawing his dual blades, and charged forward. A flash of green light, and blood splattered like mud. The worm was severed in half, dying instantly. Su Chen exhaled deeply and grinned. This guy had pretty tough skin. Good thing I've already strengthened myself. Although it wasn't an ant, the worm was clearly more formidable, and Su Chen speculated it would yield more evolution points. With that thought, his eyes lit up, and he immediately approached the corpse, taking a bite. However, in the next second, his face twisted in disgust. He spat out the chunk of flesh and cursed, "Damn, that's disgusting." Su Chen took a bite of the earthworm, immediately filling his mouth with grit and slime. He spat it out with disgust, looking disappointedly at the 20-centimeter-long, useless thing, regretting the wasted time. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden movement caught his attention from behind. Turning around, he saw the previously dead half-corpse writhing back to life, standing upright. Its grotesque, fang-filled mouth aimed at Su Chen and spat a stream of slime. "Not dead yet?" Su Chen exclaimed, instinctively flapping his wings to dodge. He quickly dashed forward, swinging his scythe to sever the half-corpse once more. Mud-like blood splattered everywhere. Su Chen cautiously pulled back, observing carefully. This unexpected scene made him even more vigilant. After a moment, seeing no further movement from the corpse, he cautiously approached and sliced it into pieces with his dual blades. "Gotta be more careful next time," Su Chen warned himself. That corrosive slime could be deadly if it hits. At that moment, a glimmer of light caught his eye from the corpse fragments. Curious, Su Chen cut it open, revealing a brownish, round bead that occasionally shimmered like a jewel. He quickly picked up the bead and checked his backpack. The system identified it as a sandworm bead, which could prevent sand from blinding the eyes when held. Not a treasure, but a material? Su Chen was surprised. Preventing sand from blinding. Seems trivial, but who knows what else it might be used for. Closing his backpack, Su Chen pondered the bead's potential uses. He thought about crafting and enchanting features in other games, and decided to look up guides after logging out. After all, he wasn't the only player in this game. Just then, the system popped up with a new prompt. Materials in the game were related to strengthening and evolution. Su Chen pondered this, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough evolution points to try right away. "Better find some ants first," he muttered, heading in a seemingly safe direction to continue exploring. Soon, a black-shelled ant carrying a piece of fruit came into view. Su Chen was ecstatic and didn't hesitate to act. He dashed forward like a shadow, his speed leaving the ant no time to react. With a swift slash, the ant was instantly killed. Su Chen didn't waste a second and began eating immediately. Su Chen received 3 consecutive notifications of gaining 0.1 evolution points, and he felt a surge of excitement. He quickly swallowed an ant along with a piece of fruit nearby, even though the fruit didn't provide any evolution points. This led him to speculate that only living creatures or treasures could offer evolution points. Having previously enhanced himself once, Su Chen still had 0.6 evolution points left. This ant brought him 0.4 points, just enough to reach the 1 point needed for another enhancement. With anticipation, he opened the panel, ready for the second enhancement. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of fear suddenly surged from within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "Damn, something terrifying is coming." Su Chen's face turned pale as he realized that the Forager's effect had been triggered. Looking up, Su Chen's pupils contracted. The sky darkened abruptly as a massive shadow swept overhead. It was an enormous, unknown bird, bathed in a holy golden light, flying over the vast forest. To Su Chen, in his mantis form, this giant bird was as colossal as the legendary Kuanping, stretching endlessly. With a gentle flap of its wings, a terrifying storm erupted below. Su Chen finally understood the source of his fear was right in the eye of the storm. Curse you, damn bird! Su Chen cursed inwardly, wishing he could kill the clueless giant bird. He clung desperately to a nearby wild grass, but even the ground was being torn up by the fierce winds. Su Chen was tossed around like a leaf in the air. Suddenly, a huge stone hurtled towards him. With a loud thud, accompanied by intense pain, Su Chen lost consciousness. In the real world, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes in front of his computer, as if waking from a nightmare. His face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. "I'm not dead," he muttered in surprise, touching his cheek. The sensation had felt incredibly real. Looking down at the mark on his hand, Su Chen focused his thoughts, and a familiar menu appeared before him. Aside from the attributes and inventory, the logout option had changed to login. He clicked it, and a prompt appeared on the screen. "You have died. You can log in again after resurrection the next day." "I can log in again the next day," Su Chen nodded, thinking that wasn't so bad. Experiencing death for the first time, he needed time to calm his nerves. He decided to take this opportunity to search online for information related to this game. The words Shan Hai Jing flowed from Su Chen's fingertips, producing crisp keystrokes on the keyboard. His fingers hovered above the enter key for a moment, hesitating, before adding the tags, game, and avatar. The search results poured in, but most were disappointing browser game ads. Patiently, Su Chen scrolled through 20 pages, yet found nothing useful. "Am I really the only player?" Su Chen muttered to himself, frowning, before shaking his head to dismiss the thought. Unable to gather information from the internet, he decided to explore the unique abilities the game had granted him. Closing his eyes, Su Chen focused his mind. Suddenly, with a faint buzz, a greenish-blue light coalesced behind him. It took the form of a proud mantis, radiating the aura of a warrior. Its agile body was green, with robust legs tinged with gray. As the mantis moved, its forelimbs brandished sharp blades, flashing menacingly. A familiar sight brought a delighted smile to Su Chen's face. This was his in-game avatar, now manifesting in the real world. As the mantis appeared, Su Chen felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. He waved his hand, and the mantis mirrored his action. The sensation was exhilarating, and Su Chen immersed himself in the experience, thoroughly enjoying it. A growling stomach eventually reminded Su Chen that it was lunchtime. He hurried to the kitchen and prepared a simple meal. After eating, he returned to his computer, determined to continue his search. This time, he added keywords like evolution to Shan Hai Jing, game, and avatar. Among the search results, a title call, Zoo, immediately caught Su Chen's eye. Though seemingly unrelated to his search, it appeared at the top of the list. Curious, Su Chen clicked on it. The link led to a minimalist forum, predominantly green and white, devoid of flashy ads. Apart from the zoo logo at the top, the forum was divided into sections like discussion, guides, night market, and bounties. Intrigued, Su Chen clicked on the discussion section, and what he saw made his eyes light up. "I finally found my community," he murmured, his face beaming with excitement. The forum was filled with various questions and discussions. Beginners asking about the strengths and weaknesses of black dog avatars, pangolin players seeking growth advice, people offering high prices for secret location maps, and others looking to trade bloodline charts. However, Su Chen soon noticed a disheartening fact. Most players had animal avatars, and insect avatars were rare. "Am I the only one with an insect avatar?" he thought indignantly. "Damn those lucky Europeans." Taking a deep breath, Su Chen decided not to dwell on this topic and turned to the guides section. As a newbie with little knowledge of the game, he desperately needed useful information. Sure enough, pinned at the top of the section was an official guide for beginners. Eagerly, Su Chen clicked on it. The post was packed with valuable information right from the start, living up to its official status. He read intently, hoping to find tips that would help him survive and thrive in this mysterious game world. "Hello, fellow new players. I'm Lu Air, the author of this guide. At the request of our leadership, I spent a week meticulously crafting this guide specifically for newcomers. I hope it will provide you with practical assistance. Without further ado, let's dive right in. For new players, there are only 3 key areas to focus on. First, let's talk about treasures. In the game, treasures are usually incredibly magical items, akin to the rare and mystical resources often seen in novels. Each treasure has its unique and extraordinary effects. Treasures have 2 main uses. One is to consume them to gain evolution points, but this means you won't get the treasure's effects. The other is to obtain the treasure's effects but forego the evolution points. Many players might feel conflicted when faced with this choice. Take Su Chen, for example. He subconsciously nodded, recalling how he had hesitated to consume the spirit core juice because he didn't know which option to choose. Now, he hopes this guide will provide a clear answer. On this matter, Lu Er firmly advises. Regardless of what treasure you obtain, you should always choose to gain the treasure's effects without hesitation. Yes, the treasure's effects are what you should prioritize, even if the treasure could offer significant evolution points. The reason for this is simple. Treasures can enhance your basic attributes. Basic attributes? Su Chen felt a jolt of curiosity. This term was unfamiliar to him. He wondered if it had something to do with his stats, but his attribute panel didn't explicitly define what basic attributes were. With this question in mind, Su Chen willed the mark on the back of his hand to glow, bringing up the menu. He quickly clicked on the attributes option, and the attribute panel appeared before him. Although Su Chen had checked his attribute panel before, this time, the detailed information left him stunned. The panel listed, Player, Su Chen. Avatar, Green Mantis. Attributes, Physique 8.1, 10.2. Strength 8.4, 0.3. Speed 8.2, 0.3. Spirit 8.7, 0.1. Evolution points, 1. Power level, Weakling. Body parts, head, chest, abdomen, leg 1. Internal organs, hind wings, carapace. Talent, Forager. Su Chen was amazed to find that the panel now displayed such detailed body attributes. This discovery led him to ponder the potential impact of this new information. Su Chen had his first direct insight into his physical stats, and his curiosity was immediately piqued. He stared at the attribute panel displayed on the screen, wondering what an average score of 8 meant for an ordinary person. Even more puzzling were the mysterious values in parentheses, leaving him uncertain of their significance. With these questions in mind, Su Chen continued browsing through strategy guides. As he read on, a look of realization gradually spread across his face. It turned out that base attributes represented the player's own stats, which could only be permanently enhanced when their in-game avatar evolved. The values in parentheses, on the other hand, were avatar attributes, which could only bolster the base attributes when the avatar was summoned. This discovery made Su Chen understand why using treasures directly was the best choice. Base attributes not only represented one's strength in reality, but also hinted at physical transformation and extended lifespan. Reflecting on this, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at humanity's longing for immortality. However, understanding the difference between base and avatar attributes left Su Chen feeling a bit disheartened. He couldn't help but envy those players who had randomly received animal avatars. Why did I have to start with a mantis? He sighed again in frustration. As an insect avatar, his avatar attributes were pitifully low, with an average score far below 1. In contrast, players with animal avatars had at least one attribute above 1 point, not to mention the lucky ones with powerful avatars like tigers or elephants. Continuing to read the posts, Su Chen was surprised to discover the game also featured bloodline charts, bounties, secret realms, and even a scheduled player trading market. But what thrilled him most was the role of materials and equipment. They could not only be used for strengthening and evolving, but also offered chances to gain corresponding abilities. With this in mind, Su Chen immediately opened his attribute panel and selected the enhancement option. The system prompted him that he had usable materials in his backpack and asked if he wanted to proceed with enhancement. He confirmed and retrieved a sandworm pearl from his backpack. However, seeing that the sandworm pearl had only an 11 compatibility, Su Chen shook his head in disappointment and closed the panel. Although the sandworm pearl wasn't very useful to him, Su Chen realized it could be valuable to other players. He decided to look for an opportunity to trade it in the future, hoping to exchange it for some pitcher plant digestive fluid. From the posts, he learned that this was an essential enhancement material for new players, offering high compatibility and the ability to enhance digestion, preventing wasted opportunities like the one he had with the worm monster earlier. As he delved deeper into the reading, Su Chen gained a preliminary understanding of this extraordinary game. His mind was already mapping out future development paths, eagerly anticipating the adventures that awaited him. Su Chen browsed through various posts, and his attention was caught by an intriguing piece of information. In 5 days, a night market organized by player factions would be held in the outskirts of Jiangcheng. He made a mental note of it, planning to check it out when the time came. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. Su Chen yawned as a wave of fatigue washed over him. He shut down his computer and lay down on his bed. Although he had planned to adjust his sleep schedule today, the excitement of being able to log back into the game after midnight overpowered his tiredness. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. As night fell, darkness enveloped the room. Su Chen woke up from his slumber, his first instinct to check his phone. The screen lit up, showing the time, 0:12. A new day had begun. Feeling a surge of energy, he got up quickly. His stomach growled in protest. Su Chen quickly washed up and prepared a simple midnight snack. After satisfying his hunger, the time was now 0:30. He returned to his room, lying on his bed, his gaze falling on the shanhaging mark on the back of his hand. With a thought, the menu appeared. The previously gray login button was now glowing enticingly, indicating he could re-enter the game world. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, Chen clicked the login button without hesitation. Darkness immediately swallowed his vision. Unlike his first experience, Chen was much calmer this time, patiently waiting for the system prompts. Detected that you have died. You may choose to respawn. Please select your respawn location. A virtual map suddenly appeared before him. Chen was surprised to find that the game allowed players to choose their respawn location. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the selectable areas were limited to the small region he had explored the previous day. A plan began to form in his mind. Without further hesitation, Chen chose the initial starting point. He recalled how, during his first entry into the game, he hadn't known how to use his innate abilities. This time, he wanted to see if using the Forager ability at the starting point would reveal any special opportunities. As he clicked the confirm button, the darkness gradually receded. A beam of moonlight shone down from above, illuminating the world before him. Chen looked up and found himself back in the fantastical world of shanhaging. The vast land was also shrouded in night. The shanhaging world at night was far from peaceful. Roars echoed through the air, signaling lurking dangers. Compared to the daytime, the night was evidently more perilous. Chen cautiously scanned his surroundings. After confirming there were no enemies nearby, he closed his eyes and activated the Forager ability to sense his surroundings. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and delight. He had sensed there was indeed an opportunity nearby. In that direction, Chen looked up and saw an unexplored area before him. The Forager's ability quietly activated within him, sensing no danger, but rather an instinctual yearning and burning desire. Without hesitation, Chen strode quickly in that direction. Yesterday's experience had made him well aware of the effects of the Forager's ability. It could detect nearby opportunities and dangers, but an opportunity without danger did not guarantee a smooth path. Ordinary enemies might still lurk, but they were deemed insignificant by the Forager. Just to be safe, Chen opened his backpack, took out a bottle of spirit core juice, and drank it in one gulp. A system prompt immediately appeared. You have consumed a treasure. Choose to use the treasure or devour it to gain evolution points. Chen chose to use the treasure without hesitation. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, like soaking in a hot spring in the dead of winter, enveloping him in comfort. The effect of the spirit core juice was immediate. Chen could clearly feel his physical attributes rapidly improving. This incredible sensation lasted for a full minute before gradually fading. Chen swung his mantis blades, the sharp sound slicing through the air. He smiled with satisfaction and then opened his attribute panel to check the changes. Player, Chen. Form, green mantis. Attributes, physique 8.40.2, strength 8.70.3, speed 8.50.3, precision 90.1. Evolution points, 1. Rank, weakling. Body parts, head, thorax, abdomen, legs, internal organs, hind wings, exoskeleton. Talent, Forager. No wonder it's a treasure. The effect is truly formidable, Chen marveled to himself. A small bottle of core juice had increased all his attributes by 0.3 feet that would take months of hard training for an ordinary person to achieve. The panel also showed he had 1 evolution point left. Originally planning to proceed with a second enhancement immediately, Chen decided to explore first upon learning he could incorporate materials and equipment. If he could find suitable materials, it would be ideal. Otherwise, the enhancement could wait. Closing the panel, Chen continued his rapid pace. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, and a vivid red color burst forth, like a gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. Chen reacted swiftly, leaping backward to avoid the ambush. Steadying himself, Chen took a closer look and felt a mix of relief and excitement. Is that a man-eating flower? The ambusher was a large, crimson flower. Its petals spread wide to reveal a fearsome mouth lined with sharp teeth. Chen instantly recognized it as a small carnivorous plant that preyed on flies, though its size around 30 to 40 centimeters made it a giant to him. Excitement gleamed in Chen's eyes. He had read on the forums that man-eating flowers, like the worm monsters he had previously slain, might produce valuable materials, specifically man-eating flower digestive fluid. This was precisely the enhancement material he urgently needed. If he could obtain it, he could immediately proceed with his second enhancement. Unexpectedly, he had encountered such a surprise before even reaching the opportunity sensed by the Forager. Although the man-eating flower appeared massive, the fact that the Forager had not issued a warning indicated that Chen had the strength to handle it. Taking a deep breath, Chen prepared himself. Meanwhile, the man-eating flower, having failed to capture its prey, began to slowly retract its body, ready to burrow back underground for another ambush. Seizing the moment, Chen shot forward like an arrow, quickly closing the distance to the man-eating flower. His twin blades flashed like lightning, leaving a deep gash on the flower's stem. The man-eating flower shook violently, surprised that its prey dared to fight back. Its body twisted like a vine, and its massive flower head swung down at Su Chen with a heavy blow. Although smaller than the man-eating flower, Su Chen's speed was his advantage. He deftly dodged, preparing to launch another attack. With a light leap, Su Chen deftly dodged the man-eating plant's attack. Just as he was about to counter, the plant's tooth-filled maw suddenly spewed a jet of deadly acid. A sense of danger surged through him, and he quickly changed direction, narrowly avoiding the attack. The acid hit the ground with a sizzling sound, rapidly corroding the soil and leaving a smoking pit. Phew, that was close, Su Chen thought with a shiver. If that had hit me, I'd probably have melted on the spot. This harrowing experience made Su Chen even more vigilant. He held his breath and focused, swiftly closing the distance to the man-eating plant. With both blades drawn, he struck with force. The first blow left a deep gash on the plant's surface, and the second strike hit the same spot, tearing a menacing gash in its stem. The severely wounded plant thrashed violently, like a beast in a frenzy, sweeping its surroundings madly. Su Chen allowed himself a small smile, calmly stepping back to maintain distance. He knew the plant's limitation as a stationary organism. He only needed to wait for it to exhaust its energy. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, the plant's wild thrashing began to slow, its movements becoming sluggish. The series of sweeping attacks had drained its strength. Seizing the moment, Su Chen dashed towards his target like a flash of green light. His blades struck the wound on the stem with precision, and with a squelch, the plant's body was severed. The massive upper half crashed to the ground, with sap gushing from the wound like blood. Su Chen cautiously stepped back a couple of paces, waiting a moment to ensure the plant was truly dead before approaching its toothy head. According to the forum guides, the plant's digestive fluids were usually stored in the flower base. Using his sharp mantis blades, he carefully sliced it open, and a stream of corrosive liquid flowed out. There's actually some here. Looks like my luck's good, Su Chen muttered in delight, quickly opting to collect it. A system notification popped up. You have collected man-eating plant digestive fluid. Su Chen checked the item description. Man-eating plant digestive fluid, material, a special mucus that sometimes forms inside man-eating plant-type organisms, containing strong corrosive properties. This matched the description he'd seen on the forum. Though he hadn't tasted it himself, Su Chen recalled the forum's description of the plant's flavor slimy, dry, and bitter like a bland sugarcane. A taste too horrific to imagine. Previously, such a description might have deterred him, but now, having obtained the digestive fluid, everything seemed simpler. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Su Chen opened his attribute panel. It was finally time for his second enhancement. His gaze quickly scanned the remaining 6 enhancement slots, and without hesitation, he chose the abdomen, the location of the mantis digestive organ. Do you want to enhance the abdomen?
Yes.
Detected available materials. Do you want to use the materials for enhancement? Su Chen clicked confirm, opened his inventory, and selected the recently acquired man-eating plant digestive fluid. As he proceeded, the enhancement began, and a soft white glow emerged from his abdomen. A notification of a successful upgrade popped up on the screen. Su Chen immediately opened his panel to carefully check the changes in his attributes. Except for his mental attribute, which remained the same, the other 3 attributes showed slight improvements. Although the growth was not significant, considering his insect form, Su Chen felt satisfied. He moved his limbs to get accustomed to his enhanced body. Then, Su Chen approached the corpse of the carnivorous plant, extended his antennae, and activated his newly acquired force digestion ability. Instantly, a surge of energy flowed from the plant's corpse into Su Chen's body. Under his gaze, the plant's body withered at a visible rate, while notifications of acquiring evolution points kept appearing on his screen. After the digestion process, Su Chen was delighted to find that he had accumulated another evolution point. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of this ability. Without it, the carnivorous plant's corpse would have gone to waste. With a sense of joy, Su Chen continued toward the location of his opportunity. Along the way, he encountered numerous insects. For larger ones, he chose to take a detour. For smaller insects like ants, he showed no mercy, using his force digestion ability to quickly absorb their energy. As he neared his destination, Su Chen's evolution points had increased from 1 to 2.8. He realized that what he lacked now was not evolution points but reinforcement materials. Fortunately, he still had a sandworm pearl that he could use for exchange, so there was no rush. Shaking his head, Su Chen looked ahead. From his tiny insect perspective, the lush weeds resembled an ancient forest. Using his forager's senses, he confirmed that the opportunity he sought was just beyond the grass. Carefully, Su Chen ventured forward, gently parting the grass leaves. A black-skinned creature resting on a rock came into his view. At first, he thought it was a lizard, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gecko. Although the gecko was not much larger than himself, its sharp claws were still something to be wary of. Chen cautiously scanned the area, searching for the treasure that had drawn him here. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Could it be on the gecko? Chen muttered to himself, his gaze refocusing on the gecko lying still. After a careful observation, he noticed a vibrant green leaf stuck to the gecko's belly. Using his forager's ability to sense, a glimmer of realization flashed in Chen's eyes. There was no doubt, the target was indeed the leaf. However, to obtain the leaf, he first had to deal with the gecko. Taking a deep breath, Chen silently emerged from his hiding spot, approaching the target with the caution of a seasoned hunter. The mantis instincts made his steps light and soundless. Even as he reached the gecko, it remained unaware. Just as Chen raised his hand to strike, the gecko suddenly opened its eyes and lashed out with a crimson tongue. Although surprised by the gecko's vigilance, Chen didn't panic. He deftly twisted his body, letting the tongue brush past him, and simultaneously drew his blades, precisely severing the retracting tongue. The gecko let out a painful screech and lunged at Chen, its sharp claws glinting menacingly. Chen dared not confront it head-on and continuously dodged. With swift reflexes and agile movements, he gracefully evaded the gecko's relentless attacks while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Though each strike was not fatal, the gecko accumulated more wounds over time, its movements slowing down. Realizing it was no match for Chen, the gecko let out another screech and lunged once more. As Chen prepared to dodge, the gecko suddenly changed direction, trying to flee. Caught off guard but quick to react, Chen darted forward, his wings propelling him like an arrow, rapidly closing the distance. With a swift motion, Chen's mantis blades sliced through the gecko's hind legs. The gecko, now crippled, slowed down but still desperately tried to escape. Chen showed no mercy, striking again and delivering a heavy blow to the gecko's neck. Blood spurted out, revealing a gruesome wound. Despite its severe injuries, the gecko continued to struggle. However, with one final precise strike, Chen decapitated the gecko. He quickly tore open the gecko's body, finally retrieving the green leaf stuck to its belly. The leaf glistened like fine jade, with each vein clearly visible. As he approached, a gentle breeze brushed Chen's face, bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. With a thought, the leaf vanished, stored safely in his backpack. A system notification promptly appeared. You have obtained the treasure, wind leaf. Chen clicked to view the item description. Wind leaf, treasure material. Originating from the divine wind tree, it can fall anywhere carried by the wind. Contains a trace of wind power, increasing speed when used, or can be converted into evolution points, as chosen by the player. The description left Chen astonished. Both a treasure and a material? This dual attribute was never mentioned in the beginner's guide he had read. Could it be used for enhancement? Given its status as a treasure, it should boost enhancements more effectively than ordinary materials, right? With this thought, Chen opened his attribute panel, selected his rear wings for enhancement, and chose the wind leaf from his backpack as the material. The system displayed the compatibility between the wind leaf and the rear wings, 93. This number stunned Chen. According to the beginner's guide, higher material compatibility meant greater attribute boosts and a guaranteed new ability upon enhancement. This was undoubtedly a top-tier material. Excited, Chen canceled the enhancement and checked the compatibility of the wind leaf with other unenhanced parts. The results were head 21, chest 13, internal organ 7, exoskeleton 56. Clearly, the rear wings had the highest compatibility with the wind leaf. Chen decisively logged out of the game and sat down at his computer. He booted it up, navigated to a forum, and decided to gather some information before making any decisions. The forum's search function quickly led him to a useful post. Treasures or materials? How to choose? The title caught Chen's attention. He glanced at the poster's ID and was surprised to see it was from Luer, the same person who had posted the beginner's guide. Curious, Chen clicked on the post and began to read carefully. The post started with a concise introduction by Luer, discussing a special type of treasure. This treasure not only had valuable attributes, but could also be used as a material for enhancement and evolution. Luer emphasized that after thorough research, his conclusion was simple. Whenever you come across such a treasure, you should use it as an enhancement material because the benefits far exceed its value as a standalone treasure. Luer also explained why these treasures were so rare. He mentioned that only a few seasoned players had ever had the fortune of obtaining them. Finally, Luer revealed that he had luckily acquired one of these treasures today and, after testing it himself, decided to share his findings to help other players. Chen quickly skimmed through the comments below the post. Some expressed gratitude and asked how to obtain such treasures. Others said they would refer back to the post once they found one. And some complained that they had no treasures and felt reading the post was a waste of time. After reading the comments, Chen chuckled softly, stroking his chin, already having made up his mind. He agreed with Lu Er's perspective, believing that using such special treasures as enhancement materials was indeed the best choice. However, as Su Chen looked at the wind leaf in his inventory, he shrugged and muttered to himself, "Is this thing really that rare? It doesn't seem that hard to get." Su Chen logged back into the game, and the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. The massive gecko corpse had vanished without a trace, replaced by a skeletal remains lying quietly in its place. His gaze swept the area, noticing the ground around the bones was covered in a multitude of ant footprints, so numerous it was astonishing. What happened here? Su Chen frowned, recalling the ant army he had encountered earlier. It seemed that while he was offline, the ant legion had passed by and devoured the gecko corpse. Although he had lost a significant amount of evolution points, he felt somewhat relieved that he had already secured the treasure. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Su Chen opened his attribute panel and unhesitatingly chose to enhance his hind wings, using the wind leaf as a material. In an instant, a white light surged over his hind wings, accompanied by a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. A notification popped up. Enhancement successful. You have acquired the ability, Ride the Wind. Your power rating has increased. Eager to check the changes, Su Chen found that all his attributes had significantly improved, except for his mental attribute. Most notably, his speed attribute had increased by 1.4 points, reaching an impressive 1.8. To test his new speed, Su Chen took a light step forward. Instantly, he shot forward like a green flash, appearing 3 meters away in the blink of an eye. This thrilled him, realizing that such speed would greatly enhance his exploration and survival capabilities in the game. Next, Su Chen carefully examined his newly acquired Ride the Wind ability. This ability allowed him to better harness the wind to propel himself forward, even enabling him to burst beyond his limits momentarily. Although there were no enemies to test it on at the moment, Su Chen was excited about the future adventures it promised. Activating his Forager ability, Su Chen sensed a strong danger nearby. He quickly turned and chose another direction to continue his exploration. With his enhanced speed, he navigated the ancient forest with ease, significantly improving his exploration efficiency. Just then, a dragonfly flew into Su Chen's sight, gracefully hovering in midair. Perfect timing, Su Chen thought, preparing to test his new ability and combat skills. Upon spotting the dragonfly, Su Chen immediately felt a surge of excitement. His wings flapped rapidly, and his body shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. A streak of blue light flashed across the air as Su Chen sped forward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the dragonfly. His twin blades gleamed coldly in the air, and with a swift whoosh, Su Chen landed steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, the dragonfly's body, neatly severed in two, fell to the ground. Turning to look at the fallen dragonfly, Su Chen's face lit up with excitement. This power is truly amazing, he marveled to himself. After employing Wind Ride, not only did his speed double, but the impact from this terrifying velocity unleashed a ferocious strike. Su Chen couldn't help but imagine that if he encountered the lizard from before, it would likely meet the same fate as the dragonfly killed in a single blow. He approached the corpse and reached out to touch it. His force digestion ability activated immediately, absorbing the entire body. System notifications chimed in quick succession. You have gained 0.1 evolution points, repeated 3 times. Su Chen did the math. This single dragonfly had contributed 0.8 evolution points to him. Opening his attribute panel and seeing his evolution points rise to 2.6, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Without lingering, he continued to explore the vast forest. 2 hours later, though he hadn't found any significant opportunities, Su Chen's evolution points had soared from 2.6 to 8.4. During this time, no solitary insect had escaped his deadly grasp. With my current strength, I must be among the top in the insect world, Su Chen pondered as he stood on a protruding rock, gazing into the distance. He hesitated, considering whether to explore further. This area seemed to hold no more opportunities, but as an ambitious insect, he longed to grow even stronger. Even if he couldn't find any treasures, he needed to seek out usable materials. Otherwise, his accumulated evolution points would remain unspent. Just then, a faint sound of fighting reached him from not far away. Su Chen paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face. This noise was distinctly different from the wild beast battles he had heard before, much quieter, more like creatures of his own size were clashing. Could it be insects? The thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, instantly piquing his interest. If it was indeed insects fighting, it might be the perfect chance to swoop in and take advantage. With this in mind, Su Chen spread his wings without hesitation and flew swiftly toward the source of the sound, eager to investigate. Su Chen rushed towards the sound of the battle, his eyes narrowing at the sight before him. A group of black-armored ants was attacking a figure similar in size to himself. When he got a clearer look at the besieged individual, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. It was a creature that looked remarkably like a miniature human, with pointed ears as its most distinctive feature. Is this one of the little people from the land of the little people? Chen wondered to himself. Despite its small size, the creature was a formidable fighter. It wielded a long knife in its right hand and a wooden shield in its left, deftly fending off the attacks from 7 or 8 ants. Suddenly, as if tapping into some hidden power, the creature's knife glowed and it unleashed a powerful slash, cutting an ant in half. However, this attack clearly took a toll. The small creature showed signs of fatigue, and its movements slowed. The other ants seized the opportunity, quickly inflicting several wounds. Chen knew from his own encounters with these ants that their mandibles carried a paralyzing toxin. The small creature's movements became increasingly sluggish, and it was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Chen decided it was time to intervene. Consider yourself lucky to have run into me. Your fate isn't sealed yet, he thought, intrigued by this intelligent being, possibly an NPC, and curious about its identity and potential quests. More importantly, his inner predator's instinct was stirring, often signaling the presence of an opportunity. His wings unfurled and began to beat rapidly. In a flash of green light, Chen was beside the small creature. 2 ants were about to deliver a fatal blow, but Chen's twin blades made quick work of them. The small creature, lying on the ground, didn't know who this sudden savior was but understood it had narrowly escaped death and sighed in relief. The remaining ants screeched and charged at Chen without hesitation. However, Chen was no longer the same after several enhancements. Facing these ants, he had only one thought kill. With a flurry of his blades, the surrounding ants quickly fell, one by one. After dealing with the ants, Chen turned and asked, "Are you all right?" The small creature quickly sat up and gratefully replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, Manted Lord." Chen smiled lightly. "No need to thank me, it was a small effort." The small creature shook its head. "Without you, I would have perished here. If possible, I'd like to invite you back to my tribe to express our gratitude." "Tribe?" Chen asked, puzzled. The small creature hesitated for a moment before asking, "Manted Lord, is there a problem?" Chen explained, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect to see someone like you, and thought you were alone. I didn't know you had a tribe." The small creature smiled. "You must be new around here. It's understandable. My name is Lin, from the Black Soil tribe. I'm a Lingren." "Lingren?" "Yes, that's the name of my race." Chen nodded, curious about the Lingren but deciding not to press for more information on their first meeting. Instead, he walked over to the ant corpses and touched them, absorbing and digesting their energy. The energy from 7 ants significantly boosted his evolution points. Turning back to Lin, Chen saw that the small creature was visibly shocked by his actions. Chen explained, "This is one of my abilities. I can absorb the energy from their bodies to make myself stronger." "Really? That's amazing." Lin's face was filled with astonishment, his eyes shimmering with admiration. He gave a slight bow and continued, "By the way, Honorable Mantis, may I know your name?" Chen's eyes flickered as he decided not to reveal his real name. Instead, he adapted to the situation based on the green mantis before him. "No need to be so formal, you can just call me Ching." Hearing this, Lin broke into a bright smile. "No, that's not right. You are my savior, and the elders taught us to always show respect to our benefactors." He paused briefly before asking, "By the way, would you be able to come back to the tribe with me now? It's been a long time since any foreign insects have been in this area. The elders would be very pleased to meet you." Upon hearing this, Chen pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "I don't have time right now, maybe I can come tomorrow." He frowned slightly and asked, "But what do you mean by no foreign insects for a long time?" Lin scratched his head and explained, "Just what it sounds like. For some reason, no other insects have visited this area for a long time. The elders are worried about it and have tasked us to investigate the reason, which is why I'm here." As he spoke, Lin seemed to suddenly recall something and patted his forehead. He took out 2 items from a leaf-woven pouch at his waist, a map drawn on a leaf and a whistle made of bone. He handed them to Chen with a sincere tone. "Master Ching, since you don't have time now, please take these. The map shows the location of our tribe. When you have time, you can come over. Because our tribe is hidden, you will need to blow this whistle when you reach the location on the map. Then, someone from the tribe will come to bring you in." Chen accepted the map and whistle, placing them in his backpack. He then asked with concern, "Are you heading back to the tribe now?" Lin nodded, his expression turning serious. "Yes, I've been out for a long time, and I just realized during the fight with the ants that they've become much more aggressive recently. This is important news, and I need to inform the elders as soon as possible." Noticing the wounds on Lin's body, Chen couldn't help but ask worriedly, "You're injured. Are you sure you'll be all right?" Lin scratched his head again, displaying a confident smile. "Master Ching, don't worry. These are just surface wounds, nothing serious, and there won't be any danger on my way back." Saying this, he stood up and moved around a bit, showing that his injuries were indeed not severe. Lin picked up the long knife and shield he had dropped during the fight and was about to bid farewell to Su Chen. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly rummaged through his pouch. Finally, he pulled out a shiny black stone and solemnly said, "Master Qing, you saved my life, and the elders say we must repay our benefactors. I don't have anything valuable on me right now, but this piece of black iron I found during my investigation is for you. I hope it will be useful. When you visit our tribe, I will make sure to repay your kindness properly." Su Chen's gaze fell on the stone in Lin's hand, and he felt a jolt in his heart. The moment the stone appeared, a familiar, instinctual desire surged within him. Su Chen pressed his lips together, forming a bold guess about the nature of the foragers. Suppressing the flutter in his heart, Lin bid farewell to Su Chen. Su Chen watched Lin's figure disappear from sight before finding a secluded spot to ponder. The piece of black iron he had just acquired was momentarily forgotten as scenes from earlier replayed in his mind. This forager ability is likely more powerful than I imagined, Su Chen thought, furrowing his brows. He recalled the earlier events. When the black iron was with Lin, the forager ability had no reaction. But as soon as Lin was besieged by ants and Su Chen hesitated to intervene, the forager suddenly sensed the black iron. This discovery made Su Chen's heart race. It meant that the forager could not only detect ownerless items, but also foresee the consequences of his actions. It's practically a divine skill for avoiding danger. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, and this might only be the tip of the iceberg. Struggling to contain his excitement, Su Chen took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. Once he was composed, he retrieved the map Lin had given him from his backpack and examined it carefully. The spirit tribe, to the south, not too far away, Su Chen murmured to himself, a decision forming in his mind. With the forager's newly discovered ability, he was no longer worried about the risks of venturing into unknown territory. Putting away the map, Su Chen stood up, deciding to explore southward while heading towards the spirit tribe. But before he set off, his gaze fell on the black iron in his hand, a smile curling at his lips. Time to enhance myself first. Su Chen eagerly opened his attribute panel to check the black iron's compatibility with different body parts. The data quickly appeared: head 7, chest 12, internal organs 3, shell 78. As expected, the shell is the most suitable, Su Chen murmured, without hesitation choosing to enhance his shell and confirming the use of black iron as the material. With a faint hum, Su Chen's body was enveloped in a layer of shimmering white light. He felt a tightening sensation on his skin, as if an invisible force was reshaping his body. As the light gradually faded, Su Chen looked down to observe his transformation. His originally green shell had turned into a black gold hue, extending down to his feet. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a fearsome creature forged from metal, exuding an indescribable aura of ferocity. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his size had increased, now measuring approximately 23 or 24 centimeters tall. Finding a water puddle, Su Chen examined his new appearance in the reflection. The black gold shell glinted coldly under the sunlight, its sharp contours adding a menacing edge. "Damn, I look awesome," he couldn't help but praise, evidently very satisfied with the enhancement's results. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Enhancement successful. You have acquired the ability Iron Skin." Iron Skin, the newly acquired ability, made Su Chen's body as tough as steel. He carefully read through the ability's description and nodded slightly. Though it was not surprising for an ability related to materials, its effects left Su Chen quite satisfied. Not only did it significantly boost his defense, but it also enhanced his mantis blade attacks by covering his feet. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the attribute panel, and a pleased smile spread across his face. Constitution, 8.49.20.8. Strength, 8.79.50.8. Speed, 8.510.41.9. Spirit, 9.09.10.1. Except for Spirit, all other attributes had seen a noticeable increase. With Constitution and Strength nearing the 10-point threshold, this enhancement undoubtedly elevated Su Chen's combat prowess to a new level. Now, only 3 parts of Su Chen's body remained unenhanced. Once these were completed, he would undergo his first evolution. The thought of this brought a glimmer of anticipation to his eyes. After spending some time getting accustomed to his new attributes, Su Chen set off towards the Lingren tribe without hesitation. Using the scout ability of the Forager, he proceeded cautiously, yet found nothing. Passing through a thicket, Su Chen took out his map. This area was marked as a squirrel habitat, with a squirrel icon drawn on it. Glancing around, he noticed some decaying pine cones scattered on the ground, but no sign of any squirrels. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, followed by a gust of wind. Instinctive fear surged within him, but before he could react, he felt his body being pierced. In his final moments, Su Chen managed to look up and saw the silhouette of a large bird passing by. Darkness descended, and his vision was awash with red. "You have died." The system's cold prompt echoed, and Su Chen snapped his eyes open, once again experiencing the suffocating sensation of death. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I forgot to watch out for threats from above." Evidently, he had become prey to some bird that hunts insects. He had thought he would survive longer today, but death came unexpectedly swiftly. It took Su Chen a while to calm down. He turned to look out the window. The night sky was still pitch black, devoid of any stars. The bustling noise of the early morning streets contrasted sharply with his current mood. Feeling his stomach rumble, Su Chen noticed a pang of hunger rising within him. The night market was bustling with people, and the aroma from various food stalls was irresistible. Su Chen held a skewer of grilled meat in one hand and placed his beer bottle beside him as he curled up in a corner, savoring the delicious food. While chewing on the crispy, flavorful meat, he pulled out his phone and opened the zoo forum to browse the latest posts. The screen flickered with various requests and shares. Looking for a bloodline map of the azure snake. Willing to pay handsomely. Wang Quan Fugue. Spent 10 days, about to undergo my first evolution. Any experts out there? Is random evolution worth it without a bloodline map? Cute big rat. Damn. Is the secret realm really that hard to find? I just want one piece of equipment. Why is it so difficult? Handsome guy. New update. Recently, the probability of encountering fierce beasts has increased compared to before. Stay alert, everyone. Lu Air. Su Chen's eyes lingered on the posts related to bloodline maps, deep in thought. As a newbie, he knew that bloodline maps were closely tied to evolution. Once all parts of one's avatar were fully strengthened, evolution could be achieved. However, evolution was far more complex than strengthening. It required not only a large number of evolution points, but also a bloodline map. Although Su Chen wasn't sure what a bloodline map looked like, he knew it represented a complete evolution path for an avatar. Some forum users mentioned that while a bloodline map wasn't essential for evolution, evolving without one meant a random evolution, which carried significant risks. However, if random evolution succeeded, the resulting combat power and potential could surpass that of a standard bloodline map evolution. For Su Chen, evolution was still a distant goal, and he wasn't in a hurry. But the last post about fierce beasts caught his attention. Fierce beasts were the term used by players and officials to describe the giant creatures on Earth. As previously speculated, these beasts were indeed extraordinary. Some evolved from ordinary animals, while others seemed to appear out of thin air, posing great danger and even showing up in cities. Thanks to the efforts of players, ordinary people rarely encountered these beasts. However, with the increased probability of their appearance, who knew what changes might occur? The extraordinary game and mysterious giant beasts made Su Chen feel that his peaceful days were coming to an end. The barbecue was soon finished, and Su Chen paid the bill and headed home. In the early hours, the night grew darker, and the streets were almost deserted. Apart from the occasional passing vehicle, the surroundings were silent. Suddenly, Su Chen stopped in his tracks, sensing an unusual gaze. He instinctively turned his head to the right and saw a pair of blood-red eyes flickering at the alley entrance, filled with bloodlust and hunger. In the next instant, accompanied by a sharp screech, the creature lunged at Su Chen. A fierce beast? Su Chen was shocked to see the Creaturia blackfurred rat the size of a piglet, with sharp fangs and incredible speed. Just moments ago, he had been thinking about fierce beasts, and now he had encountered one. Reacting quickly, Su Chen sidestepped the rat's attack. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, frowning. Fighting on the street would attract too much attention. He needed to find a secluded place. Although the street was empty, he didn't want to take any risks or become a spectacle. In a flash, Su Chen dashed into the alley where the rat had come from. The rat, seeing this, followed eagerly, its eyes gleaming with greed. However, as soon as he entered the alley, Su Chen, who had arrived ahead of time, was already waiting. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The rat was sent flying into the depths of the alley. But the strong attack didn't incapacitate it. It struggled for a moment before charging at Su Chen again. Su Chen's eyes glowed faintly as he sensed the flow of the wind around him. Too slow, he sneered, sidestepping as the rat's figure brushed past him. In that instant, Su Chen grabbed the rat's thick tail and yanked it back. Then, with a powerful swing, he slammed the rat onto the ground. The mouse let out a painful squeak. Just as it was about to counterattack, Su Chen stomped heavily on it. With a thud, the mouse was firmly pinned down. Despite being much smaller than Su Chen, the mouse's struggle was surprisingly powerful, causing Su Chen some alarm. Had he not used all his strength from the start, the mouse might have escaped. Su Chen couldn't afford to relax for a moment. He kept his foot pressed down on the mouse while quickly scanning his surroundings. His eyes darted around and landed on a nearby rock. Swiftly, he picked it up and, without hesitation, smashed it down on the mouse's head. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 heavy blows, the mouse's skull finally cracked open, blood gushing out as its life ebbed away. Damn, that was tough, Chen muttered, dropping the rock. It had taken all his strength to kill the mouse. If a teenager had encountered it, they might have stood no chance and ended up as its prey. This was Chen's first encounter with a fierce beast in reality, and he now fully understood the danger they posed. He lifted his foot off the mouse's corpse and, calming down, stared at the body with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Come to think of it, I wonder if fierce beasts can be consumed? As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to try. He reached out and touched the corpse, activating his ability to forcibly digest it. A warm flow immediately surged from the mouse's body into his own. It actually works? Chen exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a display screen appeared before his eyes, with notifications of acquired evolution points popping up. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. After accumulating 1 evolution point, the notification stopped. The mouse's body shriveled up, turning into a piece of animal hide. Chen frowned in disappointment and said, "For something so much bigger than an ant, it sure gave little evolution points. Well, better than nothing." Shaking his head, he quickly left the scene while no one was around. Not long after, a man and a woman cautiously entered the alley. The man, holding a phone, stared at the screen and said, "According to the prompt, the fierce beast should have just appeared here, but for some reason, its presence vanished a moment ago." Vanished? Did it go somewhere else? The woman asked, frowning. "No, it just disappeared," the man replied. They continued deeper into the alley until they saw the shriveled corpse on the ground. A look of realization flashed in the woman's eyes. "I see. Someone got here first." The man squatted down to examine the corpse closely and remarked, "It's actually dead, and still a bit warm, so it must have just died recently. Strange, this area isn't supposed to be anyone's responsibility, right? Who killed it? Not sure. Maybe another player stumbled upon it and killed it. Or perhaps some new players have emerged recently," the woman said nonchalantly. "After all, a lot has been happening lately. Not only have the number of fierce beasts increased, but there are also more new players." "True," the man nodded, then asked, "So what do we do now?" "Let's head back and report this incident. If it turns out to be a new player, we can reach out to them later," the woman suggested. "All right," the man agreed. He conjured a spray bottle out of thin air and sprayed the shriveled corpse. It quickly dissolved, and the two of them left. At 4 a.m., Chen dragged his exhausted body back home, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Despite having taken a short nap earlier, he decided to get some more sleep. After a quick wash, he lay down on his bed and tapped his phone screen to open the forum. His eyes focused on the bounty information, a task issued by the authorities related to the hunting of fierce beasts. Essentially, the government was funding players to patrol their areas, find, and kill these beasts, then claim rewards by presenting the bodies. Chen had previously paid little attention to this bounty. Firstly, he hadn't yet connected with any official channels, and secondly, he had never encountered a fierce beast in real life, so he was clueless about their strength. In the game, his avatar was just a mantis. Although he was interested in the rewards, his own safety was more important. However, after successfully killing a fierce beast today, Chen's perspective changed. The beasts were indeed powerful, but at least for the average ones, he felt he had a fighting chance with his windriding and iron skin abilities. Chen carefully searched the forum and gained a clearer understanding of the bounty, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. To become a bounty hunter, one had to cooperate with or become an official member. This posed a problem, as Chen neither had official contact channels nor intended to join the authorities. Although the zoo forum was created by the government, it did not provide any contact information. With no other choice, Chen put down his phone and soon fell asleep. Around 10 a.m. the next morning, Chen woke up yawning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and leaned against the headboard, his mind still a bit foggy. Once he was more awake, he picked up his phone and opened the forum. Since he had died in the game and couldn't log in, he planned to use this time to learn more about it. As soon as he opened the forum, Chen was stunned. A message prominently displayed on the screen read, "Dear Shan Haijing player, we are from the official zoo department. After observing your activity, we have decided to collaborate with you and invite you to become a bounty hunter. If you agree, please click agree below." Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Yesterday, he had been troubled by the inability to become a bounty hunter, and now, the opportunity had come knocking. He pondered for a moment, thinking it was more likely a result of big data analysis than sheer luck. As part of a unique urban demographic, players were clearly a focus for the authorities. Chen had no doubt that the moment he entered the zoo forum, he was noticed by the officials. After all, only players of the extraordinary game would specifically search for this forum. Although unexpected, This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Chen. He clicked agree without hesitation. The pop-up did not disappear but turned into a download link for an app. After clicking it, an app named Bounty Hunter started downloading and was quickly installed. Opening the app, Chen began the registration process. Besides the usual name, ID number, and phone number, he also had to specify his avatar and even take a verification photo. This made Chen hesitate, worried that revealing his avatar might bring danger. But he quickly dismissed his concerns, laughing at himself. Come on, I'm just an insect avatar. Who would target me? With that thought, Chen summoned his black mantis avatar, previously green mantis, took a photo, and uploaded it. The registration was completed smoothly and quickly. Once logged in, the phone screen displayed an interface similar to the zoo forum but with only 3 sections: reconnaissance, communication, and exchange. After a brief browse, Chen was surprised to find that the reconnaissance section could detect the aura of fierce beasts within a certain range. He didn't understand the mechanism behind it, but was certain it had little to do with the app itself. The reconnaissance function seemed to be the app's core feature, allowing users to gauge the strength of fierce beasts based on their aura. The aura strength was color-coded, ranging from weak to strong in the following order: white, green, blue, purple, black, gold, red, and rainbow. The further along the color spectrum, the stronger the beast. Chen opened the discussion section of the Bounty Hunter app, and a bustling forum immediately appeared before his eyes. He quickly skimmed through various posts and soon found information about the rat he had killed yesterday. It turned out to be a common urban beast called the serrated rat, entirely white. Just then, a pin post caught Chen's attention. The poster's ID, 6 ears, seemed familiar to him, and the title must read for new bounty hunters piqued his interest even more. As a novice, Chen clicked on the post without hesitation. The post began with 6 ears greeting everyone warmly before getting straight to the point. He first emphasized the high-risk nature of bounty hunting, noting that it was unlike a game where you could repeatedly make mistakes. He then listed 3 important suggestions. First, acquire a handy weapon. 6 ears elaborated on how to obtain a handgun through official channels and also mentioned that some special avatars might be more suited to using melee weapons. Second, train extensively in the game. 6 ears pointed out that combat experience gained in the game could effectively translate to real-life skills. Third, make good use of beast corpses. 6 ears revealed that experts had verified that directly consuming beast meat could gradually enhance basic attributes, which was more beneficial than forcibly digesting it to gain evolution points. Chen carefully read each piece of advice, new ideas flashing through his mind. The information about melee weapon talents and the attribute-boosting effects of beast meat were particularly intriguing to him, as he had not known about them before. Closing his phone, Chen fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but ponder his black mantis avatar, whose menacing, weapon-like form raised a question. Did his avatar possess some hidden melee weapon talent? If so, what kind of weapon would it be? A blade? With these questions in mind, Chen summoned his black mantis avatar. He scrutinized its sharp forelimbs, his thoughts racing as he began to contemplate how to verify and uncover any potential melee weapon talents he might have. In the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Chen left his home. He opened the Bounty Hunter app and browsed through various information. The introduction of cold weapons caught his interest. Compared to firearms, he had a preference for these ancient and elegant weapons. More importantly, the official process for purchasing cold weapons through the Bounty Hunter app was simple. It required no complicated proofs or procedures. One just needed to show the app to make a purchase easily. Chen hailed a taxi and followed the app's directions to the city center. When he arrived at the destination, he couldn't help but show a strange expression. The building in front of him was a bar, which turned out to be the official location of the cold weapons shop. The sun was blazing, and the bar's door was tightly shut. Chen hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to knock. Shortly after, a rugged man with a stubbly face opened the door, yawning. Hello, this is the zoo bar. Our business hours are from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's currently outside of business hours. What can I do for you? The man asked groggily. I'm here to buy something. Chen took out his phone, opened the Bounty Hunter app, and showed it to the man. The rugged man's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I haven't seen you before. Are you a new player?
Yes.
All right then. Since you're a player, come on in. The man stepped aside, allowing Chen to enter the bar. Curious, Chen looked around. The bar's interior was quite normal, with some signs of recent cleaning, suggesting it was a regular business establishment. Noticing Chen's puzzled look, the rugged man turned back and chuckled. Are you wondering why the shop is set up here? Chen nodded. A little bit. The reason is simple, the man explained. Forging cold weapons can be noisy. To make it convenient for players without being too secluded, we found a busy place to blend in. Plus, running a bar helps earn some extra money. It's a win-win. Chen suddenly understood and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect such a reason. Are the weapons here all forged by blacksmiths? Of course, the man nodded proudly. Although the official equipment is mass-produced with industrial machines, players face fierce beasts and monsters, and ordinary weapons break easily. We use beast materials and in-game ores, so everything is handmade. By the way, I'm Li Busan, one of the blacksmiths here. You can just call me Oldly. If you ever hunt a beast, bring some suitable parts, and we can make gear for a discounted price. Thank you. Su Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Busan waved it off and led Su Chen to a door. When he opened it, a wave of heat rushed out. The room was filled with various cold weapons, and from a distant door came the sound of hammering. Take a look around and pick whatever weapon you like, Li Busan said confidently. All the weapons here are top-notch and extremely sharp. Su Chen didn't respond, his eyes drawn to a long sword hanging on the wall. He picked it up and slowly unsheathed it. The sound of the blade seemed to awaken a dormant instinct within him. The exquisite patterns on the blade shimmered coldly in the sunlight. Swinging the sword a few times, the sharp sound slicing through the air sent a shiver through him. Though not an expert, he could feel the extraordinary quality of the weapon. Holding the sword, a strange sense of familiarity surged in his heart. As I thought, his avatar has a latent talent for cold weapons, Su Chen mused to himself, turning to Li Busan to ask, Oldly, how much is this knife? Su Chen asked excitedly, pointing at a gleaming blade, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Busan, a burly middle-aged man, smiled faintly. Already taken a liking to it? This one is the cheapest 100,000 yuan. His gaze swept over the other weapons in the shop. Want to check out some others? Su Chen gasped, the hefty price tag making his heart skip a beat. Sensing his hesitation, Li Busan pointed to a few knives at the back of the shop, his voice tinged with pride. Those ones are the real treasures. Made from rare materials, they can easily cut through ordinary alloys. Want to give them a try? No need for that. Su Chen quickly shook his head, his lips twitching slightly. He was indeed impressed by these weapons, but the prices were undeniably daunting. A single knife cost as much as an average person's annual salary, not to mention those real treasures. Li Busan seemed to read Su Chen's thoughts and grinned. Don't worry about the price. These weapons are worth every penny. Plus, as a bounty hunter, making money isn't that hard. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Oh? How so? Li Busan lit a cigarette and explained slowly, as a bounty hunter, you'll often be fighting fierce beasts. You can sell their carcasses at the night market. Beast carcasses fetch a high price in the player market because not all players dare to confront these beasts, yet they want to enhance their basic attributes with beast meat. A single white-tire beast can sell for tens of thousands. Wow, that profitable? Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Li Busan exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled. Why else do you think these weapons are so expensive? Given a bounty hunter's income, the one you're holding is quite reasonably priced. But you're a newbie, so it's normal to find it costly at first. He paused and added, if you don't want to wait for the night market, you can sell the carcasses to me. There's a convenience store to the right of the bar's exit, also official, that buys resources and beast carcasses from the game, though the prices are a bit lower than the market. Thanks a lot, Su Chen said gratefully. This information was a huge boon for him. As a former struggling web novel author, he desperately needed a legitimate and lucrative way to improve his life. Su Chen began calculating in his mind. If a white-tire beast could sell for tens of thousands, wouldn't a green-tier beast fetch over 100,000? Excitement and determination flashed in his eyes. All right, time to hunt some beasts. The sun blazed down intensely as Su Chen stood on the street, holding the newly purchased longsword in his hand. He felt a pang of regret over the money spent. The sword had drained his savings, but its weight and sharpness gave him a bit of confidence. The streets were bustling with people. Su Chen, gripping the longsword, unintentionally exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient warrior, attracting curious glances from passers-by. As someone with social anxiety, these stares made him incredibly uncomfortable, prompting him to quicken his pace, eager to get home. Originally, Su Chen planned to hunt fierce beasts, but a conversation with Li Busan changed his plans. Li Busan informed him that fierce beasts have a heightened sense of danger, far surpassing that of ordinary animals. The crowded daytime environment poses a threat to them, so they rarely appear during the day. Only under the cover of night, when they feel safe, do these beasts come out to hunt, often targeting humans. Of course, the situation is different deep in the wilderness. Before parting, Li Busan offered a suggestion with a smile. If your avatar is strong enough, consider becoming an adventurer and exploring the world. Especially those remote forests, they are teeming with powerful beasts. The bodies of these beasts are incredibly valuable. Killing one could make you millions. These words greatly tempted Su Chen, but he then remembered that his avatar was merely a weak mantis, so feeble that he hadn't even thought of summoning it during a fight with a toothed rat yesterday. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. Back home, there was still some time left in the day. Su Chan turned on his computer and began searching for swordsmanship tutorial videos online. He watched intently and practiced along with the videos. As someone who had never studied martial arts, he started with the basics, such as the correct way to swing a sword to maximize power and conserve energy. The videos covered various sword techniques: chopping, slashing, sweeping, striking, and blocking, each with its own specific attack posture. To Su Chen's surprise, when he followed the demonstrations, his body naturally adjusted to the most comfortable stance. Comparing this with the video, he found that these adjusted stances were, in fact, the most standard and perfect ones. Wow, it looks like I have an innate talent for swordsmanship, Su Chen marveled, feeling a surge of excitement. He realized that the combat experience from the game could be applied in real life, and the combat skills practiced in reality could be transferred back into the game. Although he couldn't log into the game today, practicing swordsmanship to enhance his combat abilities would undoubtedly benefit him when he re-entered the game tomorrow. With this in mind, Su Chen trained even more diligently. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Su Chen yawned and ended his training. Feeling sore all over, he ordered some takeout and then stepped into the shower, letting the warm water wash over him. The soothing warmth instantly enveloped him, washing away the day's fatigue. After his shower, the takeout arrived just in time. He ate dinner, brushed his teeth, and quickly fell asleep once he lay down in bed. The next morning at 8, Su Chen woke up from his sleep. He grabbed his phone to check the time and suddenly remembered that his game avatar had revived today, instantly dispelling any remaining drowsiness. He quickly got up, rushed to the bathroom to freshen up, and hurriedly ate breakfast before returning to his room. Woohoo, I can enter the game again. I need to be more cautious today, Su Chen reminded himself, not wanting to experience another inexplicable death. While being an insect avatar sometimes meant avoiding the attention of larger animals, it also meant being vulnerable to unexpected dangers, which was frustrating. With a thought, the mark on the back of his hand glowed, and a menu appeared. Su Chen clicked Login, without hesitation. Darkness enveloped him instantly. With a swish, a prompt appeared. You have logged into the classic of mountains and seas world. The scene before him changed abruptly, and a familiar ancient forest came into view. Su Chen took a deep breath, savoring the familiar air, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to get his bearings, the ground suddenly split open, and a monstrous maw emerged, lunging at Su Chen with terrifying speed. As soon as Su Chen logged in, he was ambushed unexpectedly. His eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized the assailant. It was the worm monster he had previously killed. With quick reflexes, Su Chen stepped back swiftly, dodging the worm monster's attack. In the next moment, Su Chen's eyes gleamed sharply. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed forward without hesitation. Yesterday's training instinctively guided him into a perfect attack stance, utilizing the mantis form to unleash power far beyond his human form. With a splatter, brownish blood sprayed everywhere. The worm monster didn't even have time to retreat underground before it was cleaved in two. Su Chen, expressionless, continued to hack at the monster until its body was reduced to unrecognizable pieces. This time, you won't get another chance to ambush me, Su Chen sneered. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a strange glint in the remains of the worm monster. A system notification popped up. You have obtained the material, sandworm pearl. Well, that's a pleasant surprise, Su Chen remarked, raising an eyebrow and then smiling. Although the sandworm pearl wasn't immediately useful to him, it could be traded at the night market for something more suitable. Su Chen reached out to touch the worm monster's remains and activated his force digestion skill. Notifications of evolution points acquired began to appear. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. You have gained 0.1 evolution points. In total, Su Chen gained 0.8 evolution points, bringing his total to a neat 11. After pulling out a map from his backpack to confirm his direction, Su Chen was about to leave when he suddenly heard a noise above him. He looked up warily and saw a squirrel perched on a branch, curiously observing him. Seeing that the squirrel posed no threat, Su Chen relaxed and asked, "Hello, is there something you need?" Hello, Mr. Mantis," the squirrel, seemingly shy, responded timidly after hearing Su Chen's voice. "I saw you took out a map earlier. Is it the one leading to the spirit tribe?" "Yes," Su Chen confirmed, already guessing what the squirrel might be getting at, since the map indicated the presence of squirrels, likely familiar with the spirit tribe. "Are you heading to the spirit tribe then?" the squirrel asked. "Yes," Su Chen replied, a hint of curiosity in his expression, sensing that the squirrel had a request. The squirrel scratched its face with its tiny paw, hesitantly asking, "My name is Pinecone. I have a favor to ask of you." Quickly, it added, "Don't worry, I won't let you help for free. I can offer you a reward." "A reward?" A surge of excitement welled up within Su Chen. He hadn't expected that not only did he gain materials right after logging in, but an opportunity had also presented itself. "Is today my lucky day?" Su Chen chuckled softly to himself and then asked the squirrel, What's the matter? A hint of worry flashed in Pinecone's eyes as he spoke slowly. It's about my child. 7 days ago, it left for the spirit tribe to learn combat skills, saying it wanted to protect me. But 7 days have passed and there's been no news, no sign of it. I'm really worried. Pinecone paused before continuing. If you go to the spirit tribe and see my child, please tell it that its mother misses it very much. My child's name is Songzi, and it looks quite similar to me. Chen carefully observed Pinecone, memorizing its features. He solemnly promised, got it. When I reach the spirit tribe, I'll definitely help you find your child. Gratitude spread across Pinecone's face. Thank you, Mr. Mantis. You really are a good insect. A wry smile touched Chen's lips, thinking the compliment was a bit excessive. Pinecone then asked, Mr. Mantis, I don't even know your name yet. Just call me Ching. Chen replied simply. Mr. Ching, please wait a moment, Pinecone said, quickly scurrying back into its tree hole to search for something. Moments later, it emerged holding a pinecone. Mr. Ching, this is my reward for you. Please accept it. Chen took the pinecone and sensed it, realizing it was just an ordinary pinecone, not the opportunity he had hoped for. He thought to himself that maybe the opportunity lay with Songzi. He nodded in thanks and placed the pinecone into his backpack before bidding Pinecone farewell. On his way to the spirit tribe, Chen opened his backpack to check the pinecone's information, his eyes widening in surprise. The system displayed. Centenary pinecone. Description. A pinecone that occasionally forms on a 100-year-old pine tree. Consuming it restores depleted energy. Not bad. It might not be the opportunity one was looking for, but it's still quite useful. It'll come in handy during battles, Chen thought with delight. Closing the backpack interface, Chen focused on his journey. Along the way, he encountered several foragers, each encounter posing a potential danger rather than an opportunity. He witnessed fierce battles between large wild animals and narrowly avoided being deafened by the roars of a saber-toothed tiger and a giant python fighting. These experiences made Chen both awed by the ferocity of large animals and cautious enough to take detours. During his travels, Chen also faced some insect enemies. He didn't miss any chance to hone his combat skills, engaging in battles whenever he encountered them. In the dense forest underbrush, Chen, cloaked in a green aura, activated his wind riding ability. This state allowed him to sense the flow of the wind, using it to increase his speed and make all his movements more agile. At that moment, he confronted a colorful caterpillar covered in sharp bristles. The caterpillar spat a stream of purple venom, capable of easily corroding grass. Utilizing the wind riding ability, Chen dodged effortlessly, then with a swift movement of his hind wings, he surged forward in a flash of green light. With a slashing sound, the caterpillar's body was severed, falling lifeless to the ground. Standing still, Chen reflected on the battle, gaining new insights. He deeply appreciated the power of the wind riding ability, which not only boosted his speed but also enhanced his agility and attack speed. With the help of the wind, all his actions were quicker, whether attacking, dodging, or advancing. The abilities in this game aren't like fixed skills in ordinary games. They can be continuously developed, Chen realized. Unfortunately, he could only further develop the wind riding ability, while the passive iron skin ability couldn't be enhanced further. After a brief rest to recover his energy, Chen approached the caterpillar's corpse to absorb it. Soon, the body shriveled, leaving behind a piece of insect skin with a noticeable bulge. Chen's eyes lit up. Materials? He swung his right blade to cut open the skin, revealing a purple thread inside. The system prompt appeared. You have obtained a material, poison tendon. Poison tendon. A tendon found in poisonous creatures, containing potent toxins. It has various uses. Haha, today is definitely my lucky day. Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the newly acquired material introduction in his hand. Venom tendon, a rare material not found in every enemy's body, was indeed a fortunate find. He carefully examined the material's properties, and his eyes lit up. It had a 72 compatibility with his internal organs. Although it wasn't as high as the wind leaf he had before, this value was quite impressive and could potentially bring about a new ability. However, Chen didn't immediately choose to enhance himself. As a mantis, abilities related to venom didn't seem quite fitting. He decided to hold on to the material for now and make a decision when he reached the Lingren tribe. Recalling the equipment Lin used in battle, Chen speculated that the Lingren tribe was likely similar to regular intelligent being tribes, possibly having blacksmiths to forge equipment. These materials might be exchanged for something useful there. Having made up his mind, Chen continued on his journey. After running for over 3 hours straight, he was nearing his destination. Another 15 minutes of travel brought a high mound into view. Chen let out a sigh of relief, checked his map and whispered, finally here. He took out a whistle and blew it, waiting patiently. Soon, a large stone in the mound was moved aside, revealing a dark entrance. A small person, similar in appearance to Lin, peeked out and cautiously sized up Su-chan. Never seen a mantis like you before. Were you the one blowing the whistle? The small person asked. Yes, Su-chan replied, showing the whistle. The small person relaxed a bit at the sight and said, if you have the whistle, it's fine. Come on up. I'll take you to the tribe. Curious, Su-chan asked, huh? Isn't your tribe here? The small person chuckled and explained, of course not. This is the surface. It's too dangerous. For safety, our tribe is located deep underground. This is just an entrance. The actual tribe is still some distance away. Su-chan leaped onto the entrance, facing the dark passageway leading underground. He turned to the little man beside him and said, thank you. The little man waved it off with a relaxed expression. No need to thank me. It's my job. He stepped into the cave, motioning for Su-chan to follow. He then pressed a protruding stone nearby. With a dull rumble, the stone door slowly closed, cutting off all external light. Darkness enveloped them, but the little man skillfully pulled out a blue-green plant stem from his waist pouch and gently rubbed it against the wall. In an instant, a stream of blue-green luminescence flowed out, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Su-chan's eyes widened in surprise. What is that? The little man explained as they walked. It's part of a qingguang mushroom. It produces light when rubbed. Is this your first time seeing one? Su-chan nodded, his eyes shining with curiosity. The little man chuckled. Then it must be your first time visiting our Lingren tribe, right? Haha, you're in for a treat. Why do you say that? Su-chan couldn't help but ask. A mysterious smile appeared on the little man's face. You'll see soon enough. With that, he focused on leading the way, the passageway sloping steeply downwards. As he led the way, the little man cautioned, you'd better stay close. Up ahead, the passage splits into many directions, and it's easy to get lost if you're not careful. Su-chan nodded in understanding, sticking close behind him. Soon, the passageway ended, or rather, they reached the underground. The sight before Su-chan took his breath away. The previously dim surroundings were replaced by a vibrant underground world. The intersecting tunnels were lined with mushrooms and wild grasses emitting different glows, while the walls and ceiling were studded with crystals of various colors. The space resembled a rainbow city, with multicolored lights creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Wow! Su-chan exclaimed involuntarily. The little man grinned proudly. Beautiful, isn't it? Su-chan snapped out of his daze and sincerely praised. It's indeed beautiful. Is this naturally formed? The little man shook his head. Of course not. We Lingren cultivated all of this. The crystals were already here, though. They aren't worth much. Many insects find this place pretty when they visit, but this is nothing compared to our tribe. You'll see. We have many impressive creations. Su-chan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I can't wait. The little man beckoned. Follow me. As they walked, Su-chan was captivated by the surroundings. He pointed to some mushrooms along the path and asked, can I pick these mushrooms? Sure, just don't take too many. The little man responded cheerfully. Don't worry, I won't. Su-chan promised, eagerly starting to collect them. Although these mushrooms seemed useless to the little man, Su-chan thought they might be valuable to humans. Even if not, they would make great decorations. This collecting reminded him of his past experiences in open-world games, where he enjoyed gathering items. The satisfaction of collecting surged within him again. While following the little man, Su-chan continued to collect the plants along the way. System notifications echoed in his mind. You have picked qingguang mushroom. You have picked ziguang mushroom. You have picked nightglow grass. You have picked a broken longsword. The last notification made Su-chan pause. Seems like I picked up something unexpected. He quickly opened his inventory to check. Broken longsword, a damaged piece of equipment once belonging to a master swordsman of the Lingren tribe. Unfortunately, it has been worn down by time. An equipment piece, though it's damaged, Su-chan thought in surprise. He was quite familiar with equipment, having frequently read forums. In the game Shanhaijing, equipment wasn't worn by avatars, but used as materials for enhancement and evolution. Many bloodline charts even required equipment. As enhancement and evolution materials, equipment yielded exceptional results. For instance, using a sword as a material for enhancement could grant related abilities, and even a chance for special talents. The attribute boosts were significant. However, not all equipment could be used. Ordinary equipment might not grant abilities, let alone talents. Only ancient and precious equipment can be used as enhancement materials, or perhaps relics of a once powerful warrior. The broken long blade in Su-chan's hand was just that. It had belonged to a master of swordsmanship. Although damaged, it was still a rare find. Su-chan carefully placed the long blade into his backpack, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, maybe one day he could repair this blade, and that would be a real boon. This unexpected delight made him resolve to be even more meticulous in his future searches along the roadside. Who knows, there might be other valuable materials waiting to be discovered. With this in mind, Su Chen instinctively activated his forager's talent, beginning to sense his surroundings. This sensing made his breath quicken. From all directions, he could feel things that his body craved. Although some directions also made him feel a bit uneasy, it was enough to make Su Chen ecstatic. Could there really be so many opportunities hidden in these underground passages? Su Chen's heart burned with excitement. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, he might have turned around immediately to explore. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, carefully noted the directions of these opportunities, and planned to explore them one by one when he had the time. As he continued forward, Su Chen didn't forget to pick up items along the roadside. Unfortunately, aside from some ordinary plants, he didn't find anything as precious as the broken long blade. Just as he picked up a luminescent mushroom, the small figure ahead suddenly spoke. "Hurry up, we're here." Su Chen immediately looked up and saw an archway in the distance, with two spirit guards standing outside. Had they finally arrived? His heart was filled with anticipation. Through the archway, Su Chen saw the scene of the spirit tribe. Enormous, sturdy ancient trees stood tall in the underground space, resembling elven tree houses. Numerous hollows had been carved into the trunks, forming exquisite dwellings adorned with various plants, creating a breathtaking sight. Bridges connected the trees, forming layered staircases. Below the trees was a wide avenue, bustling with various insects, dragonflies, cockroaches, beetles, butterflies. The lively scene was overwhelming. This was no mere tribe. It was practically an underground city. As Su Chen approached the lingering tribe, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He followed a small person closely to the entrance of the tribe. After the guards verified his identity, they allowed him to enter. The small person did not accompany him. It needed to return to its post. Before parting, the small person reminded Su Chen, "Since it's your first time in the Lingren tribe, it's best to buy a map. It's one of our specialties, and every visitor gets one. The reason? You'll understand once you have it. With the map, you can easily find your way around." Su Chen nodded gratefully and inquired about Lin's whereabouts. The small person's smile grew warmer. "Lin? So, he was the one who recommended you. He's a warrior of our tribe and usually stays at the training camp. You can find him there." Thanking the small person again, Su Chen watched it leave before turning to enter the bustling tribe. As the first communal area he encountered in the game, the presence of insects everywhere felt a bit strange, but it also gave Su Chen a sense of realism. The air was filled with the sounds of chattering and vendors calling out. On both sides of the street, insects and small animals set up stalls to sell their goods. Small birds sold insect carcasses, which, despite being bought by other insects, were quite popular due to the food chain dynamics. Butterflies sold nectar, with bees as their main customers. Bees, in turn, sold honey, attracting butterflies and squirrels. Everything is bartered here? Su Chen was surprised to find there was no specific currency, only exchanges. This made him a bit anxious since, apart from 2 sandworm beads and some venomous tendons, he didn't have anything valuable. "I should look for a place selling maps first." Su Chen continued walking and soon found a lingering shop displaying various items, including equipment and ointments. "Mr. Mantis, what do you need?" The female clerk behind the counter greeted him warmly. Su Chen asked about maps, and the lingering woman immediately took out a green leaf scroll from the cabinet. Su Chen opened it and discovered the map was indeed made of leaves, but they had been specially treated to feel like animal hide. At the center of the map was the lingering tribe, surrounded by a complex network of routes. As Su Chen examined the routes closely, his pupils dilated, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He finally understood why the map was a specialty. It was a treasure. With the lingering tribe at its center, the map depicted a dense network of underground tunnels leading to every corner of the forest. At each location, there were entrances and exits set up by the lingering tribe. This meant that having the map was like having a ticket to safely traverse the underground. Su Chen could travel to any part of the forest with minimal danger. This realization was why he was so astounded. Noticing the unusual expression on Su Chen's face, the lingering woman smiled confidently. "Surprised, aren't you?" The female spirit's face lit up with a proud smile. "This is a treasure that our spirit tribe painstakingly mapped out in the forest of 10,000 insects over countless years." She gently caressed the exquisite map on the table and continued. "It is because of this map that our tribe is highly regarded among many insects in the forest. Many people wish to come to our spirit tribe, but without the guiding whistle, no one can reach here." Su Chen nodded in realization. He understood that the whistle Lin had given him was the so-called guiding whistle. He shook his head, trying to suppress his astonishment, and asked, "How much does this map cost?" A sly glint appeared in the female spirit's eyes as she responded, "That depends on what you're willing to trade for it." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, showing a puzzled expression. The female spirit explained, "We have 2 ways of trading here, bartering and using spirit coins." "I know about bartering," Su Chen said, "but what are spirit coins?" Instead of answering directly, She pointed outside the shop. Look over there. Following her finger, Su Chen saw a towering structure in the center of the spirit tribe, resembling a massive, lush ancient tree. What is that? Su Chen asked, curiosity flashing in his eyes. The female spirit explained, that is the treasure of our spirit tribe. Anyone who comes to our tribe can enter and battle the enemies inside. Each time you clear a level, you receive generous rewards, including spirit coins, which are the common currency in our tribe. You can use spirit coins to buy anything in the shops run by spirits. She looked Su Chen up and down and added, you seem quite strong. You should give it a try. You might be pleasantly surprised. I see. Su Chen mused. I'll give it a try. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, but isn't it risky to leave such a treasure out in the open? Aren't you afraid someone might steal it? The female spirit gave him a look that said, how could you ask such a silly question? Realizing his mistake, Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. He understood that the spirit tribe must have strong defenses if they were confident enough to display such a treasure openly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he rubbed his nose, opened his backpack, and took out a sandworm pearl. I don't have any spirit coins, so I'll have to barter. Will this do? The sandworm pearl in Su Chen's hand glimmered faintly. This material was quite useful in forging protective goggles. However, the maid immediately recognized its value and shook her head gently. Unfortunately, one sandworm pearl is far from enough, she said with a hint of regret in her voice. Reluctantly, Su Chen pulled out another pearl from his backpack, hoping to sway her. The maid shook her head again, her tone firm. Mr. Mantis, you should understand the value of the map. 2 sandworm pearls are still insufficient for the trade. With no other options, Su Chen produced the recently acquired venomous tendon. How about adding this? He said, feeling a pang of pain, fully aware of the map's worth. The maid's reaction was unexpected. She widened her eyes in surprise and quickly put on gloves to carefully inspect the venomous tendon. I didn't expect you to have such a rare material, she murmured. Su Chen asked, curious, is this very valuable? Not exactly valuable, but certainly rare, the maid explained. It forms within venomous creatures, which is already a low probability. Most beings avoid venomous creatures, making it even rarer. However, the venomous tendon's value is indeed high. It can be used to craft a bow that shoots highly toxic arrows. She paused. Are you sure you want to trade this? This material alone is sufficient. Without hesitation, Su Chen nodded. Let's trade with the venomous tendon then. To him, it was of no use, and he preferred to keep the 2 sandworm pearls. The maid accepted the venomous tendon immediately and asked if Su Chen needed anything else. Although Su Chen wanted to say yes, a glance at his meager backpack made him reluctantly admit he had nothing more. Before he left, the maid kindly reminded him, Sir, if you plan to stay in the tribe, please take good care of your belongings. Recently, some unidentified creatures have infiltrated the tribe, and thefts have occurred. Although we're investigating, accidents are inevitable. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful, Su Chen nodded solemnly. After leaving the shop, Su Chen unfolded the map for a closer look. What appeared before him was a detailed layout of the spirit tribe, its vastness leaving him in awe. Calling this a tribe, it's practically a city, he murmured to himself. The map clearly marked different functional zones such as trade and residential areas, as well as restricted and open regions. Some places were marked with buildings indicating transactions could be made with spirit coins. Spirit coins? I'll check that out later, Su Chen noted mentally. For now, let's head to the training camp. He quickly located the training camp on the map, which wasn't far from the tower. This way, he could look for Lin and also inquire about Pine Nut. Following the map's guidance, Su Chen arrived outside the spirit tribe's training camp. Tall stone walls surrounded it, resembling a military fort. Strict guards manned the entrance, and the sounds of training and clashing weapons echoed from within. Peering through the gate, Su Chen saw spirit beings wielding various weapons engaged in intense combat. To his surprise, some could unleash slashes resembling sword energy. Though most could only maintain it briefly, the power was astonishing. This extraordinary ability sparked Su Chen's interest, but he understood such power must be closely guarded. As he approached the training camp, he was immediately stopped by the guards at the entrance. Su Chen inquired if Lin was there. The guard thought for a moment and asked, You must be Qing, right? Yes, that's me, Su Chen nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The guard scratched his head and apologized, Sorry, you came at a bad time. Lin was just sent on a mission and left not long ago. Although a bit disappointed, Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. It's all right. I'll come back another time if he's not here. Just as he was about to leave, the guard quickly stopped him and pulled out a metal box from his pocket. Don't rush off yet. I haven't finished. Lin left this with me for safekeeping before he left. He knew you might come, so he asked me to pass this on to you. He said it's a token of appreciation and hopes it will be useful. Thanks. Su Chen took the iron box Lin handed over without surprise. He remembered Lin mentioning a reward before. Carefully, he stored the box away, deciding to open it in a quiet place later. After leaving the military camp, Chen noticed Lin was no longer around. He had to temporarily put aside his plan to find Xiao Songzi and first look for a place to gather information. As he walked, he studied the map in his hand intently, not paying attention to the approaching figure. Bang! With a dull thud, Chen unexpectedly collided with something. It felt like hitting a sharp blade, sending a wave of pain through his body. He looked up in pain, his pupils contracting sharply. In front of him was a mantis, entirely pink, elegant in form but covered in sharp barbs. It looked remarkably like an orchid mantis from Earth, beautiful yet dangerous. Chen noticed a burning intensity in its eyes, clearly not an ordinary NPC. "Are you all right, handsome?" the mantis asked in a raspy voice, with a distinct tone of flirtation. Alarm bells rang in Chen's mind, and he instinctively took a step back. However, the pink mantis did not relent. "It's my first time seeing such a good-looking male mantis," it said, staring directly at Chen. "My name is Lanhua. What's yours?" My name is Qing," Chen responded reflexively, taking another step back. "Qing? What a lovely name," Lanhua said, slowly moving closer, releasing a strong pheromone scent. "I live nearby and would like to invite you to come with me. Would you be interested?" Chen found this absurd. This insect was way too forward. No pleasantries, just straight to taking someone home? He knew that female mantises had a habit of eating their mates. The thought made him shiver, and he quickly shook his head to refuse. Sorry, I have no intention of going, and I have other things to attend to. Goodbye." With that, Chen practically fled the scene. Lan Hua watched Chen leave, a meaningful smile playing on its lips. It licked its lips gently and murmured, "So handsome. Such a beautiful shell. Must taste wonderful too. But no worries, I've memorized your scent." On the bustling street, Chen observed the passing insects as he walked resolutely towards a tavern run by the spirits. He looked up at the cup sign hanging at the entrance, wondering if it was indeed a tavern. Although he wasn't sure if insects enjoy drinking as much as humans did, he decided to find out. After all, crowded places were ideal for gathering information, and he had promised to help find Songzi. Whether for the opportunity or to keep his promise, he had to give it his all. Taking a deep breath, Chen pushed the door open. The rush of heat and noise made him frown slightly. Looking around, he saw wooden tables and chairs filled with various spirits, insects, and small animals. Spirit waiters bustled about, carrying trays laden with fine drinks and food, though those dark, strange-looking items didn't appeal much to Chen. He quickly spotted the bar and made his way over. Behind the bar stood a flamboyantly dressed female spirit, a honey stick in her mouth, skillfully mixing various drinks. Noticing Chen's approach, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she spoke. "Quite the handsome mantis, but a bit unfamiliar. First time in the spirit tribe?" Chen asked in surprise. "Why do you find me unfamiliar? Have you seen every insect here?" The bartender chuckled and replied, "Every insect asks me that. Yes, I've seen every insect that comes to the tribe. Maybe I don't know them all well, but I at least remember their faces." "Really?" Chen's eyes lit up. "Do you know a squirrel named Songzi? I met its mother on my way here, and she asked me to find it." The bartender didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pushed a glass of green liquid towards Chen and asked, "Just made this. Want a drink?" Chen hesitated and asked, "Does it cost money?" The bartender laughed and retorted, "Haha, what do you think? All right, I suppose it does." Chen sighed, pulling a sandworm pearl from his backpack. "I don't have much of value. Just this. Is it enough?" He downed the drink in one gulp. To his surprise, it tasted like beer, and even more astonishing, a display appeared in front of him. "You have consumed a spirit's secret medicinal wine. All attributes temporarily 1, lasts for 1 hour. Wow, this drink has such an effect?" Chen was amazed. The bartender pointed to the surrounding patrons and explained, "Why do you think we have so many customers?" She then examined the sandworm pearl closely and nodded. "A sandworm pearl, good quality. It's enough to cover the cost of the drink." Finally, she addressed Chen's main concern. "As for news about Songzi, you're a bit late. It left yesterday with some tribe warriors on a mission. They'll be back in a few days." Chen nodded thoughtfully, calculating in his mind. Another mission, perhaps related to Lin? He shook his head slightly, setting the thought aside for now. Since the person wasn't present, he could only wait patiently. As for the long-awaited opportunity, it seemed he would have to wait for the right moment. He gently placed the cup down and bid farewell to the bartender. "In that case, I'll come back another day." The bartender smiled faintly, a hint of approval in his eyes. "See you another time then. By the way, although you're new here, you're obviously smarter than most bugs, knowing to come here for information. If you have more questions next time, you can come to me, but don't forget to bring something valuable." "I will," Chen said with a smile, waving as he turned and left the tavern. He glanced at the bustling crowd of insects outside, found a quiet corner, and logged off. This virtual journey had lasted longer than he realized, and in the real world, it was now noon, with his stomach starting to protest. Back in reality, Chen opened his game inventory before preparing lunch and found the iron box he received from the training camp guard. This was Lin's reward, the contents a mystery. Curiosity flashed in Chen's eyes as he clicked to open it. A system prompt appeared. You have obtained a treasure, insect blood. Insect blood, a rare insect treasure. Formed naturally in areas rich with insect aura, it greatly enhances the abilities of insects. Chen was both surprised and delighted, exclaiming, a treasure. He hadn't expected Lin to be so generous. This treasure was perfect for him, specifically for insects, and likely more valuable than spirit core liquid. After all, one was just the liquid from a spirit fruit core, while the other was a naturally formed treasure, clearly on a different level. This treasure couldn't have come at a better time. It should give my strength a significant boost. This way, I'll be more confident in hunting fierce beasts tonight. Chen muttered to himself, a smile creeping onto his face. Without hesitation, Chen consumed the celestial treasure. The emerald liquid, resembling real insect blood, burned as it flowed down his throat. As it entered his body, the burning sensation intensified, spreading through his abdomen like a wildfire, then quickly coursing through his veins and meridians to his entire body. The intense pain caused Chen to frown, but at the same time, he could clearly feel his strength increasing rapidly. As the burning sensation subsided, Chen slowly opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, instinctively feeling the changes in his body. A powerful force surged within him, as if it was ready to break through his skin at any moment. Chen couldn't help but grin, his excitement palpable. He threw a punch, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. With a thought, Chen checked his attribute panel. Physique, 9.30.8. Strength, 9.70.8. Speed, 9.91.9. Spirit, 9.20.1. Seeing the refreshed stats, Chen's eyes widened despite having anticipated the improvements. Each attribute had increased by more than a point on average, a boost that filled him with joy. No wonder the insect-exclusive treasure was so effective. Its impact was indeed astonishing. Chen calculated silently. With his current strength, combined with his wind-riding ability and the newly acquired weapon, he was confident he could instantly kill a sawtooth rat if he encountered one again. The thought brought an irrepressible smile to his face. It took a while for Chen to calm down and start familiarizing himself with the newfound power. Just then, a growling sound from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. He touched his belly, noting that he was hungrier than before, likely due to his increased strength. He hurried to the kitchen and prepared a hearty lunch. After eating his fill, Chen let out a loud burp and realized it was already afternoon. Sitting at the dining table, Chen picked up his phone and opened the forum. His recent experiences in the Lingren tribe had piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to find more information. He hoped to gain a deeper understanding of the insect forest to prepare for his next exploration. Additionally, he wanted to pinpoint the exact location of the insect forest in the Shanghai Jing game. However, the search results left Chen stunned. There were no posts about the insect forest or the Lingren tribe on the forum. This discovery left him deep in thought. Soon, Chen had an epiphany. The map of the Shanghai Jing game was likely far more expansive than he had imagined. Judging by the scale of the insect forest alone, the entire game world must be vast and boundless. With nearly 10,000 players scattered across such a large world, it was no wonder he couldn't find any relevant information. More importantly, the Lingren tribe was inhabited by tiny people, with Lingren being the size of insects. According to the forum, players who had transformed into insects were rare, and most players took on the forms of ordinary animals, making it difficult for them to encounter or learn about the Lingren tribe. Understanding this, Chen couldn't help but smile with delight. This was undoubtedly good news for him. The lack of competition from other players meant that the entire insect forest would be his exclusive treasure trove to explore freely. Having confirmed his suspicions, Chen quickly cleaned up the dining table and returned to his room. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness drift back into the game world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the deserted alley of the Lingren tribe. A new adventure was about to begin. Listening to the commotion outside the alley, Chen's lips curved into a smile of anticipation. He stepped out of the narrow passage and headed toward the Spirit Tower. As the landmark of the Ling tribe, the Spirit Tower stood tall, piercing the sky, and was particularly striking in the underground world. Chen soon arrived in front of the Spirit Tower. Up close, the tower was even more magnificent than he had imagined. It resembled an ancient giant tree, with roots deeply embedded in the ground and branches reaching up to the sky, as if supporting the entire underground world's dome. A crowd bustled in front of the tower, with various insects and small animals coming and going, evidently challengers to the Spirit Tower. As a newcomer, Su Chen didn't rush in. Instead, he observed quietly from the outside, hoping to gather some useful information. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from not far away, "Look, the top 100 rankings have changed." The voice was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up reactions among the surrounding insects. They showed expressions of shock and hurriedly moved in one direction. What? Another insect made it into the top 100? Let me see who's so brave. Oh my, it's a rhinoceros beetle. He's reached the 30th level. The surrounding chatter grew louder. One insect recalled, "A rhinoceros beetle? I think I've seen him before." That thick, long horn left a deep impression. If it's him, making it into the top 100 is indeed possible. Another insect added, "I remember the 100th place used to be a large moth. It only squeezed into the top 100 last week. I didn't expect it to be pushed out after just one reward." "So envious," a small insect sighed. "Another one in the top 100. They get extra spirit coins every week. I wonder how many treats that could buy. If I had that kind of strength, I'd want to be on the list too." Standing at the back of the crowd, Su Chen fluttered his wings and gently leaped up to get a better view. He then noticed that the wall of the spirit tower had a massive leaderboard carved into it, listing 100 names. Whenever his gaze fell on a name, the image of that insect would automatically appear in his mind. Since the insects in front blocked his view, Su Chen could only make out the last and first names on the list. The last name was the newly entered rhinoceros beetle, and the first was a golden butterfly? Su Chen muttered to himself, recalling the image he had just glimpsed of the top-ranked insect. It was a figure dancing gracefully in midair, bathed in golden light, like a blazing sun in the sky, radiating a divine and transcendent aura. Although it was just a fleeting impression, it left a deep mark. Su Chen murmured to himself, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. The image of that extraordinary being lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but secretly hope to one day reach such a level. Shaking his head, Su Chen focused his attention on the towering spirit tower before him. The brief snippets of information he just heard were enough to provide crucial insights. The top 100 on the Spirit Tower leaderboard would receive rewards. Currently, the 100th place required reaching the 30th floor, while the first place had climbed to an impressive 87 floors. Each being had only one challenge opportunity per week, causing Su Chen to hesitate momentarily. Should he start climbing the tower now, or first explore the underground passages to find materials to strengthen himself? Su Chen furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons. Suddenly, he glanced at the date and his eyes lit up. Today was the weekend, meaning if he challenged the tower today, he could try again tomorrow. With his decision made, Su Chen stepped towards the entrance of the spirit tower. Just then, a figure emerged from the tower with a swift motion. It was a large rhinoceros beetle, its entire body covered in a gleaming black exoskeleton, with a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. Su Chen curiously observed this powerful being who had just made it to the top 100. The beetle indeed exuded a formidable aura, its shiny black shell a testament to its strong defense. However, when it sensed the admiring gazes of the surrounding insects, its previously cold expression crumbled, and it instinctively puffed out its chest and put on a goofy smile. Su Chen silently estimated the difference in their strengths, sighing inwardly. It seemed unlikely that he could reach the 30th floor. Although he considered himself quite strong among insects, there was still a significant gap between him and the beetle. If the beetle could only reach the 30th floor, he estimated that his limit would be around the 20th floor. Never mind, let's just go in and see. Su Chen took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and stepped into the golden glowing entrance. This scene sparked a buzz among the surrounding insects. Look, another one is entering the tower. It's a mantis, so cool. I wonder how strong it is. A black mantis, I've never seen one before. I really like it. Hey, I'm asking about its strength. Why are you all talking about its appearance? What's so great about being all black? Haha, it's definitely better than you, Toad. I may be ugly, but I'm definitely stronger than the mantis. You're an amphibian? How dare you compare yourself to insects? I despise you. Under the disdainful gazes of the female insects, the toad's eyes turned red. Su Chen never expected that there would be fanatics among insects, nor did he anticipate making a toad cry because of him. After a wave of dizziness, Su Chen's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, circular hall. The walls were sealed, and in the center was a hexagonal magic formation. So this is the inside of the spirit tower? Quite grand. Su Chen looked around and wondered aloud. Where are the enemies? Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of white light appeared before him. As the light faded, the figure of a black ant emerged. The ant let out a hiss and charged at Su Chen. An ant? Bring it on. Su Chen reacted swiftly. Without even activating his wind-riding ability, he took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between him and the ant. His dual blade swung, and a sharp, crescent-like light sliced through the air. With a splatter, the ant was cut in half, falling to the mantis's blades. Unlike his initial struggles in the game, Chen now found dealing with an ant to be a breeze. The ant's body disintegrated into light particles, and the central hexagonal magic formation began to glow with a green light, indicating the passage to the second floor. However, Chen didn't proceed immediately. Instead, he focused on a blue coin that had appeared out of thin air before him. Chen reached out and took the coin, immediately receiving a system notification. You have obtained 1 spirit coin. So this is a spirit coin? Chen's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he opened his inventory to check the description of the spirit coin. Spirit coins, formed from pure spiritual energy, are unique currency produced by the spirit tower within the spirit tribe. For the spirit tribe, these coins are not only the standard currency but also essential for awakening their powers. A gleam flashed in Chen's eyes as he recalled witnessing the extraordinary power of the spirit tribe's awakening during his time at the training grounds. He had once fantasized about learning this ability from the spirit tribe, but now he realized it wasn't that simple. This also explained why spirit coins were widely circulated within the spirit tribe. For them, these coins were invaluable resources. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he murmured to himself, "Good. This means the purchasing power of spirit coins won't be low. If I can gather more, I might be able to exchange them for precious materials in the spirit tribe." His thoughts drifted to the treasures of the spirit tribe. As a sizable tribe that had also tapped into underground resources, they surely had plenty of valuable items. Take the insect blood Lin had given him, for instance useless to the spirit tribe, but highly effective for insects. There must be more similar treasures within the tribe. Earn more spirit coins, and then go on a shopping spree. The spirit tribe won't be stingy, Chen calculated silently. Closing the backpack interface, Chen stepped towards the magic circle, ready to move to the next level. A wave of dizziness hit him, and in the next moment, he found himself on the second level. The familiar light flashed again, but this time there were 3 beams. As the light faded, the silhouettes of 3 black ants appeared. The moment they saw Chen, they charged at him. Bring it on. Chen, unafraid, raised his front limb and met the ants' hedon with his blade. With his current strength, these ants posed no threat. A few swift strikes later, the 3 ants were easily slain. 2 spirit coins appeared before him. Chen took the coins, deep in thought. The first level had 1 coin. The second had 2, so wouldn't the third level have 3? With this in mind, he promptly stepped into the third level. As expected, the enemies were still black ants, but now there were 5. They were still no match for Chen, who swiftly dispatched them and received 3 spirit coins. It seems that even if I only reach the 20th level, I'll still gather a good amount of spirit coins, Chen mused with a smile. Taking a deep breath, he continued his challenge. The 4th level featured 7 black ants, but Chen effortlessly dealt with them, earning 4 spirit coins. On the 5th level, the number of ants increased to 10. Despite their numbers, Chen could take them down with a single strike each, clearing the level unscathed. From the 6th to the 9th level, the enemies remained black ants, with increasing numbers each level. Chen breezed through these levels until he reached the 10th, where the enemies finally changed. As the light of the 10th level faded and Chen saw his new opponent, a flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes. He eagerly said, "Finally, an interesting enemy." The enemy on the 10th level was a spider, covered in black fur except for its 6 snowy white legs. Its 6 crimson eyes on the front glowed with a bloodthirsty light, sending chills down one's spine. This small spider was about 40 centimeters long, roughly twice the size of Chen, but it didn't instill fear in him. Instead, it ignited his excitement. As soon as the spider appeared, it opened its mouth and shot out white webs like arrows towards Chen. He swiftly dodged, and the webs hit the ground, transforming into a large net. Seeing its attack miss, the spider let out a screech and swiftly lunged at Chen. A breeze brushed past, and Chen entered a state of riding the wind. He focused intently on the spider's movements, as if time had slowed down. The spider raised its forelegs like spears to stab at him, but Chen twisted his body to evade and simultaneously swung his dual blades. The blades flashed like lightning, severing one of the spider's white legs, causing yellow liquid to spray out. The spider screeched in pain, stumbling. Seizing the opportunity, Chen sidestepped to the spider's right side and swung his blades again. With a couple of swift slashes, 2 more legs were cut off. The spider, now deprived of half its legs, crashed to the ground, struggling to get up. It spat webs at Chen, attempting to bind him. But in his wind state, Chen easily dodged and circled to the other side, swinging his mantis blades to sever the remaining 3 legs. Tisk, although it's tougher than an ant, it's still too weak, Chen remarked, looking at the spider that lay helpless like meat on a chopping board. He sighed lightly before decisively ending its life with a final swing of his blade. As the spider's body dissipated in a flash of light, the reward for the 10th level appeared before Su Chen. 10 spirit coins and an unexpected option: materials, treasures, or more spirit coins. Is this the spirit tower's extra reward? Su Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had heard rumors of additional rewards besides spirit coins in the spirit tower, but he didn't expect to encounter one as early as the 10th level. After some thought, Su Chen chose materials. Instantly, a blue stone covered in vein-like patterns appeared before him. You have obtained the material, Thunderstrike Stone. Thunderstrike Stone, a material that naturally contains spiritual energy, undergoes a rare transformation when struck by special lightning, and contains a trace of thunder's power. A stone imbued with the power of thunder? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he took the stone. This is a great find. Su Chen, an online fiction writer, stood on a certain level of the spirit tower, clutching a thunderstrike stone that flickered with faint electric sparks. His professional instincts told him that any material related to thunder was not to be underestimated. Even at a basic level, it was top tier. I wonder if this can be used to enhance myself, Su Chen muttered to himself as he opened his interface to check. When he selected his head and clicked the enhance option, a prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to use the material. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Can I really enhance myself here? His heart raced. This meant he could continuously strengthen himself with the materials he obtained and challenge higher levels. Originally, he thought he could only reach the 20th level, but now, the 30th level seemed within reach. With excitement, Su Chen quickly checked the compatibility of the Thunderstrike Stone with his unenhanced body parts. The results surprised him. 27 for the head, 52 for the chest, and an astonishing 91 for the internal organs. Su Chen took a sharp breath. The compatibility with the internal organs is so high. He recalled the last time he saw such high compatibility was with the wind leaf. Such high numbers undoubtedly meant he would gain a new ability. Without any hesitation, Su Chen chose to enhance his internal organs and infuse the Thunderstrike Stone. If not now, then when? He thought to himself as he clicked the enhance button. A point of evolution was consumed, and a milky white light instantly enveloped Su Chen. The sudden intense pain almost made him cry out, but it quickly passed, replaced by a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if he was being electrocuted. In this strange feeling, Su Chen clearly felt his power growing rapidly. As the light faded, Su Chen's transformed figure was revealed. Standing nearly 30 centimeters taller, his form was more formidable, with a glossy black exoskeleton adorned with blue patterns, looking both mysterious and impressive. Su Chen took a deep breath, but before he could fully appreciate the changes in his body, a notification popped up. Enhancement successful. You have acquired a new ability, Thunder Force. Your power rating has increased. Player Su Chen, transformed into a green mantis, gazed at the newly updated attribute panel before him, a delighted smile spreading across his face. The stats on the panel were exhilarating. Constitution 9.31.4, Strength 9.71.3, Speed 9.92.5, and Spirit 9.20.3. Even more gratifying was the fact that his power rating had risen to Insect King, signifying that Su Chen had become a dominant force among the insect class. The enhancements to various parts of his body were also clearly visible. His head, chest, abdomen, legs, internal organs, hind wings, and exoskeleton had all seen significant improvements. The enhancement of his internal organs was particularly impressive, affecting his entire body and even boosting his mental strength. Su Chen speculated that this might be related to the Thunderstrike Stone, but regardless, the substantial increase in his power was definitely worth celebrating. Su Chen's eyes fell on his newly acquired ability Thunder Force. This ability caused changes in his internal organs, allowing him to gather thunder energy on his body surface, delivering electrifying attacks to his enemies. Eager to test this new power, Su Chen immediately gave it a try. With a swift motion of his dual blades and a thought, blue lightning began to coil around his mantis blades, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. As he swung his blade, lightning flashed, and it seemed as if the air itself was being sliced apart. The power of this strike amazed Su Chen, at least doubling the strength of his previous maximum effort. Further exploration revealed that Thunder Force had even more applications. Similar to his wind riding ability, it could generate a significant amount of lightning to envelop his entire body, stimulating his physical form and temporarily boosting his speed and strength. This effectively granted Su Chen a thunder state buff. More importantly, the lightning-infused attacks not only increased in power, but also had the potential to paralyze his enemies. Brimming with excitement, Su Chen steadied his breathing to calm his racing heart. He decisively moved towards the next level, eager to claim more rewards. Stepping into the teleportation array, his vision blurred, and Su Chen found himself on the 11th floor. As the light faded, a large green mantis, about 17 to 18 centimeters long, appeared before him. Before Su Chen could react, the mantis had already launched its attack, its hind wings propelling it forward in an instant. its dual blades slashing down mercilessly. However, to Su Chen, the attack seemed slow. He effortlessly entered his wind-riding state, quickly locking onto his opponent's movements. With a swift twist of his body, he dodged the strike and countered with a reverse slash. Accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, the green mantis was instantly slain, disintegrating into points of light. Not bad. The enemies on this level aren't particularly strong, Su Chen murmured to himself. In his estimation, this green mantis was only slightly stronger than the spider on the previous level. Considering this trend in strength, Su Chen calculated that he might indeed have a chance to break into the top 100 of the rankings today. Thinking about this, Su Chen felt his fighting spirit surge even more. Just then, a layer of rewards suddenly appeared before him with a swish. However, to his slight disappointment, there were only spiritual coins this time and no other options. Shaking his head, Su Chen thought to himself that it seems he can only choose other rewards every 10 levels. He quickly collected the spiritual coins and, without hesitation, stepped onto the stairs leading to the next level. On the 12th level, a venom-spitting caterpillar came at him. This enemy was quite formidable. The earlier Su Chen might have needed a tough battle, but now he was vastly different. Su Chen instantly entered his wind-riding state, dodging the venomous attack like a phantom, and effortlessly dispatched the enemy within a few breaths. The subsequent journey was a breeze. Su Chen advanced with overwhelming dominance. Before long, he reached the 20th level. Roar. With a deafening roar, the enemy of the 20th level made its appearance. It was a giant centipede nearly a meter long, its scales shimmering like a rainbow but looking extremely poisonous. As soon as it appeared, the centipede spewed purple venom that quickly turned into a poisonous mist. Su Chen remained unfazed, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. His body surface glowed with a green light, with faint blue sparks dancing around. Clearly, he had already entered a dual state of wind riding and thunder power. With these two abilities, Su Chen's strength surged, allowing him to easily evade the poisonous mist. Seeing its attack fail, the venomous centipede roared again, charging like a ferocious beast. Its 100 legs moved with incredible speed, leaving afterimages. Su Chen adopted a combat stance, a sharp glint in his eyes. Just as the centipede was about to reach him, he suddenly exploded with speed, his wings fluttering, moving as fast as a lightning bolt in the night. With a ripping sound, the centipede's body was cleanly sliced in half, unable to mount any resistance before it perished. Su Chen now possessed strength comparable to a human child, and with the dual state boosting his power, his combat prowess had multiplied several times. A mere centipede was naturally no match for him. As the battle ended, Su Chen relaxed his combat stance, calmly watching the centipede's body dissolve into light particles. He thought to himself, although I wanted to use you to test my current strength and hone my combat skills, I still want to know what reward this level offers. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual coin reward appeared before him again, along with a familiar selection interface. Materials, treasures, and spirit coins. 3 choices lay before Su Chen. He grinned and unhesitatingly chose the treasure. With a click, a dazzling light flashed, and a drop of glowing green liquid appeared out of thin air. You have obtained the treasure, Blood of the Insect King, the system notification announced. Su Chen carefully read the item description. Blood of the Insect King, a rare essence found only in the Insect King, containing its bloodline. It is a supreme treasure for insects, significantly enhancing their strength and bloodline when consumed. Wow, this is truly valuable. Su Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together. He had anticipated that the rewards would become more generous as he progressed through the levels, but he hadn't expected to receive something so fitting for himself by the 20th level. Although he was a novice player, Su Chen spent a lot of time on forums and was well versed in the game's intricacies. He knew that each time a player evolved, it was equivalent to a bloodline enhancement. This drop of blood of the Insect King not only boosted strength but also enhanced the bloodline, likely surpassing ordinary enhancements. Despite his excitement, Su Chen didn't rush to use the treasure. It couldn't be used as a strengthening material and would only boost basic attributes, without immediately enhancing his in-game combat power. After weighing his options, he closed his inventory and decided to continue challenging higher levels. After the 20th level, the enemy started to put significant pressure on Su Chen. These insects not only had strong bodies and tough exoskeletons, but some also possessed rudimentary supernatural abilities. Each battle demanded considerable time and energy from Su Chen. After a series of grueling fights, Su Chen finally reached the 30th level. However, he faced a crushing defeat. The enemy on the 30th level was a giant hornet, commonly known as a killer bee. This hornet was not only incredibly fast but could also create clones and shoot venomous stingers. The most troubling aspect for Su Chen was that it could fly. Although Su Chen could glide briefly, it was no match for true flight. He could only take hits passively, unable to counterattack effectively. Reluctantly, Su Chen had to halt his tower ascent. As he exited the spirit tower, Su Chen looked back at the towering structure inside. Scratching his head, he muttered, "Next time, I need to find a way to deal with airborne enemies." He knew that even with enhanced attributes, without anti-air capabilities, defeating that hornet would be challenging. Reflecting on being stuck at the 30th level, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of top players. Especially the top-ranked player, Jean Dai, who had reached beyond the 80th level. Truly admirable. There are experts among insects too, Su Chen mused, shaking his head. Despite not progressing further, this tower run was still quite rewarding. Besides materials and treasures, Su Chen had also earned 435 spirit coins, enough for a good shopping spree in the spirit tribe. Thinking of this, a smile spread across his face. Just as he was reveling in his joy, his stomach growled. Only then did Su Chen realize how late it was. He quickly found a secluded spot and logged out of the game. Returning to the real world, Su Chen picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was already 7:30 p.m. Time really flies, he mused, having lost track of it entirely in the spirit tower. Feeling his growling stomach, Su Chen left his room and headed to the kitchen to prepare a hearty dinner to reward himself for a hard day's work. While eating, Su Chen was already planning his evening. He decided not to log back into the game but to take a walk around his neighborhood to see if he could encounter any fierce beasts. After all, he had spent 10,000 yuan on a weapon. It should be put to good use. Besides, he was quite curious about the taste of beast meat. Many people on the forum say it tastes good. I wonder how it would be as barbecue, Su Chen thought as he devoured his meal. The idea of enjoying delicious food while growing stronger was too tempting to resist. Soon, Su Chen finished his dinner. When he looked out the window again, the sky had completely darkened. The night sky in the city was devoid of stars, with only a bright moon hanging high. Neon lights flickered along the streets, and the noise of traffic and bustling life seeped through the windows. Su Chen stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant scene outside, and gently shook his head. He decided to wait until the dead of night to go out. For now, he had some important matters to attend to. Turning back to his room, Su Chen opened his backpack and carefully took out a vial containing the blood of the insect king. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, drank the blood. Instantly, a searing sensation spread from his throat throughout his body, as if molten lava was coursing through his veins. The intense pain hit him immediately. Veins bulged all over Su Chen's body, and his face contorted with agony. He clenched his teeth, desperately trying to stifle the scream that was about to escape. Damn, this hurts. Su Chen cursed inwardly, not expecting the insect king's blood to have such severe side effects. To avoid alarming his neighbors, he had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain. The torment lasted for a full 3 minutes before it gradually subsided. By then, Su Chen was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. However, as he felt a surge of powerful energy within him, the pain was quickly replaced by excitement. Ah, that feels great. Su Chen exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Painful, but the enhancement is definitely worth it. He clenched his fist and tried a few punches. The whistling sound of his punches cutting through the air gave him an illusion, as if he could take down a bull with a single blow. But that wasn't the most important part. At that moment, a display box suddenly popped up in front of Su Chen, showing new notifications. Your bloodline has been enhanced, granting you a new ability. Weathering. Your ability Weathering has fused with Ride the Wind. You have lost Weathering and Ride the Wind, and gained a new ability. Wind Body. Your power rating has increased. A new ability. Joy flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he hurriedly opened his attribute panel. When he saw the data, he couldn't help but gasp. Player, Su Chen. Avatar, Green Mantis. Attributes. Body, 111.4. Strength, 11.21.3. Speed, 11.52.5. Spirit, 9.40.3. Evolution points, 10. Power, Insect King. Body parts, head, chest, abdomen 1, legs 1, internal organs 1, rear wings 1, shell 1. Talent, Forager. Abilities, Force Digestion, Wind Body Passive, Iron Skin Passive, Thunder Power. Su Chen was delighted to discover that not only had his basic attributes surged, but his power rating now had a sign next to it. However, the most exciting part was the new ability he had gained. Wind Body. You possess a unique physique that allows you to naturally sense the flow of wind and, consequently, control it. Su Chen clenched his fists, feeling the new power surging within him. A look of anticipation appeared on his face as he began to think about how to utilize this formidable new ability. Su Chen closed his eyes and immediately felt the newly acquired power of the Wind Body. As his vision plunged into darkness, his heightened senses detected countless greenish-blue specks floating around him, reminiscent of fireflies on a rural path at night. He raised his right hand, and with a mere thought, the specks gathered in his palm, forming a swirling green vortex. When he opened his eyes, Chen was astonished to see a visible green whirlwind coalescing in his hand. This ability was far more powerful than his previous wind-riding skill. Not only could he sense the movement of the wind, but he could also truly control it. With a fleeting thought, the whirlwind in his palm condensed into a sharp wind blade, which shot out with a whoosh. There was a soft thud as a glass cup in the distance was sliced cleanly in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although this wasn't the strongest attack of the wind body, its power was already quite impressive. Compared to yesterday, his combat ability had undoubtedly taken a significant leap, enough to easily defeat his past self. This was the strength of the Forager's gift, allowing him to experience a rapid surge in power within just a few days. As night deepened, Chen, having familiarized himself with his new abilities, decided to test them outside. He quietly left his house and arrived at a deserted, dimly lit street. Under a street lamp, he opened the Bounty Hunter app on his phone and stared at the radar-like interface that continuously scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his phone emitted a series of urgent, beep-beep sounds, and a white dot flashed on the screen. Chen's eyes lit up, and after confirming the location, he immediately headed toward the target. However, by the time he reached a nearby park, the single white dot had multiplied into 3. Despite the increase in number, Chen, as a level 1 beast, felt no fear. At that moment, a panicked shout echoed from deeper within the park. "Ah, damn it! How can there be such huge rats? Get away, get away!" Chen furrowed his brow and quickened his pace towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he was met with a shocking sight. A man reeking of alcohol, covered in blood, was staggering away, pursued by 3 enormous rats. The man's body was riddled with wounds, some of which were so severe that flesh hung in shreds, with blood continuously dripping from his injuries. Squeak! With a sharp cry, a massive rat lunged at the terrified man. Its razor-sharp claws and teeth gleamed menacingly in the moonlight, poised to tear out the man's throat at any moment. Just then, an invisible force struck like a storm, sending the rat flying into the distant bushes. The other 2 rats immediately became alert, halting their pursuit. Their red eyes glowed ominously in the darkness as they scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. However, the man, consumed by panic, failed to notice this sudden turn of events and continued to stumble forward, soon vanishing into the night. It wasn't until the man's footsteps completely faded that a figure emerged silently from the woods. It was a young man named Chen. Watching the direction in which the man had disappeared, he softly murmured, "I hope that guy can hold on until the ambulance arrives." The invisible attack had been Chen's doing. To avoid drawing attention, he had waited until the man left before revealing himself. The 3 rats now focused their attention entirely on Chen, their eyes filled with malice. They emitted threatening squeaks and twitched restlessly, ready to attack at any moment. Chen's gaze fell on the rat he had struck. Despite the gruesome wound, which was bloody and horrifying, it was clearly not fatal. "Impressive, these beasts are really tough," Chen muttered to himself, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. "I only encountered 1 before, and now there are 3. Is it just luck, or are these beasts becoming more common?" This question lingered in Chen's mind. If it were the former, he was indeed lucky, especially given the bountiful harvest he had reaped in the Spirit Tower today. But if it were the latter, it meant that the world was undergoing some kind of change, and that change seemed to be accelerating. For Chen, who had just entered this game world, this was far from good news. Well, no use overthinking it. Better deal with the immediate problem first. Chen shook his head, reaching into his backpack to retrieve a $10,000 katana. The weapon glinted coldly in the moonlight. "Finally, I get to test the power of this blade." Chen chuckled softly, assuming a combat stance. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped his body like an invisible armor. The 3 serrated rats seemed to sense the killing intent emanating from Chen, becoming even more agitated. Without hesitation, they lunged at him simultaneously, their sharp teeth and claws slicing through the air. But Chen was faster. His movements were ghost-like as he effortlessly dodged their attacks. In the next instant, a blue light flickered, and a whirlwind coiled around his katana. Chen swung his blade, striking with the speed of lightning. Swish! One of the serrated rats was instantly cleaved in half, dead before it hit the ground. The remaining 2 had barely landed when Chen swung his blade again. This time, the wind compressed around the katana, forming a blue slash that cut downward. Blood splattered as the 2 rats, unable to evade the deadly strike, were killed instantly. With a swift swing of his long blade, a gust of wind sliced through, wiping away the blood on its edge. With a mere thought, Chen made the blade vanish, stowing it away in his backpack. He glanced at the 3 bloodied carcasses of the beasts before him and pulled out his phone from his pocket. Time to record and upload videos and photos for verification, he muttered to himself, his fingers flying over the screen. What a hassle, and I can't even get the points immediately. Despite his complaints, Chen moved quickly. He captured videos and photos with practiced efficiency and uploaded them to the Bounty Hunter app. 3 level 1 beasts. I wonder how many points I can get, he thought as he navigated the app. Chen recalled the information he had seen on the forums. Even beasts of the same level could yield different points depending on their threat level. He was desperate for points now. Ever since he'd glimpsed the official treasury, the array of rare items there had been on his mind constantly. Images of treasures from the redemption section of the treasury floated in his mind. The Eternal Crystal, Qiongqi Essence, Millennium Tree Heart. Each item was priceless, and the points needed to redeem them were astronomical. Shaking his head, he temporarily set those thoughts aside. Let's keep going. He took a deep breath and opened the app's tracking section to continue his hunt for beasts. Soon, his phone emitted a series of beeps, and a white dot appeared on the screen. Nice, another one, and it's nearby. A smile of excitement crept across Chen's face as he hurried towards the target location, quickly arriving at a pond deep within the park. 2 jagged-toothed rats were drinking at the pond's edge. They seemed to sense Chen's presence, their crimson eyes flashing with menace as they lunged at him in a blur. Jagged-toothed rats again? Chen frowned but didn't back down. With a firm grip, his blade materialized in his right hand. A soft sound accompanied by a gust of wind enveloped the blade. Chen swung his sword, unleashing a green slash. The 2 rats were split in midair before they could get close, blood splattering everywhere. He swiftly completed the process of recording, photographing, and uploading, then stashed the bodies in his backpack. With 5 jagged-toothed rat carcasses now in his pack, Chen felt quite satisfied. Too bad these level 1 beasts pose no threat to me. I can't fully test my abilities, he thought. He knew that while level 1 beasts were extremely dangerous to ordinary people, they were no match for someone with extraordinary abilities like him. Chen silently assessed his strength. Although his basic attributes were only slightly higher than an average adult's, his supernatural abilities boosted his combat power by at least 2 or 3 times. This left him feeling unchallenged when facing these low-level beasts. Moreover, Chen hadn't even summoned his avatar yet. He shook his head and decided to put the idea aside for now. If hunting beasts didn't work out, he could always try his luck in the game another day. Clenching the knife in his hand, Chen continued to search the park for any sign of the beasts. Before long, he arrived at a manhole cover. The sight made him frown slightly. The cover had been pried open, with claw marks from a jagged-toothed rat visible along the edges. Clearly, this wasn't done by human hands, but had been forced open from the inside. Chen looked around and saw tracks of jagged-toothed rats all over the ground. It became clear to him. All the jagged-toothed rats he had encountered tonight had likely emerged from this sewer. He recalled a post from the Bounty Hunter forum, which mentioned that beasts either appeared out of nowhere or were mutated and evolved versions of existing Earth animals. Since these jagged-toothed rats had crawled out of the sewer, they undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, having evolved from ordinary rats. A troubling thought crossed Chen's mind. In such a short time, he had already encountered 6 or 7 jagged-toothed rats. How many more would emerge throughout the night? Dozens? Hundreds? And this was just one park. How many could there be in the entire city? Not to mention those that hadn't surfaced yet. Sewers, being the habitat for most city rats, likely harbored an astronomical number of these jagged-toothed rats. Chen couldn't help but wonder if these rats had always been there, or if their numbers had recently surged. Reflecting on his earlier speculations, he couldn't help but gasp. Something was changing, and it seemed to be accelerating. Although he wasn't sure what exactly was happening, the events of the night filled Chen with a sense of impending crisis. He realized more than ever that he needed to gain enough power to protect himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the dangerous world that was emerging. This thought steeled Chen's resolve. He quickly replaced the manhole cover and even placed a large stone on top of it. Then, he continued to search other areas of the park for any signs of other beasts. As for the sewer, despite the large number of jagged-toothed rats likely hiding there, he wasn't ready to take that risk yet. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the zoo department under Jiangqing's official jurisdiction, someone was left dumbfounded by the videos and photos Chen had uploaded. Why does he get to be so amazing? In the basement of an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiangqing, a young man frowned at the computer screen, utterly baffled. He replayed Chen's recently uploaded video of a beast fight, where the carcasses of several sawtooth rats were clearly visible. Just a level 1 beast, he thought. With my skills, I could handle one easily. But on closer inspection, the video showed either 3 or 2 sawtooth rats. Clearly, this wasn't an unknown fight. It was one against many. The young man calculated in his mind. Facing 2 rats would be tough but manageable. Against 3, he wasn't so sure. As an official worker, he rarely competed with bounty hunters, who were often incredibly skilled and dominant in the Shanhaijing game. However, After checking Su Chen's registration time on the zoo forum and the Bounty Hunter app, and repeatedly looking at Su Chen's avatar photo, he couldn't hold back. A newbie who's been playing the game for less than 5 days, with an avatar that's just a bug. How can he be this good? He muttered to himself. Taking on 3 level 1 beasts alone? That's insane. He sat in the office, surrounded by other official members. His words immediately caught the attention of his colleagues. Xiao Chun, what's going on? A gentle female voice asked. He looked up to see a long-haired woman in an official uniform. He quickly stood up. Boss Tang, what brings you here? I just got here and heard you shouting. What's the matter? Tang Wei curiously glanced at the computer screen and saw the bounty hunter's verification video. She casually hit play. 3 sawtooth rat carcasses, not bad. What's the issue? Tang Wei said. Taking on 3 at once is challenging for regular players, but most bounty hunters can manage it. It's pretty normal. Xiao Chen quickly explained. It's a big deal. Look, according to his app registration and form entry time, this guy's been in the game for no more than 5 days. A complete newbie, and he can do this? Isn't that crazy? Tang Wei's face showed surprise. A newbie of no more than 5 days? No wonder you're shocked. But if his avatar is strong, it's not impossible. What's his avatar? Show me. As the captain of the Jiangxing Zoo official team, Tang Wei was always interested in promising newcomers. She thought, if this guy doesn't mind joining the officials, he could be a good addition to her team, especially with the upcoming changes. But Xiao Chen hesitated, making Tang Wei frown. Didn't I ask you to show me his avatar? What's taking so long? Xiao Chen grinned. Boss, you might want to brace yourself. His avatar is even more outrageous than you think. More outrageous than I think? Tang Wei's curiosity was piqued. Is it an extraordinary avatar? Extraordinary avatar? Xiao Chen couldn't help but smirk. You're thinking too conservatively. Just see for yourself. I guarantee you'll be speechless. With Xiao Chen's words, Tang Wei's curiosity was fully aroused. She leaned closer to the screen, and as the video played, Su Chen's thought activated his avatar, a fierce figure appearing behind him. What a domineering avatar. It's actually, wait, a mantis? Tang Wei's initial excitement turned into disbelief as she realized what she was seeing. A mantis? How could it be a mantis? Tang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice full of shock. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the table as her mind raced. How is this possible? A newbie player, within just a few days of starting the game, has the strength to face and kill several ferocious beasts alone. His avatar should be extraordinary, right? At the very least, it should be a powerful animal avatar. How could it be an insect? Tang Wei's sharp gaze fixed on the computer screen, as if trying to find answers in the data. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly asked, could it be an extraordinary insect? Xiao Chen shook his head and scratched his already thinning hair, answering confidently, no way, boss. I've checked it over and over again. It's just an ordinary green mantis avatar, the kind I sometimes step on in the game. It might look different because of enhancements, but it's still recognizable as a green mantis. Tang Wei frowned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. As an experienced player, she knew how weak insect avatars were. Although not many players chose insect avatars, they weren't unheard of. The level of weakness was so extreme that even the players themselves often felt despair, needing to evolve once or twice just to match the unevolved, unenhanced state of some powerful animal avatars. Such a weak avatar, able to kill several level 1 ferocious beasts alone within days? Even for a relatively weak level 1 beast like the serrated rat, this is impossible. Tang Wei muttered to herself, her frown deepening. Suddenly, her expression changed as if she had thought of something. Investigate this person's real-life situation. See if he is a master in real life. She quickly issued the command. Xiao Chun was prepared. He clicked the mouse and brought up a file, reporting calmly, I already looked into it. This Su Chun is an ordinary person, a web novel writer. Because of his job, he's even physically weaker than some average people, nowhere near being a master. Pausing for a moment, a thoughtful glint appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. But boss, I thought about it, and there's one more possibility. What? Tang Wei pressed. Talent. Xiao Chun said firmly. Talent. Tang Wei pondered for a moment, her eyes gleaming. It's not impossible. If the avatar is weak, but has strong talent, it might achieve such feats. She suddenly remembered something, murmuring to herself, Su Chan, that name does sound familiar. Tang Wei took out her phone and quickly dialed a number. The call was answered promptly by a lazy voice. Captain Tang, what brings you to call at this hour? Need something? Tang Wei got straight to the point. Wasn't there a new player suspected to have appeared in Zhenjiang district recently? I asked you to investigate. How did it go? The person on the other end replied, oh, that? It's confirmed. There's a new player. I invited him to register as a bounty hunter and plan to observe for a few days. What's the new player's name? Tang Wei asked immediately. The name? I didn't pay much attention. Been busy these days. Hold on, let me check, the person said, rummaging through some files. Found it. His name is Chen. All right, got it.
Thanks.
Tang Wei said briefly and hung up the phone. She turned back to the computer screen, her eyes falling on Chen's information. Her gaze intensified with excitement. Chen. She repeated the name softly, as if savoring the endless possibilities it held. Boss, how is it? Have you confirmed? Asked Chen eagerly, his eyes fixed on Tang Wei, who seemed deep in thought. Tang Wei slowly nodded, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. Yes, I've confirmed it. He's indeed a new player, and quite a formidable one. The progress he's made in just a few days is extraordinary. His talent is truly exceptional. Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. So what are we waiting for? Boss, let's make contact right away. We need to bring him over to our side. He's a potential king-level player. With proper training, our Jiangxing branch could dominate every year, with resources flowing in and our status soaring. Tang Wei glanced at her overly enthusiastic subordinate, a slight smile playing on her lips. You're dreaming too big, she said with a hint of exasperation. Do you think it's that easy to recruit someone? Not everyone who gains extraordinary powers wants to be constrained. We might even end up offending him. Chen scratched his head, his face full of worry. But we can't just sit around doing nothing. There aren't many players in Jiangxing to begin with, and the situation has been getting worse. Another gate is about to open, and when that happens, chaos will ensue. We're already short on manpower. Hearing this, Tang Wei fell silent, her brows furrowing as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she exhaled deeply and said with determination, "Don't worry, I'll make contact. I won't let such a promising talent slip through our fingers." I'll be waiting for your good news then, boss, Chen said with a hopeful smile. Meanwhile, in a park shrouded in night, Chen sneezed and rubbed his itchy nose. Weird. Who's talking about me at this hour? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of the pink mantis from the game and shuddered, quickly shaking the image out of his mind. Regaining his focus, Chen looked down at the radar on his phone. Tonight had been fruitful. His backpack was already filled with the corpses of 9 jagged rats. The verification video he had uploaded earlier had been approved, earning him 9 points. It wasn't much, but as his first earnings, it was enough to make him happy. Just 6 more points and I can exchange for that material, Chen thought eagerly. He had found a suitable material in the treasury, but he was still a few points short. The jagged rats in the park seemed to have disappeared, likely due to the manhole cover being shut. With no other choice, Chen left to search nearby areas. An hour later, his phone suddenly emitted an alarm. Finally, another beast? Chen took a deep breath and quickly confirmed the location: the garbage recycling station on the left. As he arrived, the foul stench of mixed garbage hit him. Looking around, he saw piles of trash likely awaiting incineration the next day. Wrinkling his nose, Chen cautiously stepped into the garbage heap, searching for signs of the beast. Suddenly, a black shadow leapt out from a pile of trash, accompanied by a strong stench, charging straight at Chen. Get lost. Chen's eyes flashed sharply as an iron blade appeared in his hand, slashing out swiftly. With a crisp clang, the shadow was knocked back. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen got a clear look at his attacker, a cat as large as a wolfhound, its fur bristling, exuding a menacing aura. A beast evolved from a stray cat? Chen grinned slightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The cat let out a piercing screech, baring its fangs and extending its claws, then lunged at Chen in a blur. The sharp sound of the air being torn apart indicated the deadly power of its strike, capable of ripping a person apart. With a thought, Chen conjured a gust of wind before him, forming a shield that blocked the ferocious attack. Though he had only recently acquired the wind physique, Chen had already devised several ways to utilize it. This wind shield was one such attempt, and judging by its current effectiveness, its defensive power was quite impressive. The battle raged on, and Chen dared not let his guard down. Lightning crackled around him as he swung his blade at the big cat. The edge of the blade left a deep, bloody gash in the beast's abdomen, causing blood to gush out. The big cat roared in agony, its cry deafening. Enraged, it lunged at Chen with its jaws wide open, its speed suddenly increasing. Chen deftly dodged using the power of the wind, narrowly avoiding the beast. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air. The big cat had swung its tail in an attempt to catch Chen off guard. With a cold smirk, Chen evaded once more and countered with a swift backhand slash. In a flash of cold light, the big cat's tail was severed. Taking advantage of the beast's momentary distraction from the pain, a radiant light appeared behind Chen, forming into a majestic mantis. Wind and lightning gathered around his blade as he struck with all his might. The blade's light flashed, and the big cat's head fell to the ground. As expected, compared to other fierce beasts, the serrated rat is really weak. Chen exhaled deeply, dispelling his transformation. Just as he was about to take out his phone to snap a picture, something unusual caught his eye. He crouched down to closely examine the big cat's severed neck. A drop of black blood slowly oozed out, starkly contrasting with the surrounding crimson blood. More astonishingly, the black blood emitted wisps of black smoke, giving off an eerie vibe. Frowning, Chen collected the black blood into his backpack and checked its properties. Black blood contains a trace of madness and a surge of violent energy. It seems to empower any creature that consumes it, but also drives them insane until they are corrupted and fall. This looks like something ominous. A fierce beast having this inside it? Chen muttered, puzzled, as he stored it away. After taking photos and videos, Chen found himself in a dilemma. Ultimately, he decided not to take the big cat's carcass with him. The reason was simple. The bloody scent permeating the area wasn't from this beast, but was present when he first arrived. Clearly, the guard of this place had become the big cat's meal. Well, this creature is much stronger than the serrated rat. Leaving the body for the authorities should earn me quite a few points. Maybe enough to exchange for the materials I need. Chen mused aloud. As night deepened, he decided to continue his hunt for more fierce beasts while he was still wide awake. Turning to leave, Chen failed to notice more black blood seeping from the big cat's head, dripping onto the ground and eventually vanishing into the earth. The night was thick with darkness, and it was 1:30 a.m. Chen walked home wearily, the light from his phone screen illuminating his tired face. He opened his daily harvest log, and his eyes lit up had accumulated quite a few points, totaling 21. His backpack was filled with the carcasses of 15 jagged-toothed rats, but since these were only white-level beasts, each was worth just 1 point. The real boost came from a beast he had taken down at the junkyard, which contributed 6 points, 4 from the carcass and 2 from the kill reward. Upon reaching home, Chen immediately logged into the Bounty Hunter app. He quickly browsed through the exchange list and fixated on an item called Insect Heart. This special material, formed from the blood essence of ancient powerful insects, had unique uses for certain bugs. Even better, it required only 15 points to redeem. Without hesitation, Chen chose to redeem it and filled out his delivery address. He eagerly anticipated the official delivery of the material the next day, already planning how to use it to enhance his avatar. After a long day, Chen was both physically and mentally exhausted. He took a quick shower, dried his hair, and collapsed onto his bed, quickly drifting into sleep. The next morning, harsh sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, landing on Chen's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at his phone. It was only 8 a.m. After getting up and washing, Chen went to the kitchen, opened his backpack, and stared at the jagged-toothed rat carcasses, deep in thought. In the past, he would have eaten the meat of these beasts without hesitation to boost his basic attributes. But now, knowing they had mutated from sewer rats, he was apprehensive. Who knew how many viruses they carried? Even if he grew stronger, he couldn't fend off unknown viruses. After weighing the options, Chen decided to sell the carcasses. He had initially planned to wait for the player night market in a few days, but considering the space they took up in his backpack, affecting his game exploration, he chose to post a sale on the forum immediately. Fresh, jagged-toothed rat meat. Over 10 available. Make your offers. As soon as the post went up, it garnered numerous responses. Some admired Chen's courage, while others were eager for the beast meat. Soon, his private messages were flooded with offers. After carefully sifting through them, Chen chose a buyer named Zhuro Lin. This local player not only lived nearby, but also made a generous offer 11,000 per rat. Chen gladly agreed and arranged to meet for the transaction at noon. Putting down his phone, Chen's face beamed with excitement. This unexpected windfall made him even more eager for future adventures. Wow, Oldly wasn't lying. Being a bounty hunter really does pay off quickly, Chen thought, glancing at the 6-figure deposit on his phone. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The mere thought of the upcoming windfall made his appetite surge. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains as Chen sat at the dining table, slurping down noodles. The steaming broth gave off an enticing aroma, and he devoured several bowlfuls before letting out a contented burp. Setting down his chopsticks, Chen grabbed his phone and reopened the Bounty Hunter app. Eagerly, he checked the delivery time for the insect heart he had redeemed yesterday, and saw it wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. Perfect, he nodded to himself. I'll complete the transaction at noon and get the materials for enhancement when I get back. With a few hours to kill before noon, Chen decided to make the most of his time. He quickly cleaned up the dishes and returned to his room, logging into the game. In the blink of an eye, his surroundings transformed from reality to the world of Shanhai Jing. Chen reveled in his mantis form, eagerly checking the number of spirit coins in his inventory. Seeing the impressive figure, he couldn't help but grin. He quickly exited the alley and headed toward a nearby street. With money in hand, he was eager to see if he could buy anything useful. Thanks to his prior research on the map, he easily found the shop in the spirit tribe that specialized in rare items. The shop occupied a large area and looked quite luxurious from the outside, but it was almost empty. Chen knew this was because the shop only accepted spirit coins, which most insects preferred to spend on food and daily necessities like honey. As he stepped inside, Chen was taken aback by the sight. The interior was simple, more like a pawn shop, with just a counter and no displays. Behind the counter stood a female spirit, whose eyes lit up as she saw Chen enter. "Mantis, sir, are you looking to buy something?" she asked with a smile. "Yes," Chen nodded, glancing around in confusion. "But why does it look like there's nothing here?" The female spirit patiently explained, "We have a wide variety of items, but due to space constraints, we can't display them all. Instead, we operate on a request basis. Customers tell us what they need, and we bring out the relevant items for them to choose from." Enlightened, Chen continued, "I need some items useful for insects, especially mantises. Do you have anything like that?" "Of course," she replied confidently. "Our shop may be small, but we have a comprehensive stock. Please wait a moment." With that, she turned and walked into a back room. Shortly after, she returned with a tray holding 5 items. A fragment of what appeared to be an insect's exoskeleton, an insect skull, a drop of insect blood that Chen recognized, a green spherical gem, and a pair of mantis forelimbs fashioned into blades. Seeing these items, a deep-seated desire welled up within Chen, his eyes burning with anticipation. This craving was not a predator's instinct but a recognition of the rarity and value of these treasures. "I recognize the insect blood," Chen said eagerly, "but I'm not sure about the others. Could you explain them in detail?" "Of course," the female spirit nodded with a smile, picking up the exoskeleton fragment first. Mr. Mantis stood at the counter, his gaze fixed on the carapace remnants of an insect king. The female spirit softly explained, "This is the essence left behind after the insect king's death. It can strengthen an insect's carapace, and is considered a treasure by many insects." Hearing this, Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, and he nodded slightly. Noticing his reaction, the female spirit continued introducing other items. She picked up a skull and said, "This comes from a powerful insect and contains the killing intent it had in life. Just by touching it, you can hone your own willpower. You must be aware of the benefits of insect blood, Mr. Mantis," she said, skipping over that item and picking up a green orb instead. "This is the wind orb, containing the essence of wind captured by a strong individual. It can help one understand the power of wind." "You are a green mantis, aren't you?" Chen was taken aback, not understanding her implication. The female spirit smiled and revealed a secret. Green mantises are also known as wind mantises. It is said that a few individuals can awaken their bloodline and master the power of wind. This orb is highly compatible with you, and might help you grasp the mysteries of wind. Her words left Chen astonished. Though he had never seen a wind mantis, he realized it must be a rare, extraordinary evolution. The thought of a bloodline chart flashed through his mind, and he wondered if the evolution path of the green mantis led to the wind mantis. Lastly, the female spirit showcased a pair of mantis blades. She picked one up and lightly touched it to a stone, effortlessly slicing it open. "This is a relic from a powerful wind mantis. Not only is it sharp, but it also contains the power of wind," Chen carefully observed, noticing a greenish sheen flickering on the blade. He was secretly alarmed, realizing that the strength of the wind mantis far surpassed his own, potentially belonging to a mighty, extraordinary bloodline. Although all 5 items were tempting, Chen knew his funds were limited. After inquiring about the prices, the female spirit quoted a disheartening sum: 50 spirit coins for the carapace remnants, 100 for the insect blood, 200 for the skull, 300 for the orb, and 500 for the wind mantis's relic. Chen sighed inwardly. Purchasing everything was clearly unrealistic. Weighing the pros and cons, he made his choice. "I'll take the skull, carapace remnants, and insect blood." The female spirit's smile remained unchanged as she swiftly handed the items to Chen. "That will be 350 spirit coins. Thank you for your patronage." After paying, Chen took the items and left the shop, feeling a mix of joy from his acquisitions and regret for not being able to obtain the wind orb and the wind mantis relic. After leaving the spirit tribe, Chen traveled swiftly until he found a secluded clearing where he finally stopped. He couldn't wait to open his backpack and carefully examine the items he had just obtained. He set aside the insect blood and carapace fragments for the moment, his eyes locked directly on the mysterious skull. "Hope I made the right choice," Chen muttered to himself as he began assessing the skull's compatibility with his head. When the display showed compatibility 81, Chen couldn't help but cheer. "Nice. I knew this skull would be perfect for me." He recalled his previous considerations about head enhancement materials. Disregarding the hard-to-judge mineral materials, a skull for the head naturally wouldn't have poor compatibility. This reasoning had convinced him to purchase the skull. "Looks like I made the right choice," Chen thought proudly. His eyes swept over the carapaces, and he had a plan in mind. Although they weren't needed now, after his evolution, these carapaces would be perfect for skin enhancement. Evolution, it's coming soon. Chen grinned. With the head material secured, only the chest remained. Chen calculated that it would depend on whether his insect heart would be suitable. Wasting no time, Chen took out the insect blood and drank it in one gulp. He had experienced this peculiar liquid before and knew it was a rare treasure. As the insect blood entered his stomach, he felt a significant boost in his body. Without hesitation, Chen opened his panel, selected the head, and used the skull as the enhancement material, then clicked the enhance button. In an instant, a milky white light enveloped Chen's entire body. It felt like soaking in a warm, comfortable hot spring, a sensation that was intoxicating. However, this wonderful experience was fleeting, and the enhancement quickly concluded. The system prompt sounded, "Enhancement successful. You have gained the ability. Tenacious will passive." Chen opened his eyes and immediately felt the changes from the enhancement. His mind was clearer than ever, as if he had become smarter overnight. His thought process sped up significantly, and his senses were greatly enhanced, his vision sharper and his hearing range much broader. Filled with anticipation for his new ability, Chen quickly clicked to view the details. Tenacious will passive. Your will is incredibly steadfast and not easily swayed. Although this passive ability didn't seem to have an obvious effect, Chen wasn't disappointed. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, he reassured himself. With that thought, Chen opened his attribute panel and began to carefully examine the refreshed values of his various attributes. After consuming the insect blood and undergoing a round of enhancement, Chen felt a significant boost in his strength. He pulled up his attribute panel to carefully examine his new status. Player, Chen. Avatar, Green Mantis. Attributes, Body 1 2.41.6, Strength 1 2.61.5, Speed 12.63, Spirit 1. Evolution points, 9. Power, Insect King. Body parts, Head 1, Chest, Abdomen 1, Legs 1, Internal Organs 1, Hind Wings 1, Exoskeleton 1. Talents, Forager. Passives, Iron Skin, Tenacious Will, Wind Body. Abilities, Thunder Power, Force Digestion. A smile crept onto Chen's face. His base and avatar attributes had both seen significant improvements, most notably his spirit attribute finally reaching 1 point, which brought him immense satisfaction. Great. Chen murmured to himself, just one more chest enhancement, and he'll be ready for evolution. He moved his body a bit, quickly adapting to his newfound strength. After leaving the spirit tribe, Chen decided to explore the underground passages, where many treasures awaited him. As for the Spirit Tower challenge, he planned to attempt it once he was stronger. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distant passage. Chen frowned, hesitated for a moment, then decided to investigate. He spread his hind wings and darted toward the source of the noise like a green flash. The passage was lined with colorful crystals that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the underground world. When Chen saw what lay ahead, his pupils contracted sharply. A severely injured spirit lay on the ground, and in front of him, a pitch-black insect covered in sharp spines was closing in. "Mantis, sir, please save me." The spirit cried out upon seeing Chen. Chen raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate. He immediately sprang into action. Just as the black insect was about to kill the spirit, Chen closed in like lightning and swiftly slashed the insect, splattering black blood everywhere. "Are you all right?" Chen asked as he approached the spirit. "Thanks to you. I would have been dead if not for your help," the spirit said gratefully. "How did you end up being chased here by this insect?" Chen asked, puzzled. This place was close to the spirit tribe, so there shouldn't have been any enemies. The spirit's face changed upon hearing this, as if he had remembered something important. Struggling to stand, he gritted his teeth and said, "Something's happened over at the iron mine. I need to report to the elder immediately." He hurriedly bid farewell to Chen. "Mantis, sir, thank you for saving me. I don't have time to repay you right now. Please forgive me. Also, if you're planning to explore underground, stay away from the iron mine for now. It's very dangerous." With that, the spirit staggered off toward the tribe, looking extremely urgent. Chen watched the spirit's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He opened his map and quickly found the iron mine marked on the outskirts of the forest of myriad insects, a considerable distance from his current location. That spirit must be responsible for guarding that area, but it seems something serious has happened, Chen muttered, recalling the unmistakable fear on the spirit's face. Could it be related to this black insect? With that thought, Chen's gaze fell on the black insect's corpse. He crouched down, carefully examining the black liquid seeping from the insect's body, his expression suddenly turning grave. "This is?" Chen cautiously collected some of the blood, and the system immediately displayed a notification. "You have obtained polluted blood, the blood of corruption, a sinister fluid containing a powerful source of pollution. exudes an aura of malevolence. It can taint living beings, driving them into madness and ultimately transforming them into mindless monsters. Staring at the blood in his hand, Chen muttered to himself, "This stuff is so similar to black blood." Yesterday, after slaying that large feline monster, he had obtained a dark liquid called black blood. Now, the blood of corruption before him was strikingly similar, only with a deeper hue. Chen couldn't help but ponder, could there really be a connection between the black blood in reality and the blood of corruption in the game? A sense of foreboding surged through him, causing his brow to furrow. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts, and stood up. Forget it, he thought wryly. I'm just a small fry. No matter what happens, there will always be experts to handle it. I should just focus on quietly getting stronger. The iron mine area piqued his interest, but for now, it was wiser to explore the vicinity first. Chen concentrated, activating his Forager's talent. Instantly, information about the surroundings flooded into his senses. Some directions made his blood boil with excitement, while others caused him to shiver involuntarily. His gaze fixed on a particular direction, and his frown deepened. Is this the direction of the iron mine? He murmured, damn, that's terrifying. Facing that direction, his body trembled uncontrollably due to the Forager's talent, filled with both fear and an inexplicable craving. What did this mean? There must be immense danger lurking there, but also possibly rare opportunities. Let's leave it for now, Chen decided inwardly. He wasn't someone who acted impulsively for the sake of gain. He wasn't necessarily the protagonist. It was wiser to start exploring the nearby areas. With that thought, Chen turned in a different direction and ventured deeper into the passage. Although there were some risks in this direction, his senses told him that multiple opportunities awaited his discovery. Sure enough, after walking a short distance, Chen arrived at a spacious clearing. He stopped, carefully observing the tunnel walls on either side. After a moment, he suddenly swung his blade, channeling a fierce gust of wind into a sharp slash aimed at one of the walls. With a crack, a deep groove appeared on the wall. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth from the groove, illuminating the entire dark space. Or, Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly picking out a gold-glowing item from the clutter. He carefully wiped off the dust, revealing a gray gold ore. A system notification immediately popped up. You have obtained a material, iron gold. Iron gold is a rare ore that occasionally forms underground, known for its exceptional toughness. While not a precious gem, it still holds considerable value. Chen nodded slightly, thinking that although this material wasn't particularly useful to him, other players would likely find it valuable. He stashed the iron gold in his backpack and continued to sense any potential opportunities nearby. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. Chen spun around swiftly, spotting a black insect darting towards him, its sharp forelegs gleaming like curved blades in the dim underground light. A black beetle? Chen instantly recognized the attacker and snorted coldly. In a flash, a gust of wind gathered around him, forming an invisible shield. With a crisp clang, the black beetle's attack was deflected. Seizing the opportunity, Chen swung his blade, slicing the beetle cleanly in half. Black blood splattered onto the ground, and Chen watched closely this time. As soon as the blood touched the soil, the ground turned pitch black, as if poisoned, losing all life and becoming dead earth. What a strange blood! Chen's pupils contracted in shock. If this blood accidentally got on him, even if it didn't kill him, it would be nearly impossible to remove. He frowned and thought, there's a black beetle here? Did it come from the mining area? The mining area was on the outskirts of the insect forest on the map, while this place was near the spirit tribe, closer to the forest center. If the beetle really came from the mining area, something big might be happening underground. Chen sighed and whispered, I hope I have enough strength when the time comes. As a web novel author, he was all too familiar with these situations. Whenever a storm was brewing, major events were bound to follow, involving various factions. The weak often got swept up in these events, facing numerous dangers, while only the strong could stand firm and seize opportunities amidst the chaos. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and continued along the passage. As he walked, Chen took out a map from his backpack, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If I remember correctly, there should be an underground ruin ahead, he recalled. The map marked an abandoned city at the end of this passage. It was once the home of an underground insect tribe, now reduced to ruins for unknown reasons. Despite being a ruin, the territory of such a powerful tribe still held plenty of treasures. Since the spirit tribe established themselves here, many spirits and insects frequently explored the area, scavenging for valuables. Although only remnants of the city remained, Chen's scavenger ability convinced him that many treasures were still buried, waiting for the right person to uncover them. Thinking of this, Chen grinned and quickened his pace. With his scavenger ability, he was undoubtedly that destined person. After a brisk walk, Su Chen emerged from the passage into a vast underground space. The sounds of wind and flowing water filled his ears. Looking up, he saw the ceiling was about 10 meters high. While not particularly high for humans, it was an enormous space for insects and small creatures. Not far off, underground springs trickled down the rock walls, forming a river that flowed into the unknown. The wind blowing from all directions brought a touch of life to this otherwise silent underground world. However, Su Chen's attention was soon captured by a massive ruin ahead. It resembled a dilapidated town, with ruins scattered everywhere. Most buildings had collapsed, with only a few still standing, albeit precariously, as if telling a tale of past glory and present decay. Is this the ruins? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped into the seemingly treasure-laden area. The ruins were littered with rubble and overgrown with weeds, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a pale, corpse-like insect emerged. Though small, it had razor-sharp mandibles and lunged straight at Su Chen. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he moved like the wind, easily dodging the deadly attack. He examined the creature closely. It was entirely white, resembling a bedbug but much smaller. Despite Su Chen's extensive knowledge of subterranean creatures, he couldn't identify this one. Before he could ponder further, the insect emitted a low growl. The sound, though faint, momentarily disoriented Su Chen. When he regained his senses, the creature was already upon him. Die! Su Chen's expression hardened, and he swung his long knife with force. The blade sliced through the insect, releasing a spray of milky white blood that carried an intoxicating aroma. The scent drew Su Chen forward involuntarily, almost as if entranced by the liquid. However, as he got closer, a sudden, intense fear gripped him, snapping him back to reality. He retreated hurriedly, eyes fixed warily on the pool of liquid. What is this thing? Su Chen wondered, alarmed. If not for my seeker's instinct, I might have lost control. He was grateful for the mental fortitude he had recently developed, which had granted him a resilient will. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen realized how little he truly understood about the underground world. What he had assumed to be a simple realm of insects now seemed far more perilous. But this danger was not enough to deter him. He grinned and stepped over the insect's corpse, continuing his exploration of the ruins. The eerie atmosphere only fueled his curiosity. The more bizarre this place, the more likely it hides extraordinary opportunities, Su Chen thought to himself. I've come this far. I'm not leaving empty-handed. With this determination, he cautiously searched the ruins for any hidden treasures. With a sudden crack, the ground split open. Su Chen had just stepped into the ruins when he was attacked again. A pale insect burst from the ground, but this time, Su Chen was ready. He swiftly dodged and slashed with his blade, killing the insect in one clean stroke. White fluid splattered everywhere, emitting a deadly allure. Just as I thought, these bugs are all the same, Su Chen muttered to himself, cautiously stepping back a few paces as he scrutinized the insect's corpse. He had no intention of consuming it, fully aware that the fluid might be dangerous. Just like the black bugs he encountered earlier, Su Chen didn't consider harvesting evolution points from them. Shaking his head, Su Chen stood at the edge of the ruins and closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. Moments later, a smile of excitement spread across his face. Great, 3 opportunity points, located to the east, south, and north. Surprisingly, the northern opportunity came with a sense of danger. Unsure of what it entailed, Su Chen decided to explore the north last. After a moment of deliberation, Su Chen chose to head east first. As he explored, he kept an eye out for any useful items. Unfortunately, most of the objects in the ancient ruins had decayed over time. Suddenly, a whistling sound broke the silence. Su Chen frowned and was about to turn around when a growl came from behind. His mind went blank for a split second, but his instincts quickly took over. Su Chen spun around and slashed with his blade. The mantis-like weapon, shrouded in wind, struck precisely, killing another pale insect instantly. Damn, there's more. Su Chen stared at the insect's corpse, his brow furrowed. This was the third encounter, and he couldn't help but wonder, could this be their nest? As if to confirm his suspicion, the ground around him began to crack open, and more pale insects swarmed out. Su Chen's heart sank, and a fierce wind and thunderstorm surrounded him. Facing such a large number of insects, even he had to be cautious. The swarm was about to let out a low growl, but Su Chen acted faster. His twin blades danced, unleashing a flurry of slashes. The sound of slicing filled the air, and a large number of insects were killed instantly, unable to fight back. Within moments, only 2 or 3 of the original 7 or 8 insects remained. Finally, one of the insects let out a low growl, and Su Chen momentarily lost focus. The remaining insects seized the opportunity and launched an attack. Just as they were about to reach him, Su Chen snapped back to reality, a cold glint in his eyes. Die! His twin blades whirled, and wind blades erupted. The three pale insects were killed instantly, their fragmented bodies scattering on the ground. Chen let out a sigh of relief, but looked even more serious. Good thing these bugs act on instinct rather than intelligence, or I would have been in trouble. He felt a sense of relief, but also realized that this was indeed the nest of the pale insects. Had he known the danger, he might not have come so easily. But now that he was here, Chen wasn't planning to give up easily. Taking a deep breath, he continued forward, this time moving more cautiously. As expected, his careful approach meant he didn't encounter any more pale insects, which was a relief. Just as I thought, he mused, if this really is the nest of the pale insects, there must be many underground. But as long as I don't make too much noise, they shouldn't notice me. Although Chen was confident he could easily crush these insects, he didn't want to face too many at once. Fortunately, the rest of his journey was uneventful, and he reached his destination without further incidents. Is this the place? Chen stopped and looked around. The area was as desolate as the rest, with many buildings reduced to scattered walls, creating some visual obstructions as they intertwined. Chen activated the seeker, sensing that the opportunity was close by. He looked around but found nothing suspicious. After a moment of thought, his gaze fell to the ground beneath him. Could it be underground? He pondered, frowning. If it is underground, I'll definitely disturb those pale worms. Despite some hesitation, Chen decided to investigate. He used the seeker again to pinpoint the approximate location of the opportunity. Then, with a swift motion, he swung his blade, unleashing a wind-formed slash that struck the ground with a thunderous impact. With a loud crash, the ground split open, revealing a deep crevice with sparks faintly shooting out. Did I hit it? Chen's eyes lit up as he moved forward to inspect, but a rustling sound interrupted him. He turned his head and, sure enough, the ground around him began to crack, releasing swarms of pale worms. The sheer number of them made his skin crawl. So this is their nest, Chen muttered to himself. Could these worms be the former inhabitants of the tribe? Facing the overwhelming swarm, Chen remained expressionless. He swung his blade, and a gust of wind transformed into a crescent slash, decimating the pale worms in its path. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, and an invisible wave of energy hit Chen, momentarily dazing him. Seizing the chance, several pale worms lunged at him. Get lost. Chen sneered, swinging his dual blades in a frenzy. Using the power of the wind body, Chen moved like he was cloaked in wind, his figure flickering with a green glow. He continued to slay the worms while skillfully maintaining his distance. Even when momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure before the worms could harm him. In just 2 minutes, all the pale worms that had emerged lay dead at Chen's feet. However, the enticing scent wafting from all directions unsettled Chen. Resisting the urge, he lightly slashed himself to use the pain to regain focus. What is this liquid? It's so tempting, Chen muttered, unwilling to stay any longer. He hurried to the crevice he had created earlier, intending to retrieve the opportunity and leave. Just as he reached out, a splash of purple venom landed in front of him, corroding the ground into a pit. Chen quickly withdrew his hand and looked back to see a massive red worm crawling towards him. The red worm spoke leisurely. I was wondering what was causing all the commotion here. Turns out, someone found the treasure I missed. Little mantis, get lost and stay away from my treasure. Your treasure? Chen sneered, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized the creature before him. It was a scarlet red bug, nearly half a meter long, resembling a giant centipede but far more massive. Its exoskeleton gleamed with a cold luster under the faint light, looking indestructible. The bug stood upright like a small serpent, exuding an oppressive aura. Its crimson eyes glistened with greed as it glanced at the treasure in the indentation, then coldly responded, That's right, this is my treasure. I buried it here and forgot to take it with me. Do you have a problem with that, bug? Although Chen was indeed in insect form at the moment, being addressed so disdainfully ignited a surge of anger within him. He grinned, revealing sharp mandibles. Not only do I have a problem, but I also intend to kill you. You? Pathetic creature. The scarlet centipede laughed coldly, suddenly opening its mouth to spew a thick, crimson poisonous mist. The venomous fog rushed towards Chen with its breath. Chen remained motionless, merely waving his hand. Instantly, a gust of wind roared up, blowing the toxic mist back. The centipede's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Wind? You're an extraordinary species? Chen did not answer. Instead, he swung his forelimb again, sending a sharp slash through the air. The centipede's body shimmered with an eerie glow, barely withstanding the attack. A white mark appeared on its shell, indicating it had felt pain. Indeed, an extraordinary species, the centipede muttered, its tone losing some of its previous contempt but still laced with menace. Considering you're extraordinary, I'll let you leave alive. I originally considered you prey, just like that one. It glanced behind itself. Following its gaze, Chen noticed another smaller bug behind the centipede. This bug was even smaller than Chen, only a few centimeters long, covered in red spots, and completely motionless, evidently poisoned. Chen quickly averted his gaze, remaining silent. In the next moment, he moved like a black lightning bolt, instantly appearing before the centipede. Before it could react, he slashed with his blade. The edge, imbued with a fierce wind, struck the centipede's hard shell, leaving a noticeable mark. You dare! The centipede roared in pain and fury. Its tail whipped around like a lash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen, aided by the wind, easily dodged the attack. The centipede's cold voice echoed again. I was going to let you go, but you seek death. With your puny strength, do you think you can harm me? As it spoke, its head came crashing down like a massive hammer towards Chen. With a loud crash, the ground cracked under the impact. The centipede's body was a weapon, its formidable defense and deadly venom making it supremely confident. Yet, Chen dodged effortlessly once more. This time, he faced his opponent directly. Can't harm you? We'll see about that. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind around Chen vanished, replaced by flickering lightning. With a whoosh, he disappeared from sight. What? The centipede looked around in terror, unable to keep up with Chen's speed. The next moment, a sound of slicing air came from behind. The centipede turned hastily, only to see Chen had appeared behind it. His mantis-like body stood tall, twin blades crackling with lightning and compressed wind. A massive sense of danger engulfed the centipede. Before it could react, Chen's blade struck down. With a tearing sound, the centipede's tough shell was split open, blood spurting out to reveal its crimson flesh. Ah! The centipede screamed in agony, its body instinctively curling up. How did you suddenly manage to hurt me? Chen sneered. You thought that was my full strength? What a joke. I'm an insect with 2 extraordinary powers. You're just a centipede. Do you even understand the significance of 2 extra plus signs behind Insect King? As Chen advanced, the centipede's face showed fear. The massive wound on its back left it almost immobilized, any movement causing excruciating pain. Spare me, the centipede begged. I'll give you the treasure. Just let me go, okay? Chen scoffed. Give it to me? It was mine to begin with. Chen gazed at the centipede in front of him, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I must say, I preferred you when you were more defiant, he remarked. This comment ignited the centipede's fury in an instant. Its body tensed up, and its legs twitched restlessly. You mantis, don't push your luck, the centipede roared, its voice dripping with menace. If you kill me, you won't have it easy either. Chen's eyes flickered with disdain at the centipede's words. He responded coolly, Oh, I'll be waiting to see that. Before the centipede could react, Chen's side-like forelimbs were already raised high. In a heartbeat, the blade came crashing down, slicing through the centipede with a chilling sound. A gruesome tearing noise echoed as the centipede's body was severed, blood splattering everywhere. With the threat neutralized, Chen finally took a moment to look at a smaller insect nearby. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a pill bug. Though conscious, it was paralyzed by poison. Feeling Chen's gaze, the little bug instinctively curled up and pleaded in a trembling voice, Sir, I'm not with it. Please don't kill me. Its big, watery eyes blinked rapidly, making it look unexpectedly cute. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You're not my enemy. Why would I kill you? I just want to see what's going on with you. Need any help? Help me? Really? The little bug's eyes widened in disbelief. The mantis before it, so terrifying and powerful, had just effortlessly killed the crimson centipede and was now offering assistance? Chen didn't bother to explain further. He simply nodded. He wasn't some bloodthirsty demon. As long as no one provoked him, there was no reason for unnecessary killing. The little bug hesitated before speaking timidly. Sir, could you get me some of its blood? I've been poisoned, and only its blood can cure me. Blood? Chen glanced at the crimson centipede's corpse, surprised by the peculiar antidote. Without hesitation, he dipped his forelimb in the blood and carefully offered it to the small bug. The little bug eagerly sucked up the blood. Miraculously, the red spots on its body began to fade visibly. In no time, it regained its ability to move. Grateful, the little bug said to Chen, Thank you for saving me, sir. If it weren't for you, I would have been its meal. Chen waved a hand dismissively. It was nothing. No need to thank me. Now that you're safe, you should leave. This place is dangerous. You don't want to get caught again. With that, he turned to the centipede's corpse. Lately, all he'd encountered were inedible black bugs and pale insects, leaving him starved for evolution points. This large centipede was a rare opportunity he couldn't pass up. Despite Su Chen's words, the little bug hesitated and then followed him. Su Chen turned back, puzzled. Why are you following me? Nothing, sir. The little bug replied nervously. I just wanted to tell you that you should leave quickly after killing it, or you'll be in trouble. Oh. Su Chen looked down, scrutinizing the little bug. What do you mean? Don't you know? The little bug seemed surprised. Su Chen shook his head. You could say I'm an outsider, unfamiliar with the situation here. That explains it, the little bug said, realizing. It then explained. This crimson beetle is from the Crimson Swarm, a very powerful group. They're all as big as this one, and it's an extraordinary species. If you kill one of them, the rest will come after you for revenge. How would its swarm know I killed it? Su Chen asked, curious. Because when a crimson beetle dies, its body releases a powder that sticks to the killer and lasts for 3 days. The scent of this powder attracts other crimson beetles. That's why many insects avoid provoking them. I see. But it doesn't matter. Let them come, Su Chen said without a hint of regret. He had already killed the centipede, so there was no point in worrying. Besides, he was eager for more large insects to come his way. Their size promised a wealth of evolution points. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, Su Chen walked towards the crimson beetle's corpse and activated his force digestion ability without hesitation. The corpse shriveled at a visible speed, startling the small insect nearby. Su Chen watched coldly, his eyes fixed on the evolution points notification that kept popping up on the display. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. As expected, I knew I'd gain a lot of evolution points, Su Chen thought to himself with delight. This single crimson beetle had earned him 5 evolution points, far exceeding the rewards from killing other insects. However, as he closely examined the shriveled corpse, his smile gradually faded. He found no usable materials, which left him quite disappointed. Such a big creature, and not a single useful material. Worthless, he muttered, shaking his head and turning towards the location of the treasure. Interrupted earlier by the crimson beetle, Su Chen had only caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a metal object. Now, as he approached the indentation, the sight that greeted him filled him with joy. In the indentation lay a long blade, gleaming with a silvery sheen. The blade radiated a brilliant light, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Su Chen's heart raced. This was not only a high-quality weapon, but also the first piece of equipment he had acquired in the game. Although he had seen various pieces of equipment in the Lingren tribe, none of them were meant for him. But this blade, it truly belonged to him now. Filled with anticipation, Su Chen hoped that the blade could be used as material for enhancement or evolution. He quickly stored the silver moon blade in his backpack and immediately checked its attributes. The system prompt appeared. You have obtained the silver moon blade. This is a weapon meticulously forged by a renowned ancient blacksmith using various precious materials. It was meant for a promising Zerg warrior who met an untimely death, leaving this formidable blade ownerless. Despite this, its edge remains fearsomely sharp. Excitement sparkled in Su Chen's eyes. He immediately attempted to use the silver moon blade as an enhancement material, choosing to enhance his chest. When he confirmed the material input, he was delighted to find the silver moon blade listed as an available option, albeit with only 7% compatibility. This discovery thrilled Su Chen. A piece of equipment that could serve as enhancement or evolution material was crucial for a player's progress. He had thought it would take much longer to acquire his first piece of equipment, but fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. Even more gratifying was the fact that it was a blade rather than a sword. For Su Chen, who possessed an innate talent for blade techniques, it was perfect. He believed that whether used for enhancement or evolution, this blade would significantly elevate his blade skills. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Su Chen reminded himself that he couldn't use the blade just yet. However, he was already looking forward to his next evolution or the enhancement that would follow. He closed his backpack and prepared to continue his exploration. There were still 2 more opportunities waiting to be discovered in these ruins. Given the excitement of the first find, Su Chen was even more eager about the upcoming discoveries. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly noticed the small insect still lurking behind him. Surprised, he asked, why are you still here? The tiny bug trembled as it lifted its head, its little black eyes gazing up at the towering Su Chen. Its antennae quivered slightly, and its voice carried a hint of fear and shyness. Master, may I follow you? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the small creature with interest. Follow me? What for? He observed closely, confirming that this tiny thing was indeed a pill bug. Although it resembled the common beetle found on Earth, in this strange world of the Shan Hai Jing, it was clearly something beyond ordinary. The little bug shrank its neck, its voice growing even weaker. Because if I follow you, I won't have to be afraid of being caught and eaten. Don't you have anywhere to go? Su Chen squatted down, curious. The pill bug shook its head, its 2 antennae drooping listlessly. No, I came from elsewhere and have been wandering around here. Why don't you go to the Lingren tribe? No money. The little bug wriggled its body in embarrassment. Chen suddenly understood, his lips twitching slightly. While the Lingren tribe was open to all kinds of bugs, surviving there wasn't cheap. Food, shelter, and other necessities all required money. Given the pill bug's weak condition, it was clear it had nothing of value to trade for survival resources. I don't mind you following me, Chen said with a smile, but how would it benefit me? He wasn't keen on having a freeloader who needed protection. The little bug eagerly nodded, its antennae shaking with excitement. Master, I can be useful. Though I'm weak, I know a lot because I've been wandering around here for a long time. I don't eat much, and I'll hide if there's danger, so I won't be a burden. See? It looked at Chen with hopeful eyes. Chen didn't respond immediately but asked thoughtfully, you know a lot of information? Yes, the little bug quickly replied. I've been wandering around, and besides finding food, I like listening to other bugs talk. So I know many things. Seeing the bug's expectant gaze, Chen finally smiled. All right, you can follow me for now. But he added a warning, don't get too happy. I'll let you stay for a while, but not indefinitely. I travel to many places, and it won't always be convenient for you to tag along. Understood? Yes, thank you, Master. The little bug was overjoyed, content with the temporary safety. Let's go explore other places, Chen said as he started walking. The little bug quickly followed, its antennae swaying happily. On the way, Chen asked casually, do you have a name? A name? The little bug thought for a moment. Everyone used to call me Little Dot. Little Dot? That works. Chen nodded and then asked, so, Little Dot, do you know what tribe this ruin used to belong to? Little Dot quickened its pace and whispered, I do. This ruin used to belong to a tribe called the Wing Tribe. They were flying insects, very powerful, but suddenly, one night, they all died, and the tribe became a ruin. The Wing Tribe? Chen's eyes flickered. Have you seen those white bugs crawling out from the ground here? I have. Little Dot's tone turned serious. Those bugs are terrifying. They emit a strange sound that can mesmerize others. Many powerful bugs have died because of it. Are they related to the Wing Tribe? Little Dot shook its head. I don't know, but I heard that those strange bugs have been here for a long time, and their numbers keep increasing. It seems that if you consume the liquid inside those bugs, you turn into one of them. Upon hearing the words, Chen was startled, inwardly relieved that he hadn't hastily tasted those tempting liquids. Just then, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a pale worm swiftly crawled out. Clearly, their conversation had awakened it. Reacting quickly, Chen swung his blade. The wind-formed slash burst forth, instantly killing the pale worm that had just emerged. This strike made Chen acutely aware of his control over the power of the wind no more than 10 meters. Beyond that range, it would become uncontrollable. But within 10 meters, he could manipulate the wind at will. While he couldn't summon storms, he could guide gentle breezes and enhance his attacks by continuously compressing the wind. Currently, Chen had mastered two techniques. One was to let the wind cling to his blade to increase its cutting power, and the other was to compress the wind to form a ranged attack. However, he could only compress it up to 10 times. Any more than that would result in losing control. As the pale worm died, white liquid splattered, and the enticing scent filled the air once again. Just as Chen was about to leave, Little Dot grabbed his hand. Master, don't you want the white crystal? Little Dot asked anxiously. White crystal? What's that? Chen looked at Little Dot, puzzled. Little Dot quickly explained. It's the white crystalline substance that occasionally appears inside these pale worms. It's said that consuming it can make the worms stronger. Curious, Chen walked towards the worm's corpse. Following Little Dot's guidance, he used the wind to cut open the body. Sure enough, a white crystal appeared before his eyes. He immediately put it into his backpack. A system notification popped up. You have obtained an item, Ember of Life. Ember of Life. When a complete life diminishes rapidly, it leaves behind its final ember crystal. Consuming it can enhance any living being. Without hesitation, Chen consumed the Ember of Life. A warm current flowed through his body, and the system prompted again. Your vitality has increased. Strength 0.1. Checking his attribute panel, Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had indeed increased by 0.1. Though it seemed small, it was a significant boost for a worm. Even more exciting was that this was just the effect of a single Ember of Life. No wonder this place, despite being dangerous, still attracts worms to explore, Chen realized. Little Dot nodded and explained, yes, but it wasn't this easy to get white crystals before. Recently, the number of worms here has increased and become more active, making it easier to obtain white crystals. But not many worms know about this yet. How did you find out? Chen asked curiously. I overheard it from the scarlet beetle, Little Dot said sheepishly. It captured me, and I heard it talking to itself. Chen couldn't help but praise. You're quite impressive. After all, staying calm in the face of danger was no small feat. Blushing from the compliment, little Da went on to explain how to identify worms with white crystals. They have a distinctive triangular pattern on their heads. With this knowledge, Chen decided to press on. Although he originally came here seeking opportunities, the discovery of the Ember of Life had filled him with anticipation. Guided by the Forager's sense, they headed towards the second opportunity location, eager for more rewards and challenges. With a swift motion, a gust of wind formed into a blade and shot out from the mantis blade, instantly slicing through a row of pale insects. White limbs scattered across the ground, and an enticing aroma filled the air. Chen exhaled, his gaze settling on two insects with triangular markings on their foreheads not far away, a look of delight appearing on his face. Not bad luck, he thought. After traversing the ruins for so long, I've encountered more pale insects. For Chen, as long as he didn't face too many at once, he welcomed the challenge. Chen quickly approached the bodies, deftly slicing open the heads of the pale insects, retrieving two life embers. He turned to look at the little creature behind him and found it amusingly stuffing its tentacles into its nose. What are you doing? Chen asked, barely able to suppress his laughter. The little creature buzzed in response, Master, if I smell that scent, I won't be able to resist it, so this is the only way. Chen suddenly understood, almost forgetting that the little creature lacked his own resilient will. He shook his head and directly used the two life embers. A display popped up. Your vitality has increased. Strength 0.1. Speed 0.1. Feeling the enhanced power within him, Chen couldn't help but smile. Not bad. This place really is a great spot for farming monsters. Even without any special opportunities, it's worth coming here. He activated his Forager sense again, determining the location of the opportunity. It's close, he thought. Let's go, little one, Chen called out. Okay, boss, the little creature responded. Chen turned back in surprise. Why the sudden change in how you address me? The little creature sheepishly explained. Well, I just feel like you're a good person, and it came out naturally. Chen chuckled, not expecting to receive a good person card so easily. All right, whatever you like. The two of them continued through the desolate ruins, soon arriving in a noticeably flat area. Surrounding them were piles of collapsed buildings, forming a natural stone wall, encircling a round clearing. Several stone pillars stood within, covered in mysterious patterns, resembling an ancient sacrificial site. This should be it, Chen thought, sensing the Forager again to confirm. The opportunity lay just ahead, but there was nothing visible to the eye. Looks like it's underground, just like the silver moon blade. Taking a deep breath, Chen turned to the little creature and whispered, find a place to hide. There might be a fight coming. Opportunities underground are bound to attract some pale insects. The little creature nodded gratefully and quickly burrowed into the ground, leaving only its antennae poking out. Wow, it's pretty quick at digging, Chen murmured with a smirk before walking forward. The Forager sense continued to guide him until Chen stopped, his gaze fixed on the ground. This is it. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down. A slash appeared, splitting the ground and revealing mysterious patterns beneath. What is this? Chen exclaimed. Before he could examine it closely, the ground around him began to crack, accompanied by the sound of burrowing. As expected, a fight was inevitable. Chen looked around, seeing pale insects emerging from the ground in astonishing numbers, at least 30 or 40 by a quick count. What caught Chen's attention was that many of these insects had triangular markings on their heads. He thought to himself, none of the ones I killed on the outskirts had these markings. Could it be that the deeper into the ruins, the more likely these insects are to carry life embers? Despite his racing thoughts, Chen's hands didn't slow down. He swung his blade horizontally, sending wind blades whistling through the air, instantly cutting down 7 or 8 pale insects. Milky white fluid splattered everywhere. The monster's growls filled the air. Chen, prepared, quickly leaped back, creating some distance. When he regained his composure, a few pale insects were still closing in, but he had enough room to maneuver. Without hesitation, he swung his blade again, cutting down several more insects. As the bodies disintegrated into pieces, the milky fluid splattering like blood, Chen's face broke into a bloodthirsty smile. The battle had just begun, and he was already feeling an unprecedented thrill. Under the frenzied slashes of its razor-sharp forelimbs, gusts of wind condensed into cutting blades, instantly shredding some of the pale insects into pieces. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pale insects were reduced to just 7 or 8. Suddenly, Chen's gaze was drawn to a peculiar pale insect in the distance. This one was slightly larger, and more notably, it remained motionless after emerging from the ground, without making any noise, just continuously opening and closing its mouth as if trying to say something. Chen keenly noticed a flicker of intelligence in its eyes. Intelligent? Chen was startled. While he was momentarily distracted, the other insects launched a sudden attack. The sound of them cutting through the air was accompanied by a foul stench as they opened their mouths. "Stay away from me," Chen muttered under his breath. With a thought, a gust of wind formed a barrier around him. The pale insects crashed into the barrier, producing crisp, ping sounds. "Nice try," Chen grinned, swinging his blade to cleave open the head of one insect. "Too bad your head wasn't good enough." After a brief but chaotic battle, Chen found himself surrounded by the corpses of the insects, with only the peculiar pale insect remaining motionless. With a mix of curiosity and caution, Chen approached it. As he got closer, he could hear fragmented words. "Pull the seed. Release. Pull. Release." Chen frowned, a big question mark forming in his mind. Pull the seed? Release? What does that mean? Though he didn't fully understand, he sensed the insect had no intention of attacking him and relaxed slightly. "You want me to help you release something?" As soon as he spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in the insect's eyes. Chen noticed it and pressed further. "Pull out the seed to release what? You? Or these insects?" The insect's speech remained broken, but the light in its eyes became more pronounced. Chen nodded. "All right, I think I get it. You want me to pull out some seed to release it, right? So, where's the seed?" The insect didn't respond. Instead, it stiffly turned its head in a specific direction. Chen looked over and felt a jolt of realization. That direction. Something's off. Using his forager's sense, he confirmed it was the direction of his final opportunity, a place that also emitted a slight sense of danger. So, the seed is there? Unsure of what the seed was or why these insects needed to be released, Chen thought it over and decided to agree. His forager's sense suggested that good things might happen if he did. "I can try, but I can't guarantee anything. If I can do it, I will help you. Deal?" Chen said firmly. The pale insect didn't reply, but its eyes showed a flash of gratitude before it let out a low growl. Chen tensed, thinking it might attack, but instead, a drop of golden blood oozed from its mouth. Following the insect's gaze, Chen caught it. "You obtained an item. Winged insect essence blood." Winged insect essence blood? Chen's eyes narrowed. Before he could examine it further, he heard the broken speech again. "Kill? Kill me?" Chen looked up to see a desperate plea for release in the insect's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't know what's going on, but I'll fulfill your request." With that, he swung his blade, killing the pale insect in one stroke. He faintly heard a thank you in the air. Scratching his head, Chen sighed. "Why thank me so early? I might not even be able to fulfill your request." Shaking his head, Chen collected the life embers from the other insect corpses. He gathered 7 in total and used them all. The status window popped up. "Your vitality has increased. Strength 0.2. Speed 0.1. Constitution 0.2. Spirit 0.2. Ah, that feels good." Chen grinned, feeling the surge in his strength. "Hey, come out, little one," he called to his companion hiding nearby. Sitting down, he opened his backpack to inspect the essence blood he had just obtained. Winged Tribe Essence Blood. The essence blood from a winged insect, containing a trace of the insect's power. It is beneficial to the winged insects and often serves as a key to unlocking heritage. Winged insect, huh? Chen mused. Seems like these ruins belong to the winged ones. With a name like that, the original winged insects here must have had wings. He recalled the appearance of the pale insect, which showed no signs of wings. Is that what it meant by release? To restore these pale insects to their original form? Chen was puzzled, sensing that the ruins held secrets he had yet to uncover. At that moment, his little companion emerged from the ground, looking around at the insect corpses and gazing at Chen with admiration. "Boss, you're amazing. You dealt with those white insects so quickly." Chen laughed. "It was nothing." He patted the little one's head, deciding not to overthink it. After all, he was heading to the final opportunity site soon, where everything would become clear. For now, the most important thing was the opportunity. Chen walked towards the site, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's see what this opportunity holds. The wind swept away the dust on the ground, revealing a circular stone disc that entered Chen's view. The surface of the disc was covered with mysterious grooves and patterns, exuding an ancient aura. Chen carefully examined this peculiar discovery, suspecting it might be some kind of formation. Though uncertain, Chen had a gut feeling that the opportunity he sought was hidden beneath this stone disc. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a sharp wind blade and struck the disc. However, the wind blade only produced a crisp, clang sound upon impact, leaving no mark. "This disc is incredibly hard," Chen muttered in surprise. It was clear that brute force wouldn't work if even the wind blade couldn't break it. He turned to the small figure beside him and asked, "Zyobutian, do you recognize this thing?" Zyobutian curiously approached the disc, examined it closely, and then replied, "Boss, I think this needs something to unlock it." You recognize it? Su Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Zayabutian shook his head. No, I don't, but he pointed to the grooves on the disc and explained. Boss, look at these grooves. They seem like a triggering mechanism, and there's a raised spot in the center of the disc that looks like it can rise. So, it obviously needs something as a key to fit into the grooves and lift the disc. Su Chen looked down and observed carefully, realizing Zayabutian was right. The center of the disc indeed had a slightly raised dot. He tried pushing it, but it wouldn't budge. A key. Su Chen pondered. This could be tricky. Where do I find it? Clearly, this disc required a special item that fit the grooves, not just any ordinary key. As he was racking his brain, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Quickly, Su Chen opened his backpack and took out the Winged Tribe Essence Blood he had obtained earlier. He checked the item description. Winged Tribe Essence Blood. The essence blood from a winged insect contains a trace of the winged insect's power. It is of great use to the winged tribe and often serves as a key to unlock inheritances. So this is the key, Su Chen realized with a laugh. He now understood why the forager had reacted when he considered the insect's request. It was referring to the key to this stone disc. Without hesitation, Su Chen carefully dripped the essence blood into the grooves on the disc. Instantly, the disc emitted a brilliant light. The essence blood flowed through the grooves, quickly connecting all the patterns. As the light grew brighter, a rumbling sound echoed, and the raised part in the center of the disc suddenly lifted, revealing a hollow space below. Inside lay a stone box, quietly awaiting discovery. Sensing the forager's reaction, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He gently took out the stone box and opened it, revealing a pair of transparent wings, thin as a cicada's. This is... Su Chen's pupils contracted as he carefully picked up the wings. The system prompt immediately appeared. You have obtained a treasure, winged insect wings. These wings, shed from a powerful winged insect, are collected by the winged tribe to be passed on to the next generation. They enhance the wing's speed and effectiveness, especially for insects that naturally have wings. Su Chen examined the wings with delight. They shimmered brilliantly, feeling like the finest jade, yet so light they were almost imperceptible. What a treasure! He nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this would significantly boost his combat abilities by enhancing his speed. Without any hesitation, Su Chen chose to use the wings. They transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body, quickly enveloping his back. Boss, what are you doing? Zayabutian asked, astonished. Su Chen waved his hand, opting not to explain, focusing instead on the changes in his body. He could distinctly feel something growing on his back. Suddenly, a sharp pain, like an electric current, surged through him. Su Chen's face contorted in agony, almost causing him to cry out. But he quickly realized he was amidst the ruins, and any sound could attract the pale bugs. Su Chen gritted his teeth and endured the pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Fortunately, the intense pain lasted only a few minutes before it began to subside and eventually disappeared completely. Su Chen let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He instinctively checked his body for changes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Yu, Little Dot, as an observer, was the first to notice Su Chen's abnormality and was equally shocked. So, it wasn't an illusion? Su Chen murmured to himself. He took a deep breath and slowly turned to look behind him. To his astonishment, a pair of delicate wings had silently sprouted, gently flapping with his thoughts. These wings were not ordinary hind wings, but completely new forewings. Su Chen felt a mix of emotions as he thoroughly assessed the significant change in his back structure. Originally, he only had a pair of hind wings that allowed brief hovering. Now, new wings had grown and connected with the hind wings, forming a pair of dragonfly-like wings. Boss, you actually grew wings. That's amazing. Little Dot snapped out of his shock and exclaimed with admiration. Su Chen smiled. Impressive, right? Want to learn how? Little Dot nodded eagerly. Can I? Of course not. Su Chen rolled his eyes and rejected him mercilessly. Just kidding. You don't even have wings. Even if you had the wings of the winged tribe, you wouldn't be able to use them. Under Little Dot's disappointed gaze, Su Chen willed his new wings to move. In the next moment, he rose lightly into the air. Woohoo, I'm really flying, huh? The wind whistled past his ears as Su Chen soared freely, excitement evident on his face. The feeling of flying freely made him feel like a child who had just received his favorite toy. After a long while, Su Chen slowly descended under Little Dot's envious gaze and retracted his wings under his shell. Boss, how is it up there? Little Dot asked eagerly. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Not bad. Although it was just his in-game avatar that had grown wings and not his real human body, Su Chen was already very satisfied. Flying not only enhanced his combat abilities, but also made exploration much more convenient. Su Chen checked his attributes and noticed a slight smile on his lips. Besides gaining wings, his speed attribute had increased by 0.2. It wasn't much, but it was a pleasant surprise. With these wings, dealing with those pale bugs will be much easier, Chen said softly. Once in the air, even the strange low growls wouldn't be a concern, as he likely wouldn't hear them at all, avoiding any distraction. Additionally, navigating the spirit tower would be much simpler. Thinking of all the benefits the wings brought, Chen couldn't help but smile. Realizing it was almost noon, Chen knew it was time to log off. However, looking at Little Dot in front of him, he hesitated, not wanting to leave him alone here. After a moment of thought, Chen asked, Little Dot, do you want to go to the spirit tribe? The spirit tribe? Little Dot tilted his head and replied, of course I do, but I don't have any money or a place to stay there. Have you never thought about making money before? The little guy lowered its head in embarrassment, a hint of awkwardness flashing in its eyes. I did think about it, boss. I originally came here hoping to get lucky and find a piece of white crystal, which I could then trade for money at the Lingren tribe. But its voice trailed off, clearly disappointed by the outcome of its adventure. Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. The result is obvious. You almost became food for the crimson beetles. He paused before asking, can white crystals really be exchanged for Ling coins at the Lingren tribe? Yes, boss, they really can. The little guy replied, its knowledge of such matters apparent despite its lack of strength. It lifted its head, eyes brightening as if it had found a chance to prove its worth. Many insects at the Lingren tribe want to become stronger but are too afraid to venture out and fight. So, they use Ling coins to buy treasures, and white crystals are highly sought after. One crystal can fetch 30 to 40 Ling coins. Not just insects, even the Lingren tribe itself buys them. I see. Chen nodded thoughtfully, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He seemed to have made up his mind. Little one, I'm going to leave for a while, so I'll take you to the Lingren tribe. I'll give you some Ling coins for your expenses there. Just as the little guy was about to speak, Chen raised a hand to stop it. Don't get me wrong. These Ling coins are your payment. Without your information, I might have missed out on a lot of good stuff. So take them. No need to feel embarrassed. Hearing this, the little guy's face lit up with joy, and it nodded eagerly. I'm glad I could help you, boss. Chen smiled, thinking that this little creature might prove useful in the future. But now was not the time to ponder further. He grabbed the little guy and flew towards the Lingren tribe. Not long after, two massive beetles covered in blood-red armor appeared in the ruins Chen had left. They sniffed the air cautiously, one of them speaking coldly. Another insect killed one of our kin. The other beetle frowned, its tone filled with disdain. The ones who come here are all weaklings. If they die in a place like this, they deserve it. It paused, a hint of worry creeping into its voice. But will this affect our plans? It shouldn't. The larger crimson beetle shook its head. The Lingren tribe has grown complacent. They haven't even noticed the presence of the nest's people after all this time. Plus, with the black tide invading the border, their attention is likely focused there. True. The other beetle nodded, then spoke in a low voice. Let's move on then. It's almost time to irrigate the divine blood. As for our fallen kin, though a weakling, it was still one of us. If we encounter its killer when the plan unfolds, we'll avenge it. The two giant beetles said no more and headed towards the center of the ruins. If Chen were there, he might have been surprised to find that this was the last unexplored opportunity he had missed. Spirit Tribe. As Chen and Xiaobudian reached the outskirts of the tribe, they dismounted and walked in. Chen weighed the remaining 85 spirit coins in his backpack, pondered for a moment, then handed 50 of them to Xiaobudian, along with a piece of iron gold. Xiaobudian, after I leave, can you try to sell this for more spirit coins? Chen asked, calculating how many valuable items he could trade for within the tribe. Xiaobudian took the iron gold and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Chen then arranged to meet him at the training camp entrance in the afternoon before letting Xiaobudian go on his way. Watching Xiaobudian leave, Chen was about to find a secluded spot to log off when a faint fragrance wafted from behind, followed by an excited call, Little Mantis? Chen turned around in confusion, stepping back abruptly. The familiar figure before him was none other than the pink mantis he had encountered earlier. Recognizing Chen, she moved closer, sniffing him carefully, her eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. It really is you. Little Mantis, you've grown so much stronger in just a day or two. It's astonishing, she remarked, scrutinizing Chen's current form with curiosity. I remember you were black before, but you look like a green mantis. Now your aura is so much stronger. Have you awakened the bloodline of the wind mantis? Chen frowned and couldn't help but say, Mantis lady, what does it matter to you? Giggle. The pink mantis covered her mouth and laughed softly. Of course it doesn't. But as a female mantis, how could I resist such a handsome little mantis like you? Hearing this, Chen took 2 more steps back. The pink mantis blinked seductively and said, Are you really unwilling to spend a night with me? Little mantis, I promise it'll be a wonderful experience. No need, Chen replied, his face twitching as he refused without hesitation. He hadn't forgotten the female mantis's habit of eating the male to supplement her nutrition, and he had no interest in mantises to begin with. The pink mantis showed a disappointed expression. I expected this, but it's still a sad answer. However, before she finished speaking, a gust of fragrant wind swept over, and the pink mantis suddenly closed in on Chen. His pupils contracted as he tried to retreat, but there was only a few millimeters of space left between them. This is the spirit tribe. What are you trying to do? Chen asked, trying to maintain his composure. The pink mantis giggled and whispered, relax, I won't hurt you. It's just that I rarely meet such an interesting little mantis and don't want to miss out. Her sharp forelimb lightly brushed against Chen's. Your young age and strength show your potential. Honestly, I'd like to invite you to join us, but you still need to pass a test. She took a deep breath, stepped back, and said calmly, I've memorized your scent. Something big is going to happen soon. If you can survive it, you'll pass the test. I'll come find you then. Test? What do you mean? Chen asked, his brows tightly furrowed in confusion. Giggle, you'll find out soon enough, the pink mantis said with a playful wave. See you next time, little mantis. Assuming you're still alive by then. With that, the pink mantis abruptly vanished. Chen stood there in a daze for a moment, before shivering with a flash of fear in his eyes. He realized he had been talking with the pink mantis in the spirit tribe for quite a while, with many spirit beings and insects passing by. Chen opened his eyes and returned to the real world. He quickly scanned the familiar room and immediately grabbed his phone to check the time. Fortunately, there were still 30 minutes left until his scheduled trade with the night market player. With a bit of free time on his hands, Chen quickly walked into the kitchen and expertly prepared a simple lunch. He devoured the food in a rush, barely having time to clean up before his phone buzzed. A message popped up on the screen from a player on the zoo forum with the ID Lin, saying he had arrived nearby. Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised at the man's punctuality. After a brief reply, he headed out toward the agreed meeting spot at the community gate. Surveying his surroundings, Chen soon spotted a van. He approached and knocked on the window, which slowly rolled down to reveal a chubby, round face. Are you Qing Dalao? The man inside asked, his tone filled with evident respect. Yes, that's me. Are you Lin? Chen nodded, inwardly amused by how well the man's physique matched his username. Hee, that's right. My name is Lin Zhuang, but you can just call me Lao Lin or De Zhuang, Lin Zhuang said as he opened the car door. After getting into the car, Chen smiled and said, no need to call me De Lao. I'm just an ordinary player. Qing will do. Lin Zhuang shook his head, his eyes alight with admiration. An ordinary player couldn't have taken down a dozen jagged-tooth rats. Most people would have wet their pants just at the sight of them. After verifying the number of beast carcasses, Lin Zhuang transferred the money to Chen without hesitation. With 165,000 yuan in hand, Chen was pleased to see not only a return on his investment, but also a profit. Following the transaction, Lin Zhuang enthusiastically invited Chen to join a local players group. Considering the convenience of selling beast meat in the future, Chen agreed. After parting ways with Lin Zhuang, Chen received a call from the Bounty Hunter app, informing him that his redeemed items were about to be delivered. He quickened his pace home, filled with anticipation for the upcoming chest enhancement and evolution. Back home, Chen's thoughts drifted toward the future. With most of his body enhancements complete, only the chest remained. He eagerly awaited the arrival of the insect heart, which was crucial for his next step in evolution. The game had been going on for several days, and Chen's desire for evolution grew stronger with each passing day. Although his current strength was not insignificant, he was still behind other players. Only through evolution could he quickly close this gap and even surpass them. As the moment of evolution approached, a bold idea began to take shape in Chen's mind. This thought filled him with both excitement and anxiety, as if he could see a whole new future unfolding before him. Upon arriving home, Chen headed straight for the fridge and grabbed a cold bottle of Coke. He made his way to the living room and sank comfortably into the soft sofa. With a crisp pop, he opened the bottle. Tilting his head back, he took a sip, feeling the cool carbonation burst in his mouth, bringing a refreshing sensation. He picked up his phone, waiting for the official personnel to deliver the insect heart, while skillfully navigating the forum to delve deeper into information about evolution. After multiple searches, Chen had mastered the art of quickly gathering information. He swiftly located Lu Air's homepage and began browsing through the past posts. Soon, a post titled "The Difficulty of Evolution" caught his attention. Clicking into it, the opening immediately introduced two methods of evolution. The post straightforwardly pointed out, there are two types of evolution, bloodline chart evolution and random evolution, a choice that confuses many players. The post then detailed the characteristics of bloodline chart evolution. This method requires players to not only obtain the corresponding bloodline chart, but also to collect various materials, equipment, and treasures listed in the chart. More challenging is the fact that evolution must occur in specific environments, such as places of extreme heat or darkness. The entire process could take months and must be meticulously completed. Despite the cumbersome preparation, the biggest advantage of bloodline chart evolution lies in its safety. With thorough preparation, players can successfully complete the evolution and gain immense power. The post further explained that this evolution is essentially a form of atavism. Nowadays, players' avatars carry traces of extraordinary bloodlines, and bloodline chart evolution activates and enhances these bloodlines, reverting them to their powerful ancient states. However, the probability of obtaining the required bloodline chart is extremely low, often making this the most time-consuming part. Nevertheless, for many players who prioritize safety, this remains the preferred method. At this point, Chen thoughtfully nodded. He understood the essence of bloodline chart evolution. Just as modern wild animals have evolved from ancient creatures, this method allows players' avatars to regain their ancestors' powerful forms. Next, Chen continued reading about random evolution. The post highlighted two main differences between random evolution and bloodline chart evolution. First, it does not require a bloodline chart, although other material requirements are similar but more flexible. Second, this method carries higher risks, with failure potentially leading to permanent loss of power and even affecting the bloodline, making bloodline chart evolution impossible. The post provided an example of the risks associated with random evolution. A foreign player's boar avatar, originally possessing a flame boar bloodline, chose random evolution and not only failed but also completely lost the flame boar bloodline, thereby losing the chance to use the corresponding bloodline chart and being forced to continue attempting random evolution. However, random evolution also has its unique advantages. It can create entirely new and powerful bloodlines based on the materials and treasures chosen by the player, with limitless potential. Compared to the atavism of bloodline chart evolution, random evolution offers more unpredictability and possibility. After reading the entire post, Chen had a comprehensive understanding of the two evolution methods. He closed the post, contemplating the implications of this information for himself. The evolution of the bloodline map is a conservative choice, while random evolution is full of twists and turns but promises a bright future if successful. Chen pondered the differences between these two evolutionary paths, and a vivid analogy came to mind. Bloodline evolution is like inheriting a family business stable but limited. Random evolution is akin to starting from scratch, with risks and opportunities intertwined. A smile crept onto his face, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, random evolution suits me best, Chen thought to himself. As an insect, if I want to close the gap with other players, or even surpass them, what other choice do I have? Despite the risks of random evolution, his resolve only grew stronger as he recalled his earlier plans. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Are they here? Chen quickly composed himself and walked briskly to the door. As he opened it, a slender figure came into view. The visitor was a young woman dressed in pink and white casual attire, her delicate features and shapely figure catching Chen's eye. He couldn't help but silently admire her beauty. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? The woman asked with a smile. Chen nodded. Yes, that's me. And you are? The woman extended her hand and introduced herself. I'm Tang Wei, the captain of the 3rd Squad under the Jiangqing Division of the Zoo Department. I'm here to deliver an insect heart to you. The Jiangqing Division of the Zoo Department? The captain of the 3rd Squad? Chen was taken aback and asked in surprise. Is your team so short-staffed that even the captain has to deliver items? Tang Wei chuckled. We are indeed short on personnel. However, I'm also here to discuss a few matters with you. Mr. Chen, may I come in and talk? Sorry for the oversight. Please, come in, Chen said, stepping aside to let Tang Wei into the living room. He handed her a bottle of water and then sat across from her, curiosity evident in his eyes. Captain Tang, what brings you here? Tang Wei smiled and replied, let's not rush. First, let me give you the item you exchanged for. With that, she took out a thumb-sized piece of amber from her bag. This is the insect heart I exchanged for? Chen's eyes lit up as he eagerly took it and placed it in his backpack. A system notification popped up. You have obtained the material, insect heart. Chen couldn't wait to check the compatibility of the insect heart with his chest. As he watched nervously, a display only he could see appeared. Insect heart, chest compatibility, 72%. Great. Chen was ecstatic. Although the compatibility wasn't perfect, it was good enough for him. His joy was palpable, and Tang Wei quickly noticed it. It seems this material is just what you needed, Mr. Chen, Tang Wei said with a smile. Ahem, it's not bad, Chen replied. Realizing his excitement had shown, he quickly composed himself and asked, Captain Tang, now that I've received the material, can you tell me why you're here? Tang Wei nodded, took a sip of water, and got straight to the point. Since you've asked, I'll be direct. I'm here to invite you to join the zoo department. What do you think, Mr. Chen? An invitation to join the zoo? Chen was momentarily stunned. His initial urgency to deal with Tang Wei and log into the game to strengthen himself instantly cooled down. He realized this was a critical decision about whether to join the official ranks. Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before asking curiously, Captain Tang, why specifically invite me? There are plenty of players in the country. It shouldn't require your personal intervention, right? Tang Wei smiled and explained, Mr. Su, you're worth the personal invitation. After all, not every player can grow from an insect form to battling fierce beasts within just a few days. Chen suddenly understood that the officials had been watching him for a while. He knew how weak the insect form was. Without a special talent, it would be impossible to gain the power to fight beasts so quickly. Tang Wei continued, more importantly, you've shown the courage to face fierce beasts. That courage is what I value most. Her eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Chen laughed awkwardly. Captain Tang, you're overpraising me. I was just doing what needed to be done. Tang Wei shook her head and said, I'm just stating the facts. Mr. Su, the benefits of joining the officials are quite substantial. Besides the basic insurance and housing fund, the most important thing is the monthly points you'll receive as salary. Points? Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, the same points from the Bounty Hunter app, Tang Wei explained. The number of points isn't fixed. It fluctuates based on the number and difficulty of the beasts you defeat each month, similar to a commission. In addition to the points from the beasts themselves, the officials will also give extra points as a salary bonus. In short, joining us means you can gain more resources than other players and grow faster. So, are you willing to join? After hearing these tempting conditions, Chen didn't answer immediately, but the gleam in his eyes revealed his surprise and interest. The offer was indeed attractive, especially since he understood the importance of points in the Bounty Hunter app. After a moment of silence, Chen asked a crucial question, Captain Tang, all of this sounds appealing, but I have one question. When did the game Shanhai Jing first appear? Tang Wei's eyes flickered slightly before she answered honestly, half a year ago. With this answer, Chen nodded, having made up his mind. He apologized. I'm sorry, Captain Tang. I personally don't like being constrained. I'm used to freedom and might not be suited for joining the officials. Though Tang Wei had anticipated this, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she proposed another plan. Then, how about this? Mr. Su, would you be willing to become an official partner in your personal capacity? You could assist us when needed, and we would compensate you with points. Chen was intrigued by this proposal but also puzzled. Captain Tang, I don't think I'm qualified for that. It's not something anyone can just do. Understanding Chen's concerns, Tang Wei chuckled. Mr. Su, you're being too modest. Mr. Chen stood in front of Tang Wei, his expression focused as he attentively listened to her explanation. Tang Wei spoke with a calm and confident tone. This kind of collaboration is not unprecedented. Our zoo department often works with powerful bounty hunters who prefer to stay independent of official channels. After all, we need their strength, and not everyone is willing to be bound by the system. Chen nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. A faint smile played on Tang Wei's lips as she went on. For me, this cooperation is also beneficial. If I encounter a tough task, I can use points to hire you. You get paid for completing the task, and I can count it towards my performance, helping my promotion. She paused, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Of course, to other official personnel, you would essentially be considered part of my team. So, Mr. Chen, are you willing to accept this form of collaboration? Chen's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded without hesitation. Since it benefits me and doesn't tie me down, why would I refuse? Great, then here's to a successful partnership, Tang Wei said with a twinkle in her eye. She thought to herself that while Chen might not be exceptionally powerful now, he had immense potential. This collaboration was like a high-return investment. Chen was also quite satisfied. Being able to enjoy some benefits of official membership without actually joining was undoubtedly a good thing. He mused that if the Shanhai Jing game lasted longer, he might consider joining the official ranks. Unfortunately, the game only lasted 6 months, and despite the official organization's strength, they might not provide enough protection. Taking advantage of their first meeting, Chen decided to ask some questions he was curious about. Captain Tang, can I ask you about some things within the game? Tang Wei nodded. Of course. Since we've agreed to collaborate, no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Tang Wei? Yes. Chen shrugged and asked directly. Tang Wei, the Shanhai Jing game has been around for a while. Has the official organization figured out its origin? Tang Wei shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. Of course not. You might not realize the game's level of mystery or the vastness of its world since you just became a player. Even if the game existed for decades, we might still not understand its origin. That's ridiculous. Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tang Wei nodded firmly. It is that ridiculous. The world of Shan Haijing is too vast. While I could tell you some things directly, I think witnessing them yourself will leave a stronger impression. To put it simply, our current understanding of the game barely scratches the surface. She smiled slightly and added, and by that, I mean not just the game's content, but also the explored map area by all current players. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a surge of shock. He realized that the game's map was likely an incredibly vast and boundless world. As a gaming enthusiast, he knew most players loved exploring maps. Under such circumstances, the explored area being just a fraction was mind-boggling. Although difficult to imagine, Chen felt a surge of anticipation. He longed to explore this mysterious and expansive world himself, experiencing those unknown adventures. As Tang Wei noted, some questions are best explored personally rather than asking others. Chen's quick return to composure surprised Tang Wei. Such calmness is rare among players encountering this type of information for the first time. She admired Chen's strong mental fortitude and felt that the purpose of this visit had been achieved. Tang Wei stood up and said succinctly, "Since we've reached an agreement, and you seem eager to use that material, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." "All right, I'll see you out," Chen replied, nodding without any intention of holding her back. At the door, they exchanged contact information. Chen watched Tang Wei leave, only closing the door and returning inside after she disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Tang Wei got into a black sedan after leaving the complex. Xiao Chun, who was in the driver's seat, asked eagerly, "Boss, how did it go?" Tang Wei fastened her seatbelt and replied, "He refused." "Just as you predicted." Xiao Chun nodded and then asked, "So, you decided to cooperate with him?"
Yes.
"Cooperate? Huh." Xiao Chun scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Boss, is it worth it?" As someone who knew the inside story, Xiao Chen was aware that each team leader in the zoo department had a valuable slot to collaborate with a freelance player. The other collaboration partners he had seen were all incredibly powerful individuals. In comparison, a player who transformed into an insect, even if somewhat unique, still seemed far from those truly exceptional players in his eyes. Using such a precious opportunity in this way seemed like a huge waste to Xiao Chen. Facing the question of, is it worth it? Tang Wei did not answer directly. She glanced at her own talent, a slight smile forming on her lips, and whispered to herself, "I think it's worth it." With Tang Wei's departure, Chen couldn't wait to get back to his room and log into the game. The distant noise from the alley barely registered as his focus zeroed in on the virtual interface before him. Without hesitation, he opened the attribute panel and used the newly acquired insect heart as a reinforcement material to enhance the last unenhanced Parthy's chest. Deduct 1 evolution point, reinforcement commencing, the system prompt sounded. In an instant, a milky white glow enveloped Chen. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of his increasingly intense heartbeat. With each beat, a powerful sensation surged through his body, as if a warm current was coursing within him. His strength grew rapidly, and Chen could clearly feel the transformation. In a daze, the reinforcement completed. Reinforcement successful. You have gained the ability, boiling. The system prompt appeared before him. Chen opened his eyes and stared at the display panel in front of him, initially stunned, but soon a look of excitement spread across his face. "With my not-so-high adaptability, I still managed to gain an ability," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with delight. Immediately, he began to sense the changes in his body. Undoubtedly, this final reinforcement brought a far greater enhancement than any before. It was as if each previous reinforcement had illuminated individual joints, but this one connected them all, resulting in a significant overall boost. With a thought, Chen opened the attribute panel. Player, Chen. Avatar, Green Mantis. Attributes, Physique 12.412.8, Strength 12.612.9, Speed 12.613.0, Spirit 1012.2. Evolution points, 13. Power, Insect King. Body, Head 1, Chest 1, Abdomen 1, Legs 1, Organs 1, Wings 1, Carapace 1. Talent, Forager. Passives, Iron Skin, Tenacious Will, Wind Body. Abilities, Thunder Force, Force Digestion, Boiling. Hint, evolution available. Indeed, a significant upgrade, Chen whispered in delight. All attributes had increased by a point, and his power rating had gained an extra. Although he wasn't sure what the specifically meant, it undoubtedly indicated a further enhancement of his strength. Apart from the attribute changes, the most noticeable was the new ability and the evolution hint. Suppressing his excitement, Chen carefully examined his new ability. Boiling. Infuse blood into the heart, causing the entire body to boil, enhancing all attributes except spirit, significantly boosting strength. A burst-type ability? Chen immediately recognized the nature of the ability, a satisfied look on his face. A very useful ability. With this in my arsenal, I have an ace up my sleeve that others won't know about. It might help me turn the tide in dangerous situations. Next, his gaze shifted to the words, evolution available. After a moment of thought, he clicked on the option. Immediately, a prompt appeared. Choose evolution method. 1. Bloodline map evolution. 2. Random evolution. Chen chose the first option. Bloodline map evolution. Requirement. Wind mantis bloodline map. You lack the key material, unable to evolve. As expected, it's wind mantis. Chen wasn't surprised. Considering that the green mantis had a trace of wind mantis bloodline, and bloodline map evolution was a form of atavism, he had already speculated that he might need the wind mantis bloodline map. Shaking his head, he returned to the selection screen and clicked on the second option. Random evolution? Random evolution. Requirement. Equip one item of your choice, one material of your choice, one treasure of your choice. Choose the evolution site, evolution points X. Judgment based on selected materials. An item, a material, a treasure, and an evolution site. These are the requirements for random evolution, all chosen by the player. Chen's eyes gleamed as he pondered the best combination. He clicked the sign next to the equipment, and the bag interface expanded. The only selectable item was the only equipment he had, silver moonblade. Recalling his previous thoughts, Chen made the decision without hesitation, choosing the silver moonblade as the evolution equipment and activated the Forager talent. The moment the silver moonblade was integrated into the evolving equipment, the effect of the seeker surged through Chen like an electric current. A primal desire erupted within him, causing his entire body to shudder. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. Then he burst into an excited laugh. It works. Ha ha ha, it really works. Chen exclaimed, flailing his arms in sheer excitement. At that moment, his bold hypothesis was confirmed. The seeker's talent not only allowed him to avoid danger, but also to determine whether random evolution materials were suitable for him. This meant that for Chen, random evolution would no longer be risky. It could be as safe as evolving through the bloodline chart. Even after the initial euphoria, Chen's eyes still sparkled with incredulity. He muttered to himself, risk-free random evolution? If word gets out, every player will envy and resent me. However, reason quickly took over. Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He realized that although the seeker's talent could influence random evolution, he currently had only one suitable piece of equipment, and the other materials were still unknown. It's too early to celebrate, Chen reminded himself. I should wait until I gather all the materials and successfully evolve before getting excited. He quickly assessed his current situation. He still needed treasures and materials for the evolution, as well as a suitable evolution site. The site wasn't urgent for now. It would depend on the attributes of the other equipment, treasures, and materials. The immediate priority was to find suitable treasures and materials. Chen's mind raced, and an idea came to him. Perhaps he could inquire at the shops run by spiritual beings. Although he didn't have a clear lead, he wasn't entirely directionless. Considering he was a green mantis with a trace of wind mantis bloodline and the wind body ability, he could focus on materials and treasures aligned with these attributes. This choice might make the evolution result similar to a wind mantis, but it could potentially surpass it. However, Chen quickly shook his head and thought to himself, forget it, let's meet up with Little at the training camp first. He remembered that after meeting up, he needed to head to the ruins. There was still an opportunity there that he hadn't obtained yet. Chen felt a surge of anticipation, hoping that with some luck, the final opportunity might be the material or treasure he needed. The familiar noise at the entrance of the training camp once again reached Chen's ears. The sounds of the spirit folk training were incessant, almost identical to the last time he was here. As soon as he stepped into the area, Chen noticed a small figure. Xiao Budian was obediently lying at the entrance of the training camp. Boss, you're here. Xiao Budian's eyes lit up as he cheerfully ran towards Chen. Chen smiled and asked, yes, I'm a bit late. How have you been here? Xiao Budian nodded enthusiastically and reported, thanks to the spirit coins you gave me, everything has been great. I found a place to stay, which will last me a long time. Oh, and I sold the iron gold you asked me to. As he spoke, he took out 10 spirit coins and handed them to Chen. Only 10? Chen took the coins, slightly surprised. Xiao Budian explained, not many insects need this material, mostly those who want to craft equipment. Iron gold is rare, but not extremely valuable, so it only fetched this price. Chen nodded in understanding. I see. 10 spirit coins are quite good. Boss, are you going out exploring again? Xiao Budian asked curiously. Chen nodded to confirm and then asked, why? Do you want to come along? He felt a bit hesitant, worrying about the dangers of the last opportunity. Unexpectedly, Xiao Budian shook his head and said with a grin, no, I'm saying if you find any valuable but unneeded materials out there, you can give them to me to sell for you, free of charge. Chen looked at Xiao Budian in surprise, noticing the cheerful glint in his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Oh, it seems you've figured out how to survive in the spirit folk tribe? Xiao Budian nodded excitedly, Hee hee, you saw right through me. I walked around the tribe today and found that many insects like me are struggling. So, I plan to organize a scavenging team. A scavenging team? Yeah. We'll explore relatively safe areas and pick up things that can be sold. We can also gather pollen, tree sap, nectar, and honey from the ground. Many insects in the tribe are willing to buy these things. Suchin nodded approvingly. Not a bad idea. He calculated in his mind that while the plan was laborious, it was feasible. The vast forest on the ground alone was full of the resources Xiao Budian mentioned. With the map of the spirit folk tribe, they could easily find the safest exit closest to the flower fields. Although managing it might be troublesome, he had confidence in Xiao Budian. I support you, Suchin encouraged. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me for help. Thank you, boss, Xiao Budian said gratefully. Suchin smiled. No need to be so polite. I might need your help with something in the future. Xiao Budian smiled shyly. Boss, if you need my help, I'd be more than happy to assist. Su Chun shook his head with a smile, just about to bid farewell to Xiao Budian, when a surprised voice came from the training camp. Mr. Qing? Su Chun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure, his face lighting up with surprise. Lin? It really is Mr. Qing. Lin strode out of the training camp excitedly. I thought I was seeing things, but it is you? Su Chun asked in surprise. I didn't expect to see you in the tribe. Weren't you out exploring? Lin explained. I just got back and was about to go home. I didn't expect to run into you. Perfect timing. I wanted to invite you to dinner to repay you for saving my life. Do you have time? Suchin responded a bit bashfully. No need for that, really. You've already paid me, Lin said with a grateful smile, politely declining. However, Su Chun was insistent. Payment is one thing, but a meal is another, he said, his gaze falling on the bandages wrapped around Lin's body, his brow furrowing in concern. Noticing Su Chin's concerned look, Lin explained. I just got back from a mission and got a bit banged up. He downplayed it, but Su Chun could sense some discomfort in his movements. Su Chun politely declined Lin's invitation, mentioning that he had already eaten and had urgent matters to attend to. Nonetheless, he was deeply intrigued by Lin's mission, especially seeing his injuries. Lin didn't hide anything and explained honestly. Mr. Qing, after you saved me, I returned to the tribe to recuperate. Later, we heard about some disturbances at the border, and the tribe decided to send a team to investigate. I volunteered to join. Border? Su Chun caught onto the term immediately. Lin nodded and elaborated. It's near the iron ore area marked on the map. It's the boundary between the forest of 10,000 insects and the beetle kingdom. It has always been peaceful and is a crucial iron source for our spirit tribe. But recently, a large number of black insects appeared there and started spreading across the forest. Su Chun frowned, recalling the situation mentioned by the spirit tribe member he had previously rescued. Lin continued. These black insects are not only powerful but can also infect wounds, making them hard to heal and driving the injured into madness. It's a dire situation. Hearing this, Su Chun remembered the contaminated blood in his backpack and thought it might be of use. He shared this information with Lin. Lin's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he urgently said, Mr. Qing, your information is invaluable. I must report this to the elders immediately. With that, he turned to leave. Su Chun quickly stopped him, asking, Wait, I have one more question. Do you know a squirrel named Songzi? Songzi? Lin suddenly understood. It's my teammate, currently at the training camp. I'll go get it. Moments later, a small squirrel with sharp claws on its limbs scurried out from the training camp. It curiously looked at Su Chun and asked, Are you Mr. Qing? Lin said you were looking for me? Su Chun nodded and conveyed the message from Songzi's mother. Upon hearing this, Songzi panicked and hurriedly prepared to leave. Before departing, it gratefully handed Su Chun a map as a token of thanks. Watching Songzi's hurried departure, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He opened the map, and a line of text caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict and his face to show a look of astonishment. This is... Su Chun murmured, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. Su Chun gazed at the intricate symbols at the top of the map, astonished to realize it was a detailed underground map of the Beetle Kingdom. He had just heard about this nation from Lin, and now he unexpectedly held such a comprehensive map. With just one glance, he was awestruck by its scale. The Beetle Kingdom's territory far exceeded his expectations. It was not only more expansive than the Ling people's map, but also meticulously annotated, with notes beside every location. This map seemed more like the handiwork of an adventurous cartographer than a mass-produced Ling people map. Recalling the boundary information Lin had mentioned, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with thought. He quickly took out the Ling people map for comparison and soon located the region bordering the iron ore area on the Beetle Kingdom map. A prominent red line encircled the entire kingdom, with a striking note at the top. Beetle Kingdom. No living beings other than beetles allowed. Border outposts will immediately kill any non-beetle intruders. Enter at your own risk. This warning made Su Chen frown slightly. The kingdom seemed quite domineering, prohibiting other creatures from entering. However, his attention was soon drawn to another detail. At another intersection between the myriad insect forest and the beetle kingdom, a green arrow pointed to a small note. Underground river myriad insect forest, the only entrance to the beetle kingdom. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile as he carefully folded the map. This reward had opened up a whole new area for him. While he wouldn't venture there immediately, once he finished exploring the myriad insect forest, the adjacent beetle kingdom would undoubtedly be his next target. This map would be a crucial aid in his exploration. However, considering the map's warning, Su Chen sensed that a confrontation with the beetles might be inevitable. He shook his head, setting those thoughts aside for now. After bidding farewell to Xiao Budian, he headed out of the Ling people tribe, preparing to explore the final opportunity. Not long after Su Chen left, a team led by Lin hurriedly departed from the training camp with serious expressions, as if something significant was about to happen. In a dark alley not far away, two figures emerged quietly. A black and a pink insect conversed in low voices. Their attention has been diverted, the pink insect said. Go inform the others to speed up. The Ling people tribe is vulnerable right now. This is a rare opportunity. The black insect frowned, asking. But the old guy in the tribe hasn't made a move yet, and that one could return at any time. Are we acting too soon? That one. The pink insect chuckled, shaking its head. Don't worry. It has no real ties to the Ling people tribe, just here for some opportunities. Besides, it has already left after getting what it wanted. That's good. The black insect sighed in relief, determination flashing across its face. I'll notify the others shortly. After leaving the Ling people tribe, Su Chen unfurled the wings on his back, using the wind to aid his flight. In an instant, he became a streak of green light speeding into the distance. Moments later, he arrived at the ruins. Wow, flying really speeds things up, Su Chen remarked after landing. These wings were a delightful surprise, significantly boosting his mobility and making travel to any location much more convenient. Su Chen stood at the edge of the ruins, taking in the desolate landscape before him. He took a deep breath and activated his Forager sense, seeking the direction of the last opportunity. Cautiously stepping into the ruins, he moved carefully but inadvertently made a faint sound with his footfall. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a swarm of pale bugs crawled out. Su Chen sighed in resignation and swiftly unfurled the wings on his back. A fierce wind roared to life, transforming into sharp wind blades that instantly sliced through the emerging bugs. Milky white fluid splattered everywhere, emitting an enticing scent. Su Chen immediately began to gather the remains. In this outer area, his luck held as he found 3 bugs with triangular markings on their foreheads. The system prompt sounded. You have obtained life embers X3. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chen consumed the life embers. The system prompted again. Your strength has increased by 0.2, and your speed has increased by 0.1. Feeling the surge of new power within him, Su Chen grinned. Although he was tempted to continue hunting bugs for more embers, the lure of the opportunity was stronger. He steadied his breath and quietly advanced toward his target. Before long, Su Chen arrived near the location of the opportunity. The sight before him was astonishing. The white ruins were covered with frost-like vines that spread across the entire land. He crouched down, sliced off a section of vine with his blade, and picked it up. The system prompted. You have picked up an item. Polluted rhizome? After reviewing the item description, Su Chen frowned. These vines could not only absorb pollution but also draw the blood and souls of the earth to nurture monsters. Looking ahead, he saw the central ruins shrouded in thick fog, with many oval-shaped objects faintly visible. Approaching cautiously, he finally saw the truth. Those were densely packed white eggs. At that moment, the eggshells began to crack. Instinctively, Su Chen took 2 steps back, his body tensed. Pale bugs started emerging from the eggs, emitting low growls. Shocked, Su Chen's mind raced. These bugs might contain the souls of winged insects, and the real secret could be hidden in the polluted source deep underground. However, the newly born pale bugs gave him no time to think. They quickly noticed the intruder and with a shriek, swarmed at him. The sheer number of bugs, like a tidal wave, was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Su Chen tightened his grip on his mantis blades, a sharp gleam in his eyes. He temporarily set aside the mystery of the underground, focusing on the battle at hand. Enough, I'll deal with the underground later. For now, taking care of you pests is more important. Su Chen muttered to himself, assuming a combat stance. Wisps of wind gathered visibly around Su Chen, suddenly transforming into a howling gale. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, his eyes sharp, he swung with force. The wind roared forth, forming a fierce slash that split the ground open, slicing dozens of pale insects into pieces with white fluid splattering everywhere. The swarm let out ear-piercing screeches, surging forward fearlessly like an apocalyptic horde. Su Chen felt a strong mental shock, momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure. He grinned, swinging his dual blades, unleashing slashes that decimated the row of insects in front of him. His wings unfurled violently, stirring up a whirlwind that flung the approaching insects away. Su Chen swiftly ascended into the air, gaining distance as he willed the surrounding breeze to form multiple wind blades that danced downward. The pale insect's body shattered continuously, falling to the ground in chunks. Blood and fluid splattered, making the originally white ground appear even more stark, like a pristine river. Some remnants of the insect's lives scattered around, waiting to be collected. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the white mist ahead. Su Chen's expression changed drastically as a strong sense of danger surged. The next moment, a powerful mental shock struck him, leaving his mind blank and his wings ceasing to flap, causing him to plummet from the sky. At the critical moment, Su Chen regained his senses, spreading his wings to soar back into the air, staring ahead in shock. The ground trembled slightly as a massive figure slowly emerged from the mist. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the enormous pale insect before him. Unlike its kin, this insect was colossal, nearly a meter long, covered in sharp spikes, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. What is this? A bug king? Su Chen muttered in astonishment. No one answered, only shrill screams came from the front. With the appearance of this giant insect, the remaining pale insects seemed to find their backbone, charging forward even more desperately. Su Chen's eyes locked onto the pale bug king while conjuring wind blades that flew downward, exterminating ordinary insects. He realized that the common insects were no longer a threat. The real danger lay in this bug king, especially the earlier roar, which had caused a mental shock, leaving him dazed for a few seconds. If not for the distance, he would have been swarmed. I can't let it roar again, Su Chen murmured, making up his mind. Compared to the other insects, this bug king had to be dealt with first. As if sensing Su Chen's intent, the pale bug king charged forward, opening its maw, ready to roar again. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Su Chen's eyes. His coat flapped wildly, lightning flashed, his heart pounded violently, and his body emitted steam-like white mist. With a powerful flap of his wings, Su Chen burst forth at full speed, like a green streak towards the front. Before the pale bug king could roar, he appeared right in front of it. Die! Without hesitation, Su Chen swung his blade with all his might. The wind clung to the blade, forming a razor-sharp edge that slashed down fiercely. With a squelch, milky white fluid gushed out like a fountain. The enormous bug king was instantly split in two, convulsing on the ground. Su Chen didn't stop his killing spree, casting his gaze on the writhing swarm below. He dove towards the ground, green light flashing, wind blades whirling, launching into another round of slaughter. In just 2 minutes, Su Chen tore through the vast, white landscape like a whirlwind. When the dust finally settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of insects. As the last pale insect king fell, Su Chen couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for air. Damn, this boiling ability is incredible, but it really drains my stamina, Su Chen muttered to himself, recalling the intense battle. To slay the pale insect king in one strike, he had not only used all his active abilities but also activated the newly acquired boiling skill. The power of this new ability was astonishing. Su Chen glanced at his attribute panel and noticed that his avatar's attributes had temporarily doubled. Although these were just avatar attributes and not his base stats, considering that Su Chen's base stats except for his slightly weaker mental attribute were all close to 3 points in strength, this boost was terrifying. Coupled with the enhancements from Thunder Power and Gale Force, Su Chen's lethal strike would be hard for even a beast to withstand. However, such a powerful ability came with a great cost. The short battle had nearly drained Su Chen's stamina, and now he could only sit on the ground to rest and recover. Fortunately, all the pale insects had been eradicated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle any new threats in his current state. Despite the grueling fight, it was worth it for Su Chen. He looked around, seeing the ground littered with the faintly glowing remnants of life. After a brief rest, Su Chen forced himself to stand and began collecting the spoils from the white wasteland. You have obtained Life Embers X1. You have obtained Life Embers X3. You have obtained Life Embers X2. You have obtained Life Glimmer X1. The sudden new notification startled Su Chen. He quickly opened his backpack, and in the slot next to the Life Embers, a unique white crystal lay quietly. Is this from the Pale Insect King? So it's not a Life Ember but a Life Glimmer? Su Chen clicked to view the details in surprise. Life Glimmer. The final radiance before many lives fade away, a crystallization of life. Consuming it increases all attributes. Increases all attributes? That's amazing. Su Chen didn't hesitate to use it. As the Life Glimmer fused into his body, a series of notifications popped up. Your vitality has significantly increased. Your strength 1, your speed 1, your constitution 1, your mental power 1. You have gained the ability. Vigorous life passive. New ability? Su Chen was taken aback, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. He quickly focused and saw the description of the new ability appear in front of him. Vigorous life passive, which grants accelerated recovery from fatigue and injuries. A passive recovery ability, not bad, Su Chen murmured, nodding slightly. While it didn't directly enhance his combat power, the sustained improvement was still quite satisfying. This unexpected joy reinvigorated him, and he continued to focus on his collection task. In no time, he had gathered all the life embers. As Su Chen counted the quantity, he was stunned. There were 21 in total. This far exceeded his expectations, and joy was written all over his face. What a great haul, he whispered in awe. Su Chen quickly made a decision. He would keep one ember as a backup and use the remaining 20. In an instant, he felt a surge in his bodily attributes, the improvement so significant that every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. The attribute panel before his eyes flashed continuously with updates. Strength 0.1, Speed 0.1, Spirit 0.1, Constitution 0.1. After a full minute, the attribute boosts gradually subsided. In the end, his strength increased by 1.1, Constitution by 0.5, Speed by 0.3, and Spirit by 0.1. Su Chen was elated as he eagerly checked his updated attribute panel. Constitution, 12.4. Strength, 12.6. Speed, 12.5. Spirit, 10.3. Great, I'm getting closer to those beast-transformed players. Su Chen grinned, a confident gleam in his eyes. He thought, as long as the next random evolution is successful, his potential might allow him to close the gap with the beast-transformed players, or even surpass them. With high expectations, Su Chen decided not to delay, and immediately sought the hidden opportunities within the White Ruins. Despite just obtaining life glows and numerous life embers, he knew these were not the true opportunities he sensed. That opportunity was still hidden somewhere in this area. Su Chen closed his eyes and activated his seeker ability. Instantly, all surrounding sounds vanished, leaving only the clear sound of his heartbeat. In this dark sensory space, with each heartbeat, Su Chen felt like a precise radar, instantly locking onto the opportunity's location. It's underground. Su Chen's eyes snapped open, his gaze piercing the ground beneath him. This discovery made him frown slightly. This is troublesome, he thought. If it's underground, I'll need to dig to get it. Digging will undoubtedly cause a lot of noise, potentially attracting a horde of monsters. Worse, the opportunity seems to be deep underground. Just digging might take until tomorrow. As Su Chen found himself in a dilemma, something caught his eye. He turned sharply and saw that the thick white fog had been partially dispersed by a breeze, revealing more of the surroundings. A white stone mountain emerged in his view, looking like a massive pile of rubble from a collapsed large structure. What truly surprised Su Chen was the dark, gaping entrance at the front of this stone mountain, seemingly leading underground. An entrance to the underground? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, quickly making his way over. With this underground passage, he might reach the opportunity directly without the effort of digging. Squatting down at the entrance, Su Chen closely examined it, his expression turning to surprise. The hole was not naturally formed but man-made, with ancient marks likely made by the once-present winged insect tribe. This discovery made Su Chen think of the source of pollution. Although he didn't know the specifics, the fact that it was underground and there was a passage leading down made him speculate. A bold guess crossed his mind. Could it be that the winged insects themselves buried the source of pollution underground? Perhaps the pollution source had some unique ability that tempted the winged insects to bury it underground. Su Chen murmured to himself, only to cause a disaster, leading to the tribe's demise. He stared thoughtfully at the entrance. After all, no one knows the true reason for the winged insect tribe's extinction. Su Chen's mind raced as he linked the underground pollution source, the passage leading below, and the opportunities hidden beneath. He sensed a subtle connection among the three. Shaking his head, he decided to venture underground himself to uncover the truth. The moment he stepped into the cave, darkness enveloped him. Su Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing a faint glimmer in the eyes of insects. Squatting down, he examined the ground meticulously. Drawing on his experience of surviving in insect form in the game, he identified fresh insect tracks with clarity. This discovery puzzled him. Ordinary insects should neither dare nor be able to visit the pale bug's lair. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen continued deeper into the cave. As he progressed, the scenery changed dramatically. The once pervasive white vines gradually gave way to crimson ones, and the air became thick with the scent of blood. The walls and floor were covered with red vines blending seamlessly with the soil, creating an ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of breaking earth echoed, and Su Chen tensed up. Ahead, the crimson soil split open, and a thick, blood-red vine rose like a tentacle, swaying in the air. Even more horrifying were the numerous eyeballs sprouting from the vine, all fixated on Su Chen. Faced with this bizarre and unexpected sight, Su Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, what kind of ugly thing is this? His heart raced, and a chill ran down his spine. Yet he was irresistibly drawn to the unknown danger. Disgusting. Horrible. Those were the first words that came to mind when Su Chen laid eyes on the monstrous creature before him. It seemed to radiate an invisible aura of corruption and madness, shaking his very sanity. As soon as Su Chen got a clear look at the creature, countless voices echoed in his mind. They were a mix of whispers and wails, igniting a deep-seated anger within him. However, with sheer willpower, he quickly regained his composure. Despite this, his expression remained wary as he stared at the abomination. The creature was disturbingly bizarre and unsettling. Su Chen couldn't help but sarcastically think, isn't this supposed to be a fantasy game? When did it turn into a Lovecraftian horror? Anyone who didn't know better would think this game is set in a medieval dark Cthulhu universe. There was no time to ponder further as whispers came from all directions. Crimson vines began to thrash wildly, their surfaces covered with countless blinking eyes that made his skin crawl. At the same time, Su Chen felt as if his very soul was being pulled from his body. Die! A flash of murderous intent crossed Su Chen's eyes. Wasting no time, he spread his wings and surged forward in a burst of green light, crossing his sharp mantis blades as he struck. With a swift slash and a sickening squelch, the crimson vines were severed. But Su Chen remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the cut ends. As expected, the next moment, the severed parts began to writhe, like flesh rolling over itself. Rapidly, the wound started to regenerate. I knew it, Su Chen smirked, slashing again with his forelimbs. Blood splattered as the flesh writhed once more. I don't believe you can regenerate indefinitely. Su Chen's face turned cold. He focused, and the surrounding breeze coalesced into compressed wind blades. With a flap of his wings, the wind blades rained down on the crimson vines like a storm. In an instant, the vines were shredded into pieces, falling to the ground as lumps of flesh. Just then, a glimmering object caught Su Chen's eye, falling with the pieces of flesh and getting buried. Before he could think further, he saw the flesh start to wriggle again. Can it really regenerate? He was secretly alarmed. This is the third time. Can it really come back to life endlessly? Suddenly, Su Chen remembered the glimmer he had seen. With a powerful flap of his wings, he whipped up a gust of wind, scattering the flesh. A red blood pearl came into view, gleaming as flesh rapidly grew from it. Of course, there's a reason for its regeneration. This must be its core. Su Chen's eyes lit up with realization. Without hesitation, he condensed a wind blade and struck. With a crack, the blood pearl shattered. The writhing flesh immediately ceased its growth. In a fleeting moment, faint silhouettes flashed before his eyes, followed by a whisper in his ear. Thank you. Su Chen was taken aback, pondering. Was that a winged insect? That seemed to be the only explanation. Those must have been the souls of winged insects, somehow trapped in the blood pearl, turning into pale bugs. The answers likely lay deeper within the passage. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen glanced at the scattered flesh, his eyes flickering as he activated his Forager talent. After sensing for a moment, a wave of desire surged within him. This creature really does drop valuable materials? Su Chen was surprised. He had thought the bizarre creature might leave behind something odd upon death. The flesh was too repulsive to search through by hand, so he had used his Forager talent. To his surprise, it had worked, and he sensed something desirable. Putting aside his disgust, Su Chen flapped his wings, stirring a gentle breeze to sift through the flesh. Moments later, a blood-red crystal came into view. Got it. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the item from the ground. A system notification chimed in. You have obtained an item. Soul crystal? He gazed intently at the crystal in his hand, pondering. It seems this might really be the remnant soul of the winged insect clan. The description of the soul crystal appeared before him. Remnant formed from the concentration of a large amount of soul energy, capable of enhancing one's soul. Su Chen muttered to himself. The ability to enhance the soul is priceless in a place as eerie as this. Recalling the monster's ability to corrupt the mind, which he had resisted with his strong willpower, Su Chen couldn't help but grow more vigilant. The low growls of the pale insects outside made him wary. If there were other monsters underground, they might also possess abilities that target mental fortitude. He knew that one lucky escape didn't guarantee perpetual safety. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately used the soul crystal. The system notification appeared again. Your soul power has increased. Your mental attribute 0.5. Wow, that's a lot. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by a look of joy. He had expected the effect to be similar to the life ember, perhaps adding zero point 0.1 at most, but it had increased fivefold. Images of the scarlet vines flashed in his mind, and Chen found them oddly endearing. Even the large, tentacled eye seemed more lively. I hope I encounter more of these, he thought, rubbing his hands together as he continued deeper into the cave. As he ventured further, the stench of blood grew stronger, and the blood-red hue on the walls deepened. Chen grew increasingly cautious, advancing with care. Suddenly, he noticed a white skeleton lying quietly on his right. Why is there a corpse here? He wondered. Just then, with a crack, the ground split open both in front and behind him, and two scarlet vines burst forth. Whispering voices seemed to assault him from all directions, attempting to erode his will. Get lost. Chen furrowed his brow, fiercely resisting the otherworldly intrusion. He swiftly swung his forelimbs, creating two powerful wind slashes. With a slicing sound, one of the scarlet vines was cut in half. Meanwhile, the other vine lunged at him from behind, its speed causing a whistling sound in the air. Without a second thought, Chen conjured a wind barrier behind him. Taking advantage of the moment before the severed vine could regenerate, he summoned wind blades, shredding it to pieces. Amidst the splattering blood, a blood-red bead caught his eye. Found it! Chen's eyes brightened, and he swiftly slashed at it with his forelimbs. With a crack, the blood bead shattered, and the scarlet vine died completely. As the blood bead broke, a blood-red crystal appeared in his view. Another soul crystal. Chen's eyes gleamed as he quickly grabbed and used it. The system notification sounded once more. You have used a soul crystal. Your soul power has increased. Your mental attribute 0.5. Your ability, tenacious will, has evolved. Chen felt a refreshing sensation flow into his mind. His ability, tenacious will, had passively upgraded to will shield. This new ability would grant him a certain degree of immunity against mental, will, and soul-based attacks. Overjoyed, Chen didn't hesitate to swing his mantis blade. The blade flashed, and another crimson vine was severed. He then conjured a wind blade, taking advantage of the vine's momentary inability to regenerate, and shattered its body into pieces. Amid the splattering of flesh and blood, Chen keenly spotted a blood bead and swiftly struck it again, shattering it into fragments. A blood-red crystal emerged, and he quickly stowed it in his backpack. The system notified him that he had obtained a soul essence crystal. A smile tugged at the corners of Chen's mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After dealing with the two crimson vines, he finally had a moment to examine his changes. While will shield might not be particularly useful in everyday situations, it could significantly enhance his safety in scenarios like today. Compared to direct physical attacks, assaults targeting the mind, will, or soul were often harder to defend against. With this ability, he no longer needed to overly worry about such threats. What intrigued Chen even more was the possibility that if tenacious will could upgrade, could his other abilities also have similar potential? He resolved to check the forums thoroughly after logging off to gather information on this topic and prepare for future ability enhancements. Calming his mind, Chen refocused on the present. He opened his backpack and used the newly acquired soul essence crystal. A refreshing sensation surged into his mind again, and the system notified him that his soul power had increased, boosting his mental attributes by 0.5 points. Awesome! Chen couldn't help but exclaim, this is way more than what life embers provide. I hope I encounter more crimson vines ahead. He then walked towards a skeleton leaning against a nearby wall. Based on his previous route and the time spent, Chen estimated that he was already deep underground. The sight of a long-dead skeleton in such a place made him suspect it might be the remains of a winged insect. As he approached, Chen closely examined the skeleton, his brow furrowing. The bone structure appeared somewhat humanoid, but not entirely. Some bones seemed to extend from the back to the sides, reminding him of insect wings. In his mind, he sketched out the creature's rough form based on the skeleton. A pair of massive wings, a carapace-covered back, and a humanoid front with 2 arms and 2 legs. The skin specifics were indiscernible, but the overall appearance could easily be mistaken for some mutated human rather than an insect if not known beforehand. Suddenly, Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a jade stone beneath the skeleton, etched with patterns. Moving closer, he realized it was inscribed with insect script. Thanks to the special abilities granted by the classic of mountains and seas, any language or script was no longer a barrier to him, including insect script and language. The jade stone's inscription was brief, containing only one sentence. At last, the disaster has come. I cannot escape. I hope some living being in the future will shut it down. Disaster? Chen muttered, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He recalled the information he'd learned from Xiaobudian. The winged insect tribe had mysteriously perished overnight, leaving ruins with no known cause. Chen speculated that the disaster mentioned on the jade stone was likely the cause of the winged insect tribe's demise. As Forager shut it down, he couldn't fully grasp its meaning yet. But one thing was certain. The disaster mentioned here was undoubtedly closely linked to the underground pollution source. Chen gazed at the message on the jade stone, feeling a pang of sympathy for the winged insect. It had yearned to escape the underground, but met its end here for unknown reasons, leaving this message on the jade in its final moments. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Chen continued his exploration. As he ventured deeper, the strong scent of blood filled the air, and the number of crimson vines noticeably increased. Every so often, he would encounter one or two of these vines, but they were no longer a threat to him. Ever since gaining the protection of willpower, he was no longer affected by mental corruption. Whenever the corruption tried to take hold, he felt a wave of clarity that easily dispelled it. With a swift slash, Chen cut down a crimson vine, causing blood droplets to scatter and another spirit crystal to fall into his hand. This was the 7th one he had collected. Without hesitation, he used it, immediately feeling his soul power increase and his mental attributes rise by 0.5 points. Ah, refreshing. Chen couldn't help but grin, his mind clear and invigorated. Along the way, his mental attributes had increased by 3.5 points, almost matching his base attributes. Although there were no signs of his willpower protection advancing, Chen speculated that it might require more accumulation of mental attributes. As he pressed on, the surrounding environment changed once more. The originally crimson soil turned a deeper red, even taking on an eerie black hue. Chen's muscles tensed involuntarily, his instincts telling him he was nearing the deepest part. The scent of blood grew thicker, and the light dimmed further. Suddenly, a blood-red glow appeared ahead. Chen looked up sharply, a glint of determination in his eyes. He had finally reached the end. The exit of the underground passage was not far, and the blood-red light was emanating from there. Chen quickened his pace, his heart racing. But just then, a rustling sound abruptly emerged from the depths ahead, shattering the underground silence. Chen suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto the exit ahead. Dark shadows crawled out from the end, writhing in the dim light. As he focused, his eyes widened in shock. These creatures were identical to the pale insects, but their bodies were pitch black as ink. What was even more unsettling was the heavy aura of corruption emanating from these black insects. Their smooth exoskeletons seemed to be covered in a swirling black mist, exuding an eerie presence. Instinctively, Chen took a step back, his muscles tensing, ready for any sudden attack. At that moment, the black insects seemed to sense his presence. They let out a collective low growl, and a powerful psychic wave struck him instantly. Chen's ears roared, and his mind went blank. Fortunately, the sensation was fleeting, and he quickly regained clarity. But even that brief encounter was enough to make his expression turn grave. They look the same, but their abilities are much more terrifying, Chen thought warily. If it weren't for some resistance, I might not have recovered so quickly. Wasting no time, Chen sprang into action. He swung his mantis blades, sending a sharp gust of wind slicing through the air. With a slash, several black insects were shredded to pieces. However, what spurted from their bodies was not ordinary blood, but a thick, polluted black liquid. The moment this black blood hit the ground, it began to corrode the surface, quickly pooling into a dark puddle. Just a glance made Chen feel dizzy, with strange whispers echoing in his ears. He shook his head, forcing himself to look away. The remaining black insects let out an ear-splitting screech and charged at him frantically. Chen's face remained stern as his dual blades turned into a blur of motion. Wind blades danced around him, tearing the frontmost insects to shreds. Black liquid splattered everywhere, and the puddle of black blood on the ground continued to expand. However, the number of black insects seemed endless. After slaying dozens, more poured from the exit, swarming towards Chen. Despite his relentless attacks, his stamina was rapidly depleting, while the enemies seemed infinite. Damn, is this their nest? Chen cursed under his breath, then had a sudden inspiration. He abruptly spread his wings, manipulating the surrounding wind elements to form a spinning tornado. Countless sharp wind blades raged within the vortex, sweeping the black insects into it and shredding them to pieces instantly. Thick black blood swirled within the tornado, quickly staining the azure storm pitch black. As Chen ceased channeling wind energy, the tornado gradually dissipated. The move had worked. A large number of black insects were eradicated, leaving only a few stragglers. Die. Chen spat coldly, delivering the final blows with his blades. The remaining insects were shattered, black blood splattering everywhere. His instincts told him that this black blood was extremely dangerous and must not be touched. With the battle over, Chen panted heavily, taking advantage of the brief respite to recover his strength. Thanks to his passive skill of vigorous life, he quickly returned to peak condition. Only then did he dare to face the large pool of black blood, from which black mist continuously rose, accompanied by eerie whispers. After a moment of hesitation, Chen decided to take a risk. Carefully, he manipulated a wisp of wind to lift a drop of black blood from the pool and quickly stored it in his backpack. A prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. You have obtained an item, diluted divine blood. Divine blood? Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the words. He had known the black blood was ominous, but he never imagined it would be linked to divine beings. Shocked, he hurriedly checked the item description. Diluted divine blood. Derived from a drop of divine blood that has been diluted countless times, it contains the ominous will of a deity. Even after numerous dilutions, it still brims with mind-corrupting whispers. Originating from an outer god, it is instinctively repelled by living beings, though it seems to have other uses in the eyes of certain creatures. It was indeed divine blood. Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he took a deep breath. Despite being diluted countless times, this drop of divine blood still made his heart race. In this underground insect kingdom, the involvement of insects with deities would be laughable if mentioned elsewhere. Staring at the drop of blood, an ominous feeling surged in Chen's heart. This unknown deity was likely not benevolent, possibly even an evil god. Regardless, this discovery sent chills down his spine. Thoughts churned in his mind as he began to speculate. The pale worms, black insects, and crimson vines, could they all be products of this drop of blood? Were the plants absorbing the energy of divine blood? Could the downfall of the winged insect tribe be related to this? The plot seemed to be taking an unexpected turn. Shaking his head, Chen threw the diluted divine blood back into the black pool and resolutely walked towards the end of the passage. As a player, his primary goal now was to challenge the boss and claim the rewards. The final boss should be up ahead, right? He muttered to himself. Since it seems connected to an evil god, I want to see just how powerful it is. Before he finished speaking, Chen had already reached the end of the passage. With one step forward, his view opened up to a vast underground space. A bloody haze filled the air, growing darker the deeper it went. Looking down, he saw blood-colored veins covering the ground. The most alarming sight, however, was the massive roots extending from the depths ahead, crawling over every wall. These roots bore clusters of black insect eggs, much like grapes on a vine, clearly the eggs of those black insects. The roots seemed to act as energy channels, with red light occasionally flickering through them, as if supplying energy to the eggs. This place is fucking terrifying, Chen cursed under his breath as he continued forward. As he ventured deeper, the blood-colored roots grew denser, resembling the extensions of some gigantic plant. Soon, Chen reached the deepest part, and the scene before him left him in shock once again. A vast blood pool lay before him, a churning mix of black and fresh blood, with countless fragments of flesh and limbs floating within. Faintly, he could hear the tormented wails of souls. At the center of the pool, a thick root pierced the soil above, with all the roots he had seen earlier extending from it. So this is the source of everything? Chen realized, his mind flashing back to everything he had seen. This blood-colored plant was undoubtedly the origin, drawing energy from the blood pool to grow and spread through the soil, reaching the surface ruins. Above ground, it appeared white, but underground, it was blood-red. Questions still lingered in his mind. Why would a plant produce insect eggs? How was this massive blood pool formed? The endless blood, remains, and even souls in the pool did not seem natural. Chen carefully examined the blood pool for clues, muttering to himself, "Where's the boss? Could it be this plant?" Suddenly, he froze, his gaze locking onto the center of the blood pool, just below the plant's roots. He had glimpsed a flash of blood-red light. Was it an illusion? He whispered. Before he could finish speaking, a screen popped up in front of him. You have entered a mysterious place. Congratulations, you have discovered a hidden realm entrance. Mysterious place? Hidden realm? Chen was utterly bewildered. Before he could process this information, the blood pool started to stir. He quickly looked up to see two grotesque figures slowly rising from the churning blood, their eyes opening. Scarlet beetles? Chen's expression shifted dramatically as his gaze locked onto the two massive figures emerging from the blood pool. The familiar outlines were unmistakable. They were the very same scarlet beetles he had previously slain. A foreboding thought crept into his mind. Could everything here be connected to the scarlet beetles? As he pondered this, the two scarlet beetles in the blood pool opened their eyes, their sharp gazes piercing through him. One of them slowly rose, its body drenched in blood, with countless remnants of flesh falling off like veins, exuding a nauseating stench. I wondered why I woke up so early today. Turns out a foolish little bug has wandered in. It sneered with contempt. Suddenly, its gaze grew sharper as it scrutinized Chen. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on its grotesque face. That familiar scent. So it was you who killed my kin. Hearing this, the other scarlet beetle also rose from the blood pool. its eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since you killed my kin, you must be crushed immediately. We can't let any information leak from here. You don't need to tell me, the first scarlet beetle sneered, opening its mouth to spray a mist of blood. Within the mist, countless wailing figures could be seen, like vengeful spirits, rushing towards Su Chen. Su Chen remained unflustered. With a flick of his wings, a gust of wind roared to life, dispersing the blood mist in an instant. He smirked. Crush me? Your bravado is as big as your kin's, but I bet your strength is just as weak. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen swung his mantis blade, sending a sharp slash towards the nearest scarlet beetle. With a loud clang, the beetle withstood the blow, leaving a prominent white mark on its shell. Arrogant little bug, it snarled, a vicious smile on its face. Don't worry, after I kill you, your soul will find no rest. Both scarlet beetles charged out of the blood pool simultaneously, closing in on Su Chen from both sides. Despite their massive size, they moved with surprising speed, exuding a heavy stench of blood, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon him. The beetle on the left opened its gaping maw, its sharp mandibles aiming for Su Chen's vital spots. With a buzzing sound, a barrier of wind materialized just in time to block the deadly strike. Meanwhile, Su Chen swiftly turned to the right, where the other beetle was charging with its hardened shell. Lightning flickered across Su Chen's body, his strength surging. He swung his blade to meet the attack, and with a squelch, a deep wound appeared on the beetle's head, blood gushing out like a fountain. Damn bug, you actually managed to hurt me? The injured beetle retreated, fear flashing in its eyes as its enormous body writhed. Su Chen chuckled coldly. When did I say I couldn't hurt you? Was it that casual strike earlier? He quickly turned, slashing at the beetle on the left. Despite being wary after witnessing its companion's fate, the beetle could not completely evade the fierce attack. With a scream, it was sent flying, a ghastly gash appearing on its abdomen. Su Chen thought to himself, with strength like this, how could they make me feel threatened? So what really makes this place dangerous? Could it be something else? He recalled the system's previous warning and a thought crossed his mind. A mysterious place, a secret realm. Could it be that the true danger here lies within the secret realm itself? But Su Chen quickly dismissed these thoughts. The immediate priority was to deal with the two scarlet beetles in front of him. His eyes refocused on his enemies, filled with killing intent. Sensing the intense murderous aura emanating from Su Chen, the beetles exchanged a wary glance and attacked together. With a low growl, a thick blood mist spread out, laced with poison and a maddening aura. Su Chen was about to use his wind abilities to disperse the mist when he heard two deeper growls from within the fog. Boom! A powerful mental shockwave hit Su Chen, far stronger than anything he had encountered from the pale bugs, or even the pale bug king. The sudden attack left Su Chen momentarily dazed, plunging him into a brief stupor. Su Chen quickly recovered from the influence of the blood mist, using his willpower. As the blood mist was about to engulf him, he decisively whipped up a fierce wind to disperse it. Seeing this, two scarlet beetles, filled with even greater killing intent, lunged at him from the dissipating mist. You think you can kill me? Not a chance. Su Chen muttered coldly. With a flap of the wings on his back, a green light flickered, and thunder surged through his muscles, propelling his speed to the maximum. He vanished from his spot, evading the beetles' combined attack. In the next moment, Su Chen appeared behind one of the scarlet beetles, hovering in midair. The killing intent emanating from him made the beetle sense danger. It turned its head sharply, only to see a green slash coming its way. The beetle tried to resist in terror, but it was too late. Su Chen's full-force strike cleaved it in two before it could utter its final words. The other scarlet beetle, witnessing its companion's demise, glared with rage. It felt the aura of its kin growing stronger on Su Chen, its killing intent surging. However, when Su Chen's gaze fell upon it, fear crept into its heart, and it involuntarily took a step back, hurriedly speaking, praying mantis, don't kill me. If you spare me, I can let you join us and become even more powerful. Hearing this, Su Chen paused, his mantis blade suspended in midair. Seeing his reaction, the beetle quickly continued, you must have stumbled upon this place by accident and are curious about it, right? If you don't kill me and join us, I can tell you why this place has become like this. A glint of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes, confirming his suspicions. However, he was not here by accident, but with purpose. Ignoring the offer to join, he coldly asked, I am indeed curious. Why has this place turned into this? And what do you mean by joining you? Before the beetle could answer, lightning flickered on Su Chen's mantis blade, making the beetle break out in a cold sweat. Mistaking Su Chen's interest as willingness to join, the beetle hurriedly explained, this is a breeding ground for divine insects. You must have seen those insects when you arrived. They are messengers of the god. nurtured with flesh and blood, and finally cultivated with divine blood. You worship a god and possess divine blood? Chen pressed. That's right, the beetle responded fervently. Our god is a great deity, encompassing all. Any creature that worships our god receives blessings and reaches the pinnacle of flesh and blood. Divine blood is a gift from our god. Scanning his surroundings, Chen inwardly scoffed at this so-called great deity. He continued questioning. Was this breeding ground for divine insects transformed by the god you mentioned? No, the beetle shook its head. There are many such places. We transformed this one for our upcoming plan, and we need the god's power. Plan? What plan? Chen asked. The beetle didn't answer, instead staring intently at Chen and saying, You need to confirm your allegiance to us first. After a moment of silence, Chen raised his mantis blade, with a fierce wind gathering and compressing at its edge, exuding a dangerous aura. However, the beetle remained resolute, not backing down. Surprised by its determination, Chen ultimately didn't strike. After a brief contemplation, he changed the question. Tell me, what is this blood-red plant? Chen stared directly at the crimson beetle, his gaze piercing. The beetle's compound eyes flickered, and it responded in a low, raspy voice. Naturally, it's the core for breeding the divine insects. Only with it can we endlessly produce the divine insects. And where do this flesh and these souls come from? Chen pressed on, a hint of wariness in his eyes. The beetle let out a chilling chuckle. Heh heh, naturally we collect them. Chen slowly twisted his neck, producing a faint crackling sound. His tone was calm yet full of pressure. Is that so? Why do I feel like you're lying? The crimson beetle bared its mouth full of sharp teeth, its laughter tinged with arrogance. Ha ha ha, so what if I'm lying? Don't think I can't see that you're trying to get the information you want from me. But some of what I said is entirely true. No deceit. It paused, a strange light flashing in its eyes. If you want to know more, I can tell you everything, but you must pledge yourself to my god. Chen shook his head in silence, saying nothing more. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. He knew further questioning would be futile. This cunning beetle wouldn't reveal any more information. A sharp flash of the blade cut through the air, unleashing a powerful slash. However, the crimson beetle seemed prepared, nimbly dodging the attack, and burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't let me go, but it doesn't matter because I never intended to let you go either. The secrets here must stay hidden, so you will die here. As soon as the beetle finished speaking, a blinding blood-red light erupted from its body, illuminating the entire cave. Immediately, the sound of cracking filled the air. Chen whipped his head around, his pupils contracting sharply. The eggs attached to the roots of the blood-red plant were cracking at a visible rate. Swarms of black insects were about to hatch. So, you were stalling for time as well? Chen coldly looked at the crimson beetle, but it had already turned and was sprinting down the passage, trying to escape in the chaos. Chen let out a slight chuckle, his figure flickering like a ghost. In an instant, he caught up with the beetle. A swift slash of his blade cut through the air, aiming for the beetle's vital spot. Sensing the lethal threat, the crimson beetle let out a desperate roar. No, but the roar was abruptly cut off, turning into a dull thud. With a squelch, the beetle's body was neatly sliced in half. Even though you lied at the end, thanks for the information you did provide, Chen calmly said as he looked at the beetle's corpse. He then turned to face the swarm of black insects hatching behind him. Countless black insects emerged, letting out low growls as they closed in on Chen. But he remained unfazed, his gaze passing over the insects to the blood-red plant deep within the cave. He keenly sensed that the crimson beetle had lied about two things: the true purpose of the blood-red plant and the endless source of flesh and souls in the blood pool. Secret realm, Chen murmured. A strong intuition told him that the blood-red plant and the flesh were likely connected to a hidden secret realm in this place. This secret realm's existence might be the reason for the winged insect tribe's downfall and why the crimson beetle had transformed this place into such a bizarre environment. A surge of urgency to find the secret realm's entrance welled up inside him, but looking at the densely packed swarm of black insects charging towards him, Chen shook his head, a cold glint in his eyes. Forget it, let's deal with you pests first. Before his words even faded, Chen swung his sword. A fierce slash erupted from the ground, sweeping towards the horde of black insects. The slashes formed by the concentrated wind cut through the air like sharp blades, slicing the swarming black insects into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere, pooling on the ground. Chen's wings flapped continuously behind him as he hovered in midair, wielding his mantis blade while conjuring wind blades that swept through the area. Wherever the wind blades reached, the black insects fell, reduced to remnants. Even though some of the black insects let out low growls, trying to disrupt Chen's will, His mental shield nullified all these attacks. During the battle, Su Chen's attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar object. A blood-red crystal dropped to the ground from the shattered corpse of a slain black insect. What is that? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, as if recalling something. He swiftly flew towards the crystal and picked it up. A display frame immediately popped up. You have obtained an item. Blood flesh crystal. Blood flesh crystal? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He casually slashed an approaching black insect and then opened his backpack to inspect the newly acquired item. Blood flesh crystal. A crystal formed in blood-infused flesh, containing the essence of blood energy, which can enhance the physical body. Good stuff. Su Chen's expression brightened, and without hesitation, he used the crystal. Your blood energy has increased. Strength 0.2. Su Chen felt a slight boost in his strength, causing a satisfied smile to spread across his face. This was even better than the effect of the life ember. He recalled the large number of black insects he had killed at the entrance of the tunnel and decided to go back and collect them later, hoping to find more blood flesh crystals. Looking at the still numerous black insects ahead, Su Chen's lips curled into an excited smile. I thought you pests were just annoying, but it turns out you have some use. Excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's wings flapped vigorously, conjuring numerous wind blades that shot down towards the swarm of black insects like a torrential rain. The sound of slicing was incessant as the black insects were cut down, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Despite their large numbers, the black insects stood no chance against Su Chen in midair. After a full 5 minutes of slaughter, all the black insects were finally annihilated. The ground was covered with their remains, and black blood pooled in places. Even Su Chen felt a bit fatigued and landed on the ground, panting heavily. He took out a pine cone he had received from Songzi's mother from his backpack and ate it in one bite. The sweet taste brightened Su Chen's eyes, and he quickly finished the pine cone. Instantly, the fatigue vanished, and his stamina was fully restored. Not bad at all. It would be great to have more of these, Su Chen said regretfully. He realized the value of the century-old pine cone and thought about asking if there were more available. Shaking his head, Su Chen looked at the black insect remnants scattered all over the ground and grinned, ready to collect his spoils. You have picked up blood flesh crystal X1. You have picked up blood flesh crystal X3. You have picked up blood flesh crystal X2. You have picked up blood flesh crystal X3. You have picked up blood flesh crystal X1. Compared to the life embers from the pale insects, the drop rate of blood flesh crystals from these black insects was lower. Even after collecting the corpses of the black insects he had previously killed at the entrance, Su Chen only ended up with 27 blood flesh crystals in total. Though the quantity was less than he had hoped, Su Chen was not too disappointed. He quickly adjusted his mindset and eagerly consumed all the blood flesh crystals. A sharp pain immediately surged through his body as the blood flesh crystals melted upon entry. Qi and blood surged through Su Chen's body like a tidal wave, sweeping through and fortifying his physique. A notification box popped up, with a series of messages flashing rapidly. Qi and blood increased. Stamina 2. Strength 0.8. Spirit 0.8. Speed 1.8. Attributes skyrocketing. A pleased smile spread across Su Chen's face, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. This feels great. He swung his blade, and the powerful force and speed caused the air to whistle, like a gale sweeping through. After carefully feeling the changes, Su Chen's gaze landed on the corpse of the slain crimson beetle. He thought to himself, I'm much stronger now. If I had to face those 2 crimson beetles again, I could probably kill them with one strike without using blood boil. Unfortunately, the crimson beetle was already dead, so he couldn't verify his theory. Shaking his head, Su Chen took a deep breath and silently familiarized himself with his enhanced strength. Then, he looked ahead at the blood-red plants, pondered for a moment, and with a flick of his wings, conjured wind blades that shot out in all directions. With a slicing sound, the roots spreading around, laden with insect eggs, were severed. However, under Su Chen's watchful eyes, these roots began to regrow at a visible speed. Just as I thought, they have the same regenerative ability as the crimson vines I encountered before, Su Chen mused, then approached the blood pool. The sight of flesh floating and souls wailing in the blood pool made him frown. Is the entrance to the secret realm in the blood pool? Su Chen recalled the flash of red light he had seen beneath the roots of the blood-red plants. Though he wasn't sure what it was likely the entrance to the secret realm. Surveying the area, all enemies had been dealt with, leaving only a seemingly non-aggressive and unintelligent blood-red plant. Su Chen speculated that the danger and opportunity he sensed were likely connected to the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen raised his mantis blade and struck the blood pool forcefully. Blood gushed out, and the stench grew even stronger. He flew into the air, keeping a close watch on the blood pool as the water level dropped. Finally, the bottom of the pool came into view, revealing a gap. It was a space rift emitting a blood-red glow, shaped like irregular lightning in a stormy night, large enough for a beast to pass through. Despite the pool being drained, blood and chunks of flesh continued to seep from the rift, creating an eerie and ominous scene. But recalling the players' descriptions of the secret realm on the forum, Chen's eyes burned with excitement. Without hesitation, he flew down and plunged into the secret realm. The world around him was instantly enveloped in a blood-red hue, accompanied by a slight dizziness, as if he had undergone some kind of teleportation. When Chen opened his eyes again, the notification box popped up. You have entered the secret realm, the land of flesh and blood. The land of flesh and blood secret realm? Chen's eyes flickered as he was about to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. His expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively cursed, "Damn, an ambush?" A powerful whooshing sound rushed toward the back of Chen's head. Reacting swiftly, he instantly conjured a shield of wind around himself. However, with a sharp crack, the wind shield shattered. Following that, a searing pain shot through his back, sending Chen flying like a kite with a broken string. As he tumbled through the air, Chen finally got a clear look at his attacker. It was a tall human figure, covered in blood-red flesh that seemed to form a grotesque armor, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes exposed. The eerie creature exuded an aura of bloodlust and terror that sent shivers down his spine. Chen crashed heavily to the ground, the pain making it difficult for him to get up. At that moment, the blood-red figure let out a deafening roar and charged at him once more. Struggling to support himself, Chen tried to make a final stand. However, the sound of numerous growls from behind made his heart sink. Turning his head, he saw dozens of similarly horrifying flesh-covered humans sprinting toward him, each radiating a powerful and frightening aura. "Well, this is it," Chen muttered, giving up all resistance. He lay back on the ground, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He had known there were rare treasures hidden in the secret realm, but no one had warned him about the dangers lurking within. With a loud bang, a wave of pain surged through his mind. Everything went black, and a blood-red message appeared. "You are dead?" Chen shook his head and exited the game. After a moment of slight dizziness, he opened his eyes and returned to the real world. This experience taught him a crucial lesson. Exploring the secret realm without proper evolution required constant vigilance, or certain death awaited. Though it was his first time venturing into the secret realm, the brief encounter left a lasting impression on Chen. The strength of those flesh-covered humans far surpassed any enemies he had faced before. On reflection, it made sense. Previously, he had only encountered insects, some as formidable as small animals, but this time he was up against powerful humans. Chen knew that with his current strength, he could barely handle one flesh-covered human. Facing more than one would be a death sentence. He got up and headed to the kitchen. Taking a bottle of cola from the fridge, Chen went out to the balcony. Leaning against the railing, sipping the cold beverage, and enjoying the night breeze, he pulled out his phone and recalled the chat group number he had gotten from Linzhuang earlier that day. After a moment's hesitation, Chen entered the group number and began the search. Soon, a chat group name, Jiangxing Animal Club, appeared on the screen. Seeing the group name, Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling slightly out of place even before joining. Taking a sip of cola, Chen still applied to join the group, mentioning that Linzhuang had referred him. After waiting for a while with no response, possibly because the admin was in game, Chen decided to message Tang Wei directly. "Any missions?" Chen got straight to the point. Tang Wei replied instantly, "Just got out of the game?" "Yeah, so any missions?" Chen asked again. "Desperate for points, huh?" Tang Wei seemed a bit surprised. "Very desperate." Chen didn't hide his urgency. While he planned to find evolution-related materials and treasures in the game, the valuable items held by the game officials were also not to be missed. He might find something truly useful for himself. However, most of the good stuff came at a high price, requiring a large number of points to exchange. Even if he didn't need them now, future evolutions might. Hence, his eagerness for points was intense. "Hold on, I just got out of the game too. I'll check the situation," Tang Wei replied. "Okay." Chen responded briefly and continued gazing at the distant nightscape. After finishing his cola, Chen turned to head out. Unnoticed, night had already fallen, and his stomach began to growl. Considering he would need to hunt nearby beasts later, he decided to treat himself to a meal instead of cooking. Having earned some money from selling beast meat, he thought he deserved a little reward. Just as he stepped out of his apartment complex, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from Tang Wei. "I just checked, and there are a few missions available. One of them is quite dangerous, though. Take a look." Tang Wei sent a file. "Is it dangerous?" Chen's eyes flickered as he accepted the document without hesitation. His strength had improved significantly recently, and he was brimming with confidence. To him, a dangerous mission carried risks, but the high reward in points was even more enticing. The file downloaded quickly, and Chen opened it to read carefully. The content made his eyes light up, a gleam of excitement flashing through them. The first task, due to the imminent appearance of the Lingshu, the number of outside players in Jiangqing has surged, prompting the night market to open early. Given the expected increase in foot traffic, additional patrols are required to prevent any incidents. The task requires continuous patrolling until the night market closes and proactive intervention in case of emergencies. The reward is 100 points. The second task, a second-level beast has been detected at an abandoned factory and needs to be eliminated. The task requires the elimination of the second-level beast and a thorough inspection of the surrounding area to confirm the absence of other beast traces, which should also be cleared if found. The reward starts at 100 points and may increase depending on the situation. Chen was surprised to find that the night market had been moved up. According to the original plan, it should have been in a day or two. He was curious about the term Lingshu, but didn't ask Tang Wei immediately. Instead, he checked the map location for the second task. To his delight, the two task locations were not far apart. Chen felt fortunate, realizing that cooperating with the officials indeed had more advantages than going solo. Combined, these two tasks would earn him at least 200 points, far more than what he could gain by hunting beasts alone. Even better, he could bring the second-level beast's body to the night market for sale, possibly finding suitable evolution materials in the process. With this in mind, Chen closed the file and immediately messaged Tang Wei. "Qing, I'll take on these two tasks. But I'm curious, with the location so close, why hasn't anyone from your side taken them up?" Tang Wei quickly replied, "We're really short on manpower right now. With the Lingshu about to appear, most of our combat personnel have been dispatched to locate its potential emergence spots, and I'll be joining them soon." Chen followed up. "What exactly is the Lingshu?" Tang Wei explained. "Have you encountered secret realms in the game?" The Lingshu can be understood as a real-world secret realm. Just like in the game, it offers a wealth of rare resources. That's why, ever since the news broke about a possible Lingshu in Jiangqing, players from other cities have been flocking here. Chen finally understood. Although he had yet to obtain anything valuable from a secret realm, the fact that it attracted so many players showed how high the Lingshu's value must be. No wonder the officials were so short-staffed. He posed another question. Wouldn't the officials control something like the Lingshu? It's one thing in the game, but in the real world, it should be easy for the authorities to manage. Tang Wei replied, "It's not that simple. The appearance of the Lingshu is entirely random, and even with advanced technology, we can only detect some fluctuations at best. More importantly, many Lingshu disappear shortly after they appear. So, in most cases, the officials won't stop players from entering to maximize resource utilization. Of course, if it's a Lingshu that remains fixed once it appears, the authorities will control it. But initially, they won't prevent players from entering." Hearing this, Chen's eyes brightened. "So, if a Lingshu appears, I can go in too?" Tang Wei responded, "Yes, if you want to enter, I can notify you when we discover a Lingshu. But you should think carefully. The Lingshu is different from the secret realms in the game. In the game, you can respawn after dying, but the Lingshu is part of the real-world death there is permanent. Most importantly, while laws and order exist in the real world, the Lingshu is another space without legal constraints. Anything could happen in there, and I think you understand the implications." Chen put away his phone, his eyes deep in thought about the message he had just received. He knew the Lingshu was about to open, a mystical phenomenon comparable to a secret realm. He felt both excited and wary. Despite the imminent dangers, he decided to take the risk, driven by his urgent need for materials and treasures. Entering a nearby restaurant, Chen quickly ordered a few dishes and devoured them hungrily. After checking the exact location of the night market on his phone, he realized he had 2 hours before it opened. This gave him just enough time to tackle the task of dealing with the beasts at the abandoned factory, he calculated. Hopping onto a shared electric bike parked by the roadside, Chen headed straight for the abandoned factory. Half an hour later, he stood in front of the sprawling, 20,000 square meter structure. Once a bustling toy factory, it was now desolate, with weeds climbing its high walls, giving off an eerie vibe in the twilight. After parking the bike, Chen pulled out his phone and activated the scouting function on the Bounty Hunter app. The radar instantly displayed numerous white dots, indicating level 1 beasts. He frowned slightly and continued his search, soon spotting a green dot, the marker for a level 2 beast. Following the direction of the green dot, Chen realized it was near a large mountain. Could it be a wild beast from the mountains? He murmured to himself, feeling both anticipation and caution. Pushing open the creaky gate, Chen carefully made his way deeper into the factory. Meanwhile, in the factory's deepest recesses, 2 figures in black robes were watching a sleeping beast. One of them sneered, "Finally, a level 2 beast. This one will do." The other nodded in agreement, and then flicked a drop of black blood toward the beast. As soon as the black blood hit the ground, the beast jolted awake, its eyes flashing with fear. But in the next moment, its gaze turned frenzied, and it lapped up the black blood. Immediately, the beast let out a pained growl and began to convulse violently. The two black-robed figures observed with excitement. Suddenly, one of them became alert and said, "Someone's coming." The other dismissed the concern. "Perfect timing. I want to see what happens to this level 2 beast after consuming the divine blood." Under the night sky, a bright moon hung high. Its gentle light cast a hazy silver veil over the abandoned factory. Chen moved cautiously through the desolate area, his phone's radar screen flashing, accurately indicating the distance between him and the beast. Soon, he reached a spot marked by a white dot. Looking up, he saw an area overgrown with weeds, the wild grass nearly shoulder-high. Chen murmured softly, "There shouldn't be any saber-toothed rats here, right?" Saying this, he quickly put away his phone. With a thought, a gleaming katana appeared in his right hand. With a swift slash, Chen unleashed a sharp strike, sweeping forward like an invisible scythe. The wild grass fell in response, severed cleanly. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. A dark figure shot up like an arrow, deftly avoiding the strike, and landed not far from Chen. The creature opened its gaping maw, launching a stream of purple venom like a dart. Chen's eyes narrowed, and his body instinctively sidestepped, the venom grazing his sleeve. A snake? He examined the beast closely. It was a giant snake, bright green like a bamboo viper but as large as a python. Undoubtedly, this was a mutated bamboo viper. Seeing the true nature of his opponent, Chen couldn't help but smile. Good, it's not a saber-toothed rat. For him, saber-toothed rats were not only of low value but also barely edible. In contrast, snake meat was a much better option. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Chen, the mutated bamboo viper hissed again and sprang forward like a taut bow. It opened its fangs wide, resembling a green arrow speeding towards Chen. However, Chen's reaction was swift. With a thought, a gust of wind formed an invisible shield. With a dull thud, the mutated bamboo viper collided with the shield, letting out a painful hiss. Seizing the moment before the giant snake hit the ground, Chen swung his katana again. A sharp wind enveloped the blade, making the strike incredibly fierce. With a swoosh, the bamboo viper's head fell, and its massive body quickly lost its vitality, turning into a lifeless corpse. Chen nodded to himself. Not bad. Much tougher than a saber-toothed rat. Despite this, such an opponent posed no real threat to him now. Even without using his full power, he could easily slay a level 1 beast with his various abilities. With my current strength, perhaps only a level 2 beast could pose a challenge, he thought. Shaking his head, he put away his thoughts, took a photo of the bamboo viper's corpse, and stored it in his backpack. He continued deeper into the abandoned factory. His phone's detection module showed that there were still 5 level 1 beasts scattered around the area. Perhaps due to the proximity to the mountains, these beasts were not saber-toothed rats but mutated mountain animals like venomous snakes and rabbits. As Chen moved forward, any level 1 beast he encountered fell to his blade. Soon, he reached the factory's central area. With a swoosh, Chen swung a wind-infused strike at a mountain monkey, killing it instantly. Blood splattered as the monkey quickly lost its life. Putting away his katana, Chen stepped forward to take a photo, then exhaled deeply. The last level 1 beast. Apart from this one, only the level 2 beast remains in the entire factory. Unknowingly, it was already 8:30 p.m. Considering the night market was about to start, Chen had to quicken his pace, heading towards the deepest part of the factory where the level 2 beast resided. Having hunted level 1 beasts along the way, he was now close to his target. Suddenly, Chen's gaze fixed on the ground. He quickly took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and squatted down to inspect. Clear footprints were imprinted on the ground. Just left? So, there's someone else in this abandoned factory besides me? Chen frowned, scanning his surroundings warily. Handling a level 2 beast was already challenging enough, and now an unknown intruder added to his unease. Quickly assessing the situation, Chen thought, no ordinary person could survive in a place teeming with level 1 beasts, so the intruder is likely another player. A bounty hunter? Or a freelance player? Either way, this unknown factor is adding a lot of pressure. Despite his anxiety, Chen decided to press on. He speculated that the intruder's target might also be the level 2 beast, and finding the beast could lead him to the mysterious person. With this in mind, he quickened his pace and ventured deeper into the factory. Soon, Chen reached the innermost part of the abandoned factory. When he spotted the level 2 beast in the distance, he held his breath, his heartbeat quickening. It was a massive creature, mutated from a wild deer, towering over 2 meters tall with a robust and muscular frame. The beast lay by a pond, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with a violent and restless glare. The ominous aura emanating from the mutated deer made Chen uneasy. Weighing his options swiftly, Chen decided against a direct confrontation, opting instead to find a favorable position for a sneak attack. As he moved cautiously, a sudden thud caught his attention. A stone had landed precisely at his feet. The slight noise immediately alerted the mutated deer. It snapped its head around, locking its gaze on Chen. Its eyes glowed brighter, and with a deafening roar, a beam of red light gathered at its antlers and shot straight at him. Shit! Chen cursed under his breath, quickly realizing someone had intentionally exposed his location. He leapt to the side, narrowly evading the attack. The beam struck the ground where he had stood, leaving a deep crater. The close call left Chen drenched in cold sweat. He swiftly drew his weapon, his eyes sharp as knives as he scanned the area for the hidden assailant. "Don't let me find you," he seethed internally, the feeling of being outmaneuvered fueling his rage. But for now, dealing with the enraged giant deer was the priority. Taking a deep breath, Chen's eyes sharpened. "Fine, let's see what a level 2 beast is really capable of," he muttered to himself, focusing intently as he prepared for the fierce battle ahead. A deep growl echoed through the surroundings as the giant deer underwent a horrifying transformation. Its flesh began to writhe as if countless snakes slithered beneath its skin. In an instant, a pair of pitch-black human hands emerged from its sides, grotesque and terrifying. Chen had no time to think. The deer had already lowered its head and gathered strength, its hind legs digging into the ground. In the next moment, the massive creature charged at him with the speed of a released arrow, the air splitting with a sharp whistle. So fast, Chen's pupils constricted, and his muscles tensed instantly. With a reaction speed beyond ordinary humans, he barely twisted his body to avoid the collision, narrowly brushing past the giant deer. Yet, the danger was far from over. The eerie black hands suddenly extended, lunging at Chen like venomous snakes. Something's wrong. This deer is definitely not normal. Alarms blared in Chen's mind. He quickly gathered energy, forming an invisible barrier in front of him that barely blocked the terrifying claws. Recalling the ominous aura he had sensed when he first encountered the deer, Chen became increasingly convinced that this monster was somehow connected to the black worms he had encountered in the game. They both exuded a spirit-corrupting, malevolent energy. This was no coincidence. Man-made. A thought flashed through Chen's mind. He remembered the mysterious figure who had exposed his presence. It was highly likely that this person was watching the events unfold from the shadows. Chen scanned the surroundings warily, finding nothing unusual but knowing the danger wasn't over. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and swung his long blade forcefully. A sharp wind blade sliced through the air, sending the giant deer flying. However, as the dust settled, Chen was shocked to see only a shallow white mark on the deer's body. Its formidable defense was astonishing. Good. A second-level beast is strong but not unbeatable. This will do, Chen muttered, a cold glint in his eyes. With a thought, his body began to flicker with dazzling lightning. The giant deer seemed enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Red light gathered at its antlers, forming a terrifying beam that shot towards Chen. Moving like a shadow in the night, Chen dodged the lethal strike with ease. A thunderous crash sounded behind him as a warehouse crumbled under the beam's impact. Impressive power, but it's useless if it can't hit the target, Chen calmly assessed. Before his words could fade, he was already charging towards the deer like an arrow. The deer retaliated, charging ferociously like a wild bull. Chen, prepared, used the wind to dodge effortlessly while delivering a sharp slash. With a splatter of black blood, the deer's unusual blood color confirmed Chen's suspicions. Though it was a second-level beast, it had clearly been corrupted by some dark force. Chen was now almost certain that the mysterious observer was behind this. Just wait, I'll find you soon enough, Chen thought coldly, a glint of determination in his eyes. With a thought, a fierce and imposing black mantis avatar appeared behind him, boosting his power instantly. At the same time, the deer roared again, its massive black hands striking towards Chen. He dodged easily, but the ground was left with a large crater, debris flying everywhere. "Break!" Chen shouted, his expression stern as he seized the opportunity to strike. With a loud crack, one of the black hands was severed, and the deer let out an agonizing roar. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The severed flesh began to wriggle, regenerating at an alarming speed. In no time, the horrifying hand was restored. The deer, now thoroughly enraged, roared again. Red light gathered at its antlers, ready to unleash another deadly beam. Seeing this, Chen's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a crucial point. He quickly changed direction, positioning himself near a pond not far away. As the red beam formed, it shot towards Chen with unstoppable force. Prepared, Chen dodged the lethal strike with ease. He then glanced towards the pond, and as expected, two figures leaped out just as the beam was about to hit the water. narrowly avoiding the attack. So, you were hiding there, Chen said with a cold smile. Although the area was overgrown with weeds, his sharp vision and senses would have detected anyone hiding in the grass. Since he found no one, he deduced that the observers were likely hiding in the pond. To verify this, Chen had carefully orchestrated his actions. He attacked the deer, even revealing his avatar, to lower the observer's guard and provoke the deer into using its beam attack, forcing the hidden enemies out. The unsettling feeling of being watched during the battle with the deer was now resolved. Chen's plan had worked. He had finally flushed out the hidden foes. With a loud bang, a beam of light descended, filling the sky with red. The pond exploded, sending water splashing everywhere like a torrential downpour. Two figures in black robes descended from the sky, raising a cloud of dust as they landed. They quickly scanned the area, locking their eyes on Chen. One of them clapped his hands, his voice tinged with admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. I didn't expect Jiangqing's authorities to have someone like you. To think you could fight a second-level beast with just an insect avatar, especially one we've enhanced. I must say, you're quite exceptional. The other figure spoke in a calm tone. I'm puzzled, though. Why didn't you choose to escape? Instead, you forced us to reveal ourselves. Don't you value your life? Our appearance means your certain death. Chen remained unfazed. I don't like being spied on. As for running away? Sorry, but I don't think you can kill me. On the contrary, killing you will give me peace of mind in battle. Kill us? The two figures in black laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. The one who had been silent pointed at Chen's insect avatar, mocking, with that feeble insect form of yours? Before he could finish, the giant deer let out a low roar, seemingly venting its ignored fury. It charged at Chen like a maddened bull. In an instant, steam rose from Chen's body. He lifted his foot and precisely stomped on the deer's head just as it was about to collide with him. With a loud bang, the deer was forced to a halt, its head buried deep in the mud. What's wrong with insects? Don't underestimate them. Chen coldly eyed the two black-robed figures, shaking his leg before dashing towards them. His body seemed to boil, lightning surging through every muscle, the wind aiding his speed to its peak. Almost before the figures could react, Chen was upon them, slashing at one with his blade. Even an insect can crush you, sneaky, foul rats. Chen roared. With a swift slash, one figure's head flew off, blood gushing like a fountain, splattering Chen's face, making him look like a blood-soaked deity. The sudden scene left the other black-robed figure petrified. As he finally regained his senses, he stumbled back, shouting in terror, "How are you so strong? Your avatar is an insect, a weak insect. With such power, you should have already killed that beast." Mid-sentence, he seemed to realize something, staring at Chen in disbelief. Chen grinned, wiping the blood from his face with his left hand. "Looks like you figured it out. If I didn't pretend to be weaker and reveal my insect avatar, you wouldn't have shown yourselves to me." Before he finished speaking, Chen burst forward again, appearing before the black-robed figure in an instant. The figure, nearly scared out of his wits, quickly reacted. A black fox avatar materialized behind him, its claws swiping with black smoke swirling around them. Chen agilely leaned back to dodge the attack, then adjusted his stance and slashed with full force. A blue blade, crackling with lightning, flashed, and the black-robed figure's head fell to the ground, his body collapsing straight down. Chen stared at the head at his feet, kicking it away with disdain. Besides, I'm not stupid enough to go all out while someone is watching from the shadows. With that, he cracked his neck and turned to face the giant deer, which had just pulled its head out of the mud. Chen smiled, covered in blood, looking more like a savage beast than the deer itself. "Now, it's your turn." If it were an ordinary intelligent beast, it would have already turned tail and fled in terror upon witnessing this scene. However, this giant deer was clearly corrupted and had lost its sanity. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light as it roared and charged towards Chen with a violent fury, its hooves pounding the ground. Chen snorted coldly, showing no fear as he stepped forward. He summoned all his abilities, and his transformation followed suit. Although the data might not reflect it, the combination of his various abilities pushed his actual attributes to nearly 30 points. This confidence led him to take the initiative, forcing the two black-robed figures to reveal themselves. As the deranged deer charged madly, Chen gripped his long blade tightly, his eyes sharp and focused, waiting for the perfect moment. Just as the deer was about to collide with him, he swung his blade. The blade's edge, carrying a powerful gust of wind, slashed a gruesome gash across the deer's head. The massive body of the deer was flung aside by the force, black blood gushing out like a fountain. Chen stared at the fallen deer, surprised to find it still breathing faintly. Such a lethal strike hadn't finished it off? To his horror, the deer began to rise slowly. It let out a deafening roar, and then, shockingly, its head split open, revealing a crimson skeletal face from within, exuding an aura of malevolent fury. Su Chen's pupils contracted, and alarm bells rang in his mind. What on earth was this creature? He had initially thought the deer might be similar to the black bugs in the game, possibly connected in some way. But the current transformation was far beyond his expectations. The deer's mutation continued. It shifted from a four-legged stance to a bipedal, humanoid form, with its flesh and sinews writhing and twisting, exposing the bones beneath. These bones grew rapidly, enveloping its entire body and forming an impenetrable bone armor. In an instant, a humanoid monster with antlers and a skeletal frame stood before Su Chen, its aura now nearly twice as menacing as before. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he silently cursed. What is this? A mid-battle power-up? He took a deep breath, his muscles tensing as he prepared for combat. Compared to the previous deer, this monstrous form now presented a real challenge, but just barely. The creature opened its maw filled with sharp teeth and let out a raspy roar. Its torso suddenly split open, sprouting two pitch-black arms, transforming it into a four-armed monster. It took a step forward, the ground beneath it caving in, and in a flash of white light, it appeared before Su Chen. All four fists swung simultaneously, the air whistling with their force. Wind, Su Chen thought, and a barrier of azure wind materialized in front of him. With a loud bang, the barrier barely held against the ferocious attack. Just as Su Chen was about to counterattack, the monster let out a low growl, and the barrier cracked and shattered. The monster's fists continued their trajectory towards Su Chen. Su Chen's pupils contracted as he exclaimed inwardly, "Such destructive power!" Without hesitation, he twisted his body, narrowly dodging the lethal punch. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Chen raised his long blade and slashed at the monster's neck with all his might. The powerful strike cleaved through the monster's outer bone armor, revealing the flesh beneath. However, the blade lodged halfway, caught by the hard bone inside. Su Chen had no choice but to withdraw his blade and retreat, all the while evading the monster's relentless assault. The monster's four arms whirled like a storm, each punch accompanied by a piercing whistle. This beast, having evolved from a wild animal, had now become a terrifying four-armed tyrant. Su Chen dared not meet its attacks heeding and could only fight while retreating, carefully observing the monster's body for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, the monster launched a simultaneous attack with all four fists aimed at Su Chen's face. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he thought, "My turn to strike." Using the wind's push, he swiftly ducked, dodging the deadly blows. Seizing the moment, he slashed at the monster's right leg. With a thud, the monster's right leg was severed. Losing its balance, the monster toppled to the ground, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Flesh writhed, bones grew, and the monster's severed right leg regenerated visibly. A sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He would never give the monster a chance to recover. With a swift movement, he lunged forward, stomping hard on the monster's head, driving it deep into the dirt with all his might. Gripping his katana tightly, Su Chen aimed at the creature's neck and struck without hesitation. "Die!" he roared, the katana slicing through the air with compressed wind, embedding itself deeply into the flesh. The sound of bones cracking echoed as black blood sprayed out, and the monster's head fell to the ground. As the head was severed, the regeneration of the monster's right leg ceased abruptly, and its life force dissipated instantly. Its body withered at an alarming rate, turning into a foul-smelling puddle of black blood and flesh. Even the bones melted away, leaving only a faintly pulsating blood-red heart. Su Chen's tense body finally relaxed, and he staggered back a few steps before collapsing heavily onto the ground. "Damn, it's finally dead," he gasped, feeling his energy drain rapidly. Had the monster not died, he might have had to retreat. Frowning at the pile of flesh and blood before him, Su Chen took out his phone and snapped a picture. He then turned and photographed the two black-robed corpses. Instead of uploading them to the Bounty Hunter app, he sent them directly to Tang Wei. Soon, his phone vibrated with Tang Wei's response. "Did you encounter cultists?" "Cultists?" A realization dawned in Su Chen's eyes as he quickly typed back, "Not sure, but these guys are definitely not good. They were here before me and somehow turned a second-level beast into a humanoid monster. The monster turned into a puddle of flesh after it died. This won't affect my mission, right?" Tang Wei replied, "From your description, it's likely they're from the Beast Mother cult. I didn't expect a second-level beast to attract them. Don't worry, not only will it not affect your mission, but the reward will also increase." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then inquired more about the cultists. Tang Wei soon explained, "Cultists are basically players too, but they've allied with evil gods, gaining power through them. The Beast Mother cult worships an evil god called the Mother of Beasts and often experiments on beasts." "Evil gods? In the game?" Su Chen asked with a frown. Tang Wei responded, what else? If I'd known you'd encounter cultists, I'd have told you to run. Some cultists have bizarre methods, even summoning apostles of the evil gods extremely dangerous. It's best not to engage. Just run. Su Chen drew a sharp breath. Could the evil gods in the game really influence reality? Tang Wei didn't elaborate, only urging, you'd better go collect the spoils quickly before they disappear. Spoils? What spoils? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Those two cultists. You'll understand when you get closer, Tang Wei replied. Intrigued and feeling somewhat recovered, Su Chen got up and walked towards the remains of the monster. He noticed a blood-red heart still beating amidst the muck, clearly unusual. He pocketed it, and a system prompt appeared. You have obtained a treasure, beast heart filled with vitality. This heart, brimming with life force, attracts any wild beast and can make them stronger. A treasure. Su Chen's eyes lit up with delight. Although this item was introduced as exclusive to beast transformation players, it made no difference to Su Chen. His eyes gleamed with a shrewd light as he thought about the upcoming night market trade. This item would surely attract buyers. Even if he couldn't use it, it could fetch a handsome profit. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded and walked briskly toward the two corpses. As he approached the first black-robed body, a sudden sting came from the game mark of Shan Haijing on the back of his right hand. Looking down, he saw the mark glowing faintly, as if it had sensed something. In an instant, a ray of light flew out from the corpse and swiftly entered the mark. A notification popped up in front of Su Chen. You have acquired a player relic. Your backpack slots have increased by 10. You received a random item from the player relic. Boar Tusk Corpse X1. Player relic? Su Chen's eyes flashed with surprise as he quickly opened his backpack to confirm. Indeed, the backpack space had increased by 10 slots. He then checked the description of the Boar Tusk Corpse, and a smile of delight appeared on his face. It was a perfectly intact, untainted level 2 fierce beast corpse, evidently hunted by the two black-robed individuals elsewhere, likely intended for personal use or sale at the night market. But now, this unexpected boon had fallen into Su Chen's hands. What surprised Su Chen even more was the discovery that killing players could yield such rewards. He glanced thoughtfully at the mark on his hand and muttered to himself, this Shan Haijing game really is survival of the fittest. Shaking his head, Su Chen moved toward the other corpse. The same scene played out again. A ray of light flew into the mark, and another notification appeared. You have acquired a player relic. Your backpack slots have increased by 10. You received a random item from the player relic. Wind Wolf King Fong. Excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This unexpected fortune made him even more eager for the adventures that lay ahead. Fong of the Wind Wolf King? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly opened his backpack. The Fong emitted a faint blue glow, still smeared with the Wind Wolf King's saliva. A system notification popped up. Wind Wolf King Fong. Material extracted forcefully from the mouth of the Wind Wolf King. Contains the power of wind. An excellent wind element material. A spark of inspiration struck Su Chen. He immediately opened the interface and selected the evolution option, placing the Fong inside. As a subtle resonance occurred, a wave of joy surged within him. It actually works, he exclaimed, his eyes widening with a bright smile spreading across his face. This unexpected delight filled Su Chen with excitement. He murmured to himself, the Wind Wolf King's Fong, what a fortunate find. Reflecting on his own wind-related abilities and the hidden wind mantis bloodline within him, he pondered. The evolved abilities could likely be wind-related. His gaze shifted to the silver moon blade at his waist, and he added, or possibly related to the blade as well? However, after the initial excitement, Su Chen calmed down. He shook his head, realizing that true evolution was still a ways off. I still need treasures and a suitable place for evolution, he calculated in his mind. I can check tonight's market and the upcoming secret realms for treasures. As for the evolution site, I'll ask around at the spirit tribe after logging into the game tomorrow. Thinking of other players, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit smug. So far, no one had reported anything about the spirit tribe or the forest of 10,000 insects, which meant he might be the only one exploring this area. Collecting himself, Su Chen took out his phone, recorded a video, and uploaded it to the Bounty Hunter app, detailing the unexpected developments in his task. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, wondering how many points he would earn from the additional mission of slaying a level 1 fierce beast. Glancing one last time at the corpse on the ground, Su Chen chuckled softly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a mountainous area of Jiang City, Tang Wei put away her phone, a smile playing on her lips. A deformed level 2 fierce beast and 2 cultists, she murmured. Su Chen, like the rising sun. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, a king level seed. Just then, footsteps and growls sounded behind her. Turning around calmly, Tang Wei saw a mutated wild boar, now a level 2 fierce beast, emerging slowly. She smiled without a hint of panic. With a thought, a white fox with 2 swaying tails appeared, glowing behind her. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, he had already left the abandoned factory and found his electric scooter. As he mounted it, he frowned at his blood-stained clothes. Damn, I forgot to wash up in that pond, he muttered. It's so late. I hope there aren't any people on the road. I wouldn't want anyone to think I'm a murderer. Thinking about the people he actually had killed, he let out a bitter laugh. Never mind, I'll wash up at the night market. There should be a water source there. Shaking his head, Su Chun started the scooter and headed towards the night market. The market was organized by a group called the Planters, a significant force in Jiang City. As he knew, the leader of this group was a CEO of a major corporation and one of the earliest players. This businessman, upon discovering the extraordinary powers from the Shan Haijing game, not only marveled at his newfound abilities, but also keenly recognized a business opportunity. He founded the Planters, using substantial funds to recruit players. With a solid foundation, he even purchased land in the suburbs to establish a free trade night market for players. Reflecting on this, Su Chun couldn't help but admire the man's foresight. No wonder he's a big-time CEO. Always thinking ahead, he mused. With the night market, even if he doesn't make a fortune, he's secured a stable resource channel. That's something money can't easily buy. After about 10 minutes of riding, Su Chun arrived at the night market's location. From a distance, he saw a walled-off area with tents inside, brightly lit, resembling a bustling marketplace in the night. Tall watchtowers loomed over the camp, with vigilant sentinels scanning the surroundings with eagle-eyed precision. Outside the walls, members of the Planters patrolled steadily and cautiously. As soon as Su Chun approached, he was spotted by a Planter member. His blood-soaked appearance nearly scared the life out of the person. It took a moment for the Planter to regain composure before shouting, "Stop! You there! Stay where you are!" Su Chun sighed inwardly, as expected. He reluctantly stopped and took out his phone, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm an official inspector. Erase my identification." Although he didn't have a physical ID, Su Chun had previously asked Tang Wei about it. She told him to simply show the background information on the Bounty Hunter app. Su Chun then noticed that a Golden Ranger label had appeared next to his personal ID, indicating his status as an official collaborator. The Planter member frowned, his tone filled with suspicion. "Are you kidding? What kind of official looks like they've been through a war? Tell the truth. Who are you and what have you been up to?" Su Chun nodded and replied, "Yes, I was joking. Actually, I am." Before he could finish, the other man's face changed dramatically, and just as he was about to call out, a strong scent of blood filled the air. In the next moment, Su Chun had flashed in front of him, pressing the phone screen to his face. "Don't be so tense. I wasn't done talking. Look, I really am with the officials." The Planter's eyes widened as he stared at the Golden Ranger label on the screen. He quickly stepped back, bowing and apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were a murderer or a cultist. I didn't realize you were an official." Su Chun raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully eyeing the Ranger label next to his ID. This identity seemed quite significant, but as long as it was useful, he didn't mind. He waved it off, saying, "No worries. I just had a run-in with some cultists. I'm here to inspect and clean up. By the way, is there a place I can wash up? I could use a shower." The Planter member nodded repeatedly, then asked with concern, "Do you mean there are cultists nearby? Does that mean the night market could be in danger?" Su Chun reassured him, "Don't worry, I've already taken care of them. Otherwise, where do you think all this blood came from?" Hearing this, the Planter member's eyes filled with admiration. As expected of a ranger, truly impressive. Su Chun smiled wryly. "It's all right. Let's not dwell on it. Just take me to a place where I can wash up. This blood smell is unbearable. Also, can I sell things inside?" "Yes, of course." The Planter member nodded eagerly and led the way toward the night market. As the noise grew louder, Su Chun followed the Planter member and soon stepped inside the high walls. The bustling scene of the night market unfolded before his eyes. Under the tents of the night market, vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares. The stalls were filled with a dazzling array of exotic treasures brought from the game world. Glowing jade stones radiating a mysterious light, peculiar plants emitting foreign fragrances, and exquisite porcelain adorned with lifelike patterns. Many people wore masks, perhaps to conceal their identities and avoid losing their assets in player conflicts. These hidden faces added an extra layer of mystery to the night market. As Su Chun stepped into the night market, it felt like he had entered a fantastical world, and the sight before him made him eager to explore. However, he quickly noticed numerous eyes on him, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, a member of the arborist beside him promptly explained, "Everyone, don't worry. This is a ranger from Jiangqing. He just killed a cultist, so he has some blood on him. Please continue with your business." These words immediately eased the tension among the players. Their gazes shifted from wary to respectful. Whispers arose from the crowd. "A ranger? Huh? That's a relief." With all the demons and monsters appearing because of the spirit ruins, having a ranger here makes things much safer. I wonder what form the ranger's avatar to kiss, a tiger or a lion. Chen perked up his ears, catching these murmurs with a flicker of interest in his eyes. He then followed the arborist member to the back of the night market, where facilities were located. In addition to bathrooms, they had prepared a set of black casual clothes that fit him perfectly. After expressing his gratitude, Chen quickly entered the restroom to clean up. He meticulously washed off the sticky blood and its pungent odor, changed into clean clothes, and walked out feeling refreshed. He exhaled deeply, feeling entirely at ease. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw two people approaching him. One was the arborist member who had guided him earlier, and the other was a distinguished middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. Chen immediately realized that this was likely the leader of the arborists. The middle-aged man approached Chen and warmly introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Wang Igua, the founder of this night market." His tone was filled with delight. "I was worried about potential incidents at the night market, so I requested official protection. I never expected a ranger to come. This is wonderful." Chen smiled in response. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Chen." This exchange made him even more curious about the ranger role, but he refrained from asking further and instead inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with at the night market?" Wang Igua shook his head. "Not at the moment. We arborists have also arranged for several players to patrol the area, so it's generally safe. We're mainly concerned about unexpected threats, and that's when we'll need your help." Chen nodded. "Understood. If anything happens, just let me know. It's my duty." Suddenly, Wang Igua remembered something and asked, "By the way, I heard you plan to set up a stall in the night market?" Chen confirmed with a nod, then curiously asked, "Are there any requirements for setting up a stall here?" Wang Igua laughed heartily. "Haha. Usually there's an entry fee, a stall fee, and so on. But that's for other players. Since you're a ranger, you can set up a stall for free." As he spoke, he handed Chen a sign labeled 78. "This is your stall number. Just take it and set up your stall." Chen hesitated. "Isn't that a bit unfair?" Wang Igua chuckled. "Not at all. Consider it making a friend. Besides, the night market is held regularly, and we might need your help often in the future." After a moment of thought, Chen nodded. "All right, I won't refuse your kindness. That's the spirit." Wang Igua replied with a satisfied smile. Seeing Chen take the badge, Wang Igua immediately took the opportunity to make his own request. With a friendly smile on his face, he said, "Let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions in the future, you can reach out to me directly." "How does that sound?" Chen noticed the change in Wang Igua's address but didn't mind. He nodded in agreement and quickly exchanged contact details with Wang Igua. Shortly after, Wang Igua excused himself, claiming he had something urgent to attend to, and left in a hurry. As he watched the two leave, Chen stretched his stiff neck, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. It was finally time for the free activities he had been eagerly anticipating. Chen wasn't in a rush to set up his stall. Instead, he strolled back to the bustling night market, carefully browsing each booth in hopes of finding something good and understanding the trading dynamics of the market. After making a round, Chen had a rough idea of how the night market operated. Similar to the Lingren tribe, most transactions were barters, with only a few allowing cash exchanges. He nodded to himself, feeling confident that he had grasped the rules. Just as Chen was about to leave, a particular booth caught his attention. The vendor wore a mask and loose clothing, and the booth was filled with various items. Among the common metal ores and exotic plants, the most eye-catching were some flat stones emitting a mysterious glow, intricately carved with complex patterns. Chen had never seen such stones before, but he noticed that many players showed great interest in them, stopping to look and even trying to trade with the vendor. This only piqued Chen's curiosity further. He looked up at the vendor and politely asked, "May I take a closer look at these?" The vendor nodded in approval. Without hesitation, Chen picked up one of the stones and placed it in his backpack, then checked the item description. "You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Danger Perception. Using this grants the ability to sense danger, allowing the user to detect hostile creatures within their line of sight." Reading the description, Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm of emotions surged within him. A secret realm rune? Could this be something from the secret realm? What shocked him even more was that a single rune could grant a special ability. This meant that even without enhancements or evolutions, one could acquire various abilities through these runes. A fiery glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he finally understood why so many players were eager to find the secret realm. Just one rune was enough to make people ecstatic, not to mention other potential treasures within the secret realm. However, after some careful thought, Chen realized this ability wasn't suitable for him. He put the rune down and asked, "Do you have any other runes?" The vendor shook his head regretfully. "Sorry, that's the only one." Chen wasn't disappointed. Instead, he turned his attention to other items on the booth. Soon, a blood-red fruit caught his eye. He picked it up and checked its description. You have obtained blood fruit. This fruit is as red as fresh blood, with juicy flesh and a sweet taste. It has the effect of rapidly restoring stamina. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked the vendor about the price and trading method. The vendor replied, cash or in-game materials are both acceptable. If paying in cash, it's 1,000 per fruit. For in-game materials, the price depends on the item. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen asked, how many blood fruits do you have left? About 20, the vendor answered. A gleam of joy flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He quickly took out a sandworm pearl from his backpack and handed it to the vendor. How many can I get with this sandworm pearl? After examining it, the vendor replied, just 5. Deal, Su Chen said without hesitation. I'll take out cash for the rest. I'll buy all the blood fruits you have. The transaction was swiftly completed. Su Chen exchanged 1 sandworm pearl and 15,000 cash for all 20 blood fruits. Looking at the increased number of blood fruits in his backpack, Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. With these blood fruits, tomorrow's secret realm exploration seemed much more promising. Su Chen eagerly anticipated the possibility of obtaining a secret realm rune himself. Such magical items that could directly grant abilities were indeed unprecedented treasures. He couldn't help but wonder how these runes were formed in the secret realm. Were they naturally occurring, or dropped by monsters? With these questions in mind, Su Chen continued to browse the night market. However, after another round, he found that truly valuable items were scarce. Most booths were selling common materials to earn cash, and those with valuable items were reluctant to trade them easily. Before long, Su Chen arrived at his own stall, ready to start selling. He set down his stall sign and, with a wave of his hand, a dazzling array of items appeared on the stall, several fierce beast carcasses and a beast heart brimming with vitality. These rare items instantly drew the attention of most players in the night market. All eyes were drawn to Su Chen's stall, as if compelled by some magical force. Are those feral beasts? Su Chen was taken aback by the sight before him. The stall was piled high with feral beast corpses, among which a particularly striking heart stood out. He couldn't help but marvel. Who would sell such treasures at a night market? Other players also noticed the unusual heart and gathered around. One player eagerly asked, can I take a closer look at this heart? Of course, Su Chen replied with a smile. A young man immediately picked up the heart and examined it. After reading the description, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. The players behind him pressed on. So, what is it, man? Is it a treasure or just materials? It's a treasure, definitely a treasure, the young man confirmed, his eyes filled with longing. Reluctantly, he put the heart back, realizing it was beyond his means. Before leaving, he couldn't resist asking, boss, can I buy this heart with cash? Sorry, it's trade only. Su Chen shook his head. The young man left disappointed, but his interest had piqued the curiosity of others. More players gathered around, and Su Chen's face lit up with satisfaction. Attracting customers was the key to a successful stall. The more, the better. This scene gave Su Chen a clearer understanding of the heart's value. Clearly, not every player could easily obtain such treasures. It made sense, considering not everyone had his array of powerful abilities. Regaining his composure, Su Chen began dealing with the stream of players wanting to inspect the heart. Besides the heart, some were interested in purchasing the feral beast corpses. These first-level feral beast corpses were larger and more powerful than the common serrated rats, thus commanding a higher price. Su Chen decided to accept cash for a few, but preferred bartering for materials that could enhance his evolution. Soon, the first customer appeared. He took out a jade stone and asked, boss, how about I trade this for one of the feral beast corpses? Su Chen examined the jade carefully. It was a type of jade known as weapon tempering jade, capable of making weapons sharper and more durable. He immediately thought of his katana, but then considered his avatar. Can this only be used on weapons? Su Chen asked, looking up. Not at all. The customer replied with a smile. Our avatars can use it too. For instance, claws and fangs are essentially the avatar's weapons. I see. Su Chen nodded, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. All right, I'll take it. He had already decided to use it on his mantis avatar, making its scythe-like arms even sharper and more durable. While it wouldn't directly boost his stats, it would undoubtedly enhance his combat effectiveness. After completing the trade, Su Chen continued to barter with other players. Before long, all the feral beast corpses were sold, leaving only the precious heart. Su Chen made it clear that he would only trade the heart for wind attribute treasures. Unfortunately, no player had such an item, and the heart remained on display, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Though slightly disappointed, Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, just because no one could afford it now didn't mean there wouldn't be opportunities later. He took the chance to review the materials he had acquired by trading the 5 first-level feral beast corpses. 2 were sold for a total of 100,000. 1 was exchanged for the weapon tempering jade, and the remaining 2 yielded some decent materials. Fine iron dust and a divine wind talisman lay quietly in Su Chen's palm, two unique items he had just acquired. He examined them closely, already contemplating how to use these new treasures. The fine iron dust could be absorbed into the body to enhance resistance to blows, while the divine wind talisman only required a drop of blood to activate, instantly boosting speed. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the divine wind talisman for a few extra seconds. The design of the talisman reminded him of the magical artifacts from cultivation novels, piquing his curiosity. He turned to the player who had traded him the talisman and inquired about its origin. It was found in a cave, the player replied. There was also a non-human skeleton nearby, probably from some kind of demi-human race. This answer made Su Chen thoughtful. Could there be cultivators in the world of Shanhai Jing? This question swirled in his mind. Nevertheless, with these new items, he felt more confident about tomorrow's secret realm exploration. Su Chen put away the items and glanced at the heart remaining on his stall. Although he hadn't managed to trade it, he was prepared to take it home. Just then, a familiar figure approached quickly. It was Wang Aigua. The moment Wang Aigua saw the heart on the stall, a delighted smile spread across his face. "Su, my friend, you're too much," he half-jokingly complained. "You didn't tell me you had such a good thing. Are you afraid I can't offer you something you want?" Su Chen hastily explained that it was his first time setting up a stall, and he was a bit overwhelmed. He then realized that as an experienced player and a faction leader, Wang Aigua probably had the resources he needed. "You're too polite, just call me Brother Wang," Wang Aigua said with a hearty laugh. "This heart is indeed a great item. I rushed over as soon as I heard about it. Do you know what I'm looking for, Brother Wang?" Su Chen asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Wind attribute treasures, right?" Wang Aigua nodded, but then shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't have any. But," he continued, "I do have something that might interest you." Su Chen's curiosity was fully aroused. Wang Aigua waved his hand and took an item out of his backpack, handing it over. Su Chen took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a rune?" Su Chen, with a curious expression, placed the rune into his backpack and clicked to view it. A line of text appeared. Mystic rune, Wind Veil. Grants the ability to become invisible using wind. Note. Requires any wind control ability to use. Invisibility ability? Su Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Exactly, it's an invisibility ability," Wang Aigua confirmed, a shrewd glint in his eyes. He continued, "As players, we all understand the importance of not dying in the game. It means you can explore without limits. An invisibility ability allows you to avoid danger and survive in the game. Even in reality, this ability is priceless." He paused before continuing. "The only catch is that you need wind control ability to use it. Otherwise, I would have used it myself. But when I heard you needed wind attribute items, I guessed you might have a similar ability, so I brought it out." Wang Aigua smiled and asked, "So, Su, what do you think? Does this rune catch your eye?" "Absolutely," Su Chen replied without hesitation. He completely agreed with Wang Aigua's point of view. For players, everything in reality can be ignored. The game is what matters most. As long as you don't die in the game, you can explore endlessly. With extended game time and improved player attributes, you might not even need much sleep, giving you more time to adventure in the game. Just like Su Chen now, he only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to feel refreshed, no longer requiring 7 to 8 hours. This might be related to his mental attributes. With higher mental attributes, he might not need to rest for days. Therefore, players' game time would significantly increase, allowing them to explore more and gain greater rewards. This is why dying lightly is not an option. Each death could result in significant resource loss. For Su Chen, this rune was especially important in exploring mystic realms. He still remembered the ambush he encountered when entering the flesh secret realm. If he had this ability then, he could have instantly hidden himself and avoided being discovered by the flesh creatures. That's why Su Chen was so tempted by this mystic rune. "If it catches your eye, I'm glad. So, I would like to trade this mystic rune for the heart you have. Is that okay?" Wang Aigua tentatively asked. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile, and he nodded. "Of course, you can take the heart, Wang." "Great," Wang Aigua said, quickly checking the heart's attributes and showing a hint of joy in his eyes. After placing the heart into his backpack, he said to Su Chen, "Su, if you come across more good stuff like this in the future, feel free to find me. I may not have many treasures, but I can always offer something." "Definitely," Su Chen responded. "All right then, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye," Wang Aigua said with a laugh as he turned and left. Watching Wang Aigua disappear from sight and feeling the intense gazes of surrounding players on the mystic rune in his hand, Su Chen smiled slightly. With a thought, the mystic rune vanished, directly activated. In an instant, a breeze brushed past Su Chen and quickly dissipated. On the surface, it seemed like nothing had happened, but a glint of satisfaction flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Using the wind to disappear from others' sight, it's like wearing an invisibility cloak. "Not bad at all," Chen thought to himself. Some players who witnessed this scene had their pupils constrict, eyes filled with envy and dread. Wind control ability, he's an extraordinary player. Better not mess with him. Damn, envy. Another player has touched the extraordinary. When will I get there? These whispers reached Chen's ears, making him raise an eyebrow slightly. An extraordinary player, huh? Looks like even though I haven't evolved, I've surpassed quite a few players already. With a light chuckle, Chen shook his head, picked up his stall sign, and left directly. With the last item sold, Chen wrapped up his stall and began patrolling the bustling night market. Despite the late hour, the market was still lively, with vehicles passing by and the hum of chatter filling the air. Chen carefully observed his surroundings, silently thankful that there had been no unexpected incidents. Looks like I can complete this mission without any fighting, Chen muttered to himself. It's always good to avoid conflict when there's a risk. As time passed, the night grew darker. A bright, full moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle silver glow. Gradually, the players started to leave, and the night market began to quiet down. In the early hours, the night market officially closed. After seeing the last player off, Chen submitted his mission on the Bounty Hunter app and bid farewell to Wang Igua. He hopped on his electric scooter, steering with one hand while checking his phone with the other. Chen first noticed that the chat group he had applied to join had been approved, with dozens of unread messages already. However, he didn't read them and instead opened the Bounty Hunter app to check the status of the Level 2 Beast mission. The review has been approved? That means the reward should be issued too, right? Chen excitedly clicked into the dashboard, a smile spreading across his face. Sure enough, the points reward had been credited, far exceeding his expectations at a total of 350 points. Upon examining the points breakdown, Chen realized the base mission reward was 100 points, with an additional 10 points for killing 5 level 1 beasts, 100 points for dealing with cult members, another 100 points for the increased difficulty of a polluted level 2 beast, and finally, 40 points for winning against multiple opponents. Plus the 100 points from tomorrow's night market mission reward and the 6 points I had left, that'll make a total of 456 points, Chen calculated, feeling a surge of joy. Although he hadn't found a suitable evolution artifact at the night market, with these points, he should easily be able to exchange for one through official channels. Just then, a faint sound reached his ears. Chen frowned, abruptly breaking and turning to look at the woods on his right. The forest was dark, but he could vaguely hear the sounds of a struggle. Ahead, a bicycle lay abandoned by the roadside. Realizing something was amiss, Chen quickly dismounted, vaulted over the fence, and hurried towards the source of the noise. A greenish wind swirled around him, gradually blending his figure into the shadows of the night. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, 3 figures were locked in fierce combat. 2 cloaked individuals were attacking a casually dressed young man. Behind the cloaked figures, their avatars were visible. A pitch-black venomous snake with a flickering tongue and a sharp-eyed black-feathered crow. The young man, on the other hand, had a brown hunting dog as his avatar. The young man punched the snake back and swiftly created distance, clutching his darkening abdomen as he coldly questioned, "Cult members, how dare you ambush night market participants on the road? Aren't you afraid of the planters and the officials arriving?" Afraid? Of course, the snake avatar cloaked man sneered. But that's exactly why we chose this time. The planters are busy cleaning up the night market and have no idea what's happening here. As for the officials, as long as we finish quickly, they'll never know you died here, just like those 2 unlucky ones before you. The crow seemed to sense something, glancing back briefly but seeing nothing. It turned its gaze back and said coldly, "Enough talk. Let's finish this quickly. Damn it, if those 2 useless idiots hadn't died, we would have looted the night market by now." As soon as the words were spoken, a palpable killing intent spread from the 2 men. The young man tensed up, his face dark as night. In the next moment, Viper lunged at him, his body swaying like a real snake striking. Out of nowhere, a flexible sword appeared in his hand, aiming straight for the young man's chest. A glint of sharpness flashed in the young man's eyes. Despite the searing pain in his abdomen, he moved forward. With a deft sidestep, he let the flexible sword brush past him, then delivered a powerful punch to Viper's chest. The force sent Viper staggering back several steps, blood spurting from his mouth. "Damn it, Crow. What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking?" Viper wiped the blood from his mouth and turned back angrily to question his companion. But his words were cut short, his pupils constricting in shock and disbelief. Behind him, the headless body of his companion, who had transformed into a crow, was still standing. With a thud, the body collapsed to the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, revealing Chen standing behind the corpse, gripping his katana. "I figured there were cultists near the factory so close to the night market. I just didn't expect you to be waiting here," Chen said calmly, flicking the blood off his blade. "So, care to tell me what your original plan was?" The cultist opened his mouth, ready to declare his unyielding resolve, but Chen suddenly swung his blade. The flash of steel was too fast. His pupils shrank as he realized he needed to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. With a squelch, blood sprayed everywhere. He felt a sudden darkness envelop him, losing his life in an instant. Another headless body fell heavily to the ground. The young man stared in shock, then let out a sigh of relief before asking, "Weren't you going to interrogate him? Why did you kill him?" Chen rolled his eyes and smirked. "I was just messing with him. Did you really believe I was serious?" The young man stood frozen, his gaze shifting between Chen and the bodies on the ground, unsure how to respond. The young man cleared his throat awkwardly, snapping out of his embarrassment. He plopped down on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have died here today." Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. "It's nothing. It's my duty. You were just lucky I happened to be passing by and heard the commotion." He paused, his expression turning serious. "But the other two," he sighed, not finishing his sentence. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he had overheard the conversation of the two cultists on his way and learned that two other players had already met a gruesome fate. Hearing this, the young man gave a bitter smile, his face pale. Who would have thought these guys would avoid attacking the night market and instead target players leaving after it ended? As he spoke, his expression suddenly twisted in pain, as if his wound had been aggravated. Seeing this, Chen immediately crouched down and asked, "What's wrong?" The young man struggled to move his hand away from his abdomen, revealing a darkened wound. "I got injured. It seems like the attack had poison, probably due to that guy who transformed into a snake." Chen frowned and quickly said, "Hang in there. I'll get someone to take you for treatment." With that, he took out his phone and contacted Tang Wei, briefly explaining the situation. Considering that the poison might contain extraordinary energy from the game, a regular hospital might not be able to treat it. As an official department, the zoo would have protocols for dealing with injured members. After confirming the location, Tang Wei said she would arrive shortly. Chen ended the call, reassured the young man, and then walked over to the bodies of the two robed figures. Two streaks of light entered the mark on the back of his hand, and a notification window popped up. "You have obtained player relics. Your inventory slots have increased by 10. Your inventory slots have increased by 10. You have randomly acquired items from player relics. Diluted blood of the Dark Beast Mother. A handwritten letter." Blood of the Beast Mother? A letter? Chen was a bit surprised. The relics he obtained this time didn't seem particularly useful. He opened his inventory to check. The description of the diluted blood of the Dark Beast Mother was unsettling. A drop of diluted divine blood from the Dark Beast Mother. Although its divinity has been almost entirely lost, it still has the power to make beasts grow and become stronger. However, it contains the dark and maddening will of the Beast Mother, which can corrupt living beings, turning them into her offspring. Dark Beast Mother? Chen murmured, recalling the humanoid monster form of the second-level beast he had encountered earlier. That must have been one of the Beast Mother's offspring. Even a drop of divine blood, diluted countless times, still possessed such terrifying power it was chilling. This item was useless to Chen, so he quickly turned his attention to the letter. However, upon opening it, he found only a bunch of gibberish, clearly written in an unknown language. Chen felt a headache coming on and decided to hand it over to Tang Wei for translation later. Perhaps it could provide some information on the Beast Mother's cult activities. What a pity, no other useful items. Chen shook his head. Both relics were useless to him and would have to be given to Tang Wei. However, gaining 20 additional inventory slots was a decent reward. After tidying up, Chen returned to the young man's side and helped him up, preparing to move to the roadside to make it easier for Tang Wei to find them. During this time, he learned that the young man's name was Chen Hai, and his avatar was a stray dog, which had become more like a hunting dog after several enhancements. Once they reached the roadside, Chen asked out of curiosity, "By the way, can I ask what your ability is?" He quickly added, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I'm just genuinely curious. To be honest, because of the uniqueness of my own ability, I'm very interested in other players' abilities and want to see how they differ." Chen Hai gave a bitter smile. "There's nothing much to say, really. My talent is enhanced sense of smell, which isn't particularly useful in combat. However, it has been incredibly helpful in the game, allowing me to detect the scent of powerful beasts in advance and avoid danger." Chen nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Enhanced sense of smell was indeed a practical talent, especially in this beast-filled game world. He couldn't help but make a mental comparison. Although his own avatar was a weak mantis, the talent he awakened was extraordinarily powerful. It was this talent that allowed him to catch up with, and even surpass, players who had transformed into beasts within just a few days. As night deepened, the streetlights cast a dim glow on the quiet streets. After a short wait, a van slowly approached and stopped in front of them. The door slid open, and Tang Wei stepped out with 2 team members. She quickly walked over to Chen Hai and carefully examined his abdominal wound. "Hello, I'm Tang Wei from the Jiangqing Zoo Division," she said professionally. "You've indeed been poisoned by a talent. It's not easy to cure, but you'll need to come back to the base with us for treatment. However, there's no immediate threat to your life, so don't worry." Chen Hai nodded in thanks and got into the van with the help of his companions. Tang Wei turned to Su Chun, a look of appreciation on her face. "Su Chun, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Your performance tonight was truly impressive." Although she hadn't witnessed the battle firsthand, Su Chen's achievements were enough to astonish her. 4 cultists, several level 1 fierce beasts, and a polluted level 2 beast. Such a lineup would have spelled certain death for an average player. Not only did Su Chun survive, but he also defeated each enemy. What was even more remarkable was that he accomplished this feat as an ordinary insect, and within a week of becoming a player. Su Chun waved his hand with a smile. "Don't praise me. It feels a bit embarrassing. By the way, you came at the right time. I have something to give you." Under Tang Wei's curious gaze, Su Chun took out 2 relics he had just obtained. Tang Wei's expression immediately turned serious upon seeing them. Noticing this, Su Chun also retrieved the black blood he had obtained from killing the big cat at the junkyard. "And this, I found it in the junkyard earlier. It feels similar to divine blood. You might want to take it back for research." Tang Wei took the black blood, her brow furrowing even more. "You're right. This aura is definitely related to an evil god. Although I'm not sure which faction it belongs to, it's likely targeting Lingshu. With the appearance of Lingshu, all sorts of demons and monsters are becoming restless." Su Chen shrugged and said helplessly, "I've handed everything over to you. The rest is up to you guys. I'm heading home." Tang Wei glanced at the electric bike nearby and smiled. "Need a ride?" "No thanks. I'd prefer to ride home alone and enjoy the night breeze." Su Chen waved goodbye without looking back. Tang Wei shook her head with a light laugh, then got into the van and left. Su Chen also rode his electric bike, feeling the night wind on his face as he headed home. After an hour's ride, he finally arrived. Exhausted from the day's events, he quickly washed up and went to bed. At 6 the next morning, Su Chen woke up on time. He immediately grabbed his phone and logged into the Bounty Hunter app to check his account. Seeing the increased points, he instantly woke up, a joyful smile spreading across his face. "Awesome, the points are in? Time to redeem some treasures." The points from last night's market task finally credited. Su Chun was pleasantly surprised to find not only the expected 100 points, but also an additional 50 points as a reward, 100 points for completing the market task and 50 extra points for rescuing someone and eliminating a cultist along the way. This unexpected windfall brought his total to a substantial 506 points. Excited, Su Chun eagerly accessed the exchange function. He carefully set the search criteria, wind attribute treasures, with a maximum of 500 points. As he scrolled through the pages, several items quickly caught his attention. First up was the wind leaf, a rare item that served as both a treasure and a material. These leaves from the divine wind tree could drift to any corner on the breeze, containing a trace of wind power. Using them could not only boost speed but also be converted into evolution points, priced at 300 points. Next was the Gale Crystal, a purely treasured item. This crystal, birthed in the land of gales, contained pure wind power and could significantly enhance wind attribute abilities, priced at 400 points. Lastly, there was wind dust, a miraculous powder formed from pure wind. It had the unique ability to make creatures more attuned to wind, marked at 500 points. As he browsed these rare wind attribute treasures, Su Chun couldn't help but marvel at the richness of the official inventory. However, many of the more coveted items were priced well over 1,000 points, far beyond his budget. After careful consideration, Su Chun leaned towards choosing the wind dust. As an evolution material, it was undoubtedly the best choice. But then a concern arose. Without seeing the actual item, he couldn't use his Forager ability to determine if it was truly suitable for him. If it turned out to be unusable as an evolution material, it would be a significant loss. After pondering for a moment, Su Chun opened his chat app and contacted Tang Wei, asking if he could visit the official inventory in person to make a selection. With his Forager ability, he believed he could easily find the most suitable treasure. While waiting for a reply, Su Chun didn't remain idle. He first completed his morning routine, then enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Back in his room, his gaze fell on the mark on his hand, a small smile playing on his lips. Without hesitation, Su Chun logged into the game. The familiar room transformed into the world of Shan Haijing. Just like after his first death, he needed to choose a respawn location. "Let's head to the Lingren tribe first," Su Chun murmured, tapping on the map. In the blink of an eye, Su Chun found himself in the bustling Lingren tribe. The constant movement of insects and Lingren made the place lively, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that some Lingren wore expressions of worry and tension, casting a heavy atmosphere over the tribe. "What's going on?" Su Chun muttered to himself as he made his way to the Lingren tavern. As he pushed open the door, he immediately noticed the significantly reduced number of patrons. The tavern was much quieter than during his first visit. With questions in mind, he approached the bar and inquired with the lingering bartender, who was polishing a glass. "Boss, has something happened in the tribe? The atmosphere seems really tense today." The bartender, recognizing the handsome mantis man, set down the glass, her expression grave. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Mantis. Word came in yesterday that something big happened at the border." A large swarm of black insects suddenly appeared, charging towards the 10,000 insect forest. Many places have been affected, and a lot of insects have died at the hands of those black bugs. It's really scared everyone. Many insects are hiding in their nests, preparing to take refuge. The tribe has already sent out numerous teams to investigate the unusual occurrences at the borders. Yesterday, many tribespeople returned with severe injuries, sparking concern among everyone and casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire tribe. Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't help but recall the strange phenomena he had seen before involving the black insects and the ruins, suspecting that there might be some connection between them. Just as Chen was lost in thought, the bartender curiously asked, "What brings you here?" "Oh right." Chen snapped out of his reverie and remembered his purpose. "I wanted to ask if there are any particularly unique places in the forest of 10,000 insects, like areas that are constantly windy or shrouded in fog." The bartender furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Let me think about that." "No rush, take your time," Chen said, pulling a spirit coin from his backpack. "Also, I'd like a drink." The bartender's eyes lit up as he accepted the coin. "Looks like you've made it through the spirit tower." "The usual?" "Yeah." Soon, a glass of mead was placed in front of Chen. He picked it up and downed it in one gulp. "You have consumed a special elixir brewed by the spirit people. All your attributes are temporarily increased by 1 for 1 hour." Seeing this notification, Chen marveled at the drink's magical effects. He had once considered selling this special brew at the night market but had abandoned the idea due to time constraints. Now, tasting it again, he thought it might be worth pursuing. However, he needed to understand the brewing process and preservation methods first. Chen decided to have Xiao Buddy and investigate it later. The bartender finished his contemplation and regretfully said, "I'm sorry, but there's no such unique place in the forest of 10,000 insects. However, there is a thunderstorm area near the Beetle Kingdom where lightning strikes frequently. You could check that out if you need to." Hearing this, Chen frowned, feeling a bit disappointed. Although the thunderstorm area met his criteria, the Beetle Kingdom was too far, and the journey would consume a lot of time. Moreover, he wasn't sure if it would truly meet his needs. "Alright, I'll keep it as a backup option." Chen sighed and shook his head in resignation. "In any case, please keep an eye out for similar information." He handed over another spirit coin. The bartender accepted the coin with a smile. "Will do." Chen got up and left the tavern, heading straight for the outskirts of the spirit people tribe. Once outside, he spread his wings and flew towards the ruins. During the flight, he took out the weapon tempering liquid and fine iron dust he had obtained yesterday. He dripped the weapon tempering liquid onto his 2 mantis blades. The liquid instantly absorbed into the blades, causing them to shine and emit a sharp aura, like true weapons. He sprinkled the fine iron dust onto himself, which quickly absorbed into his skin, causing a brief itching sensation. Chen roughly estimated that the sharpness of his mantis blades had increased by at least 20, and their hardness by 50. As for their durability, that would need to be tested in combat. Soon, the outline of the ruins appeared in his sight. Instead of landing, Chen flew directly to the center. Upon arrival, he saw 2 crimson beetles below and narrowed his eyes. Crimson beetles again. Is their entire tribe connected to this place? Chen pondered. Sensing his gaze, the 2 crimson beetles, about to enter an underground passage, suddenly raised their heads and looked up at him. When the silhouette of a mantis appeared in the sky, the compound eyes of the 2 scarlet beetles narrowed sharply. They had caught the scent of their kind on Chen, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. "The scent of our kin. Kill it." A voice filled with murderous intent echoed between them. Without further ado, the 2 scarlet beetles sprang into action. They deftly used their tails to hurl nearby stones, launching them with precision like catapults towards Chen in the sky. Chen, agile and nimble, easily dodged the incoming stones. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he flapped his wings forcefully, creating a whirlwind behind him that propelled him forward like a streak of blue light. His speed was so incredible that the scarlet beetles on the ground couldn't track him with their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Chen was right in front of the 2 scarlet beetles. Though they were stunned by his speed, they quickly regained their ferocity. Daring to come down from the sky, "You're courting death. Die, you who kill our kin," they snarled with malicious laughter, launching a savage attack as their iron-hard heads crashed towards Chen like boulders. Facing the ferocious assault, Chen remained calm. With another flap of his wings, he darted past the attack. appearing instantly behind the two scarlet beetles. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his twin blades, unleashing two powerful wind slashes. With shhk sound, the two scarlet beetles were sliced cleanly in half before they could even scream. Gazing at the corpses on the ground, Chen took a deep breath and turned to look at the white mist behind him. A new day, and new scarlet beetles have arrived. That means there must be new pale insects hatching here, right? As if to confirm Chen's words, low growls emanated from the mist. Soon, a swarm of white figures charged out from the fog. Seeing this, Chen grinned. Just as I thought. This is good. I need some life embers to deal with the creatures in the secret realm. With so many of you, I hope you can bring me some surprises. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Chen's eyes. With a powerful flap of his wings, he stirred up a storm in the air that was nothing short of a tempest for the insects. Gentle breezes were stirred up, quickly converging into a fierce wind that spun at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the wind transformed into a tornado filled with sharp wind blades, sweeping forward. Swarms of pale insects rushed in, only to be caught and shredded into pieces by the wind blades, falling as minced meat. Within a few breaths, all the insects were dead. Chen grinned and released his control over the tornado. The winds weakened, and the tornado soon dissipated on its own. He strode towards the insect remains to collect his spoils. You have picked up Life Ember X2. You have picked up Life Ember X1. You have picked up Life Ember X3. The notifications kept popping up, and Chen's smile grew brighter. In no time, he had gathered all the life embers, totaling 31. Including the one in his backpack, he now had 32. Keep 2, use the rest, Chen muttered, then used 30 life embers. Pure energy surged into his body, enhancing his physical form. His flesh, meridians, bones, and even his mental willpower were strengthened in that instant. Your vitality has increased. Your strength 0.7. Your speed 0.8. Your constitution 1.1. Your spirit 0.4. Awesome, haha. Feeling the surge in power, Chen couldn't help but laugh. He moved his body, getting accustomed to his newfound strength, and his gaze fell on the corpses of two scarlet beetles behind him. He reached out and activated his force digestion ability. The two bodies shriveled visibly until only a thin layer of insect skin remained. Simultaneously, Chen gained 4 evolution points. He quickly opened his attribute panel to check. Player, Chen. Avatar, Green Mantis. Attributes, Constitution, 12.47.6. Strength, 12.66.7. Speed, 12.68.5. Spirit, 108.7. Evolution points, 17. Not bad. Next up is the secret realm, Chen said with a satisfied smile, pleased with his current attributes. His hard work had paid off, significantly boosting both his basic and avatar attributes, especially his speed, which nearly matched his pre-player baseline. What excited Chen even more was the upcoming evolution. He remembered clearly that evolving an avatar in the game not only enhanced avatar attributes, but also greatly boosted basic attributes. Each evolution marked a significant leap in a player's power. With anticipation, Chen headed towards the underground passage entrance, not far away. On the way, he glanced at the 2 remaining life embers in his backpack, deciding to keep them for later sale to the spirit tribe for spirit coins. This was Chen's second visit to the dark underground passage. It was just as dim as before, and as he ventured deeper, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Surprisingly, he reached the deepest part safely, encountering neither crimson vines nor black insects. Is it due to a lack of energy supply? Chen wondered. Reaching the blood pool, he noticed that the secret realm's entrance had caused a significant accumulation of blood at the bottom. Chen quickly released the blood to prevent it from being absorbed by plants. Taking a deep breath, he activated his wind concealment ability. Surrounded by swirling winds, Chen's figure gradually became blurry until he completely vanished from the area. Tensing his body and preparing for anything, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the secret realm entrance. A moment of disorientation, then darkness. The next instant, he found himself inside the secret realm. A notification appeared before him. You have entered the secret realm. Land of flesh. Chen cautiously scanned his surroundings. Not far away, a few flesh-like human figures were wandering, resembling zombies from an apocalypse. They groaned lowly and moved sluggishly. However, this was just an illusion. Chen vividly remembered that the last time he was here, these flesh and blood humans, upon discovering him, could run as fast as cheetahs. Fortunately, this time they seemed unaware of his presence. Their gaze never directed his way. The wind concealment ability was indeed effective, and Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Suppressing his excitement, Chen began to carefully observe his surroundings. In his previous hurried visit, he hadn't had the chance to properly examine this secret realm. As his eyes scanned the area, his pupils contracted, and he was deeply shocked by what he saw. Especially when he looked up at the sky, the breathtaking scene almost made him swallow hard. His entire field of vision was bathed in a crimson hue, as if the entire secret realm were soaked in blood. Chen found himself in a city that resembled the real world, but it had fallen into ruin. Skyscrapers had collapsed, buildings were reduced to rubble, and the few remaining standing structures were covered in blood-red vines, resembling thick blood vessels, with crimson liquid flowing within them. This was a completely ruined city, where all living creatures had perished, leaving only blood-red plants and wandering flesh and blood humans. However, the most shocking sight for Chen was the sky above. It looked like a broken mirror crudely pieced back together, filled with countless visible cracks. Some of these cracks were expanding, turning into gaps that emitted a powerful suction force. Dust, stones, trees, and other objects were slowly rising, being sucked into these fissures. This brief observation gave Chen a clear understanding of the secret realm's background. It was evidently a secret realm resembling a modern city, but due to some unknown reason, it had shattered and collapsed. Not only the city, but the entire world was in ruins. Taking a deep breath, Chen calmed his racing heart and turned his attention to his surroundings, starting to look for isolated flesh and blood humans. Since he was already in the secret realm, he needed to make the most of his time to gather resources. Soon, Chen's eyes lit up. In an area filled with the wreckage of collapsed buildings, where heaps of rubble formed mountains that blocked the view, a lone flesh and blood human was wandering. Only one. This was a perfect opportunity. Chen swiftly approached, step by step closing in on his target. Before long, he was right behind the flesh and blood human. At that moment, the creature seemed to sense something, suddenly turning its head and letting out a low growl while throwing a punch. The powerful force made the air explode with a whistling sound. Startled, Chen quickly dodged the blow while still in his wind concealment state, marveling at the creature's sensitivity. It turned out that getting too close would still alert these flesh and blood humans. Luckily, his first target was a solitary monster and not a group. There was no time to waste, Chen thought, lest other monsters be drawn by the noise. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he revealed himself. In that instant, he activated all his abilities and swung his mantis blade in a swift strike. With a squelch, the flesh and blood human's head was severed cleanly, killing it in one blow. At the same time, a blood-red glow floated out from the corpse and landed quietly at Chen's feet. Is this loot? Chen was momentarily stunned. Then a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. So this was the real reason players craved the secret realms. The game Shan Haijing had always seemed to be missing something to Chen specifically, the lack of loot drops from killing monsters. He hadn't expected this feature to be incorporated within the secret realms. Without hesitation, Chen picked up the blood-red glow. A display box immediately popped up, showing a new prompt. You have obtained an item, Relic of the World. Chen raised an eyebrow and opened his backpack. Inside, a golden gift box lay quietly in a compartment, with streaks of crimson interwoven within the gold. He lightly tapped the box, and a message instantly appeared before him. Relic of the World. Open it, and you will receive a relic from a dying world. A flicker of understanding flashed in Chen's eyes. This was undoubtedly something akin to a loot box, possibly containing numerous treasures, but what he would get depended entirely on luck. However, the brief description intrigued him even more. Relic from a dying world, could it refer to this very world? He looked up at the sky and shook his head. It seemed, just as he had suspected, that this world was already dead. Without further hesitation, Chen clicked to open the gift box. A flash of light ensued, and the box disappeared, replaced by a new item. You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Basic Blade Technique. Chen's eyes lit up. Whether it was luck or the nature of the secret realm, he had obtained a Secret Realm Rune on his first try. Although the basic blade technique was somewhat disappointing, it was better than nothing. He murmured softly and then crushed the Secret Realm Rune, which transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. You have acquired the skill, Basic Blade Technique. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded his mind. In a blank scene, a blurry figure stood holding a long blade, tirelessly swinging it despite the scorching sun and relentless rain. Vertical slashes, horizontal cuts, upward strikes, downward sweeps, all manner of blade movements repeated in cycles. As sweat poured, the blurry figure gradually solidified into Chen's likeness. In a blink, a phantom figure appeared behind him. It was his avatar. When Chen opened his eyes, he realized only a moment had passed. He instinctively swung his mantis blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So this is the true basic blade technique. He was thrilled to discover that this skill was far more powerful than he had imagined. The basic blade technique wasn't merely a set of standard blade movements. It integrated various offensive maneuvers into a unique combat routine. More importantly, it included techniques for striking vital points with the most lethal angles and force. Although it didn't directly enhance his attributes, this skill significantly boosted Su Chen's combat prowess. Compared to before, he now had a more refined mastery of the blade and knew how to effectively bring down his enemies. A smile tugged at Su Chen's lips, filled with eager anticipation. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly locked onto a solitary flesh and blood human. "You're the one," he whispered to himself, stepping forward as a whirlwind enveloped him, causing his figure to gradually vanish. In the distance, the flesh and blood human wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, letting out a low roar and turning to look behind. Its muscle-bound fist clenched, preparing to strike. With a swift whoosh, a flash of cold light appeared. The creature's head fell to the ground. Su Chen's figure materialized beside it, deep in thought. "My control over blade force has indeed improved significantly," he mused. "Earlier, I used all my strength to kill another flesh and blood human, but this strike..." Su Chen felt the sensation closely and was astonished to find he had used less than 70% of his power. Logically, such force shouldn't have been enough to kill a flesh and blood human. Yet, by adjusting his stance, he had easily slain the target with that strike. The mantis blade penetrated the flesh more smoothly and could even cleave through bone effortlessly. This kind of enhancement was far more exhilarating to Su Chen than a simple attribute boost. After all, this was an incredibly practical skill. No matter how much his attributes increased in the future, he could always rely on it. Su Chen thought, not only would it help him conserve energy, but it would also make his battles last longer. He looked down at the monster's corpse at his feet, but didn't see the expected golden light drop. Clearly, even in this secret realm, not all monsters would drop items. Understanding this, Su Chen continued to walk forward, cautiously observing his surroundings. The city was crawling with flesh and blood humans, most of them moving in groups. Su Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he explored the ruined city, looking for solitary prey. A moment later, a relatively intact building came into view. It had an ancient charm, with a tilted sign hanging at the entrance. Using the translation feature of the Shanghai Jing game, Su Chen recognized the last two characters. Martial Hall? The first two characters were too damaged to decipher. Looking around, many skyscrapers had collapsed. Su Chen couldn't help but ponder the Martial Hall standing before him. This seemed like the city center, so a Martial Hall built here might be related to the extraordinary power contained within this secret realm. Driven by intense curiosity, Su Chen cautiously stepped into the Martial Hall. As soon as he took a step, he heard the roar of monsters from within, making him tense up immediately. Inside the Martial Hall was a spacious courtyard, like a training ground, with flesh and blood humans wandering around. In the farthest corner, a figure stood out, a white-haired, crimson-skinned creature, starkly different from the others. The monster sat cross-legged, exuding an eerie aura. What shocked Su Chen even more was that despite being in his stealth state, which made it impossible for ordinary flesh and blood humans to detect him as long as he kept his distance, the white-haired monster immediately lifted its head and stared directly at him with glowing red eyes as soon as he entered the hall. "He can see me?" Su Chen felt a chill down his spine and quickly stepped back. Observing again, he sighed in relief. The monster had lowered its head again, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that as long as he didn't enter the hall, he wouldn't alert this creature. Su Chen unconsciously relaxed a bit. In a regular online game, this white-haired monster would at least be an elite, possessing formidable strength. At this moment, Su Chen indeed sensed a hint of danger from it. However, standing at the Martial Hall's entrance, Su Chen's attention was quickly drawn to something else. At the white-haired monster's knees lay a black wooden box, faintly glowing with a mysterious light. "There's treasure." Su Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, anything guarded by such an elite monster had to be extraordinary. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it now, but he vowed silently, "I will definitely come back for it." Su Chen pursed his lips, took one last deep look at the distant white-haired monster, then decisively turned and left the Martial Hall, continuing his hunt for other flesh and blood humans. Now, he was eager to grow stronger. The city was teeming with flesh and blood monsters. Before long, Su Chen found another solitary one. He stealthily approached it, and before the monster could react, he swung his mantis blades. With a gust of wind, the flesh and blood human was effortlessly slain. In Su Chen's expectant gaze, the monster's corpse fell, and a golden light emerged. "Here we go again. It seems the drop rate in this secret realm is pretty high," Su Chen thought joyfully as he picked up the loot. System prompt. "You have obtained an item. Relic of the World." Su Chen eagerly opened his inventory, found the Relic of the World, and used it immediately. System prompt. "You have obtained an item. Blood Chi Pill." "A pill?" Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly checked its description. Blood Chi Pill. a basic pill refined by martial alchemists using various herbal essences. It enhances the blood and chi of novice martial artists, but has a usage limit of 10 pills per person due to resistance to its effects. Chen pondered. Martial alchemists, martial artists. So this world's background is one of martial arts. He hesitated, unsure if his mantis form could use such a pill. But after a moment's thought, he closed his eyes and tossed the pill into his mouth. Immediately, a warm current surged through his body, sweeping through every part. Soon, he felt a surge of strength. System prompt. You have consumed a blood chi pill. All your attributes 1. What? Chen doubted his eyes and quickly opened his attribute panel to confirm. Seeing that all his attributes had indeed increased by 1 point, a look of delight spread across his face. Wow! Chen took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. This secret realm is like a huge treasure trove. Besides the secret realm runes, you can get such great items. A few more of these, and surpassing those players transformed into tigers and elephants would be a piece of cake. He couldn't help but grin, his eyes scanning the other groups of flesh and blood humans nearby. Despite their hideous and terrifying appearance, they now seemed incredibly endearing to Chen, each one a walking treasure trove. However, it wasn't the time for reckless actions. Chen silently felt the power within him, took a deep breath, and continued searching for solitary monsters. He made a firm resolution. I don't need many blood chi pills, just a few more. Even if it's 3 or 4 flesh and blood humans acting together, I am confident I can take them down. On the blood-soaked land, vines resembling blood vessels covered the ground. Chen, riding a whirlwind, concealed his presence as he cautiously navigated through the ruins. His gaze locked onto a solitary flesh and blood human in the distance. In an instant, he accelerated towards the target. As he closed in, Chen leapt high, and with a swift motion, slashed down with his mantis blade. With a squelch, blood splattered, and the human's head fell to the ground. Chen landed steadily, but couldn't help scratching his head, looking slightly helpless. He muttered to himself, "This guy, I hope I can grow bigger after my evolution." At the moment, Chen stood only about 40 centimeters tall. While not insignificant to human eyes in battle, he had to jump to reach his enemy's necks for a fatal strike. This often made him think of the comical image of jumping up to hit someone's knees. Shaking his head, Chen looked down at the corpse. Suddenly, a golden light fell at his feet, making him smile broadly. He quickly picked up the world relic and used it without hesitation. A blood essence pill appeared out of thin air. Haha, just in time. Chen exclaimed joyfully as he swallowed the pill. Seeing a notification pop up, all attributes 1, he felt a clear surge in strength until the effect of the pill gradually faded. Ah, refreshing. Chen let out a long breath, his face beaming with excitement. He twisted his neck, feeling increasingly satisfied with this secret realm. Compared to the outside world, as long as he could handle the enemies here, he could continuously acquire resources and enhance himself at a much faster rate. Suddenly, Chen frowned, seeming to catch a faint noise from afar. He quickly looked up at the sky, where a blood-red figure flashed by, swiftly flying towards a distant building before disappearing inside. What was that? Chen murmured in surprise, his eyes following the figure until it completely vanished. He realized that this secret realm might contain more than one type of monster, and his expression grew serious. Flying enemies would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge, given his lackluster aerial combat abilities. Despite this, the small flying figure piqued Chen's curiosity. It didn't appear human, but rather like some kind of insect. Could it be a mutated creature from this secret realm? Chen speculated. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it, and instead focused on the direction where the blood insect had disappeared. Since I have to explore this place anyway, I might as well check out that building. Maybe I'll find more treasures. With this thought, Chen cautiously made his way towards the building. Throughout his journey, Chen remained vigilant. The scent of blood filled the air, and unknown blood-red plants grew wildly among the ruins, buildings, and pools. Thick roots spread like vines everywhere, similar to the plants at the entrance of the secret realm. The difference was, these plants bore blood-red flowers, scattering crimson pollen. In addition, the figures of flesh and blood humans were everywhere, reminding Chen of scenes from post-apocalyptic zombie movies. Though not exactly the same, it's somewhat similar, he murmured. In those movies, humans turn into zombies because of a virus. What about this secret realm? Could it be the pollen? As Chen pondered, a gust of bloody wind blew, lifting a flyer into the air. It fluttered past him, seemingly heading towards a gap in the sky above. Chen's quick reflexes allowed him to catch the flyer. Curious, he looked down to read it. The unfamiliar text transformed into recognizable characters before his eyes. What he initially thought was a regular flyer turned out to contain startling information. The flyer read, "The extraordinary game Xian Shun is officially open for public beta. The The Martial Arts Federation encourages all citizens to enter and become players of this game. In the game called Xian Shun, players randomly transform into insects, beasts, or plants to explore a mysterious world, acquire treasures and resources, and continuously strengthen themselves to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Su Chun stared at the flyer in his hand, his eyes glowing with disbelief. This game was astonishingly similar to the world he lived in. Su Chun looked around. Before him lay a scene of desolate ruins. Although he was inside the game, every one of his senses told him that this secret realm was real. Initially, he thought the world had been destroyed for some unknown reason. But now, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could the destruction of this world be related to the Shan Haijing game? Taking a deep breath, Su Chun carefully put the flyer into his backpack and decided to continue towards the building. He needed to find treasures and resources, but more importantly, he wanted to uncover the mysteries of this realm. Perhaps Tang Wei, as an official member, could answer some of his questions. Just then, a buzzing noise came from the sky. Su Chun looked up and saw more blood-red insects flying towards the building from different directions. One insect flew overhead, and Su Chun noticed it was clutching a piece of cloth in its claws, with something seemingly wrapped inside. A drop of crimson liquid fell onto his mantis blade, and Su Chun's heart tightened as he vaguely guessed what it might be. As he moved forward, a low growl suddenly echoed from ahead. A blood-soaked humanoid monster appeared in his sight. Looking around, there was only this one. Su Chun decided to confront it head-on, seizing the opportunity to test the true strength of this monster. As the wind died down, the blood-soaked humanoid immediately spotted Su Chun. It let out a roar, and the flesh around it began to wriggle, charging at Su Chun with astonishing speed. Its attacks were fierce and brutal, with traces of martial arts hidden within its moves. Su Chun dodged while observing, quickly concluding that these blood-soaked humans might have been martial artists of this world. Having undergone several rounds of enhancement, Su Chun was now far superior to this blood-soaked humanoid. He easily evaded its attacks, seized the right moment, and swung his mantis blade. A sharp green light mixed with lightning slashed down. With a squelch, the blood-soaked humanoid collapsed to the ground. A golden light flew out from the body and landed on the ground. Su Chun picked up this world relic and found it was a basic blade technique rune. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Detected that you already possess and have mastered the basic blade technique. Using this rune again has a chance to trigger an ability upgrade. Would you like to use it now? A hint of excitement flashed in Su Chun's eyes. His finger hovered over the confirm button, hesitating whether to attempt this unexpected surprise immediately. Promotion? Su Chun was stunned for a moment, then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he crushed the secret realm rune in his hand, eagerly anticipating the upcoming changes. However, the prompt that popped up on the display screen left him dumbfounded. Promotion failed. Damn it! Su Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. He carefully recalled the prompt he had just seen and noticed the word possible, which made him twitch his mouth slightly. Taking a deep breath, Su Chun quickly adjusted his mindset. Although it wasn't a guaranteed success, as long as there was a chance, it was worth trying. Judging by the drop rate of the secret realm, as long as he killed a few more flesh and blood humans, the probability of obtaining a World Heritage item was still high. If it didn't work this time, he would simply try again. With this determination, Su Chun headed towards a distant building. It wasn't long before two flesh and blood humans came into his view. Su Chun deliberately did not conceal his presence, and soon these two monsters noticed him. Accompanied by low growls, two blood-red figures rushed towards him like arrows leaving the bow. From the left and right, the two flesh and blood humans launched a frenzied attack simultaneously. Su Chun, quick-eyed and quick-witted, summoned a green whirlwind that instantly formed a barrier in front of him, blocking their fierce assault. In this brief exchange, Su Chun keenly noticed that the two flesh and blood humans had completely different attack styles. One used fists, while the other used palm strikes. Their attack patterns were also distinct. This discovery made Su Chun's heart skip a beat. It seemed that warriors in this world retained their martial arts techniques even after being transformed into flesh and blood humans. With this thought, Su Chun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A true martial arts world. He couldn't help but ponder the possibility of obtaining martial arts manuals and learning new skills. Although his avatar in the world of Shan Haijing might not be able to learn them, his real self might be able to give it a try. Su Chun quickly refocused on the battle at hand. A fist and a palm swept towards him from both sides, creating a whistling sound as they sliced through the air with immense force, accompanied by a foul stench. Su Chun bent slightly, letting their attacks pass over his head. Then, he swiftly raised his head, and with a strong wind gathering around his mantis blade, he slashed out. The angle of this strike was tricky and powerful. Combined with the sharpness of the mantis blade, it easily sliced into the neck of one flesh and blood human, decapitating it. Roar, the other flesh and blood human, seeing its companion fall, let out an angry roar. It clenched its fists and charged forward with the force of a tiger's roar and dragon's howl. The powerful force created a gust of wind that stung Su Chen's cheeks. Su Chen's eyes burned with intensity. Using the wind to propel his body, he sidestepped the attack and then slashed backhanded with his blade. With a squelch, the second flesh and blood human also fell to the ground. A golden light flew out from the corpse and landed at Su Chen's feet. Unhurriedly, he picked it up and marveled. What an impressive martial arts technique. I can't wait to get my hands on it. A picture formed in Su Chen's mind. If he could obtain these martial arts skills, combined with his real-world body that continued to evolve along with his avatar, he could absolutely become an unstoppable force. With this thought, a smile of anticipation crept onto Su Chen's face. Su Chen shook his head and opened his backpack to check the world artifacts. Secret Realm Rune, basic blade techniques, just what I needed. His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he crushed and used them. A new prompt appeared. Basic blade techniques acquired and immediately upgraded to blade mastery. In Su Chen's mind, a scene unfolded. A blurry figure wielding various blades, from long swords to katanas, machetes, short swords, dual blades, and ring-handled knives. The figure gradually became clearer, transforming into Su Chen himself, with a mantis-like figure faintly visible behind him. Opening his eyes, a sharp glint flashed in Su Chen's gaze. So, this is blade mastery. He felt the soreness in his muscles as if he had practiced countless times. Compared to basic blade techniques, blade mastery allowed him to expertly handle any type of blade without a period of adjustment. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, instinctively swinging his mantis-like dual blades, each movement brimming with lethal intent. He opened his panel, eagerly looking at the newly acquired ability, wondering if it could advance further. Without further thought, Su Chen moved forward, his steps creating a whirlwind as he quickly disappeared from sight. Along the way, he ate a blood fruit to restore his strength. The building loomed ahead, and his forager senses made him wary. There's probably a big one inside, he muttered, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped into the building to investigate. As soon as he entered, Su Chen gasped. The entire first floor was almost entirely covered in crimson roots, with a massive blood-red plant standing in the center. It pierced through multiple floors, reaching the top. The vines on its trunk waved freely, stirring up gusts of wind. Su Chen looked up, his pupils contracting. At the top of the building, a familiar crack came into view, the entrance to the secret realm. What shocked him even more was that one of the plant's roots had grown into the crack. So, the blood-red plant in the blood pool outside wasn't born from the pool, but extended from the secret realm? This is its main body? Su Chen stared at the colossal entity before him, his lips dry and his heart pounding. Suddenly, the blood-red plant shuddered violently, its vine-like tendrils thrashing about. A crimson light flashed across its trunk, revealing countless faces showing expressions of pain, joy, and sorrow. In the next moment, all the faces opened their eyes simultaneously, and countless gazes locked onto Su Chen. A wave of inexplicable terror surged from the depths of his heart, making Su Chen's skin crawl. Su Chen sensed an overwhelming danger approaching and retreated swiftly without hesitation. In the next instant, the faces within the blood-red plant roared in unison, surging across its surface to form a massive tentacle covered in human faces, which then lashed out at Su Chen. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, and a bottomless chasm appeared instantly. Su Chen's wings flapped rapidly, narrowly evading the devastating strike. He silently thanked his quick reflexes, knowing that he would have been finished if he had been even a second slower. What terrifying power, Su Chen gasped, his heart pounding with fear. This blood-red giant plant was undoubtedly the most powerful entity in the secret realm, the so-called final boss. Even more alarming to Su Chen were the faces on the plant's surface, which included not only humans but also many insect faces. Winged insects? Su Chen muttered, furrowing his brow as he recalled the ruins of the winged insect tribe within the secret realm. So, the so-called eradication and liberation refer to removing this plant and freeing the souls trapped inside? Su Chen murmured, realizing the enormity of the challenge ahead. From just one strike, Su Chen understood the vast gap between him and the plant. At least until he evolved further, he was no match for it. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air. Su Chen looked up to see a swarm of blood-red insects emerging from the building, diving toward him like a tidal wave. These blood insects seemed like the plant's minions, launching a relentless pursuit. Without further thought, Su Chen flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He moved at incredible speed but held back from going all out. The blood insects chased him closely, occasionally spitting blood-colored liquid arrows to disrupt his flight. In no time, two blood insects closed in on Su Chen. They were huge, about 70 to 80 centimeters long, with menacing claws swinging constantly. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he deftly dodged their attacks and then targeted one of them, slashing with his mantis blade to unleash a powerful wind strike. With a splatter, the blood insect's wings were severed, and it plummeted to the ground, trailing blood like a broken kite. Simultaneously, the other blood insect attacked again, its claws slashing at high speed. Su Chen felt the imminent danger and quickly sidestepped with a flap of his wings. Die. Su Chen seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive slash that split the blood insect in half. Blood rained down like droplets on the ground. A golden light shot out from the corpse, catching Su Chen's eye. He swiftly grabbed it before it hit the ground. You have obtained an item. Relic of the world. Su Chen glanced at the notification window and then looked back. A swarm of blood insects was still chasing him, numbering at least 100. Ugh, what a hassle. I'll deal with you later, Su Chen muttered, deciding not to engage further. With a thought, he activated wind concealment, causing a whirlwind to surround him as he vanished from sight. Su Chen increased his speed, quickly widening the gap so the blood insects couldn't sense his presence. Soon, they lost track of him and flew around aimlessly. Watching from a distance, Su Chen felt relieved when he saw the blood insects heading back toward the building. There are just too many of them. I'll deal with them later, Su Chen said quietly. It wasn't that he couldn't handle them now, but it would be too troublesome and would require finding opportunities to face them one by one. In comparison, targeting and eliminating isolated flesh creatures seemed like a wiser choice. Su Chen pondered silently, deciding to leave the bloodworms for later, when he would face the boss. However, the appearance of those bloodworms made him think deeply. They bore a resemblance to the winged insects, leading him to wonder if the tribe of winged insects had ever set foot in this secret realm. A scene unfolded in his mind. Initially, a few winged insects discovered the secret realm while exploring the forest of 10,000 insects. When the news reached their tribe, the entire winged insect community migrated there, hoping to harness the power within the secret realm to grow stronger. Little did they know that this decision would bring disaster, ultimately leading to the tribe's annihilation. Su Chen shook his head, setting these speculations aside for the moment. He spread his wings and swiftly descended to the ground. The bloodworm he had severed earlier was now nothing but a heap of remains, and the nearby flesh creatures had blood and flesh particles around their mouths, indicating they had feasted on it. Although uninterested in the corpse, Su Chen still examined it closely, hoping to find a world relic. Unfortunately, he found nothing. With no other option, he opened his backpack and took out another world relic he had obtained earlier. You have opened a world relic and obtained an item. Blood essence pill. Seeing the prompt, Su Chen's lips curled into a smile as he consumed the blood essence pill without hesitation. With the surge of power coursing through him, he took a deep breath and grinned with satisfaction. This item was indeed valuable. If he had extras, trading them with other players could be as lucrative as some rare treasures. According to the description, a player could consume up to 10 blood essence pills. Given the number of monsters in the secret realm, obtaining more than 10 wouldn't be too difficult with a bit of luck. Su Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing that after evolving, he could quickly gather the necessary enhancement materials. With anticipation for the future, Su Chen decided to start hunting isolated flesh creatures. Alright, let's head towards the dojo, he muttered to himself. Although the final boss's location was known, he wasn't ready to face it yet. The immediate priority was to gradually grow stronger in preparation for the ultimate showdown with the white-haired monster in the dojo. Leveraging his wings, Su Chen soon returned to the area outside the dojo. Hovering in the air, he scanned the ground below for isolated flesh creatures. Though they were numerous, most gathered in groups of 10 or more. To avoid unnecessary risks, Su Chen continued his patient search. Moments later, a small group of 3 or 4 flesh creatures came into view. You'll do? Su Chen grinned, diving down and deactivating his wind concealment ability. The flesh creatures noticed him almost instantly, letting out low growls. One of them even hurled a massive rock at him with terrifying strength. Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he slashed, cleaving the rock in two. He darted through the gap with astonishing speed, closing in on the ground. Before the flesh creatures could react, Su Chen was already upon them. Consider this a mercy, Su Chen whispered, his dual blades whirling like a storm. In an instant, the bodies of the 4 flesh creatures were covered in countless slashes, and with a splatter, they were torn apart. A golden orb emerged from one of the corpses and landed at Su Chen's feet. Just as he picked it up, he heard commotion behind him. Clearly, the noise had attracted nearby flesh creatures. 7 or 8 flesh creatures were charging towards him, exuding a strong scent of blood, like a horde of demons on the attack. Instead of fear, Su Chen smiled wider. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of luring you. Before he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and slashed with his mantis blades. A massive tornado erupted, roaring with the fury of a storm as it swept towards the charging flesh creatures. The tornado roared to life, like the wrathful howl of the wind god. Razor-sharp wind blades spun within, instantly engulfing any humans who dared to approach. Limbs were torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere, turning the once azure tornado a vivid crimson in an instant. Su Chen's eyes were sharp as he caught sight of 3 golden streaks falling from the tornado. He swiftly moved forward and picked up 3 world relics. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought, let's hope there's something good in these. Time silently slipped away, and a pang of hunger reminded Su Chen that it was likely nearing noon in the real world. He needed to find a safe place to log off. But before that, he decided to kill a few more flesh and blood humans to collect more world relics and increase his chances for better opportunities. With a thought, he opened the 3 world relics in his backpack. System notifications immediately appeared. You have obtained Blood Chi Pill. You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Basic Swordsmanship. You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Basic Fist Technique. Su Chen remained calm. These items were within his expectations. The Blood Chi Pill was no surprise, and the Basic Swordsmanship and Fist Technique runes complemented the basic blade technique he had previously acquired. Though he couldn't use them himself, these runes, which could enhance real-world combat abilities, were treasures for the official personnel. Not content with just that, Su Chen quickly closed his backpack and dispersed the tornado. The remnants of the flesh and blood humans lay scattered on the ground. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted a group of 4 or 5 flesh and blood humans. A smile curved on his lips as he dove down at them. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was noon. In the real world, Su Chen opened his eyes and immediately grabbed his phone to check his messages. Sure enough, Tang Wei had replied, agreeing to meet him at the zoo base in the afternoon and offering to pick him up. Su Chen smiled in satisfaction, thinking he could trade his gains from the secret realm for even better treasures. He opened his backpack, where 5 secret realm runes lay neatly, 2 basic fist techniques, 1 basic swordsmanship, 1 basic blade technique, and the most precious of all swordsmanship mastery. In addition, there were also 2 blood chi pills, which had increased his avatar's overall attributes by 2 points. Today's journey into the secret realm had been quite fruitful, significantly boosting his strength. A growl from his stomach reminded Su Chen of his hunger. He got up and headed to the kitchen to quickly prepare lunch. As he ate, he opened his phone to check his chat apps. The group chat of the Jiangxing Animal Club was buzzing with activity, apparently discussing topics related to him. His curiosity piqued, Su Chen decided to take a closer look at the messages in the group. The chat messages flickered on the phone screen, drawing Su Chen's attention. Lao Qin, how are you doing now? Asked Zhu Rulin. What else can I say? Just lying here, chatting with the pretty nurses in the hospital. Qin Gongzi replied, sounding a bit smug. Pangolin laughed, ha ha ha, that's some bad luck. So many players at the night market, and you were the one who got targeted. But you're lucky to have encountered the Rangers. Otherwise, it could have been much worse. Yeah, I think it's best not to go out recently. It's too dangerous, especially these days, Zhu Rulin agreed, his tone filled with concern. Gubuli suddenly asked, I didn't expect our Jiangxing to have Rangers. Qin Gongzi, how do you think the Rangers in Jiangxing measure up? To describe the strength of our Jiangxing Rangers, I usually sum it up in 3 words. Qin Gongzi teased. Very powerful? Zhu Rulin guessed. Wrong. Qin Gongzi denied. Very weak? Gubuli probed. Qin Gongzi immediately retorted. Are you kidding? If the Rangers were weak, would I still be here chatting with you guys? I'd be talking to my great-grandmother in the afterlife by now. He continued. You probably won't guess it, so I'll just tell you. The Rangers in Jiangxing can be described in 3 words. Totally badass. Oh? Have you lost your mind? How is that different from what I said? Zhu Rulin was bewildered. Qin Gongzi explained, you don't get it. To me, totally badass is the only way to describe how awesome the Rangers are. And of course, I'm not too shabby myself. Do you want to hear the story of how I helped the Rangers take down 2 cultists in no time? Damn, you're crazy. Zhu Rulin and Gubuli both exclaimed in unison. Pangolin, however, agreed. I totally agree. It seems like the Rangers in Jiangxing are really strong, which is reassuring. Zhu Rulin quickly poured cold water on the idea. Reassuring? Not really. Anyway, it's best not to go out recently. I've heard that it's not just players from other cities coming to Jiangxing. There are also some from abroad. Those of you who like to bypass the firewall should know what foreign players are like, right? Su Chen stared at the phone screen, frowning slightly. This coincidence was unexpected. Qin Gongzi was also a member of this group. Thinking back to the player named Qin Hai he had saved earlier, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the strange twists of fate. The group's focus on the identity of the Rangers further solidified Su Chen's earlier suspicions. He muttered to himself, the fact that the Rangers' identity can attract so much attention from ordinary players must mean it's really significant. I'd better ask Tang Wei about it this afternoon. Zhu Rulin's information also served as a warning to Su Chen. With foreign players arriving in Jiangxing, he needed to be prepared for potential chaos. Although Chen didn't know much about the situation abroad, he had gained some insight from players in the zoo who liked to bypass the firewall. In a word, chaotic. The environment abroad already valued freedom, and some players, after gaining extraordinary powers, acted with even more impunity. What started as zero-cost shopping had evolved into patrolling their backyard, with players in some small places treating entire cities as their private property, taking whatever they wanted, be it items or people. Any dissatisfaction was met with immediate and ruthless action. The root of this chaos was complex, involving many factors. Although most of this information was suppressed and only circulated within foreign player circles, some of it had reached domestic players. Compared to this, the situation in Brahman was even more extreme, which Chen summed up as more animal species suffering recently. As Chen was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting his musings. It was Tang Wei. She had arrived. Chen quickly gathered his things and left the neighborhood. The familiar van was parked by the roadside, and Tang Wei rolled down the window, waving to him. He got into the passenger seat and buckled up, unable to resist a quip. "You guys are official, right? How come you're driving this van? It's the 21st century, and you're still using a van?" Tang Wei calmly responded and began to explain. "It's mainly for convenience when we need backup." Tang Wei's answer left Chen puzzled. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the seemingly serious official beside him, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of doubt. Noticing the suspicion in Chen's eyes, Tang Wei quickly explained, "Ahem, you might not be aware. Simply put, sometimes we officials encounter dangerous situations where going solo isn't an option, so we need to work together. You get it, right?" Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he reluctantly nodded. "All right, got it." He thought to himself, if he didn't know she was an official, this explanation would sound like something from the underground world. Tang Wei dropped the topic and asked, "Are you planning to choose evolution resources?" "Yeah," Chen confirmed with a nod. "I couldn't get a feel for it online, so I wanted to check it out in person." Tang Wei frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. "So you're planning to go for a random evolution?" Chen didn't hide it, and nodded honestly. Seeing this, Tang Wei's face showed surprise. "Are you sure? If you lack a bloodline map, you could join us officially, and I'll do my best to help you find one. It might take some time, but you'll definitely get it. There's no need to opt for the risky random evolution." Chen shook his head firmly. "No, I'm aiming for random evolution. Although it's dangerous, the potential is higher, right?" Of course, he wouldn't tell Tang Wei about his special talent. That was an absolute secret he wouldn't reveal to anyone. To change the subject, Chen suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, I got some good stuff in the game today. Does your organization need anything?" He planned to take the opportunity to sell the secret realm runes he had. Tang Wei was immediately intrigued and asked curiously, "What stuff?" "Secret realm runes," Chen replied. Tang Wei's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Oh, can I take a look?" Chen smiled and nodded, taking the secret realm runes out of his backpack. "Sure, I think you'll definitely like them." 5 mystical runes hovered in the air, emitting a faint glow, resembling skill books from a game, suddenly manifesting in the real world. Though they were just flat stones, they radiated an aura of luxury and rarity. Every player, regardless of their strength, coveted these runes. After all, one can never have too many skills. Tang Wei quickly pulled her car over to the side of the road and eagerly took the runes to examine them one by one. After reading the information, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "These are basic combat runes?" Chen nodded in confirmation and elaborated on the effects of these mystical runes. His explanation made Tang Wei's eyes shine even brighter. "If what you say is true, these runes are indeed quite powerful," Tang Wei analyzed. "Modern people lack real combat experience and often just flail around when faced with danger. These runes can provide players with clear combat techniques, teaching them how to properly handle enemies." Thinking about how these runes could enhance the combat abilities of official members, Tang Wei excitedly said, "These runes are very valuable. I'll take them. Name your price." Chen quickly waved his hand. "I don't need cash. I'd like to exchange them for points." "Points?" Tang Wei pondered for a moment. "Sure, but the price might not be as high as you think. Basic sword and blade techniques, 100 points each. Advanced swordsmanship, 300 points. How about that? 700 points?" Chen immediately agreed. Although the price seemed modest, considering that hunting a level 1 beast only yielded 1 of 5 points, this deal was quite a bargain. Tang Wei smiled as she put away the runes, promising to arrange the points distribution once they reached the base. She then drove toward the Jiangqing Zoo base. Upon arrival, Chen was amazed by his surroundings. The base was nestled among the mountains, with a newly constructed large facility at the entrance, seemingly carving out an entire mountain. High walls encircled the area, with meticulous camouflage, soldiers, and cameras everywhere, resembling a military fortress. Tang Wei explained, The unique nature of the Shanghai Jing requires us to stay away from the public while being able to handle extraordinary events in the city promptly. This location is ideal. She led Su Chen into the base, where they saw heavily armed guards and bustling clerks. The entire base was orderly yet incredibly busy. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of gravity. For the first time, Su Chen stepped into the zoo's base, his curious eyes scanning his surroundings. Following Tang Wei's footsteps, he unknowingly arrived at her office. Tang Wei took out a document from a drawer and handed it to Su Chen. Fill this out, and once you're done, I'll take you to the treasure vault. Su Chen glanced at the document and realized it was an identity registration form. He picked up a ballpoint pen from the desk and quickly filled it out. Afterward, the two left the office and entered an elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Tang Wei pressed a button and explained, "The vault is underground. We also have some training grounds down there for our regular training and recreation." "Such good facilities?" Su Chen remarked enviously. Tang Wei responded with a smile. "We have no choice. We're always on the front lines, and people often get injured or worse. We need some ways to relax." A hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. "If you're interested, you could join us." Su Chen shrugged. "No thanks. I prefer my freedom." "All right then," Tang Wei said, a trace of disappointment crossing her mind, though she wasn't surprised by his answer. The elevator arrived at their destination, and the doors opened slowly. Several fully armed soldiers immediately turned their vigilant gazes towards the elevator, only relaxing when they saw Tang Wei. Su Chen followed Tang Wei to a massive metal door. "This is the official treasure vault," Tang Wei introduced. After a series of strict identity checks, the metal door slowly opened. Su Chen followed Tang Wei inside and was stunned by the sight. The space was vast and brightly lit, covering at least 1,000 square meters. Rows of shelves were filled with precious resources and treasures brought back from the game, ranging from common to rare items. The glow from the various treasures made the entire vault sparkle. "Wow, the officials are indeed wealthy." Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. Noticing Su Chen's expression, Tang Wei laughed. "Overwhelmed? I was just like you the first time I came here. I can't help it. It's my first time seeing so many treasures," Su Chen admitted honestly. "The officials really have deep pockets." Without dwelling on it, he asked Tang Wei to take him to the wind attribute treasure section. They soon arrived at their destination. Rows of shelves were filled with various wind attribute treasures, and Su Chen quickly spotted the wind dust he had preliminarily selected. "Can I handle it?" Su Chen asked. "Go ahead," Tang Wei shrugged in agreement. Without hesitation, Su Chen placed the wind dust into his backpack, then opened his attribute panel and chose random evolution, using it as material. However, an uneasy feeling surged within him. Su Chen opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. "It's not working? How is it not working?" He had initially thought that wind attribute materials and treasures would suit him better, but now he realized they weren't suitable. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen put the wind dust back and picked up the gale crystal to try again. Moments later, he returned the gale crystal, his frown deepening. It still wasn't right. He began to wonder if the treasure suitable for his random evolution might not be wind attribute at all. But if not wind attribute, then what could it be? Noticing Su Chen's distress, Tang Wei asked, "What's wrong? Any problems?" Su Chen snapped back to reality, checking his attribute panel as he replied, "No, nothing. Just thinking about something." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly fixated on his avatar, on the Penella mantis blade gleaming with a cold light and mysterious lightning-like patterns on his body. A sudden realization struck Su Chen, and his eyes lit up as his frown vanished, replaced by a genuine smile. "So that's it. Maybe I don't need wind attribute treasures after all." Enlightened, he quickly turned to Tang Wei and asked, "Captain Tang, can you take me to the sections for lightning attribute and weapon-related treasures?" Tang Wei's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion, but she didn't probe further into Su Chen's special interest in lightning attributes and weapon treasures. She simply nodded and led the way. Moments later, they arrived at a new section of shelves. 2 rows of shelves stood side by side. One row was filled with treasures that sparkled with blue lightning, dazzling to the eye, while the other displayed a variety of rare and precious items, ranging from seemingly ancient stones to broken pieces of equipment. Su Chen's attention was immediately drawn to the lightning attribute treasures. He walked straight to that shelf and began examining each item closely. His hand touched a treasure known as the Thunderstrike Stone, and he placed it in his backpack as a potential evolution material. Using his Forager ability, Su Chen sensed the stone, and a look of delight flashed in his eyes. However, this joy quickly faded, not as intense or lasting as the feeling he got from the Wind Wolf King's Fong. Su Chen pondered that this might indicate a difference in the evolutionary effects of various materials. He speculated that the more excitement a material brought, the greater the benefits it might offer upon evolution. With this hypothesis in mind, Su Chen put the Thunderstrike Stone back on the shelf and turned to examine other lightning attribute treasures. He quickly scanned the property descriptions of each item. Thunder horse horn, naturally shed from the forehead of a thunder horse, can be consumed to enhance lightning affinity, worth 500 points. Storm feather, contains pure lightning power, can be absorbed to gain lightning abilities, worth 1,000 points. Heavenly thunder, the purest lightning formed from the storms, with a very low probability of bestowing lightning talents, worth 5,000 points. Compared to wind attribute treasures, these lightning items had significantly higher exchange points, reflecting the high regard for lightning attributes among most people. Chen's gaze was deeply attracted to the item name, Heavenly Thunder. It lay quietly in an insulated box, with blue arcs of electricity constantly flickering, as if telling of the immense power it contained. Chen placed it in his backpack as a potential evolution option and used his Forager ability to sense it. A surge of intense joy instantly filled his heart, causing Chen to widen his eyes in surprise. The strength of this joy far surpassed his previous experiences, unmistakably indicating that this treasure was highly suitable for him. However, the steep price of 5,000 points was like a cold splash of water, forcing him to reluctantly return the Heavenly Thunder to its place. Despite recently selling some runes obtained from secret realms, which had increased his points to over 1,000, amassing 5-digit points still seemed out of reach. Even with continuous hunting of fierce beasts, achieving this goal in the short term was unlikely. Reluctantly, Chen picked up the storm feather and sensed it again. To his astonishment, this item, priced at just 1/5 of the Heavenly Thunder, brought him the same feeling. Looking at the feather in his backpack, shimmering with pure blue lightning, Chen's eyes gleamed with delight. Is this really suitable for me? Chen gazed at the feather of the storm, a wave of intense joy surging within him, no less thrilling than facing the Heavenly Thunder. This unexpected compatibility left him both delighted and puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that these two treasures, despite their similar attributes, represent completely different paths of evolution? Regardless of the reason, the result was clear. While the Heavenly Thunder was extraordinary, the feather of the storm resonated more with him. Without hesitation, Chen picked up the feather of the storm, not even sparing a glance at the nearby shelves filled with other valuable equipment. Captain Tang, I'll take this one, Chen said to Tang Wei. Tang Wei glanced at the description and price of the feather of the storm, then nodded. All right, you can redeem it directly through the Bounty Hunter app. That way, the points will be deducted immediately, and there's no need for someone to deliver it to you. Okay. Chen quickly took out his phone, opened the Bounty Hunter app, found the feather of the storm, and selected the option to redeem it. His points were instantly deducted, and the 700 points he had just earned were gone in a flash. Following Tang Wei back to the office, Chen knew she would drive him back, just as she had brought him here, since it was impossible to catch a cab near the zoo base. As they drove home, Chen remembered something and turned to ask, Captain Tang, can I ask you a few questions? What's on your mind? About the secret realms. Tang Wei turned to look at Chen, a hint of amusement in her eyes. What do you want to know? Chen carefully chose his words. In the game, I entered a secret realm where I found the runes I sold to you. Inside, I discovered that the realm had a game similar to our extraordinary game, Shan Haijing. Is that correct? Before he could finish, Tang Wei interjected, this isn't usually disclosed to the public, but since you've encountered it yourself, there's no harm in telling you. You're right. Our world is akin to those secret realms, or rather, we're on the path those realms once tread. We don't fully understand the specifics yet, but the extraordinary game aspect is the same. In almost 80 of the secret realms we've discovered, there's a game with different names but similar content. Though he had some suspicions, the percentage still sent a shiver down Chen's spine. He couldn't help but ask, so, will our world eventually end up like those secret realms? Tang Wei shook her head. We don't know. It might, or it might not. There's no evidence so far to suggest that those realms fell to ruin solely because of the extraordinary games. But regardless, there's no point in worrying about that now. She smiled at Chen. For now, the only thing that matters is getting stronger. Only with great strength can you face any challenges that come your way. You're right, Chen realized, understanding that he had been overthinking. Instead of fearing the potential downfall of the world, he should focus on becoming stronger. With enough power, even the notion of the world's destruction would be meaningless. Whoever tried to destroy the world, he would be strong enough to stop them. Feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, Chen found clarity in his thoughts. Strength was indeed the most crucial thing. Oh, by the way, Tang Wei suddenly said, since you've discovered some information in the game, there's something you should be aware of. Chen looked at her curiously. What is it? There are humans in the game. Humans? Chen wasn't too surprised. He had always suspected that such a vast world like Shan Haijing couldn't be inhabited solely by beasts. Humans must exist somewhere. He just hadn't encountered them yet to confirm his theory. Now, it seemed he was right. Tang Wei cautioned, indeed, there are humans in Shan Haijing, but I haven't seen them myself. This conclusion is based on information found in some secret realms. Even if you encounter humans in Shanhaijing, it's best to be cautious and not engage with them lightly, because they're not of our kind? Su Chen asked. Partly, but also because of something the officials discovered in one of the secret realms. Curiosity sparked in Su Chen's eyes. What did they find? Tang Wei slowly revealed. Humans are not purely human, and beasts are not purely beasts. Both are creations of gods and wills. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su Chen returned home, still haunted by Tang Wei's earlier words. Neither man nor beast? Both are creations of gods and will? The meaning of this phrase left him utterly puzzled. Su Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin as he fell into deep thought. According to Tang Wei, this phrase originated from an unfinished letter found by an official member in a desolate world. Unfortunately, the strong individual who left the letter passed away after writing only half, leaving behind an unsolved mystery. Some officials speculated that the phrase hinted that humans and beasts in the divine world might not truly exist but were instead creations of gods, in some form of will. They might share similar appearances, but their inner essence was entirely different. Unable to make sense of it, Su Chen eventually gave up thinking. He stood up and returned to his room, glanced at the clock, and decided to log into the game immediately. He didn't want to waste precious time before nightfall and aimed to defeat the white-haired monster today. As the thought of logging in crossed his mind, Su Chen's vision instantly plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar sight of the blood-red secret realm greeted him. He found himself standing in a deserted corner outside the martial arts school, right where he had logged off. Suddenly, a whistling sound accompanied by a hoarse roar came from behind. Su Chen swiftly turned around to see a bloodied humanoid lunging at him with a punch. Old six again, Su Chen muttered to himself. This time, you won't get the better of me. With a slight movement, a wind barrier instantly formed in front of him, effortlessly blocking the fierce attack. Next, Su Chen raised his mantis blade, its edge shimmering with a cyan flame, a peculiar sight caused by compressed wind circulating around the blade. This not only made the mantis blade incredibly sharp, but also imbued it with terrifying cutting power. With a single slash, blood and flesh flew. A diagonal gash appeared on the bloodied humanoid's body, splitting it in two. Su Chen sighed in slight disappointment. Too bad. No loot? However, the commotion attracted the attention of other nearby bloodied humanoids. Turning around, Su Chen saw a dozen of them swarming toward him. He couldn't help but marvel at how these creatures had wandered here in the short time he was offline. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen assumed a combat stance. Well, saves me the trouble of finding you, he muttered to himself. This number would have been unmanageable for Su Chen before, but now the situation was different. He swung his dual blades, the cyan flames dancing along the mantis blades, showcasing his improved mastery over the wind. A cold gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes as a sudden gust of wind erupted behind him, propelling him forward with powerful thrust. He darted into the midst of the bloodied humanoids like a streak of cyan light. Without giving the creatures any time to react, Su Chen's mantis blade swirled like the wind. The blade, imbued with terrifying cutting power, sliced through the bloodied humanoids' bodies as if they were thin paper. Even their tough bones were no match for the mantis blade, crumbling like tofu. With just one swing, without even needing to unleash a strong wind slash, two bloodied humanoids were slain. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scent of blood filled the air, provoking the other bloodied humanoids into a frenzy. They roared and charged at Su Chen recklessly. A bloodied fist came crashing down, its immense power sweeping through the air like a gust of wind. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, merely leaning back slightly to let the fist brush past his face. In the next instant, a flash of cyan light, and another bloodied humanoid fell. In just half a day, Su Chen's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. From a weakling who could only hunt isolated targets, he had transformed into a force capable of handling group battles with ease. It was as if he had metamorphosed from an insect into a fierce tiger. At that moment, Su Chen was like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. His mantis blades danced like the wind, sending streaks of blue light in all directions. Wherever the blades touched, flesh and blood flew, and in a matter of moments, the ground was littered with several severed bodies, staining the earth a deeper red. With the battle over, Su Chen let out a long breath and his gaze fell upon three golden orbs at his feet. A delighted smile spread across his face as he quickly picked them up. The system prompt immediately sounded. You have obtained World Relics X3. Without hesitation, Su Chen opened the World Relics in his backpack. 3 notifications popped up in quick succession. You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Blade Mastery. You have obtained Blood Chi Pill X1. You have obtained Secret Realm Rune, Fist of Fury. His joy deepened upon seeing Blade Mastery and the new Secret Realm Rune. However, The moment he noticed the name Fist of Fury, his joy vanished instantly. He glanced at his mantis blades and then at the word fist, feeling both amused and exasperated. Clearly, this was a fist-based technique, utterly useless for someone who wielded blades. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Chen consoled himself that at least the secret realm rune had trade value. He then consumed the blood chi pill, and a surge of power immediately filled his body. The system prompt followed. You have consumed blood chi pill, all attributes 1. He casually swung his blade, producing a sharp crack in the air, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. Next, Chen turned his attention to the newly acquired Blade Mastery rune, hoping to enhance his skills. The rune transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body, and the system prompt appeared. You have used Secret Realm Rune, Blade Mastery. Detecting existing mastery, upgrade successful. Your Blade Mastery has evolved into Blade Sense. Blade Sense, a natural blade wielder. When holding a blade, you will feel as if it is an extension of your body, making it easier to master blade techniques. Unlike before, there were no images flooding his mind. Everything remained calm, but as Chen swung his mantis blades again, he felt a newfound ease, as if his strength was overflowing, making him worry about wasting his power. He looked thoughtfully at his forearms. This passive ability might not provide an immediate combat boost, but its long-term use would surely bring significant improvement. Taking a deep breath, Chen turned his attention towards the martial arts hall. He felt that his strength had improved enough. It was time to confront the white-haired monster. Soon, Chen arrived outside the martial arts hall. Through the main gate, he saw many flesh-and-blood humanoids wandering like zombies in the courtyard. But his gaze was fixed directly on the white-haired monster deep inside. A surge of battle intent rose within him as Chen stepped into the hall without hesitation. Instantly, low growls echoed around him, and all the flesh-and-blood humanoids turned their heads in unison to stare at him. Simultaneously, the white-haired monster in the depths abruptly raised its head, opening its eyes to reveal a piercing gaze. A powerful aura surged forward, laden with intense pressure. The flesh squirmed. A gleaming white bone sprouted from the back of the white-haired monster. Under Chen's astonished gaze, the monster reached out, grabbed the bone, and yanked it out. Blood splattered everywhere. Chen's pupils contracted as he realized that the bone was actually a bone blade. The white-haired monster grasped the bone blade and, without hesitation, swung it. The slash tore through the ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake as it sped towards Chen. Any human flesh in its path was instantly obliterated. It can even launch slashes. Truly powerful, Chen thought, stunned. But a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Good. The stronger you are, the more it proves that what's in the box is valuable, right? Before he finished speaking, Chen fearlessly swung his mantis blade. Fierce winds gathered, forming a wind slash that met the incoming attack. When the two slashes collided, they generated shockwaves and instantly neutralized each other. Kill! The white-haired monster roared, charging forward like a blood-red streak and swung another vicious slash. Chen quickly raised his blade, blocking the attack with a resounding clang. However, his brows furrowed in concern. The force behind the strike was immense, nearly overwhelming him, causing his body to involuntarily bend slightly. Despite the pressure, Chen felt no fear. His eyes gleamed with determination. Lightning flickered across his body as he unleashed his power, sending the white-haired monster skidding backward. Meanwhile, flesh-formed humans within the dojo launched attacks from all directions, their roars echoing. Get lost? Chen spat coldly, swinging his blade. A wind slash swept out like a half-moon, slicing through all the approaching flesh-formed humans, cutting them in half and annihilating them in one strike. Kill you! The white-haired monster growled mindlessly, charging again. Its speed almost matched Chen's. The next slash came with incredible force. Chen didn't block this time. He sidestepped, seizing the chance to slash at the monster's lower body. The monster, with its keen battle instincts, retreated instinctively, countering with a rapid blood-red slash. Chen's eyes were sharp as he quickly accessed his inventory and used a blood fruit, activating all his abilities. Instantly, his strength surged. Disappear! He growled, swinging his mantis blade with full force. The roaring wind condensed into a compressed slash. With a shing, Chen's attack cleaved through the monster's strike and continued towards it. The white-haired monster was sent flying, a deep wound appearing on its chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Chen flapped his wings, pressing the advantage. But as he closed in, the monster's upper body twisted in a bizarre 360-degree spin, unleashing a counterslash with a roar. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you use this move earlier? Chen cursed in shock, quickly forming a windshield. But the monster's furious strike shattered the barrier with a crack, the blade slicing into Chen's shoulder. Agonizing pain surged through him, blood splattering. Su Chen instinctively wanted to retreat. But in the next moment, the realization of his player's status snapped him back to focus. Damn it, it's just a life, right? Fine, let's end this. Su Chen's eyes turned blood red as his inner savage nature fully erupted. Bearing the excruciating pain from the injury on his shoulder, Su Chen swung his blade without hesitation. A flash of green light sliced through the air, severing the monster's right arm with a sickening crack. Its agonized howl pierced the night. Without missing a beat, Su Chen flicked the bone blade off his shoulder with a swift motion of his left hand. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he swung his blade again, channeling all his strength like a flood toward the white-haired monster's neck. With a wet thud, the monster's head detached from its body, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Is it dead? Su Chen muttered to himself, stumbling backward before collapsing heavily onto the ground. He panted heavily, glancing at the wound on his shoulder. Blood still gushed from the deep gash, exposing the bone beneath. This was the first time he had sustained such a severe injury in the game, a grim milestone of sorts. The realistic pain made Su Chen grit his teeth, the knife wound sending waves of agony through his body, almost driving him to scream. Fortunately, his robust vitality seemed to be at work, gradually dulling the pain to a barely tolerable level. Oddly enough, this feels kind of exhilarating, Su Chen mused, the ferocity in his eyes fading as he fell into thought. He wasn't a masochist. It wasn't the injury itself he found thrilling, but the battle he had just experienced. Utilizing the moment of injury to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent, this tactic of trading wounds for victory proved highly effective. You could call it trading wounds for lives, Su Chen calculated silently. Using my own injury to kill the enemy. Since I won't actually die, I can definitely use this strategy more often against tough opponents. Thinking this, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I guess I'm quite an unusual person. Most people wouldn't think like this. Even though I won't die, the pain is very real. At that moment, the pain in his shoulder persisted, making Su Chen grimace and barely hold back a scream. Thankfully, the battle's outcome was favorable. The enemy was dead, and it was time to collect his spoils. Su Chen scanned the surroundings. Besides the white-haired monster's corpse, the remains of several fallen human-like creatures emitted a golden glow. For glowing orbs awaited his collection. More importantly, the treasure chest guarded by the white-haired monster beckoned to be opened. Given the monster's strength, the chest's contents must be extraordinary, filling Su Chen with eager anticipation. After a brief rest, he regained some strength, and the pain in his shoulder lessened slightly. Su Chen took a deep breath, slowly rising to his feet and walking toward the golden orbs. You have obtained World Relic X1. You have obtained World Relic X1. You have obtained World Relic X1. All world relics have been collected. Next, Su Chen headed toward the treasure chest. Just then, a raspy voice suddenly called out, "Are you a human player?" The unexpected voice startled Su Chen. He looked up sharply, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. "You're not dead?" The one who spoke was none other than the severed head of the white-haired monster. Its eyes were wide open, but unlike before, the blood-red color had faded, and the savage ferocity was replaced by a hint of clarity. "So, you really are a human player," the head said, its doubtful tone turning certain upon hearing Su Chen's words. "A human player? Wait, you've regained consciousness?" Su Chen was momentarily confused, not understanding what it meant. But then he recalled the flyer he had seen earlier and was struck with astonishment. Most creatures in this realm had been corrupted into bloodthirsty monsters, dying completely when killed. How could this white-haired monster not only survive, but also regain its sanity after being killed? The head spoke weakly. "I must thank you, human player. Otherwise, I would have remained lost forever. But this is only temporary. I will soon fade away. This is just a lingering obsession." Su Chen remained cautious and asked, "Obsession?" "Yes, an obsession. A remnant of unfulfilled desires," the head explained, looking at Su Chen with a pleading expression. "Human player, I beg you, help me bring peace to this world. Let the world die peacefully." Su Chen was shaken to his core, staring in disbelief at the severed head before him. The head's eyes were open, its gaze passing over Su Chen and focusing on the shattered sky behind him. In a deep voice it said, "Dead? Perhaps. But a sliver of consciousness remains." Su Chen's expression was puzzled as he asked, "Can you explain more clearly?" The head did not withhold the truth and began to recount its tale. It described a building not far away, which had once been guarded by Wang Li, the strongest person in this world before it shattered. Wang Li's achievements in both martial arts and mystical practices were unparalleled, far surpassing other warriors. However, despite such a powerful guardian, the world still broke apart. On an ordinary night, the sky suddenly split open, and the sun and moon turned blood red. A terrifying entity descended, and wherever its horrifying gaze fell, blood-red tendrils grew rampantly, causing countless people to transform into monsters, including the owner of this head. As Chen listened, his face grew increasingly agitated. He gradually understood the cause of the world's destruction. An unknown entity, possibly a deity, had descended and torn the world apart like a balloon in an instant. The head continued its story. It had once been a competent martial arts school owner, though far from a top-tier warrior. When it was corrupted, it saw Wang Li roaring in defiance at the entity, fighting with all his might. But ultimately, Wang Li was also corrupted, becoming a frenzied monster. With Wang Li's fall, there was no longer any obstacle to the world's destruction. However, due to his immense strength, Wang Li did not die even after being corrupted. Before the worlds will perished, he captured a fragment of it and inherited it, even merging with the entity's scattered flesh, becoming a complete monster. The head turned toward the building, its eyes full of pain. It pleaded with Chen to kill the monster and let the world die peacefully, like releasing a vegetative patient from their suffering. Chen looked at the building in shock, finding it hard to believe that the blood-red plant was once a human. He asked, "How do you know all this? Didn't you say you were corrupted before Wang Li?" The head explained that the souls of all corrupted beings were trapped within their bodies until they were killed and released. At one point, its soul was absorbed by the monster that Wang Li had become. Not just it, but all souls were absorbed, seemingly fused or controlled. During that moment, they shared Wang Li's mind and memories, learning many things. Finally, the head expressed its unwillingness to see the once peaceful and happy world remain restless even after death. In its struggle, its soul faded away, leaving behind only a trace of obsession that returned to its body. Chen suddenly understood and nodded, finally grasping the full picture of this shattered world. Chen looked towards the skyscraper, a bitter smile forming on his lips. The creature before him, born from a severed head, knew so many secrets that it made him feel insignificant. "You overestimate me," Chen admitted. "I'm not his match right now." The head nodded slightly, as if affirming this fact. Chen's mouth twitched, but the head's next words sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I'm not asking you to challenge him now," the head said slowly. "I just hope that when you're strong enough, you can fulfill my last request. Besides, I know of a place that might help you." Chen raised an eyebrow. "A place that can help me? Where?" The head's gaze shifted to a specific direction. "Over there." Before the world shattered, the Federation seemed to sense something and gathered a group of strong warriors and young martial arts prodigies, relocating them to a place called the Land of Embers. Even after the world fell apart, that place still exists, just outside this city. As far as I know, not even the monster King Li has managed to extend his reach into that area. Following the head's gaze, Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought that this secret realm was confined to the city before him, not realizing that such a mysterious place lay beyond its borders. "The Land of Embers," Chen murmured, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up at the head and nodded solemnly. "If I have the power, I will fulfill your request." Hearing this promise, a grateful look appeared in the head's eyes. "Thank you, human player. With your word, I can finally rest in peace." As soon as the words were spoken, the head's eyes slowly closed, as if it had finally completed its mission. Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. "I agreed too quickly. I wanted to ask more questions." He had hoped to learn more about the mysterious Shen game, the unknown entities, and the meaning of the phrase, neither human nor beast. Looking up at the sky, now filled with cracks, Chen squinted and muttered, "Gods, huh?" Although the white-haired monster wasn't entirely certain about the cause of the world's destruction and that great being, it likely involves some unknown deity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen concluded that his world might also be targeted by these gods. But instead of fear, his eyes shone with determination. "You want to make me homeless? Even if you're a god, I'll cut you down." Snapping back to reality, Chen's gaze fell on the box at his feet. He bent down to pick it up, and a display frame immediately popped up. "You have obtained Legacy Box of Will." Legacy Box of Will. A box left behind by one who refused to succumb to despair. Opening it may grant you its legacy. A legacy box? Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This legacy likely had something to do with the white-haired monster, who was also a master swordsman. Wouldn't this legacy be perfect for him? With that thought, Chen's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to open the box. "You have opened the Legacy Box of Will and obtained the ability, Gale Blade Technique. You have received the Legacy of Will. Your ability, Will's Protection, is evolving. Evolution successful. Your ability, Will's Protection, has disappeared, and you have gained a new ability, Blade Momentum." A series of notifications made Chen's eyes widen, but before he could examine them closely, a sharp pain erupted from deep within his mind. "Ah!" Chen staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his head and groaning in agony. In his daze, he felt as if his spirit was being forged in fire and hammered on an anvil, the intense pain engulfing his entire being. However, with each strike, Chen's spirit underwent a transformation. A sensation like a refreshing stream swept through his body, and even in the midst of intense pain, he remained conscious. The process was excruciating, making his head feel like it was splitting open, but thankfully, the pain began to subside after less than a minute. Once the pain completely faded, Chen found himself lying on the ground. He panted heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat from the agony, making him look as if he had just been pulled out of water. Gasp! What was that? Chen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. He vaguely sensed that something had changed within him, as if a strange power was awakening deep in his mind. With sheer willpower, Chen tried to harness this newfound power. In an instant, a sharp aura erupted from him, sweeping through the martial arts hall like a wave. Dust was stirred up, and suddenly, the walls around him were marked with cuts, as if slashed by a blade. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this blade intent?" he exclaimed. Just by manifesting it once, Chen felt the immense power of this ability. Though it was merely an aura, it had tangible offensive force. His face lit up with excitement as he quickly opened his attribute panel to check the details of the blade intent ability. Blade intent. An aura as sharp as a blade, unstoppable. It can negate certain mental attacks and can also be used to counter mental assaults. After reading the description, Chen's smile grew even brighter. This wasn't just an offensive ability. It could also counter mental attacks. Although it was not a defensive skill but rather an aggressive one, it suited him perfectly. After all, Chen never fancied defense. Mental attacks were notoriously tricky and difficult to guard against, often catching people off guard. Although he previously had some protection through sheer willpower, allowing him to resist certain mental attacks, it was a passive defense with no active control. Now, everything was different. Chen felt exhilarated knowing he had finally mastered an ability to actively counter mental assaults. The current Chen no longer feared mental attacks. He murmured softly, a confident smile curling at his lips. He then shifted his focus to his newly acquired skill, the Gale Blade technique. When he first learned that this secret realm was based on a martial arts world, Chen had speculated that he might obtain a martial arts technique, but he hadn't expected it to come so suddenly. He clicked to view the details, and the information about the Gale Blade technique appeared before him. Gale Blade technique, a martial arts blade technique with special abilities. Proficiency can be increased through practice, unlocking further abilities and enhancing personal attributes. The maximum increase for all attributes is 20 points. Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The power of the Gale Blade technique was evident. Not only could it enhance his attributes through practice, but it also offered a comprehensive boost. If he mastered it to its peak, all his attributes would increase by 20 points, equivalent to gaining 80 attribute points. This was akin to the effect of consuming numerous rare treasures. What excited him even more was the potential to gain additional abilities through practice, likely similar to martial skills. Chen speculated that the Gale Blade technique was akin to a skill tree, with proficiency acting as skill points to unlock more powerful abilities. Although the exact number of additional abilities was unknown, Chen believed there would be more than one. This meant that obtaining the Gale Blade technique was like acquiring numerous attribute-boosting treasures and various secret realm runes, honoring its immense value. Chen closed his eyes and searched his mind. Sure enough, he discovered some information about the Gale Blade technique, which had been implanted in his mind the moment he acquired the skill. He pondered that in the future, besides hunting fierce beasts in reality, he would also need to allocate time to practice the blade technique. Reflecting on this, Chen realized he would be quite busy. However, he enjoyed this sense of fulfillment. Smiling, he closed the skill panel and turned his attention to the 4 world relics he had just picked up in his inventory. Chen decided to open all the relics at once. A system prompt immediately appeared. You have obtained the following items: Blood Chi Pills X3, Mountain Visualization Scroll X1, 3 Blood Chi Pills, and a Visualization Scroll? Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new item. He quickly checked the information about the Mountain Visualization Scroll. Mountain Visualization Scroll, a tool used by humans in the martial arts world to enhance willpower and mental attributes. Observing it once a day can increase mental attributes, up to a maximum of 10 points. Another treasure. Chen excitedly clicked to view it. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered his mental space. Before him was a vast mountain landscape. Towering peaks stretched endlessly, resembling a giant dragon sprawled across the heavens and earth. He stood atop a cliff, with fierce winds howling in all directions. Amidst the raging wind, Chen stood firm like an ancient pine, his mind serene. Moments later, Chen exited the mental space, and a system prompt appeared. You have visualized the Mountain Visualization Scroll, Mental 0.5. So this is visualization? Not bad, Chen murmured to himself. then consumed 2 blood chi pills. He planned to keep the remaining one for trading with the authorities. Even in small quantities, such research-worthy items would likely interest the officials. With scientific advancements, mass production might be possible, which would be highly valuable and could bring Su Chen substantial credit rewards. As the 2 blood chi pills took effect, Su Chen felt a surge in his internal strength. With 2 prompt sounds, Su Chen's overall attributes each increased by 1 point again. Eagerly, he opened his panel to check his latest stats. He recalled that when he first entered this world, his base attributes far exceeded his avatar attributes. However, after continuously acquiring resources and treasures, especially consuming a large number of blood chi pills in the secret realm, his avatar attributes had rapidly grown and now surpassed his base attributes. Gripping his praying mantis blade tightly, Su Chen felt the surging power within him. Taking a deep breath, he decided to venture to the land of Ember as mentioned by the white-haired creature. Since even the powerful blood-red plants dared not approach, there might be unknown treasures waiting to be discovered. As soon as he stepped out of the martial arts hall, the roars of dozens of blood-flesh humans greeted him. The thick scent of blood filled the air. In the past, Su Chen might have quickly retreated, but now he merely smiled faintly, raising his praying mantis blade and saying, "Do you want to dance too?" Before his words even faded, Su Chen swung his blades, his wings flapping behind him as he transformed into a streak of green light charging into the crowd of blood-flesh humans. The green light danced wildly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Moments later, only a mess of remains and flowing blood were left on the street. Standing amidst the carnage, Su Chen looked like a demon, excitedly gazing at the golden light scattered around him. "You have obtained the world's relics." The prompt sounds chimed repeatedly. Su Chen quickly picked up 6 world relics. Opening his backpack to check, most were items he had obtained before: 2 blood chi pills and 4 secret realm runes, including 2 basic blade techniques, 1 basic staff technique, and 1 basic sword technique. Shaking his head, Su Chen took out a blood chi pill and swallowed it. "Your blood chi has increased. All attributes 1. He casually waved his blade, and a strong wind slash instantly split the wall. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Although this was the last effective blood chi pill, there were still many blood-flesh monsters in the secret realm waiting for him to explore. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen spread his wings and sped towards the land of Ember. He kept descending until he could overlook the entire secret realm. However, when he looked down, he couldn't help but frown and gasp. The secret realm turned out to be just a small area. Although it seemed vast from a distance, Su Chen could clearly see the ends of the secret realm in all directions, with the space distorting and trembling, revealing unknown spaces filled with raging temporal storms. It was evident that the secret realm beneath him was once a small part of a real world, with other areas long gone. Using his Forager ability to sense those unknown spaces, Su Chen was immediately overwhelmed by a feeling of immense terror, his face turning pale and cold sweat breaking out all over. "That must be a terrifying place," Su Chen muttered, his eyes full of dread and seriousness. Ordinary beings approaching it would be instantly obliterated, leaving not even their souls behind. Fortunately, as long as one didn't approach those boundary areas, there seemed to be no danger. Su Chen felt a sense of relief and continued flying towards the land of Ember. The area within the secret realm seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, keeping the raging temporal storms at bay. Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the sky for any sign of the land of Ember. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he dove downward. To avoid the bloodworms he had encountered earlier, he activated the wind concealment technique, rendering himself completely invisible. In no time, Su Chen landed steadily on the ground. He looked around, noting that this place was starkly different from the rest of the secret realm. Before him lay a forest of dead trees and sandy soil, surprisingly devoid of any crimson vines. Despite being a desolate land, it retained its natural essence, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding sea of red. Su Chen raised his head and saw a towering structure standing majestically among the mountains. Surrounding the tower were enormous weapon statues, like giant swords thrust into the mountainside, guarding this mysterious edifice. "The land of Ember," Su Chen muttered, a determined glint in his eyes as he stepped forward. However, as he approached the tower, a sudden wave of pain hit him. Looking down, he saw his body covered in cuts and gashes, as if attacked by an invisible force. He frowned and retreated, and the pain subsided immediately. This bizarre situation reminded him of the formations described in novels, but he quickly dismissed the thought this was a martial world. After all, how could formations exist here? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen decided to try again. He closed his eyes and activated his innate talent, instantly sensing a menacing aura from all directions. Opening his eyes, he was shocked to find that the threats emanated from the giant weapon statues embedded in the mountains. Retreating to a safe zone, Su Chen scrutinized the statues, deep in thought. He closed his eyes and focused, releasing a surge of energy from within. Invisible ripples spread out, significantly reducing the sense of danger. I see, Chen realized. These giant weapons weren't some mystical formation, but contained the presence and will of powerful martial artists. Each weapon blade, sword, staff was imbued with the martial intent of its master, repelling intruders with unseen attacks. Understanding the cause, Chen no longer hesitated and marched forward. He exuded his own aura to fend off the invisible assaults. Despite the immense mental pressure, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As he drew closer to the tower, Chen marveled at the uniqueness of this area. It had been transformed by the constant interplay of various martial intents and wills, becoming a special zone. This persistent presence explained why the aura of the giant weapons never dissipated. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen's mind. If this place had evolved into a special area, could it be considered a place of evolution? This thought made his eyes gleam with excitement, eagerly anticipating the mysteries about to unfold. Chen jolted awake, realizing that the land he was in had transformed into a unique area due to the intertwining of various forces. A thought flashed through his mind. Isn't this just like the forbidden zones in novels? A place that can nurture rare treasures related to power. An excited idea surged in his heart. This might be the evolution site he had been searching for. In his excitement, Chen quickly opened his backpack and swallowed a blood fruit to restore his energy. He eagerly opened his attribute panel to see if he could initiate an evolution. When he selected the random evolution option, a screen immediately appeared before him. It not only displayed the required materials and treasures, but also showed an icon for the evolution site. Usually, this icon was gray, indicating that the current location was unsuitable for evolution. But now, the icon was lit up. Ha ha ha, it really works. Chen couldn't help but laugh in excitement. However, he quickly calmed himself, taking a deep breath. Damn it, don't get too excited just yet, he warned himself. This may be an evolution site, but it might not be suitable for me. To confirm, Chen decided to use his innate sensing ability. After hesitating for a moment, he lightly tapped the evolution site icon. A prompt immediately popped up. Start evolution? Chen didn't choose right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and activated his innate ability. Suddenly, a wave of joy surged from deep within, growing stronger and causing Chen to open his eyes with a look of ecstatic disbelief. It really is suitable for me, he muttered to himself. This place, teeming with various forces, was actually suitable for someone with a hidden mantis wind bloodline to evolve. It left him puzzled. Could it be because I also have a hidden talent for blade techniques? Chen speculated. Although this was possible, he still had a lingering doubt. According to his Forager's sense, this place was indeed suitable for his evolution, but it didn't seem to be the best choice. The joy he felt, growing from shallow to deep, gave a sense of randomness. Chen realized that if he evolved here, he would definitely succeed, but the extent of the improvement would be unpredictable. It could be a significant leap or just a minor advancement. This realization left him conflicted. If I don't figure out the reason, I'll have to delay the evolution, Chen murmured to himself, looking around. The high tower that had initially caught his attention was now forgotten. Evolution was the priority. Taking a deep breath, Chen changed direction and started exploring the area, trying to understand why it gave him such a sense of randomness. He kept an eye on the evolution panel, stopping after walking a certain distance to close his eyes and sense the surroundings. When he opened his eyes again, a trace of joy mixed with confusion flashed in them. The joy from the Forager's sense is slightly stronger than before, but not by much. Why is that? He looked down at the ground beneath his feet, his mouth twitching. Do I need to find the best spot in the evolution site by checking the feng shui? If that were the case, Chen could only lament that this random evolution was too absurd for ordinary people to attempt easily. Shaking his head, he sat down on the ground, thinking while carefully observing the surroundings, trying to identify the differences between this spot and the previous ones, to understand what caused the changes in his Forager's sense. The unique aspect of this area lies in the various forces that flow through it. Blade energy, sword energy, staff energy, and even fist and palm energy. Chen muttered to himself, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His gaze unconsciously fell on his mantis-like forelimbs, sharp as blades, and a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Blade energy, that's it, blade energy. Chen suddenly looked up, reassessing his surroundings. What had previously perplexed him now seemed clear. His eyes locked onto the massive blade-shaped giant weapon at the mountain's peak, and a faint smile played on his lips. A moment of clarity struck Chen, and a sense of enlightenment washed over him. This place was ideal for evolution not just because of the intertwining forces, but primarily due to the dense concentration of blade energy. Other forces were irrelevant to him. It was the blade energy he truly needed. And now, he was closer to the blade-shaped giant weapon than before, which was the key. Looking around, Su Chen's mind conjured a vivid picture. Various forces spread like invisible ripples from the different giant weapons around. Each of these weapons carried the unique force left behind by a martial arts master. The closer one got to a particular weapon, the stronger the influence of its corresponding force. Everything became clear, and Su Chen's anxiety vanished, replaced by a sense of calm and determination. He stood up from the ground and began walking unhurriedly towards the blade-shaped giant weapon. As he climbed the rugged mountain path, drawing closer to the blade-shaped giant weapon, the anticipation on Su Chen's face grew more evident. He calculated in his mind, using the area saturated with blade energy for evolution and incorporating the silver moon blade, the wind wolf king's fang, and the storm feather. What form would his avatar evolve into? Su Chen recalled the evolution experiences shared by other players on the forum. Some ordinary black snakes evolved into giant pythons, losing their venom but gaining immense physical strength. Some sparrows transformed into falcons, with wings that could unleash wind blades. These memories flashed through his mind, fueling his imagination about his own evolution. Finally, Su Chen arrived at the base of the blade-shaped giant weapon. Before him lay the remains of numerous martial arts masters who had infused their blade energy and will into this place, sacrificing their lives. Looking at these nameless heroes, Su Chen felt a surge of respect and softly said, "I may not know you, but thank you. Without your sacrifices, finding this evolution site would have been much harder." Gazing up at the towering blade-shaped giant weapon, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He spread his wings and launched himself towards the weapon's top, landing steadily on the hilt. With a thought, blade energy erupted, sweeping through the area like a tidal wave. The blade energy in the entire region seemed to awaken, boiling over, with ripples in the air and the sound of blades ringing incessantly. Seeing this, Su Chen grinned and opened his panel, tapping a small button. Begin evolution? A radiant golden light emanated from Su Chen, quickly transforming into countless delicate threads that enveloped him like a massive cocoon. In an instant, Su Chen's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a peculiar space. In this strange realm, he transformed into a real mantis, climbing a perilous mountain of blades. Su Chen forgot everything, driven by a single obsession to reach the summit. However, the path to the peak was fraught with danger. Howling winds roared like the wrath of a wind god, buffeting his body. Su Chen's 6 slender mantis legs clung desperately to the cliff face, barely maintaining balance. When the wind subsided slightly, he continued his ascent. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and lightning flashed within them like swords of heavenly soldiers striking down. Bolts of electricity struck Su Chen's body, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, but he gritted his teeth and resolutely climbed higher. Each step was incredibly difficult, yet he never hesitated. After braving the wind god's fury and the anger of the thunder, Su Chen finally reached a point where he was just one step away from the summit. At that moment, a sharp sound of blades rang out from the peak. Golden blade lights cascaded down like a waterfall, threatening to knock him off the mountain. Su Chen clenched his teeth, dodging left and right along the cliff face to avoid the fierce strikes while continuing to climb toward the summit. As he got closer to the peak, the golden cocoon in the mystical realm grew more intense, with the sound of blades ringing incessantly. The interwoven blade forces almost became tangible, with countless phantom blades of various shapes appearing in the area, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. A slight tremor of a blade would leave dozens of deep and shallow cuts on the ground. These phantoms swirled around the cocoon, seemingly infusing it with power. The golden light on the cocoon grew increasingly brilliant. On the cliff of the Blade Mountain, Su Chen dodged another fierce strike and then made a sudden leap, finally reaching the summit. The sun rose in the east, casting 1,000 rays of light across a magnificent scene. Having endured countless hardships to reach this place, Su Chen felt a sense of spiritual enlightenment. The wind, thunder, and blade wounds on his body began to glow. Winds roared up from below, dark clouds gathered overhead, and lightning reappeared. Before him, golden light coalesced into a long golden blade. However, this time, Su Chen felt no fear. It seemed he had grasped some profound truth, and with an excited expression, he reached out to touch the golden blade. With a buzzing sound, the golden blade merged into his body. Intense pain swept through him instantly. As if it were a premonition, thunder roared above, and the winds from below howled, lashing his body like a torrential rain. Amidst the pain, Su Chen's body began to transform. His shell, internal organs, and limbs all evolved, and a sense of power filled him. Meanwhile, a crack appeared on the golden cocoon in the mystical realm, quickly spreading across its surface. With a soft crack, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figure within. Fierce winds howled, and lightning flashed as Su Chen opened his eyes, a sharp glint in his golden pupils. Blade intent radiated from him, transforming into waves of energy that swept in all directions, seemingly slicing a layer off the surrounding ground. So this is the power of evolution? Su Chen murmured softly, looking down at his body. His black shell was adorned with mysterious cyan and blue patterns, and his antennae on his forehead swayed gently, with occasional flashes of breeze and lightning. He lightly swung his mantis blades, and a hissing sound filled the air as if it were being cut by invisible edges. Standing on the hilt of the giant blade, Su Chen seemed like a formidable presence, quietly sensing the surging power within him. Gradually, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint, audacious smile. He raised his mantis blade and gave it a gentle swing. In an instant, a fierce slash erupted, carving a bottomless chasm into the ground. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is true power. Compared to his pre-evolution state, he could now distinctly feel the leap in his strength. This improvement was far beyond a mere doubling. It was a qualitative leap. The evolution not only enhanced his attributes, but also brought about significant changes in his abilities, even awakening new talents. As the evolution completed, Su Chen's insect eyes flickered slightly. A display screen suddenly lit up before him, and a cascade of notification messages poured down like a waterfall. You have undergone a successful random evolution. During this process, you absorb the energies of weapons, materials, treasures, and the evolution site, greatly enhancing your strength. Your bloodline has evolved, activating the hidden wind mantis bloodline and further enhancing it. You have successfully evolved from a wind mantis too? And you can name this new bloodline. Your control over the power of wind has become more adept, and you have gained a deeper understanding of its force. Your abilities, Wind Body and Wind Stealth, have disappeared, replaced by the new ability, Wind Spirit Body. In your body, blood surges, but within your blood, thunder brews, converging in your heart. Each heartbeat radiates waves of vitality. Your abilities, Thunder Power and Boil, have disappeared, giving rise to the new ability, Thunder Heart. You have absorbed the power and insights from the Silver Moon Blade, merging the essence of various blade techniques and infusing them with the power of the wind. You have acquired the new talent, Wind Forge. Your ability, Blade Sense, has disappeared, replaced by the new ability, Blade Chi. Faced with this influx of information, even Su Chen had to take a deep breath, temporarily suppressing his post-evolution joy to carefully review each notification. After reading them all, he had a preliminary understanding of his new abilities. With a single thought, detailed information about all his new abilities instantly appeared before him. Wind Spirit Body, an advanced version of Wind Body, making you a true child of the wind. Pure wind power flows through your body, giving you even greater control over the wind. Thunder Heart, thunderous power pulses in your heart, circulating throughout your body via your bloodstream. You can imbue any object you touch with thunder, significantly increasing its destructive power. When fully unleashed, all your attributes will be greatly enhanced, entering a thunderous state. Frequent use also strengthens your physique, continuously improving your physical fitness. Wind Forge, infuse the will of the wind into every blade strike. With each enemy slain, your blade becomes sharper. Blade Chi, a deeper understanding of the blade, allowing you to unleash fierce slashes at will. Although he lost a few old abilities, the new ones and the talents he gained were clearly more powerful. Just reading their descriptions filled Su Chen with irrepressible excitement and joy. In fact, those lost abilities hadn't truly disappeared. They had been integrated into the new ones. Take Wind Spirit Body, for example. It was not only a higher level than Wind Body, but it also offered more precise control over the wind, with numerous potential new abilities to develop. Although Wind Stealth had vanished, the precise control over wind granted by Wind Spirit Body could easily replicate or even surpass the effects of Wind Stealth. Even though he hadn't fully explored it yet, Su Chen could already sense the power of Wind Spirit Body. At this moment, standing atop the massive blade handle, a gentle breeze brushed his face, yet he could distinctly smell the distant scent of blood and faintly hear some indistinct roars. Thunderheart not only combined the effects of boil and thunder power, but also continuously strengthened his physique. While the exact enhancement effects still needed to be tested in combat, its potential was undoubtedly immense. Blade Chi represented a deeper understanding of the blade, allowing him to unleash fierce slashes effortlessly, even without relying on wind power. However, among all the new abilities he had gained, the one Su Chen valued the most was the talent named Wind Forge. Wind Forge, he murmured softly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. At first glance, this ability seemed unremarkable, but after careful consideration, Su Chen realized that it might be the greatest reward of this evolution. Simply put, this talent allows Su Chen to reach the pinnacle of sharpness. His ability to refine the wind acts like an invisible whetstone. Each time he swings his blade to kill an enemy, it enhances the sharpness of anything related to his blade. This increase has no upper limit. With the passive effect stacking over time, even if he held a wooden stick, he could easily slice through diamonds. What's even more astonishing is that this ability doesn't just apply to the physical blade. Even the slashes benefit from it. Chen couldn't help but imagine that given enough time, he might be able to slice through deities effortlessly. At this thought, a smile of anticipation naturally appeared on his face. Shaking his head, Chen pushed these fantasies aside. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Player, Chen. Avatar, unnamed. Attributes, Physique 4250, Strength 4350, Speed 4353, Spirit 4060. Evolution points, 2. Power level, Beast King. Looking at the refreshed attribute panel, Chen twisted his neck, his eyes gleaming with bright light. Both his base attributes and avatar attributes had increased by about 30 points, making this evolution a significant boost. At this moment, he truly felt like a formidable player. The evolution had consumed 15 evolution points, equivalent to 15 times the enhancement. However, Chen didn't mind this expenditure. His attention shifted to the bloodline section. This random evolution had generated a new bloodline, which he needed to name. Chen always found naming things interesting. After some thought, he made his decision. The core of this evolution was undoubtedly the talent refining wind. It refines the wind attached to his blade, leading it to extreme sharpness. Thus, he decided to name this bloodline Thousand Winds. Let's call it Thousand Winds, Chen decided inwardly. Let's set a small goal. Refine the wind 1,000 times first. Name change successful. Chen's bloodline is now the Thousand Wind Mantis bloodline, and the prompt reappeared before him. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he lightly leaped off the hilt of the giant sword, landing gracefully on its edge. The exhilaration brought by the evolution made his body feel lighter than ever before. Chen quickly assessed his own strength, realizing he had far surpassed the average player. While he might not match the top-tier ones, he was confident he could escape from disadvantageous situations. Pondering his future plans, he decided that starting from the underground and exploring the forest might be a good approach. Reflecting on the evolution process, Chen realized that the evolution points required for the next upgrade would increase by at least 15 times, around 150 points. Although there was no rush to evolve immediately, he knew he needed to prepare early. Given the limitations of the underground environment, the surface might be a better place to gather evolution points. Just as Chen was about to head towards the distant tower, he suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed. A cool breeze blew by, and he keenly picked up the faint sound of plants growing. Bloody vines? Chen thought warily. He quickly spread his wings and soared into the air. The sight in the distance shocked him. The natural boundary of the area was being devoured at a visible speed by a crimson force. It was the bloody vines, relentlessly encroaching upon this last bastion of purity. Taking a deep breath, Chen soon understood the reason. His evolution had absorbed the sword's momentum within the area, disrupting the balance and causing the protective barrier to disappear. Without the protection, the bloody vines were able to invade unimpeded. Looking at the corpses beneath him, Chen felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. Because of me, even your final resting place is being overrun. But I'll do my best to make amends. His gaze swept over the distant building, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, but he quickly turned towards the tower and flew straight towards it. After his evolution, Chen's body had grown significantly, nearly a meter long, glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The two pairs of massive wings on his back, as transparent as cicada wings, refracted shades of blue and green in the light. His appearance was both menacing and mysterious, like a meticulously crafted weapon. Chen flapped his wings, faint sparks of electricity flickering around him. He shot towards the tower like an arrow, reaching it within a few breaths. The ancient tower exuded an aura of decay, with dead vines clinging to its surface, adding to its desolate charm. Circling the tower, Chen found only a tightly shut metal door. He pushed against it with all his might, but the door didn't budge. Seeing this, Chen took a step back, the azure flames on his mantis blade surging. He swung the blade, releasing a white slash that flew out like lightning, quickly enveloped by a layer of blue membrane. This was a perfect blend of blade energy and wind power, significantly enhancing the speed and force of the strike. Though he didn't use his full power, this strike represented Chen's best effort. The blade light flashed, and with a thunderous roar, a smooth cut appeared on the metal door. The unsupported door collapsed with a crash, stirring up thick dust. Just as he was about to step into the tower, Chen raised an eyebrow at the sound of several roars from inside, causing him to pause. Through the dust, several blood-red, white-haired figures charged out, roaring. Chen was surprised to see flesh and blood monsters here, but he didn't panic. With a thought, a whirlwind formed around him, instantly solidifying into an impenetrable wind shield. 5 white-haired monsters launched a fierce attack simultaneously, their fists and feet carrying terrifying power as they struck the shield. However, The shield only rippled slightly, showing no signs of breaking. Su Chen chuckled. I'm not who I used to be. Having evolved, his wind body had upgraded to a wind spirit body, giving him greater control over wind power than before. Not to mention 5 monsters. Even double the number would struggle to break his shield. With a swing of his mantis blade, the azure flames flickered. As he slashed down, the wind shield dissipated, and the blade struck one of the monsters. With a ripping sound, the monster split apart. A trace of blue light flashed on the blade, catching Su Chen's attention for a brief moment before disappearing. The remaining 4 monsters charged again. Su Chen watched coldly, too slow. With his attributes greatly enhanced, these monsters seemed like snails to him. He dodged effortlessly and countered with a blue slash, instantly killing 2 monsters, their blood staining the ground. The last 2 monsters attacked from both sides, their fists whistling through the air. Su Chen calmly stepped back, causing their fists to collide with each other, sending shockwaves in all directions. Seizing the moment, he swung both blades, and with a flash, 2 heads fell to the ground. In just a few minutes, all 5 monsters were slain. Unfortunately, no golden light appeared, but Su Chen wasn't disappointed. He noticed an invisible aura clinging to his mantis blade, a result of refining wind. With each monster killed, the blade grew sharper, and its slashing power increased by about 10%. Indeed, the more enemies I kill, the stronger I become. Su Chen thought with delight. This secret realm is teeming with monsters, and the world of Shan Haijing is full of enemies. My power will be limitless. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the tower. Before him lay a spacious hall, empty and desolate. Su Chen looked up and saw a massive metal door standing before him, as if guarding a safe house built within a towering structure. On the ground before the door, several lifeless skeletons lay silently, whispering tales of the past. These must have been the final resting places of the powerful individuals who once escorted the prodigious talents to this place. Gazing at the skeletons, Su Chen's mind conjured images of what they might have been like in life. He then turned his attention to the heavy metal door. Were the prodigious talents, carefully escorted here, still behind it? With this question in mind, Su Chen stepped forward. As he approached, something unexpected caught his eye. Beneath one of the skeletons, a corner of a parchment was visible. Su Chen carefully retrieved the parchment and unfolded it. As he read, he realized it was a letter, brief yet laden with weight. Food supplies are nearly exhausted. The outside world has been overtaken by the crimson. We cannot venture out. For the sake of future hope, all remaining food has been left for the young ones. We old folks, with our lives nearing their end, would only waste it. In our final moments, we wish to do our part. Old Li and the others chose the same path as Wang Li, merging with the flesh of that entity. Though they lost their lives, they continue to guard the children inside as monsters. My vitality is depleted. I cannot endure that flesh and can only choose to end my life. Some old comrades have decided to join me in death, accompanying this world to its end. So we won't feel lonely. We don't know what fate awaits those young ones, or if they will survive. We can only hope. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, the fire of civilization will not be extinguished. After reading the letter, Su Chen sighed deeply and gently placed the parchment back. He carefully moved the skeletons blocking the door and once again focused on the heavy metal barrier. Although reason suggested that the prodigious talents were likely dead after all, who knows how long it had been since the world's Demacy decided to investigate nonetheless. He wanted to confirm their fate and see if there was anything inside that could be of use to him. With resolve, a sharp glint appeared in Su Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful azure slash. The slash cut through the door like a hot knife through butter, splitting it open. Dust billowed up, but Su Chen's wings gently flapped, dispersing the cloud. As the scene inside finally came into view, Su Chen's expression froze. What he saw left him utterly astonished. Inside the door was still an empty, small space. But the sight before Su Chen left him utterly shocked. Scattered on the ground were decaying corpses, each one with an egg placed in front of it. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around. Where did these eggs come from? He carefully inspected the room, confirming there were no beast carcasses present. Clearly, humans couldn't lay eggs, leaving him utterly puzzled by this discovery. Driven by intense curiosity, Su Chen cautiously stepped into the room and approached the nearest corpse. The body was highly decomposed, leaving only a skeleton. Judging by the bone structure, the person had likely been a man. In front of the skeleton lay a black egg, about the size of a goose egg. Su Chen knelt down to examine the black egg closely. He gently touched it, and then placed it into his backpack. Immediately, a system notification popped up in front of him. You have obtained an item, dead egg. A dead egg, an egg that would have hatched into an unknown life form, but is now completely lifeless with no chance of hatching. It really is dead. Su Chen sighed with a hint of regret. If the egg were still alive, he would have liked to take it back and see what it might hatch into. After all, finding such a strange object in this place made him think of the hidden secrets in the game inspired by the classic of mountains and seas. Shaking his head, Chen continued to inspect the other corpses. Each corpse had a different egg in front of it, varying in size and shape, with some even appearing ovular. Unfortunately, when he placed them in his backpack, the system indicated that they were all dead and could no longer hatch. Before long, Chen reached the innermost corpse. Judging by the bone structure, it appeared to have been a woman. The skeleton was draped in a white dress, which disintegrated into dust the moment Chen lightly touched it. His gaze fell upon the egg in front of the skeleton. It was a white egg speckled with blue dots, looking rather cute. Chen instinctively placed it into his backpack, intending to examine it further. At that moment, a system notification different from the previous ones appeared. You have obtained an item, dying egg. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the notification. Not a dead egg, but a dying egg? He quickly found the egg in his backpack and eagerly checked the detailed information. Dying egg, an egg originally full of vitality but now losing life force due to the passage of time. It is on the brink of death, but if enough life force is replenished, it might still have a chance to hatch. It's actually still alive. Chen breathed deeply, utterly shocked. He had assumed that all the eggs in this shattered secret realm were long dead, given that who knows how many years had passed, decades, centuries, maybe even longer. Unexpectedly, this egg still retained a trace of life. It's your lucky day, Chen smiled. If he hadn't discovered this secret realm, the egg would likely have died soon. Now that he had found it, it felt like a stroke of fate. Although he didn't know what might hatch from the egg, it surely had something to do with this secret realm. Chen decided to take it back and try to hatch it. However, thinking about the conditions required for hatching the egg made him frown. It needed life force, a resource not easily found, as ordinary treasures wouldn't have that capability. But if he didn't want the egg to die, he needed to find a solution quickly. The egg seemed on the verge of dying, and Chen had no idea how long it could hold on. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, what about my blood? He remembered he had a passive skill called Vigorous Life Force, which suggested his life force was exceptionally strong. Is blood itself considered to be full of life? This thought flashed through Chen's mind. He decided to test it out, immediately taking out the mysterious egg and placing it before him. Gritting his teeth, Chen raised his left arm and unhesitatingly cut his skin. Blood flowed from the wound, dripping onto the egg. To his surprise, the blood was instantly absorbed by the eggshell upon contact. A smile of delight spread across Chen's face as he realized it was working. He continued to force more blood out, watching as the red liquid was greedily absorbed by the egg. When he felt it was enough, Chen stopped the process. Breathing weakly, he checked the egg's status again. The new description stunned him. A critically endangered egg, once on the brink of death, now survives due to a slight infusion of life. However, without continued sustenance, it will ultimately perish. Damn it! Chen couldn't help but curse. He had bled so much, nearly risking severe blood loss, only for the egg's condition to improve from near-death to critical? This was far below his expectations. Resigned, Chen realized he needed to find some suitable treasures. Despite the potential loss, his curiosity about the mysterious egg was too strong, wanted to see what it would eventually hatch into. Shaking his head, Chen closed his backpack. Continuing to bleed was clearly not a wise move. At this rate, he might bleed out before the egg even hatched. Surveying his surroundings, Chen confirmed that besides the egg, there were no other gains to be had. Though a bit disappointed, he wasn't surprised. Any valuable treasures here were likely used up during the final moments of desperation by the people who once lived here, struggling on even after the world had shattered. Taking a deep breath, Chen exited the tower. The outside scene had changed dramatically since he arrived, with blood-red waves surging in from all directions. He immediately spread his wings and soared into the sky. Looking down, he saw the last patch of clean land being engulfed, turning a glaring crimson. Next stop, over there, Chen muttered, his gaze shifting towards a skyscraper. Within this secret realm, it housed the only threat to Hema blood-red plant, formed from the strongest human who had been corrupted. With my current strength, I should be able to take you on, right? Chen murmured to himself, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Though the outcome was uncertain, having evolved, he knew it was time to test his limits. With that thought, Chen flapped his wings forcefully. A gust of wind swept behind him as he shot forward like a green streak towards the distant skyscraper. Moments later, Chen arrived in front of the building. This time, he didn't conceal his presence and was quickly detected by the blood insects inside. A buzzing sound filled the air as swarms of blood insects emerged from every floor, rushing towards him. Some of them spat blood arrows, shooting towards him like a barrage of flying darts. Geez, how many flying insects got in here? Chen muttered, but his actions were swift. With a thought, A massive green barrier of wind formed in front of him. The sound of impacts was relentless. The blood arrows hit the shield, creating ripples but failing to shatter it. Seeing this, the blood insects screeched and charged forward. Their forelimbs, glinting with a cold light, were incredibly sharp weapons. As the insects attacked en masse and Chen withdrew his energy input, the shield finally shattered with a crack. The sky filled with swarming insects. Chen remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. This probably isn't all of you. But it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen assumed a combat stance, a cold gleam in his eyes. He swung his twin blades forward, unleashing a massive cross-shaped slash. In an instant, the sky was filled with falling corpses and blood, like a torrential rain. The surviving blood insects continued their relentless screeching, but Chen paid them no mind. He sensed a gaze upon him and quickly turned towards the skyscraper, his eyes seemingly piercing through the walls to lock onto the blood-red plant inside. "Is it you?" Chen whispered, half questioning, half confirming. As if in response, or perhaps to prevent Chen from leaving, a deafening roar echoed from within the skyscraper. The entire building trembled violently before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Thick dust rose, revealing a massive blood-red figure within. A terrifying aura swept over him. Chen felt a surge of danger, his muscles tensing as he stared intently at the direction of the dust. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew away the obscuring dust. A fearsome figure came into view. The final boss is absolutely ridiculous. Chen stared at the colossal creature ahead, taking a deep breath and feeling immense trepidation. The scene before him was horrifying. The building had completely collapsed, revealing the blood-red plant in its entirety, but its form had changed drastically. Once resembling an ancient tree, the blood-red plant now had countless thick, massive tendrils extending from its trunk, each covered with wailing, tormented faces. The top of the plant had split open, forming a grotesque human face. Even more terrifying, the blood-red vines on the ground wriggled and coalesced into giant tendrils, transforming the entire ground into a forest of writhing limbs. Chen couldn't help but compare, thinking that all the monsters he had encountered in the secret realm seemed incredibly cute and docile now. He had originally been confident that he could defeat this blood-red plant, but now he was filled with doubt. Suppressing his fear, Chen suddenly swung his dual blades, unleashing two powerful slashes accompanied by strong winds. The air whistled as dozens of blood bugs were instantly cut down. "Well, whether I can win or not, I'll only know after a fight," he muttered, refusing to give up easily. As more blood bugs swarmed toward him, Chen raised his right hand, summoning a wind shield to block all the blood arrows. Then, with a thought, wind blades formed behind him and shot out in a frenzy. The sound of slicing filled the air as blood bugs were shredded and fell to the ground as corpses. However, when Chen checked his dual blades again, he frowned. The enhancement from the wind refinement technique had only reached 11 levels, far below his expectations. He speculated that this might be related to the strength of his enemies. The stronger the enemy killed, the more levels of wind refinement he would gain. Despite this, the 16 levels of wind refinement were enough to make his dual blade sharper. The blue flames flickered, and Chen was confident that even something as hard as diamond could be cleaved. At that moment, the air suddenly distorted, as if foreshadowing something ominous. The blood-red plant let out an earth-shattering roar, and countless tendrils surged forward, their terrifying destructive power stirring up a storm, causing cracks to appear in the air. The sense of danger spiked instantly, and Chen immediately activated his predator ability, flapping his wings to dodge. A massive tendril whizzed past his face, the fierce wind cutting like a blade and causing his cheek to sting. What terrifying power, Chen thought, alarmed but with no time to dwell on it. He continued to evade more and more tendrils. Not only were they coming from the blood-red plant itself, but the blood-red vines on the ground were also forming tendrils, sweeping across the sky in a chilling display. "Get lost." After narrowly dodging another tendril sweep, Chen roared, slashing with his blade. The blue slash severed a tendril, but the severed flesh quickly wriggled, and the tendril regenerated at a visible speed. "Damn, it's this tough?" Chen's face darkened as he cursed under his breath, continuing to weave through the forest of tendrils, seeking an opportunity to strike back. In an instant, Chen's heart pounded like thunder. Suddenly, his body crackled with lightning, and an immense surge of power flooded through him. The power of the Thunder Heart was fully unleashed, pushing Chen's already swift speed to new heights. Amidst the barrage of attacking tentacles, Chen maneuvered like a dragon, emerging unscathed. However, this rapid movement was draining his stamina at an alarming rate. Clenching his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the distant, enormous blood-red plant. He knew that to end this battle, he had to completely annihilate the monster. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. 7 or 8 tentacles, thick as giant pythons, lashed out from all directions. A fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he roared, "Get lost!" A violent gust of wind erupted around him, accompanied by a devastating blade strike that severed all the approaching tentacles in an instant. Taking advantage of the brief respite while the tentacles regenerated, Su Chen spread his wings and shot towards the blood-red monstrosity like a cyan lightning bolt. As he closed in, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful slash. The blade, enhanced by the raging wind, struck the blood-red plant with blinding speed. With a squelching sound, a massive wound opened up and blood spurted out like a fountain. For a fleeting moment, Su Chen seemed to see countless transparent figures falling from the wound, only to vanish into thin air. Yet, within half a second, the flesh wriggled and the wound completely healed. Su Chen had anticipated this. He was preparing to evade the tentacles and continue his assault when suddenly, all the tentacles froze. What's going on? Su Chen frowned, his muscles instinctively tensing as a sense of unease washed over him. Just then, a raspy, crazed voice echoed from ahead, a familiar presence. "You must be a human player from another world." Su Chen's pupils contracted as he snapped his head towards the top of the blood-red plant. There, a grotesque human face had opened its eyes, filled with boundless madness and malice. "Was that you speaking just now?" Su Chen asked in shock. "This blood-red plant?" "No, Wang Li, you still have your consciousness?" "Of course it was me." Wang Li's enormous eyes stared intensely at Su Chen. "In this world, there's no one left but you and me. Isn't that right? You still retain your consciousness?" Su Chen asked, stunned. "Heh." Wang Li let out a cold laugh. "I never lost it." Su Chen glanced at the grotesque face and the massive plant body beneath it, along with the tentacles sprawling across the sky and earth. Suppressing his shock, he said in a deep voice, "If you said that in a human body, in a different setting, I might actually believe you. Believe it or not, it's the truth." Wang Li's eyes rotated like blood-red suns, radiating endless malice. "Regardless, human player, your arrival has helped me. It allowed me to fully control this secret realm and crush the last bit of resistance in my consciousness. I will permit you to leave here alive. I was once a player too, and I understand that for players, death, even if not permanent, is still a painful thing." Instead of showing interest in leaving, Su Chen focused on the first part of Wang Li's words. "I helped you? Are you referring to the tower?" "That's right." Wang Li's face twisted into a terrifying smile. "If not for you, it would have taken me much longer to erode that area and fully dominate the remaining consciousness of this world. So, I must thank you." Hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. "So, you're saying you've now completely taken control of this secret realm?" "Secret realm? Huh? From you player's perspective, my world does indeed resemble one." Wang Li murmured softly, then said flatly, "Yes, I have complete control now. You can't defeat me. Leave, human player." Su Chen shook his head, his voice calm. "While I'd love to leave, that'll only happen after I've killed you." "Kill me?" Wang Li heard this and burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter was filled with disdain and arrogance, his entire body shaking violently. Countless tentacles flailed wildly in the air, like a macabre celebration. "Ha ha ha, you? What makes you think you can?" Wang Li's voice carried a tinge of madness. His enormous eyes swiveled, locking onto Su Chen. "This is my world." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive tentacle shot towards Su Chen with astonishing speed. Su Chen's pupils contracted, and he instinctively tried to dodge, but suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure immobilize him. He could only watch helplessly as the tentacle slammed into him. With a thunderous crash, Su Chen was launched like a cannonball. His body tumbled through the air, blood spurting from his wounds, leaving trails of red. Seeing this, Wang Li laughed even more maniacally. "See that? That's my power. The power of this world." His laughter seemed to make the entire world rejoice. Blood-red plants swayed violently, and tentacles danced madly, making everything appear even more eerie and terrifying. Su Chen struggled to get up, covered in wounds, his face grim. "Damn," he muttered, eyes filled with confusion and caution. "What was that? Why couldn't I move just now?" Wang Li seemed to read Su Chen's mind and explained smugly, "That's the power of the world. Even though it's shattered and dead, it doesn't matter. I was reborn on this broken corpse and inherited all its power. Even if only fragments remain, it's still the power of the world." Hearing this, Su Chen cursed inwardly. He realized he couldn't defeat these blood-red plants and decided to ask a few important questions before he died. Wang Li's enormous eye fixed on Su Chen with malicious intent. "So, human player, are you sure you don't want to leave? Is a little reward worth dying here?" Su Chen shook his head. "The reward is part of it, but I also promised someone I'd kill you." "Who?" Wang Li's voice was filled with menace. Su Chen glanced toward the martial arts hall. a white-haired monster who left a lingering obsession. My master. Wang Li followed Su Chen's gaze, a flicker of confusion in his eye. Why did he want you to kill me? Su Chen grinned. Simple. He wants me to help this world die peacefully. And killing you is the only way to achieve that, isn't it? Wang Li was silent for a moment before erupting in an even more furious roar. What does he know? He doesn't understand, and neither do you. Peacefully letting the world die? I won't allow it. This world might have died before, but under my power, it will be reborn. Before he finished speaking, countless tentacles surged toward Su Chen. Su Chen closed his eyes in resignation, and in the next moment, his body was pulverized by the onslaught. Wang Li watched this, his malice undiminished. Damn players, damn gods, damn Shin. You all deserve to die. I won't let this world die, absolutely not. His massive body twisted as he turned toward the rift representing the secret realm's entrance, an insatiable greed flooding his eye. Flesh, it's still not enough. That human player has discovered this place. I can't wait any longer. Let it begin. I need life. I need souls. I need abundant flesh. His voice grew even more deranged. Offer these to me, and I will grant you tremendous power. Phew. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked around the familiar room, taking a deep breath as a serious expression crossed his face. His mind was replaying the encounter he had just faced in the game. The monster he thought he could defeat had revealed terrifying power at the last moment. Damn, that monster turned into an absolute nightmare. Su Chen muttered to himself, recalling Wang Li's words, which only added to the weight on his mind. The world's power, the secret realm that was once a complete world, though now shattered and dead, had a fragment of its will captured and controlled by Wang Li. This meant Wang Li almost held dominion over the entire secret realm, making him nearly invincible within it. Rubbing his temples, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. How am I supposed to beat this? I thought it was just a dungeon boss, but now it's a world-class boss completely unbeatable. He even started to hesitate about entering the secret realm again tomorrow, given the current situation. Going in might just be a one-way ticket to death. I need to talk to Tang Wei, Su Chen mumbled, shaking his head. Despite the danger, he was reluctant to give up easily. On one hand, he had promised the white-haired creature to kill Wang Li and let the world die peacefully. On the other hand, the potential benefits of killing Wang Li were too tempting to ignore. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Su Chen turned to look at the darkening sky outside the window. He was used to exiting the game at night, so he didn't pay much attention to it, and instead opened the game interface to start an enhancement. He chose the skin attribute and used the shell he had previously bought from the spirit tribe as the material. However, when he clicked the enhance button, the system prompted that this enhancement would cost 15 evolution points, and he didn't have enough. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the cost had increased 15-fold. Damn, it used to cost just 1 point, and now it needs so many. He couldn't help but miss the pre-evolution days and realized he might need to focus on gathering evolution points from now on. Sighing, Su Chen got up and left the room. The clock read 8:30 p.m., and the growling in his stomach reminded him it was time for dinner. He walked into the kitchen and prepared a hearty meal using the second-level beast meat he had obtained from the cultists. Although the taste was ordinary, Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise when he took the first bite. A strong surge of vitality coursed through his body, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. Without hesitation, he devoured the meal, consuming a fifth of the second-level beast's carcass. After finishing his meal, Su Chen eagerly checked his attribute panel. Player, Su Chen. Avatar, 1000 Wind Mantis. Attributes, Physique 42.150, Strength 43.150, Speed 43.153, Spirit 4060. Seeing that all attributes, except for Spirit, had increased by 0.1, Su Chen's eyes lit up. It's effective so quickly? He calculated that if he ate beast meat 3 times a day, he could increase his total attributes by nearly 0.9 points daily, 9 points in 10 days, and over 100 points in a year. That would be a significant improvement. No wonder so many people like to buy beast meat, Su Chen said, patting his stomach. If you're a big eater, you could eat more meals a day and increase your attributes even faster. The best part is that it keeps you full for a long time. As a newly evolved extraordinary player, Su Chen found that while regular food could still fill him up, it was quickly digested and lacked energy. In contrast, beast meat was the perfect food for a player like him. With this thought, Su Chen grinned. Looks like I'll need to stock up on beast meat to ensure I can eat it every meal. Otherwise, I might have to get up in the middle of the night looking for food. After a hearty meal, Su Chen didn't rush out to search for signs of ferocious beasts. Instead, he took a katana from his backpack, went to the living room, and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Images flashed through his mind as he slowly raised the katana and began to swing it. With each step, his movements grew faster. In no time, the katana was whirling in his hands like a cyclone, filling the living room with a howling sound. Lightweight paper cups were swept up by the gusts, floating and spinning around him. This fierce wind sword technique continued for half an hour before Chen finally stopped, panting heavily, sweat soaking through his clothes. Phew, this fierce wind sword technique is really something else, Chen muttered to himself, touching his stomach and realizing, to his surprise, that he was already feeling a bit hungry again despite having just eaten. This was the effect of the technique, consuming a lot of energy. Excitement gleamed in Chen's eyes as he pulled up his attribute panel, his gaze landing directly on the special ability. Fierce Wind Sword Technique 110. One session equals 1 point of proficiency. 9 more times, and he'll gain attribute boosts and derived abilities, he thought, eagerly anticipating the abilities he was about to acquire. Looking around at the mess in the living room, Chen chuckled wryly. I can't train anymore today. If I keep going, my house will be a wreck. He realized his abilities were extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Looks like I need to find a house with a yard, preferably away from the city with fewer neighbors. Otherwise, if someone sees me late at night, they might think they've encountered a cultivator. After resting for a moment, Chen put away the katana and headed to the kitchen again. Driven by hunger, he ate another meal, depleting even more of his beast meat. However, this training session also brought a 0.1 increase in his attribute value, making it well worth it. Once he was full again, Chen left his home and exited the neighborhood. Under the night sky, the bright moonlight cast a gentle glow, and the cool night breeze brushed against his face, refreshing his spirit. He strolled to a quiet park, found a bench, and sat down. He pulled out his phone, sent a question to Tang Wei, and then entered the Beast Club app. The group chat was buzzing with activity. Gubuli, guys, I just registered as a bounty hunter. What do you think? Zurulin? Dude, are you planning to hunt ferocious beasts? Gubuli explained. Yeah, I've been thinking about it these past few days. Living in fear isn't a solution. Other players are getting stronger, and we'll just get weaker. If something happens, we might not make it. So I decided to be brave. Pangolin, what happened to you? Gubuli, nothing major, just had a chat with old Chen. His recent experience was a wake-up call for me. He was lucky to encounter a forest ranger and survived, but what about next time? We can't always rely on luck. Zurulin. Wow. You guys were chatting privately without telling us? Qin Gongzi responded. Even if we invited you, you might not have come. But seriously, you should consider it. Being a bounty hunter isn't too dangerous. If you encounter a powerful beast, just don't engage. Hunt some level 1 beasts, earn some points, and exchange them for resources and treasures from the officials. Zhu Rulin's complaint echoed in the chat group. What are you talking about? Do you think I don't want to? The thing is, I wasn't invited. Chen blinked, looking puzzled. You need an invitation for this? Qin Gongzi laughed and explained. Haha, yes, you need an invitation, but it's not hard. Just post your progress on the forum occasionally. If the officials notice, they'll invite you. It's not much trouble. Pangolin, intrigued, couldn't help but join in. Hearing you guys talk about it, I'm getting interested too. Zhu Rulin suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, haha, oh right, I brought a big shot in before. Qing, are you there? Come out and chat. Feeling called out, Chen reluctantly showed up. Ahem, hello everyone. Zhu Rulin immediately introduced him to the others. Everyone, this is the big shot I invited earlier, also a bounty hunter. You can team up with him to hunt fierce beasts. The more, the merrier. Go Bewley responded. Sure, but not today. I'm already out. Let's do it another day. Big shot, please cover me then. Qin Gongzi chimed in. Count me in. Once I'm out of the hospital, the 3 of us can team up. Chen modestly said. Ahem, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary player. If we get the chance, let's team up and help each other out. Go Bewley enthusiastically replied. Haha, sounds good. Suddenly, Go Bewley's tone changed. Whoa, guys, look at what I found. It's terrifying. He uploaded a video. Curious, Chen clicked on it immediately. The footage showed an abandoned construction site shrouded in darkness, the camera shaky, focusing on a section of the buildings. Chen squinted to see but noticed nothing. Then, the video shifted, and Chen's eyes widened. There was a black torrent flowing away from the abandoned site, with red dots flickering within, densely packed. As the video zoomed in, Chen finally saw the true nature of the black torrent. It wasn't ordinary rats but countless sawtooth rats. The black torrent was a horrifying mass of sawtooth rats. A swarm of rats? Seeing this, Chen was secretly alarmed. Thousands of jagged-toothed rats surged out like a flood, their numbers astonishing. Thankfully, it was nighttime. If this had happened during the day, it would have caused widespread panic. Chen frowned, pondering why so many jagged-toothed rats had suddenly emerged. Had something unusual occurred? Although the video was short, it quickly ignited the chat group. Damn, that's a lot of jagged-toothed rats. Zhu Rolin exclaimed. Qin Gongzi chimed in. That's terrifying. Luckily, you weren't discovered, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Pangolin asked in confusion. What's going on? Why did so many jagged-toothed rats suddenly appear? Gobuli responded. Not sure, but I'm planning to post the video on the forum and tag the officials. Zhu Rolin sighed. I was already a bit tempted, but now the future looks even more dangerous. I need to get stronger. He then called out, Qing, big shot. Can you take me along to hunt fierce beasts in the future? Qing replied vaguely, we'll see, we'll see. Su Chen lightly touched his nose and exited the chat group. Taking a deep breath, he opened the Bounty Hunter app's reconnaissance section and activated the radar to start scouting. The next moment, his pupils contracted. The radar displayed a dense white line, indicating a massive number of fierce beasts. These dots connected into a line, as if someone had crazily scribbled on the map. Su Chen immediately thought of the jagged-toothed rat swarm from the video. Are they headed this way? Or has the entire city's jagged-toothed rat population mobilized? Su Chen speculated, feeling an inexplicable excitement. After all, this could be a great opportunity to earn a large number of evolution points. Confirming the location, Su Chen immediately ran towards the beasts. Surrounded by a whirlwind, his figure vanished into the night. Running at full speed, he quickly left the city center and approached the outskirts. The dense forests here meant he was closing in on the beasts. However, Su Chen was also puzzled. The white dots on the radar kept moving, as if searching for something. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Tang Wei had sent a message. What kind of secret realm did you enter? Even the monster controlling the entire realm has come out. Su Chen thought for a moment and called her directly. Tang Wei answered immediately and asked, What's going on there? Why do I hear wind? I'm moving at high speed. Su Chen explained briefly before getting to the point. Is there a way to deal with these monsters in the secret realm? No. Tang Wei replied bluntly. If I'm not mistaken, what you're talking about isn't an ordinary monster, but a divine abomination. Divine abomination? Su Chen was puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Tang Wei explained, a divine abomination is a rare creature that has stolen or merged with a portion of a deity's power but has been completely corrupted. They're incredibly powerful, and no player can handle them right now, especially if it controls the entire secret realm. This is beyond your capability. I suggest you give up on that secret realm. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die every time you go in. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Su Chen furrowed his brow and asked reluctantly, Is there really no way? Tang Wei's lips curved into a slight smile, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. There is, she said softly, her tone tinged with teasing. Su Chen's spirits lifted immediately, and he asked eagerly, What is it? Tang Wei explained with a playful smile. Just find something that would catch a deity's interest and toss it in. That'll lure the deity in, and once they descend, dealing with a mere demonic entity will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the hope on Su Chen's face instantly vanished. He said helplessly, Tang Wei, you might as well have said nothing. Tang Wei chuckled and comforted him. It's just bad luck that you encountered such a being in the secret realm. In any case, try another secret realm. Su Chen looked even more exasperated and shook his head. It's not as easy as you make it sound. Secret realms aren't that easy to find. A sly look flashed in Tang Wei's eyes, and her tone suddenly became enticing. Well then, why don't you join the official organization? They have access to a lot of secret realms. If you join, you can enter them too. How about it? Su Chen rolled his eyes and rejected the offer without hesitation. No thanks, I'm not interested. He knew that everything in this game was non-renewable, and even if the organization had many secret realms, the valuable items inside were probably long gone. Not getting a satisfactory answer, Su Chen changed the topic. Have you received any news about the rat swarm? Tang Wei was surprised and asked, Rat swarm? Are you chasing the rat swarm right now? Su Chen explained, I haven't seen those beasts yet, but it seems likely. Do you have any information as an official member? Tang Wei shook her head, her tone turning serious. No. Actually, the existence of the jagged rats has always been known to the organization, but for various reasons, they couldn't be eradicated. In the past, the jagged rats mostly stayed in the sewers and rarely came out in large numbers, so they were left alone. This is the first time they've come out in such large numbers. She continued, however, the organization has already started investigating. Preliminary assessments suggest they're looking for something, possibly related to the Beast Mother cult. The Beast Mother cult? Su Chen asked. Tang Wei explained, yes, as I mentioned before. This cult worships the mother of beasts and often experiments on and interacts with fierce beasts. This incident is likely connected to them, and their goal might be the spirit ruins. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully and then questioned, but still, isn't it risky for the organization to leave so many jagged rats unchecked? Tang Wei sighed deeply. Of course it's risky, but what can we do? Do you think only Jiang City sewers are infested with jagged rats? A terrifying thought crossed Su Chen's mind, and he swallowed hard. Tang Wei continued, that's right. Almost every city nationwide has a large number of jagged rats, and it's not just nationwide, it's the same worldwide. These rats hide in every corner of the cities, making large-scale eradication nearly impossible without causing panic and riots, she added. So the organization has always conducted small-scale cleanups. But due to a lack of manpower, it's impossible to keep up with the rats' reproduction rate. Large-scale eradication can only happen when the Shanhai Jing is revealed. Su Chen finally understood. You're right. If it were just one city, the organization could handle it easily. But on a national scale, it's much harder. After all, these aren't ordinary rats but fierce beasts. Even a level 1 beast can be dangerous. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something else and smiled. So if I go deal with the jagged rats now, does that count as a mission? Tang Wei laughed lightly. Yes, of course it does. I was just about to send it to you. Check it out. All right, send it over. I'm almost there, Su Chen said, hanging up the phone. Shortly after, his phone vibrated, and Tang Wei sent a file. Su Chen opened it, and the mission details appeared on the screen. 1. Due to unknown reasons, a rat swarm has appeared in Jiang City. Please find and resolve the situation before it causes widespread panic. Mission requirements. Locate the rat swarm and eliminate the jagged rats. Mission reward, 100 to 1,000 points. 2. Investigate the reason behind the rat swarm's emergence. Mission requirements. If possible, determine the cause. In dangerous situations, you are permitted to abandon the mission to ensure your safety. Task rewards range from 100 to 1,000 points. Su Chen's eyes lit up. These two new tasks offered much higher rewards than before. He calculated silently to himself. If luck was on his side tonight and he encountered many rat swarms, earning a few hundred points wouldn't be a problem. However, the second task made him frown. Find the cause, it said, which meant he might have to venture into the sewers to investigate. Su Chen shook his head, setting aside the troublesome thought for the moment. After briefly reporting the acceptance of the tasks to Tang Wei, he put away his phone. His muscles tensed, and like an arrow released from a bow, he shot forward. In the darkness, only a blurred figure could be seen flashing by, disappearing in an instant. Moments later, Su Chen arrived at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts. Under the shroud of night, the forest appeared even darker and more dense than the city. He slowed his pace, cautiously moving forward to explore. Suddenly, Su Chen stopped abruptly, his pupils narrowing. The sight before him made him gasp. Countless sawtooth rats covered the entire mountainside. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered, like omnipresent red dots, making one's scalp tingle. These sawtooth rats were scurrying about, seemingly searching for something, just as Su Chen had suspected earlier. After observing for a moment, Su Chen noticed signs that the rat swarm was about to leave. He made a swift decision, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and a katana appeared in his right hand out of thin air. Whoosh! With a light sound, the blade sliced through the air. Thud! Thud! In the wake of the flashing blade, dozens of sawtooth rats fell to the ground. Such a huge commotion immediately caught the attention of the other rats that were about to leave. They all turned in unison, their crimson eyes locking onto Su Chen, filled with naked hostility. In the next moment, sharp screeches echoed one after another. A dense swarm of rats surged towards Su Chen like a torrent of black water. Under the thick veil of night, the sound of mice echoed through the mountains. Pairs of crimson eyes rapidly approached Su Chen, their eerie glow piercing the darkness. An ordinary person might have fled in terror at the sight, but Su Chen, who had faced the horrors of secret realms, remained calm, his eyes even gleaming with excitement. Come on, the more the better. Su Chen laughed, gripping his katana without hesitation. He didn't bother summoning his avatar. Instead, he swung his blade directly. The katana sliced through the air, unleashing a gust of wind. The ground split open with a deep gash, and a powerful suction, like a tornado, swept up all the serrated mice in its path. Blood splattered, and the sound of bodies being cleaved filled the air. The intense smell of blood drove the mindless serrated mice into a frenzy. They charged at Su Chen without regard, their sheer numbers enough to make one's skin crawl. Su Chen showed no fear, even allowing some of the mice to get close to him on purpose. Die! He growled, slicing an oncoming mouse in half with one swift motion. He then stepped forward, diving into the swarm of mice to engage in combat. The katana traced elegant arcs in the air as Su Chen wielded his gale blade technique, stirring up a whirlwind that enveloped the surrounding mice. Su Chen's plan was simple. Rather than just crushing these mice, he would use the opportunity to hone his skills and increase his proficiency with the gale blade. Wielding his katana, Su Chen was like a tiger among sheep, showing overwhelming dominance. No serrated mouse could harm him, and they fell one after another under his blade. In mere moments, hundreds of mouse corpses piled up on the ground. Thick blood flowed like a river, winding down the mountain. Ah, this feels amazing, haha. Chen stood atop the heap of bodies, laughing uncontrollably. The sensation was far more exhilarating than any ordinary game. Panting heavily, Chen felt the toll on his stamina, but the results left him elated. He opened his status panel and saw that his Gale Blade proficiency had increased to 310, a whole 2-point gain. It's much faster than training at home, and not boring either. Plus, no furniture gets destroyed. Chen nodded in satisfaction, though his stomach growled with hunger. He then began processing the mouse corpses, first recording a video with his phone and then starting to devour and digest them. Given the vast number, Chen only consumed about a third of the corpses, which increased his evolution points to 37. That should be enough for now, he thought to himself, packing 20 more corpses into his bag to sell later. After all, he was planning to move and buy a new place, and he might not have enough money yet. I'll leave the rest to the authorities, Chen muttered. The officials would calculate points based on the number of corpses and credit them to his app, ensuring nothing went to waste. Chen shook his head and left the blood-soaked scene. With a mere thought, a whirlwind enveloped him, dispersing the stench of blood from his body. He pulled out his phone and re-entered the investigation section, continuing his search for the beast's trail. Unexpectedly, as soon as he accessed the system, a white line appeared on the radar. Chen murmured softly, "Looks like the sawtooth rats in Jiangxing are really out in full force tonight. I wonder what they're searching for." A hint of curiosity arose within him, tempting him to explore the sewers. But reason quickly prevailed. He was well aware of his own limitations. Even though I'm strong now, barging into the sawtooth rat's lair is still too risky. There might not just be hundreds or thousands, but tens of thousands or even more. Chen swiftly adjusted his mindset. Forget it. No need to overthink. Tonight, I'll just hunt more rat packs and kill more rats. They'll still earn plenty of points. As for what the rats are looking for, let the officials worry about that. He confirmed his direction, put away his phone, and set off at a brisk pace. The whirlwind wrapped around him, preventing ordinary people from noticing his presence. Meanwhile, in a mountainous area on the outskirts, 2 figures in black robes stood on a tree, overlooking the countless pairs of red eyes below. These were numerous sawtooth rats, scouring the forest. Some were digging into tree trunks, others were excavating the ground, and some even plunged into the rushing river. The 2 black-robed figures frowned. One of them couldn't help but complain, "Haven't found it yet? We've been searching all night." The other replied calmly with a raspy voice, "What's the rush? It's only been one night. That thing isn't easy to find. We have plenty of time, and with the rat packs helping, we'll definitely find it before those zoo folks do." True, but such a commotion is bound to attract official attention, especially since Jiangxing recently got a ranger. We can't afford to fail now. A ranger? Just a new player? Nothing to worry about, the black-robed figure said dismissively. Aren't you afraid Jiangxing might call in experts from other cities? Like the bull demon from the neighboring city? At the mention of the bull demon, the previously calm black-robed figure's pupils contracted, and his expression darkened. He snorted coldly. The bull demon? Humph. With the current state of affairs, he's got his hands full. Even if he comes, so what? We're not fighting alone. Just then, a squeaking sound came from below. A larger sawtooth rat looked up at them, seemingly conveying some message. The other rats also stopped their search and gathered beneath the tree. The raspy-voiced black-robed figure frowned. Nothing here either? Looks like we'll have to move to the next location. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, as if sensing something. The night-shrouded wilderness appeared empty, but he felt an unfamiliar presence. What is it? Did you notice something? His companion asked. A smirk played on his lips as he let out a low chuckle. Interesting. Someone's here. Officials? Or a freelancer? Not sure. But since they're here, let's make sure they stay. The black-robed figure's tone was laced with menace. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hooded figure with the raspy voice glanced down at the restless swarm of rats at his feet. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Yet, a strange red gleam flickered in the eyes of the jagged-toothed rats. It was as if they had received a silent command. The entire horde turned in unison, their gazes locked onto a single direction. There, a silhouette began to emerge with Chen, drawn by radar surveillance. Have they spotted me? Chen thought, taken aback. He had just arrived and noticed the multitude of red eyes in the darkness, far more than the rat swarms he had encountered before. What surprised him even more was how quickly these jagged-toothed rats detected his presence. Though surprised, Chen didn't let it bother him too much. He decisively dispelled his wind cloaking, revealing himself. Fine, since I've been discovered, let's get straight to the killing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a katana appeared in his hand. Squeak, squeak. Piercing cries came from ahead, and the rat swarm went wild. surging towards Su Chen like a tidal wave. As he prepared to charge with his blade, a feeling of being watched suddenly washed over him. Su Chen's gaze shifted beyond the rat swarm, into the darkness behind them. Why does it feel like someone is watching me? Am I imagining things? A gentle breeze swept by, but Su Chen noticed nothing unusual. He shook his head, hesitated no more, and dashed into the rat swarm. As his katana swung, a green light enveloped the area, forming a sudden whirlwind. Sharp wind blades mixed in, sweeping the surrounding jagged-toothed rats into the vortex, shredding them instantly. The scent of blood only made the surviving rats more frenzied, launching desperate attacks. From a distant tree, two hooded figures silently observed the scene. One of them whispered with lingering fear, "Such keen awareness, we were almost discovered. This player is no ordinary person." "Of course not," the raspy-voiced figure replied with a hint of delight. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the ranger from Jiangxing. I didn't expect him to show up here." "The ranger? Is it really him?" His companion was instantly taken aback. The raspy-voiced hooded figure pondered for a moment before issuing an order. "It's good that he's here. Although I don't want a confrontation just yet, it won't hurt to test him out. Send someone to gauge his abilities and see if we can force him to reveal his true form. Now." "Yes." "All right then." The hooded figure beside him nodded in agreement and waved his hand. Instantly, a layer of pitch-black barrier enveloped him. He then pulled out his phone and quickly sent a message. Not far away, several other hooded figures received the alert on their phones. Glancing at their screens, they immediately made their way towards Su Chen's location. The night draped its dark cloak over the mountain forest as Su Chen, like a blue whirlwind, charged into the horde of saw-toothed rats. His long blade danced wildly, conjuring a blue tornado around him that shredded and scattered the vermin. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, yet not a drop touched Su Chen's robes. Feeling that a single blade wasn't fast enough, Su Chen conjured a wind blade with his left hand. Wielding twin blades, he became even more ferocious. The fierce winds howled like a raging lion. Centered around Su Chen, a violent gust radiated outward, blasting away any saw-toothed rats that dared to approach. Not giving the creatures a moment to breathe, Su Chen crossed his blades and slashed forward. A crescent-shaped shockwave erupted, slicing through trees, boulders, and rat carcasses alike. In the trees above, two figures cloaked in black watched with wide eyes, their pupils contracting in shock. One of them, voice trembling, said, "The power of wind. Is this the forest ranger of Jiangxing?" "Indeed. No ordinary person can become a forest ranger," the other rasped. "These beasts pose no threat to him, let alone force him to reveal his true form. Let's hope the reinforcements arriving soon will be more useful." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light suddenly flared up in the distance. A violent wind swept through, accompanied by the incessant sound of tearing flesh. The dense swarm of saw-toothed rats was instantly shredded, their remains scattering gruesomely. Standing at the center of this bloodbath, Su Chen frowned and turned his gaze to the distance. He had intended to continue battling the rats to hone his gale blade technique, but the message carried by the breeze alerted him to an approaching threat. To avoid any hindrance from the rats, he swiftly cleared the battlefield. In the distance, a glimmer appeared, followed by the sharp gaze of a hawk emerging from the darkness. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly lunged at Su Chen, aiming a clawed hand at his throat. Su Chen's pupils contracted as he swiftly leaned back, raising his blade to block. With a clang, he deflected the attack and saw the assailant, a nameless figure in a black robe. "Heretic," Su Chen sneered. "So these rats were indeed your doing?" With that, he swung his blade toward the intruder's face. The heretic's body glowed with a blue light, his speed increasing dramatically. Dodging the attack, he swiped again with his claw. "Your speed is too slow," the heretic growled. Su Chen glanced at the incoming claw and smirked. He channeled the gentle breeze around him, his speed surging as he effortlessly evaded the strike and counterattacked. This time, the heretic's pupils, visible beneath his hood, widened in disbelief. So fast, how can? Before he could finish, a swift slice severed his head from his body. Su Chen looked at the corpse and chuckled coldly. "I haven't even started showing off, and you thought you could? Pathetic." Turning towards the shadows, he called out, "And you lot? Sneaking around thinking I wouldn't notice?" As soon as he spoke, he unleashed a slash. Three figures hidden in the darkness quickly dodged in different directions, revealing their true forms. A black snake with a triangular head, a purple marten bristling with wild energy, and a gray wolf with a menacing glare. Su Chen's gaze dropped to their cloaked figures. They wore black robes that concealed their faces and bodies, with blood-red beast insignias embroidered on their sleeves. As expected, members of the Beast Mother cult, Su Chen smirked, brandishing his blade. "Do you want to die?" Su Chen asked coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the three robed figures in front of him. The trio exchanged glances but remained silent. Then, in unison, they murmured, "For our God." As soon as the words left their lips, their eyes blazed with madness and they charged at Su Chen without hesitation. The cultist who transformed into a sable moved the fastest, darting forward like a shadow. His right arm crackled with blue lightning as he punched, the electric light intensifying. Even from a distance, Su Chen could feel the numbing effect seeping into his body. Lightning? How convenient. I can do that too. Su Chen smirked, showing no sign of panic. A flash of lightning enveloped him, filling him with power. He sidestepped the sable's punch and countered with a swift slash. A head fell to the ground, severed cleanly. Meanwhile, the other two robed figures had flanked Su Chen. The cultist who took the form of a viper emitted a dark glow that morphed into a snake eye, locking onto Su Chen. A fierce mental assault followed, momentarily disorienting Su Chen. However, Su Chen's blade radiated a sharp aura, sweeping through the area. The viper cultist screamed in agony, his body trembling as blood streamed from his eye sockets. Mental attacks? Bold move, Su Chen sneered, knowing that his blade aura had inflicted serious damage. By now, the cultist who had transformed into a wolf had closed in from Su Chen's right. His claws gleamed with a chilling light as he swiped, the air whistling from the force. A dull thud echoed as a wind shield materialized around Su Chen, effortlessly blocking the attack. Time for you to go down. Su Chen's voice was icy. A burst of wind erupted from him, sending the cultist flying. Su Chen followed swiftly, and before the cultist could react, he struck with his blade. Another head fell, blood splattering in the air. In the blink of an eye, only one cultist remained. Though blind, he seemed to sense his comrade's demise. He rose, enduring the pain, and honed in on Su Chen's position, darting forward like a snake. "Die!" he roared, thrusting both fists forward. As he neared Su Chen, two daggers slipped from his sleeves, aimed directly at him. With a bang, the windshield reappeared. Su Chen watched the daggers, shrouded in black mist, and said coldly, "Poison or a curse. It doesn't matter. You're dead either way." The cultist attempted to flee, but Su Chen wasn't about to let him. As the windshield dissipated, a wind-imbued slash shot out, catching the cultist. The blade flashed, and his body split in two, blood spraying everywhere. The battle concluded, but Su Chen remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Only after feeling the gentle breeze from all directions did he finally relax. "Looks like that was all of them," Su Chen muttered, frowning. "But why would these guys suddenly come after me?" He glanced at the scattered bodies, confusion flickering in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and began inspecting the spoils. From a distant tree, two figures watched Su Chen's overwhelming display. They remained silent for a long time before retreating quietly. Once far enough away, they removed their robes, revealing a young and an old face. The young cultist whispered, "We didn't force out his true form." "What now?" The old cultist replied calmly, "What else? We need to get another batch of beasts and focus on finding that thing. As for this ranger of Jiangcheng, he's indeed formidable, but he's beyond our capabilities to deal with. Spread the word, and someone else will take an interest." The young cultist scowled. "Another batch of serrated rats? That filthy beast won't give them to us easily. We've already spent a lot of resources on tonight's batch. Why not just use the mother god's blood to control it? It's just a beast. What's the worst that could happen?" The old cultist turned to look at the young man. In the night, the wind blew cold, and silence fell. The old cultist didn't answer immediately, his gaze lingering behind the young man before he spoke softly, "Right or wrong doesn't matter. Remember, in your next life, always show a bit of respect to those in power." "What do you mean?" The young cultist's expression changed, a sense of dread welling up. Before he could react, a black-furred paw pierced through his heart from behind. The young cultist's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried to turn, but life quickly drained from him, and he fell dead. The old cultist watched him passively, then looked past the corpse and smiled, bowing his head with respect. "An honor to meet you, Your Highness the Rat King." With a dull thud, the young cultist's body hit the ground. A giant rat, as large as a black bear, stepped over the corpse, towering over the old cultist. Behind it, countless red eyes flickered, opening and closing in the darkness. Deep in the forest, Su Chen leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, panting heavily. His fingers trembled slightly as he tightly gripped his smartphone, quickly recounting the harrowing encounter to Tang Wei. The text on the screen flashed, confirming their earlier suspicions. The unusual behavior of the rat swarm was likely linked to the mysterious beast mother cult. Now, this speculation was almost certain. Su Chen frowned in thought, his fingers swiftly gliding over the screen. "Why would the beast mother cult target me?" Tang Wei's reply came quickly. "It's probably because of your ranger status." This piqued Su Chen's curiosity. He raised an eyebrow and continued typing. To be honest, I've always wanted to ask, what does being a ranger really mean? Isn't it just someone who collaborates with you guys? Why does it seem so important to many people? Tang Wei didn't hold back and explained in detail. Rangers are indeed freelancers who cooperate with the authorities. Initially, there was nothing special about this role. What truly set rangers apart were the first few members. The first few rangers? Su Chun inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Exactly, Tang Wei replied. It was because of those individuals that rangers became symbols of strength in the eyes of most players. Su Chen picked up on the crucial point. So, the initial rangers were all incredibly powerful? That's right, Tang Wei confirmed. They were among the top players. Su Chen continued to probe, but not all rangers can be that strong, right? If even one of them were mediocre, wouldn't that impression be shattered? Tang Wei explained. You're correct. To maintain the strong image and deterrent effect of rangers, the authorities have strict requirements for new members. Only those with the potential to become top players are selected. While there are many freelancers cooperating with the authorities, only a few actually become rangers. Su Chun was a bit puzzled. So, you're that confident I can become a top player? In the darkness, Tang Wei chuckled softly and replied without hesitation. Yes, I'm very sure. And so far, my choice has proven to be right. Su Chen smiled and didn't reply further. He closed the chat app and opened the Bounty Hunter app, starting to take pictures of his surroundings. Although the truth about rangers surprised him, he didn't dwell on it. Since he had accepted this identity, he decided to embrace it. At least, becoming a ranger made earning points much easier and faster. After finishing the photos, Su Chan stood up, feeling his strength had mostly returned. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Special ability, Gale Blade Technique 510. Not bad, Su Chan nodded in satisfaction. Although the progress was slow, he had reached halfway, and full mastery shouldn't be far off. Closing the panel, Su Chun didn't waste any more time and walked towards a serrated rat's corpse to begin forced digestion. Evolution Point 1. Evolution Point 2. Evolution Point 1. One by one, the corpses shriveled under his touch, turning into skin and bones. There were too many serrated rat corpses for Su Chun to consume them all, so he selectively digested some, leaving the rest for the authorities to handle in exchange for points. Before long, Su Chun checked his evolution points and found he had reached 70 points. A satisfied smile spread across his face. That's enough. These points were sufficient for several enhancements. Thinking about the materials in his backpack, Su Chen shook his head and suppressed the urge to enhance immediately. There were still a few corpses around that needed his attention. With a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, Su Chen moved towards the cultists' corpses. As he approached, rays of light flew from the bodies, entering the mark on his hand. Soon, a notification appeared. You have obtained player relic X4. Your backpack slots have increased by 40. Su Chen randomly obtained a series of items from the relics of 4 players. 10 evolution points, 10 packs of instant noodles, an unknown statue, and diluted blood of the dark beast mother. He frowned at the items, filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. What kind of junk is this? He muttered under his breath. Evolution points are fine, but instant noodles? You're supposed to be cultists. What's with the instant noodles in your inventory? Su Chun rolled his eyes, feeling utterly speechless. He casually tore open a pack of instant noodles, broke off a piece of the dried noodles, and tossed it into his mouth. As he chewed, he examined the remaining 2 relics. He had encountered the beast mother's blood before and knew it wasn't anything valuable. However, the unknown statue piqued his curiosity. He opened his backpack and quickly found the small black stone carving. The statue was only palm-sized, depicting a curled-up beast covered in web-like wings. The surface of the statue was pitted and uneven, unclear if it was naturally formed or man-made. The blackness in the recesses was even deeper, giving off an ominous feeling. Su Chen pondered silently. An unknown statue, probably a depiction of some evil god. No one but cultists would be interested in such a thing. It's said that each god's statue serves as the god's eye. With a thought, the statue flew out of his backpack and hovered before him. In an instant, countless murmurs filled his ears, women's whispers, beasts' roars, babies' cries, and criminals' mutterings. The mix of sounds made him feel irritable and uneasy. He even began to see various hallucinations. Damn it! Su Chen cursed, gritting his teeth as he forced the statue back into his backpack. Immediately, all the murmurs vanished without a trace. Figures, an evil god statue is indeed bad news, he muttered with lingering fear. Just this little statue is so terrifying. Could it really summon an evil god like in the novels? Taking a deep breath, Su Chun decided to stop dwelling on it. He quickly finished off the remaining instant noodles and began preparing for reinforcement. Checking his backpack, he found that the shell he had previously purchased from the spirit tribe was perfect for reinforcement. Su Chun carefully examined the compatibility with various body parts. Head 1, chest 42, abdomen 57, legs 25, internal organs 13, rear wings 7, and torso 82. As expected, Chen's lips curled into a smile, and he unhesitatingly chose to reinforce the torso. 15 evolution points disappeared instantly, and his avatar was enveloped in a milky white light. Moments later, the light faded, and the reinforcement was complete. System notifications popped up in quick succession. You have acquired a new ability, Hard Shell. Your abilities Iron Skin and Hard Shell have mutated and merged to form an upgrade. Your ability Iron Skin has disappeared. Your ability Hard Shell has disappeared. Due to the thunder flowing in your blood, the upgrade has mutated. You have acquired a new ability, Thunder Armor. An upgrade? And a mutation? Chen was momentarily confused but soon realized it was a good thing, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He immediately checked the information on Thunder Armor. Thunder Armor passive. When your blood flow accelerates, lightning will form a protective armor on your body, enhancing your defense and potentially paralyzing enemies that attack you. A passive ability? Chen was a bit surprised, but upon reflection, he realized this ability was quite powerful. Although it required accelerated blood flow to activate, with his current strength and control over his body, this was not difficult to achieve. The key was the paralysis effect, which could be a critical lifesaver in battle, even if it only paralyzed enemies for a second or two. Driven by curiosity, Chen actively accelerated his blood flow, causing his skin to redden. The next moment, the sizzling sound of electricity filled the air as blue lightning flickered across his body, quickly forming a cloak of lightning that billowed in the wind. So cool! Chen exclaimed, admiring himself. Not only was the ability practical, but it also looked incredibly stylish. He couldn't help but admire it for a while longer, a satisfied smile on his face. Glancing at the time, it was already early morning. Chen retracted the Thunder Armor, very pleased with tonight's gains. He chuckled softly, took a step forward, and vanished into the night as a streak of green light. Late at night, the lights at the Jiangqing Zoo base remained bright. Tang Wei wearily pushed open her office door. She had barely sat down when a rapid knock echoed through the room. "Come in," she called out, looking up to see a clerk hurrying in, clutching a document tightly. "Captain Tang, the letter you asked us to decipher has been completed," the clerk said, a hint of excitement in their voice. Tang Wei paused for a moment and asked, "The letter written in the game's language?" "Yes," the clerk confirmed, handing over the document. "After thorough investigation, we discovered it's written in Fierce Beast script from the game Shanhai Jing, a language used among carnivorous beasts." Tang Wei took the document and began reading it carefully. Suddenly, she stood up, her face filled with shock. This can't be right. Are you sure there's no mistake in the translation?" The clerk shook their heads solemnly. "As unbelievable as it sounds, we've double-checked it. That's exactly what it says." Staring at the document, Tang Wei murmured, "If this is true, it's really terrifying." Just then, the clerk remembered something and quickly added, "By the way, Captain, the chief just got back." Tang Wei's head snapped up. "The old man is back? Perfect." She immediately headed for the door, muttering under her breath, "This needs to be reported to headquarters right away. This could change the entire world order." She glanced again at the translated text, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Humans aren't the chosen ones. We beasts can also become rulers. Shanhai Jing is our domain. Meanwhile, at 2 a.m., Chen returned home exhausted. He opened the Bounty Hunter app to check his points, only to find they hadn't been credited yet. Assuming the officials were busy, he didn't worry, had a quick snack, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning at 7 a.m., Chen woke up on time. He habitually picked up his phone to check the app and found his points had been credited, far exceeding his expectations. His original 500 points had skyrocketed to 2,005. Chen carefully reviewed the point details. 300 points for resolving the rodent problem, 794 points for the sawtooth rat carcasses, 200 points for investigating the source of the infestation, all as expected. But the last entry, special reward, 800 points, puzzled him. He immediately messaged Tang Wei to inquire about it, but received no reply. After a quick wash and breakfast, Chen decided to log into the game. "Today, let's head to the Spirit Tribe," he muttered to himself, selecting the Spirit Tribe as his respawn point. However, when he opened his eyes, the sight before him left him stunned. He blinked repeatedly, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. What lay before him wasn't the Spirit Tribe, but a desolate ruin. Chen found himself in an empty alley, surrounded by crumbling walls and debris, as if a catastrophic disaster had struck. What happened? Did I choose the wrong place? Chen was baffled, scanning his surroundings for any familiar signs, but all he saw was chaos and destruction. The air was thick with the stench of blood, overwhelming and nauseating. Chen stood at the entrance of the alley, surrounded by the sounds of fierce battles and anguished screams, unsettling his mind. He looked around in disbelief. The once familiar streets of the Lingren tribe were now reduced to ruins, littered with bodies. I was only offline for one night, but it feels like a year has passed, Chen muttered to himself, completely baffled. Instinctively, he glanced towards the spirit tower and felt a wave of relief seeing its spire still standing tall. After all, he hadn't yet conquered the tower this week. If it were gone, he would be devastated. At that moment, a faint cry for help reached his ears. Chen's nerves tightened, and he transformed into a streak of blue light, darting towards the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the scene. Amid the wreckage, two heavily injured Lingren were surrounded by a group of blood-red figures, struggling to hold their ground. Their bodies were not only covered in wounds but also marked with eerie blood-red patterns, clear signs of poisoning. Chen's pupils contracted as he recognized the blood-red figures' scarlet beetles. Could it be that the devastation of the Lingren tribe was their doing? As he pondered this, one of the Lingren noticed him and exclaimed in joy, "Mantis Master, please help us." Hearing this, the scarlet beetles immediately shifted their attention to Chen. He frowned, observing these beetles and noticing they were different from those he had encountered before. Their shells were darker, their bodies more robust, and most disturbingly, blood continuously oozed from the cracks in their shells despite the lack of visible wounds. Their eyes were filled with madness, devoid of reason. Kill you!" One of the scarlet beetles shrieked before charging at Chen. Its shell shattered instantly, and its flesh morphed into two menacing claws swiping towards him. "They're corrupted," Chen realized, swinging his mantis blade. A blue slash whistled through the air, and with a squelch, the scarlet beetle was cleaved in two. "Amazing, Mantis Master!" The Lingren who had called for help exclaimed, eyes full of reverence and excitement. The other scarlet beetle screeched and lunged at Chen. "Mantis Master, be careful!" The female Lingren shouted anxiously. Chen remained calm, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He swung his mantis blade again, sending out a crescent-shaped slash. Wherever the sharp energy passed, the scarlet beetles were sliced in half, utterly defenseless. In less than a minute, all the scarlet beetles surrounding the two Lingren lay dead at Chen's feet. The two Lingren were stunned, both amazed by Chen's prowess and relieved to have escaped danger, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Despite their fatigue, the two Lingren expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen. "Thank you for saving us, Mantis Master." "Thank you, Mantis Master. No need to thank me," Chen said, waving his hand dismissively. He approached the older female Lingren and asked, "What happened to the Lingren tribe? How did it get attacked so suddenly?" The two Lingren exchanged surprised glances. The one who had called for help asked, "Mantis Master, you don't know?" Seeing Chen shake his head, she explained, "For some unknown reason, the scarlet beetles launched a tribe-wide attack just before dawn yesterday, taking advantage of our unpreparedness. These scarlet beetles were crazier and more ferocious than ever before. On top of that, there were numerous mysterious black insects attacking and slaughtering from underground, causing many casualties among the insects. They even cut off the support routes for our other stationed Lingren forces." Chen nodded thoughtfully and asked, "So, the Lingren tribe was breached just like that?" The female Lingren shook her head. "Not completely. At the main gate, the elders are still leading a fierce resistance. However, some enemies managed to break through the defenses and cause significant damage to the tribe." She then seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, right. Although it's unclear why you don't know about the tribe yet found yourself in it, the elder said that any insect willing to help the tribe through this crisis would be richly rewarded once it's over." Chen listened to the spirit's explanation, his brow furrowing slightly. He looked around at the devastated scene of the tribe, feeling a mix of doubt and concern. Despite many details still being unclear, he roughly understood the current crisis. "Everyone has gone to the main gate to help the elder," the spirit continued. "If you're willing, you can go there too." Chen nodded and turned to leave. Just then, another female spirit who had been silent spoke up, her voice tinged with hesitation. Mantis Lord, can you leave your name? It will make it easier for us to repay you later." Chen paused, turned back, and gave a faint smile. "My name is Ching." As soon as he finished speaking, his wings suddenly flapped, creating a gust of wind, and his figure disappeared into the distance. The female spirit who had asked for his name looked shocked, as if she had witnessed something incredible. Noticing her companion's reaction, the younger female spirit asked curiously, "Sister, do you know this Mantis Lord?" "I sort of know him," the female spirit replied, regaining her composure, her voice filled with disbelief. "He came to the tavern for a drink and asked for some information. I just didn't expect that in a single day, he would change so much and become so powerful." It turned out that this female spirit was the bartender at the tavern. Although Chen's transformation had initially made it difficult for her to recognize him, Chen had recognized her immediately, which was why he had come over right away. However, upon learning of the tribe's urgent situation, Su Chen didn't linger and quickly headed toward the tribe's entrance. As he flew, Su Chen's eyes scanned the devastation below. Collapsed buildings lay in ruins, and the cries of the wounded echoed all around. Corpses littered the ground, spirits, insects, and scarlet beetles alike. Amid the chaos, Su Chen even spotted familiar pale insects and black bugs. Fierce battles were still raging in some areas, with spirits and insects joining forces to fend off the invading scarlet beetles, pale insects, and black bugs. Some spirits noticed Su Chen flying overhead and sought his help or tried to warn him. Su Chen only glanced at them briefly before speeding past at an astonishing pace. However, as he flew by, sharp wind blades materialized out of nowhere, slicing through the air. With a series of thuds and splattering blood, one scarlet beetle, pale insect, and black bug after another fell, instantly killed. Su Chen's mind was racing with thoughts. I never imagined that in just one night, the spirit tribe would suffer such devastation. Scarlet beetles? I wonder if they have anything to do with Wangli. And I hope little Dot is all right. With these questions and concerns in mind, Su Chen continued flying toward the tribe's entrance, determined to quickly understand the situation and contribute to resolving the crisis. Su Chen arrived at the tribe's main entrance like a gust of wind. What greeted him was an army of spirits and insects, fiercely fending off the swarming horde. Countless scarlet beetles, pale bugs, and black insects surged towards the tribe, screaming and raging even as their limbs were severed, showing no signs of rationality. Inside the tribe, an elderly man with white hair raised a wooden staff, chanting mysterious incantations. A milky white light emanated from him, spreading to every spirit and insect in battle, forming a protective shield. Blood flowed freely, corpses littered the ground, and life seemed to be slipping away with every passing moment. Su Chen's insect eyes scanned the crowd, searching for Xiao Budian, but he couldn't find him and grew anxious. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Are you Lord Qing?" Su Chen turned around and saw Lin, wrapped in bandages, smiling at him. "It's me, Lin." Lin exclaimed in surprise. "I can't believe it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. You've changed so much." Su Chen explained briefly, "Yes, I awakened my bloodline. So my appearance has changed a bit?" Lin nodded in understanding and then asked, "Lord Qing, are you here to help the tribe fight?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes, but I have some questions and would like to speak with your elder, if possible." He glanced towards the elderly spirit casting mysterious powers. Lin quickly agreed and led Su Chen to the elder. The old man lowered his staff, looking tired but offering Su Chen a gentle smile. "Mighty Mantis, it's an honor to meet you. I am Yun, the elder of the spirit tribe." "Elder Yun." Su Chen nodded in greeting. "My name is Qing. I heard you were looking for me." Elder Yun gestured for Lin to leave. Once Lin was gone, he sighed and said, "Mr. Qing, what do you make of today's events?" "Make of it?" Su Chen shook his head. "Honestly, I don't understand why the spirit tribe is under attack." Elder Yun looked directly into Su Chen's eyes and smiled warmly. "I can tell you're not lying. It seems you're not allied with those attackers." Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing the question might have been a test. Elder Yun turned towards the distant spirit tower and said slowly, "This attack is quite complex, with many underlying reasons. But primarily, it is all about that object." "The spirit tower?" Su Chen turned his head and looked over, his expression growing more puzzled. The mention of those guys by Elder Yun had piqued his curiosity. "Cultists," Elder Yun replied succinctly. Su Chen frowned, as if doubting his own hearing. In reality, he was already dealing with cultists, and now, in the game, he encountered the same enemies again. Seeing this, Elder Yun elaborated, "Mr. Qing, have you ever been inside the spirit tower?" "Of course, I have." Su Chen nodded in response. "Then you must be curious about how the enemies inside the spirit tower are formed, right?" Elder Yun asked meaningfully. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen admitted, "It is indeed puzzling." Elder Yun began to explain slowly. "Inside the spirit tower, there is a core that contains immense energy, which is the primary target of those cultists. Naturally, the various treasures within the tower are also objects of their desire." Su Chen could understand the allure of the treasures. The desire to grow stronger is universal, whether in humans or creatures. But that core... Sensing Su Chen's confusion, Elder Yun continued, "For cultists, all actions are guided by divine decrees. I have dealt with cultists many times and understand some of their ways. To them, anything that can provide energy is a treasure, including flesh, souls, valuables, resources, and so on. All these are to bring their god into our world and gain power from it." Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly understood. So the attack on the spirit tribe this time is because the cultists want to obtain the core inside the spirit tower to summon their god? Not necessarily to summon a god. They might just want to claim it for themselves. Elder Yun shook his head. "This situation is complex and aggressive." According to the tribe's knowledge, besides cultists, other forces are also involved, such as the insect nest, the crimson beetle tribe, and the black blood cult. Among them, the black blood cult is likely the main orchestrator and the most pressing enemy the tribe needs to deal with. Chen pondered silently. The name insect nest was very familiar to him. The crimson beetle tribe was likely related to Wang Li, but the black blood cult was new to him, presumably a cult worshipping a deity called Black Blood. After a moment of contemplation, Chen asked, "So, Elder Yun, what exactly do you need from me?" "I'd like you to help the spirit tribe with something," Elder Yun said straightforwardly. He took out a map and pointed to two areas on it, explaining, "The main enemy of the tribe this time is the black blood cult. The insect nest tribe is unlikely to engage in mass slaughter, but the crimson beetle tribe is also worth being wary of. With the tribe's strength, we could handle it. But currently, two issues are preventing us from fully repelling the enemy. These issues lie in these two locations." Chen examined the map carefully and found that the two places Elder Yun pointed to were near the iron mine and another area he had not yet explored, both crucial directions for the spirit tribe. Elder Yun continued, "These two places are stationed with many tribal warriors, ready to support the iron mine and the spirit mine, two vital resource points for the tribe. However, it seems the news of the tribe being attacked has been concealed, and they are still unaware. I hope you can go to these two places and deliver the message of the tribe's assault." Chen did not immediately agree but looked at Elder Yun, awaiting further explanation. Elder Yun chuckled. "Of course, there will be rewards. Besides the satisfaction of helping the tribe resist the enemy, the tribe will also offer you a treasure most suited to you." "How about it?" "The most suited to me?" Chen asked in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain," Elder Yun said confidently. "Though the treasure is precious, the tribe has deep reserves and can certainly provide it. Mr. Qing need not doubt. However, the tribe's exit is currently blocked by monsters, so you might need to find your own way out. What do you think?" After a moment of silence, Chen smiled broadly. "No problem. I'll take on this task." Elder Yun's face showed a satisfied expression as he continued, "Besides, there's one more thing I hope Mr. Qing can investigate after leaving the tribe." Chen's eyes flickered as he asked, "Compensation?" Elder Yun chuckled and replied, "Of course there will be." Chen nodded in agreement. Elder Yun wasted no more words and cast a deep gaze towards the scarlet beetles battling with the tribesmen, beginning to explain, "In fact, I am aware of the existence of the black blood cult and the insect hive. However, the arrival of the scarlet tribe was unexpected. They migrated from the beetle kingdom long ago and have always maintained a peaceful relationship with the spirit tribe. I have no idea why they are involved in this attack and have turned into mindless monsters. I would like Mr. Qing to investigate the reason behind this." "Sure," Chen agreed without hesitation, a sly smile forming on his lips. He didn't mind earning some easy rewards, especially since he was probably the most knowledgeable about the scarlet tribe. He just didn't expect the spirit tribe to be facing such a complex situation. The secret realms Wang Li, the black blood cult, and the unknown insect hive. It was enough to give anyone a headache, but he didn't bother thinking too much about it. Completing the task and earning the reward while helping the spirit tribe fend off their enemies was his priority. If he could solve the problem, he could continue exploring the spirit tower. Chen's eyes gleamed as he glanced at the spirit tower. If he couldn't, he would have to find a way to benefit from the chaos. With everything explained, Elder Yun dismissed Chen and then joined the battle himself. Raising his wooden staff, he emitted a milky white light that enhanced the tribe's combat abilities, allowing the spirit tribe to resist the insect horde with their small numbers. Chen wasted no time. Seeing the mindless insect army pouring in at the tribe's entrance, he took a deep breath and flapped his wings, soaring into the sky. The wind propelled him, turning him into a streak of light as he flew out of the tribe. Once outside, Chen truly grasped the immense pressure the spirit tribe was under. The insect horde outside resembled a flowing river, swarming from a distant place. As far as the eye could see, there were countless insects, an unending sea of them. Chen's appearance immediately caught the attention of many insects. Some pale insects and even black ones leaped up, attempting to intercept him. "Get lost?" Chen muttered indifferently, unleashing a blue slash without fear. The slash surged forward, crushing a large number of insects and carving a path through the swarm. He swiftly flew out. Back in the spirit tribe, a pink figure emerged from the shadows, watching Chen's departing figure with greedy eyes. "Hee, as expected of the mantis I have my eyes on. So strong, and even more handsome than before. It's really making me restless," the pink mantis murmured to herself. "I wish I could follow you now and have some fun together, but I have more important things to do. Besides, since the insect hive has taken notice of you, your trial is about to begin." As soon as she finished speaking, the air beside her rippled, and a new figure appeared out of thin air. The pink mantis's expression turned serious as she asked sharply, "Are you ready?" "Everything is set. 7 targets in total, and all related trials are prepared, the new figure responded. Then let's begin, the pink mantis commanded, and the figure vanished instantly. She looked into the distance, a smirk forming on her lips as she mused, let's see which insect will transform into a king this time. I'm so looking forward to it. Chen had no idea someone was thinking about him. At this moment, he was swiftly gliding through the air, with a dense swarm of insect nests below him. Various attacks rained down on him, but with just a thought, a fierce wind surged around him, forming an invisible shield that blocked every assault. However, the danger was far from over. A massive number of insects suddenly leaped into the air, completely surrounding Chen. The stench was overwhelming, and countless sharp mandibles and claws lunged at him. Chen coldly uttered a single word, die. Before the word had even faded, a whirlwind erupted from within him, transforming into countless wind blades that instantly slaughtered all the surrounding insects. Though the immediate threat was eliminated, new swarms quickly filled the void, seemingly endless. The path ahead was soon entirely blocked, resembling a living wall made of insects. Where the hell did all these bugs come from? Chen cursed under his breath. He noticed that the swarm was predominantly composed of black insects, with pale insects and crimson beetles scattered among them, adding a bit of color to the black tide. The black blood cult, Chen thought to himself. I don't know which evil god they worship, but being able to create so many black insects is far more impressive than anything Wang Li could do. Forced to hover in midair, Chen watched the increasingly frenzied swarm below. Many insects had even started climbing up the walls toward him. He murmured softly, I didn't want to do this, but since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. After all, you were probably forced to become these insects. The black insects reminded him of the pale one's creation, and while the details might differ, the essence was likely the same. Taking a deep breath, Chen's body began to crackle with lightning. As the swarm drew closer, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his mantis blade swung up, unleashing a torrent of power like a flood. A blazing slash erupted, wrapped in azure wind like a coiling dragon, roaring with the voice of the wind god, obliterating all the insects in its path. Black and white blood mingled, and the ground split open into a bottomless chasm. The once crowded insect nest now seemed eerily empty under the might of his strike. Chen glanced at his mantis blade and smirked. 71 layers. Although these insects were weak individually and too tainted to be absorbed for evolution points, they still served some purpose. Looking down, Chen saw the insects quickly gathering again. His expression remained indifferent as he swung his blade once more. The terrifying edge burst forth, forming an invisible intent that even distant insects couldn't escape, leaving them with deep gashes. Another slash later, more black and white blood stained the ground, filling the air with a pungent scent. Without further delay, Chen flew forward. As his wings flapped continuously, he noticed the insect numbers gradually dwindling. Soon, he arrived at a crossroads in the underground world, with paths leading in all directions. As expected, a large number of insects were heading towards the Lingren tribe, but many were also spreading to other parts of the underground. What particularly caught Chen's attention was a group of crimson beetles. His gaze sharpened as he watched below, seeing pale insects surrounding a crimson beetle, all moving in a specific direction. They noticed Chen but paid him no mind, instead quickening their pace. Behind them, they dragged numerous insect corpses. Chen quickly realized they were heading towards the ruins of the winged insects. A realization dawned on him, and he began to form a hypothesis. The land of flesh, the blood pool filled with flesh, he thought. So, if Wang Li controls the crimson beetles and these pale insects, his goal isn't the Lingren tribe, but the corpses, or rather, the flesh. With this in mind, Chen immediately spread his wings and flew towards the ruins. Upon reaching his destination, he looked down at the scene below and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as I thought, Chen's suspicions were confirmed. In the center of the ruins, a passage leading underground was teeming with scarlet beetles and pale insects, scurrying back and forth, transporting countless corpses. It was evident that Wang Li's goal was these bodies. Although Chen didn't fully understand Wang Li's intentions, he realized that if this continued, Wang Li would become even more formidable. Although Tang Wei hadn't provided a method to deal with Wang Li, Chen was unwilling to give up on his first encounter with the secret realm. His mind raced as he recalled Tang Wei's responses to his inquiries. Ultimately, he decided to leave and head straight to the iron mines. Chen was not disheartened. Instead, a bold idea began to form in his mind, his eyes gleaming with determination. He thought to himself, it's not the right time yet. With that, he flapped his wings and disappeared into the distance, a streak of blue light. The iron mines were far from the Lingren tribe, and it would take ordinary insects several days to reach them at full speed. However, Chen could fly, and with his speed second only to his mental faculties, He could reach the mines in half a day at full speed. During his flight, Chen observed the terrain below. The scarlet beetles and pale insects gradually became fewer, replaced by an increasing number of black insects. This confirmed Elder Yun's suspicions. The primary enemy of the Lingren tribe was the Black Blood sect, while Wang Li seemed to be taking advantage of the chaos, slaughtering indiscriminately to collect bodies during the conflict. He might also be eyeing the core of the spirit tower. Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even in an underground world of insects, as long as there was intelligence, conspiracies would abound. Suddenly, Chen halted and looked upward. He realized it had been a long time since he'd returned to the surface. Considering the complex underground world, returning to the surface and traveling in a straight line might get him to his destination faster. He opened his backpack, pulled out the Lingren map, and quickly found a nearby exit to the surface. Without hesitation, Chen flapped his wings and flew towards it. Upon reaching the exit, Chen whistled, but there was no response. It seemed the Lingren had all returned to the tribe to provide support. He proceeded alone to the end of the passage, where a massive boulder blocked his path. With his mantis blades, he pushed against the boulder with all his might, forcing it aside. Blinding sunlight poured in, causing Chen to squint as his eyes adjusted. He looked around. The scene was unchanged from when he first arrived. Towering ancient trees, vines as thick as dragons, the roars of wild beasts, and birds of prey soaring overhead, stirring up gusts of wind. But now, with his increased strength, Chen felt a surge of excitement. After determining the direction of the iron mines, Chen took off. The surface world seemed unchanged. All the turmoil was happening underground. As he flew, he observed and pondered. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Chen quickly turned, only to see an energy arrow was passed, piercing through several thick ancient trees before dissipating. He looked back, his pupils contracting. A 2-meter-tall black and white spider hung suspended in midair, its 6 scarlet eyes fixed on him like a predator eyeing its prey. With a screech, webs shot out from its sides, closing in rapidly. Chen remained calm. Am I being hunted? Although I don't want to waste time here, if you want to die, I'll oblige. With a swift motion of his mantis blades, the webs were instantly shredded. Fear flickered in the spider's eyes as it seemed to realize Chen's prowess. It spat out beams of white light, attacking with astonishing speed. Chen sneered and flew towards the white light. His mantis blades slashed through the beams, dispersing them. Then, a flash of lightning enveloped him, and he accelerated, appearing before the spider in an instant. Terror filled the spider's 6 blood-red eyes, and it seemed to plead for mercy. Chen's expression remained cold. Die. With a single slash, he easily cut through the spider's white light, slicing it in half. Chen landed and touched the corpse, initiating forced digestion. The spider's body rapidly shriveled, and system notifications popped up. Evolution points 1. Evolution points 1. Evolution points 1. Your aura has been marked. You have obtained a false king's mark. Chen frowned slightly, noticing the peculiar final notification. Fake king's mark. Description. Select the mark of the king. Those who bear it will attract the hostility of mindless creatures. It holds special uses and can advance through combat. Progress, 0-10. Chen frowned as he stared at the description on the system interface, his mind filled with confusion. This sudden mark seemed to only bring him trouble, acting like a taunt that drew enemies' attention. He recalled the previous prompt and realized that the mark appeared after his aura had been tagged. Who marked my aura? Chen muttered to himself, his vigilance rising. Although the mark didn't seem to pose a direct threat for now, he decided to stay cautious. When I return to the Lingren tribe, I must ask Elder Yun about this. He quickly took out a map of the Lingren tribe from his backpack, confirmed the direction, and then spread his wings, transforming into a streak of azure light as he soared into the sky. However, he hadn't flown far when a roar suddenly echoed through the forest. A dark shadow leaped out from the dense canopy, lunging at Chen. His pupils contracted, and his insect eyes instantly captured the attacker's form, a massive, black-scaled serpent, 7 or 8 meters long. You're courting death? Chen spat coldly, coming to an abrupt halt. As the serpent lunged past him, his mantis blade flashed like lightning, striking precisely at the snake's vital point. The blade sliced through flesh, and the serpent was instantly severed in 2, its lifeless body plummeting to the ground. A system notification popped up. Mark 1. Chen thoughtfully gazed at the corpse, suddenly understanding. I see. This mark indeed attracts beast attacks. He touched the snake's body and activated his forced digestion ability. The serpent's body shriveled visibly, providing Chen with nearly 8 evolution points, far more than what he gained from hunting smaller creatures. As Chen had anticipated, the rest of his journey was marked by frequent attacks from unknown beasts. The fake king's mark seemed like an ever-glowing beacon, making him conspicuous even in the darkest parts of the forest. While navigating through the woods, a vibrant, 3 to 4 meter tall man-eating flower suddenly blocked his path. It let out an angry roar, its tendrils whipping like long whips. Chen easily dodged, but the flower then opened its maw filled with fangs, shooting out a crimson, tongue-like tendril dripping with purple venom. Disgusting, Chen muttered in disgust, accelerating instantly toward the flower. Just as the crimson tendril was about to wrap around him, he slashed down, severing it. Green sap splattered as the flower shook in pain. Without giving it a chance to react, Chen swung his blade again, unleashing a gusting slash. The blade flashed, and the man-eating flower was cut down. Mark 1. Current progress. 7:10. The system notification sounded again. So soon to the 7th? I wonder what will happen when I reach 10. Chen pondered, frowning. He instinctively used his predator sense to scan the surroundings but detected nothing unusual. He wasn't sure if his predator sense was ineffective in this regard, or if there truly were no hidden dangers. Overall, Chen felt a weight lift off his chest and even started to look forward to what might happen when the mark reached the 10th level. With his mocking aura active, he anticipated that the remaining 3 enemies would soon come to him uninvited, but he wasn't in a hurry. Muttering to himself, Chen's gaze fell upon the corpse of the man-eating plant. He reached out to touch it and began the process of forced digestion. As the corpse gradually shriveled, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, there's something here. Despite the corpse being entirely shriveled, one part was noticeably bulging, reminding him of past experiences. This appearance clearly indicated that something was hidden inside. Chen swung his mantis blade, cut open the corpse, and carefully searched. Soon, he discovered a green, trumpet-shaped organ. Since it came from the man-eating plant, the organ was completely different from any human organ. Unable to identify it immediately, Chen decided to put it into his backpack. A system prompt appeared. You have obtained a material, man-eating plant stomach. The man-eating plant stomach is a special organ within the man-eating plant, granting it a powerful digestive ability, enabling rapid growth through continuous eating and digestion. Reading the description, Chen's eyes lit up. This reminded him of the digestive fluid he had initially obtained from the man-eating plant, and he thought it might be useful for strengthening. He opened the attribute panel, chose to strengthen his abdomen, and used the material for enhancement, checking its compatibility. Abdominal compatibility. 89. Wow, that's high. Chen's eyes widened with excitement. Without hesitation, he confirmed the enhancement process. With plenty of evolution points over 100 from defeating numerous enemy, strengthening was a breeze. As the start enhancement prompt appeared, a milky white light enveloped him. The enhancement process was much faster than evolution and was soon completed. When the light faded, Chen immediately felt changes in his body. All attributes except for his mental attribute had increased. Body, 41.252. Strength, 42.252. Speed, 42.255. Spirit, 4060. Just like previous body enhancements, all attributes except for spirit increased by 1 point. Clearly, the enhancements brought greater improvements after evolution. However, Chen was more interested in the new ability he had acquired. After the enhancement, a system prompt appeared. Enhancement successful. You have acquired a new ability. Detecting a similar existing ability, the two have been merged and upgraded. Your ability, Forced Digestion, has been replaced. You have obtained a new ability, Compulsory Digestion. Compulsory Digestion. By touching an energy-containing object, you can absorb and quickly digest its energy, even if it contains harmful substances. This was in line with Chen's expectations. He had anticipated gaining a digestion-related ability. He just hadn't expected the abilities to merge and upgrade, replacing Forced Digestion with Compulsory Digestion. Despite the minor difference in name, Compulsory Digestion clearly had the upper hand. According to the description, it digested faster and saved time. More importantly, it could even digest harmful substances. This immediately made Chen think of the polluted black insects. If he could digest them, with their vast numbers, he would never have to worry about evolution points again. Unfortunately, he was currently on the surface, not underground. Chen shook his head, looking a bit regretful. But with his destination close, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He took flight, pulling out a meditation diagram from his backpack, and meditated on it, increasing his mental attribute by 1. Along the way, he killed 2 beasts that attempted to ambush him, finally arriving near his destination. This should be the place. Standing under a towering ancient tree, Chen confirmed his location with the map in his hand. Putting the map away, he carefully examined the ancient tree before him. He was now at the outermost edge of the insect forest. A bit further, and he would leave the forest entirely. Though curious about the outside world, now was not the time to leave. According to the map, there was an entrance to the underground world here, inside this ancient tree. Chen blew a whistle, but no one responded. so he had to find the entrance himself. Before long, Chen found the entrance. Quite a hiding spot, he remarked, looking at a section of tree bark that had been peeled back, revealing a hollowed-out interior with a straight slide leading underground. When the bark was in place, it fit seamlessly. Without his keen eyesight and thorough search, it would have been hard to find. Shaking his head, Chen squeezed inside, let the bark close up behind him, and slid down the chute. The wind whistled past his ears, and after about 10 seconds, he emerged from an opening at the bottom. Damn, did I just stumble into an insect nest? He had barely landed and started to take in his surroundings when a glance made him curse. He stood on a high platform, and below him, in the corner of an open space, countless black insects were crawling out of a dark hole. In no time, they covered the area below the platform. Perhaps sensing the unfamiliar aura of Chen, or influenced by his mocking aura, all the black insects raised their heads, and countless eyes fixed on Chen. All right, we'll deal with the spirit army later. For now, let's fight. Chen twisted his neck, a strand of lightning flickering across his body, instantly forming an armor of thunder that covered him completely. In this stance, he looked like a different person entirely. As Chen's words fell, it was as if an invisible horn had sounded. In an instant, countless roars echoed, and black insects surged forward like a tidal wave, crawling up the walls and rushing towards Chen's position. With eyes sharp as lightning, Chen swung his blade without hesitation. The wind coiled around the sharp edge, slicing dozens of black insects into pieces in an instant. Black blood splattered, turning the ground pitch black in moments. Yet more insects swarmed forward, undeterred. Chen, however, stepped forward fearlessly, plunging into the midst of the insect horde. The wind swirling around him formed an invisible barrier, preventing any insect from getting close. He wielded his mantis blades, creating tornadoes with each slash, shredding hundreds of insects into dust. The sheer number of black insects was enough to make anyone's heart race, but Chen moved like a king commanding the wind, dancing wildly among them. The howling wind and his relentless strikes cut through every obstacle. The insect screeches, Chen's low growls, and the sound of bodies being torn apart blended into a bloody symphony. In this chaotic orchestra, Chen transformed into a machine of destruction, mercilessly harvesting insect lives. Within just 10 minutes, the swarm lay defeated at his feet. Black blood pooled like a dark stream, nearly forming a deep pond. The ground was strewn with countless insect corpses, resembling a grim battlefield. Standing alone amidst the carnage, Chen surveyed the devastation around him. Taking a deep breath, a smile of excitement spread across his face. He thought to himself, as expected, even weak enemies can significantly boost my wind refining speed if there are enough of them. Now I've reached the 110th level in wind refining. To test his strength, Chen approached a large, hard rock. Without using any extra force, he simply raised his mantis blade and let it fall. The sharp edge easily split the rock in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. This incredible sharpness made Chen wonder what could possibly withstand his blade. Suppressing his joy, Chen's gaze fell on an insect corpse at his feet. Remembering his newly acquired force digestion ability, he decided to investigate. He reached out and touched the corpse, immediately feeling a cold, eerie sensation that made him frown. No wonder it's related to an evil god. It's truly sinister. He didn't let go but instead activated the force digestion ability along with his innate talent, wanting to explore further. However, the moment his talent was triggered, a strong sense of dread washed over him. Chen quickly withdrew his hand, shocked. That was terrifying. Like I was about to die the next second. This experience made Chen realize that anything related to an evil god was no joke and couldn't be absorbed lightly. The dread he felt was the strongest since he entered the game. He was certain that forcibly digesting the black insects would lead to death. Although dying in the game wasn't the same as in reality, it was still hard to accept such an easy demise. What a waste of so many corpses, Chen sighed, shaking his head. He then walked to the large black hole from which the insects had emerged. The hole was vast and deep, shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see inside. It exuded an ominous aura. Chen had no intention of investigating further and was about to leave when he heard a faint sound from the hole. He took a few cautious steps back and looked up. Suddenly, a black insect burst out of the black mist. Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he raised his blade to strike. "Wait, Mantis Lord, please stop." The black insect suddenly shouted, as if sensing the threat of death. Chen halted his sword mid-swing, staring in astonishment at the black insect that could communicate. He remained vigilant but couldn't help asking, "You have your own thoughts?" "Mantis, sir, you misunderstand. I am not a black insect." The creature shook its head in explanation. To Chen's surprise, white light emanated from the insect, and its form rapidly changed. When the light faded, A spirit being stood before him. Su Chen was dumbfounded. You're a spirit being? The spirit being replied sheepishly, yes, mantis sir. I transformed into the black insect's form earlier, which almost caused a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. Su Chen shook his head. No, I should be the one apologizing. I nearly killed you. He then asked curiously, how can you transform into a black insect? The spirit being scratched his head and explained, it's my innate ability. I can absorb the essence of other creatures and transform into their form. Because of the insect nest, our team needed to investigate the source of the black insects. My ability was suitable, so I absorbed the essence of a black insect and entered the cave. As he spoke, the spirit being extended his hand, and a wisp of black energy appeared in his palm. His face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly threw the black energy away. It dissipated in midair. What is that? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The essence of the black insect. The spirit being said with a frown, looking serious. The captain's earlier suspicions were correct. These black insects are indeed related to the evil god. Fortunately, I didn't absorb it for long, or I would have turned into one of those mindless monsters. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully and then asked, you must be part of the spirit being's army stationed at the iron mine, right? Yes, my name is Xing Mantis, sir. Is there something you need? The spirit being blinked inquiringly. Su Chen smiled. Just call me Qing. I'm from the tribe, sent by Elder Yun to meet your leader with a mission. However, I don't know where your camp is. Could you guide me? Xing was surprised. Huh? Haven't you met the captain and the others? He pointed to the piles of black insect corpses around Su Chen. These black insects should have been killed by the captain and his team. You should have encountered them. Su Chen explained. Sorry, I actually killed these myself. Xing shook his head repeatedly. No way, even though you give off a dangerous vibe. But, before he could finish, Su Chen swung his sword towards the distance. A sharp wind slash erupted, carving a deep passage in the wall instantly. Xing was left speechless. Su Chen smiled faintly. How about now? Xing gulped, his eyes full of admiration. Amazing. Feeling a bit proud, Su Chen quickly returned to the main topic and asked about the military camp's location. Xing, who was on his way back to report, agreed to lead the way. On the way, Su Chen asked Xing about his findings in the cave. Xing solemnly said it was terrifying inside, but he needed to report to the captain first. Su Chen nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at the spirit being's military camp. Tall stone walls surrounded the area, with vigilant spirit beings patrolling. After the gate opened, two spirit beings approached them. Xing had a brief conversation with them before leaving. One of the spirit beings turned to Su Chen. Lord Qing, please follow me to see the captain. Su Chen followed him into the camp. The atmosphere here was much more serious than in the spirit being's tribe, with armored warriors holding weapons, their eyes resolute. Many of them had bandages wrapped around their bodies. Shortly, they reached a tent. After a brief wait, Xing emerged from inside. The spirit being who led the way said, Lord Qing, you may go in now. The captain is waiting inside. Su Chen nodded and stepped into the tent. Immediately, he was met with the sight of a burly spirit being. Su Chen stepped into the military camp, where a burly spirit greeted him. With a hearty laugh, the spirit introduced himself. Hello, Mantis. I am Panshur, the commander here. Xing mentioned you. You must be Qing, right? Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Captain Panshur. Panshur got straight to the point. Xing said you're here on a task from the elders. Can you elaborate on it? Su Chen explained the mission and its background in detail. After listening, Panshur's brow furrowed in thought. As expected, those insects are after the core of the spirit tower. It seems we need to return to the tribe quickly. He rubbed his chin, looking conflicted. Noticing Panshur's reaction, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Captain Panshur, did you already know the black insect's objective? Panshur snapped back to reality and explained, yes, I am over 300 years old and have fought countless battles against cultists. I have a good understanding of their methods. When the black insects appeared and I confirmed they were backed by cultists, I had a rough idea of their intentions. Su Chen was surprised as he observed Panshur's jet black hair and rosy complexion. It was hard to believe that this seemingly vigorous spirit was over 300 years old. His curiosity deepened. Then why haven't you returned to support the tribe? Panshur rubbed his temples and sighed. Of course, I want to go back, but the situation is more complicated than it seems. Have you seen the tunnel Xing came out of? You mean the tunnel Xing used to leave? Su Chen confirmed. Panshur nodded, his expression serious. That's right. According to our investigation over the past few days, all the black insects come from that tunnel. And there are 3 or 4 similar tunnels in this area. Each tunnel leads to the insect's nest, which is also a cultist stronghold. Xing's reconnaissance found that many cultists are gathered there. He continued, we didn't return immediately because we wanted to destroy the black insect's nest here first. Only by eliminating the source can we completely remove the threat to the tribe. Without a large number of black insects, the cultists wouldn't be much of a threat. Chen understood. So you plan to destroy one nest first, and then return to support the tribe? Exactly, Pancher grinned. I originally wanted to gather more information, but since you're here, it seems the tribe is indeed in trouble, so we need to speed up our actions. Chen smiled. If you need help, I'm willing to lend a hand. I'm also interested in the black insect's nest, and would like to see it for myself. Pancher's eyes lit up. That's great. The army could certainly use a strong ally. The black insect's nest is connected to an evil god and is not easy to destroy. Xing's investigation shows that these black insects are directly created by the power of an evil god. The nest must contain many cultists and a statue that can communicate with the evil god. To destroy the nest, we need to bring another statue of an evil god and place it alongside the one in the nest. Chen was stunned, doubting his ears. Wait a minute, Captain Pancher. Are you saying we need to use another evil god statue to deal with the black insect's nest? Exactly. Is there a problem? Pancher looked at him in confusion. Chen nodded. Maybe I don't understand enough. Can you explain why? One statue connected to an evil god is already terrifying. Why bring another one? Aren't you afraid of attracting another evil god's attention? Pancher laughed heartily. It seems you really are unfamiliar with the situation. The reason is quite simple. He explained. The evil gods are not friendly with each other. In fact, they have hostile relations. The exact reasons are unclear, but it's certain that they engage in wars. If two entirely different evil god statues are placed together, do you know what will happen? Chen pursed his lips and asked curiously, what would be the outcome? Pancher grinned widely. The two statues of evil gods would simultaneously cast their gaze and initiate a divine clash. Chen gasped, his eyes flashing with shock. So that's it, placing statues of different evil gods together triggers a confrontation between the deities. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen. He quickly opened his backpack, his eyes falling on an unknown statue, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This discovery might be the key to solving the mystery of the flesh realm. Thinking about how Wang Li had fully mastered the powers of the realm and exploited the chaos underground to loot corpses and enhance his strength, Chen's breathing quickened. Entering the realm recklessly would be certain death. But according to Pancher, there seemed to be a way out. However, new concerns arose. Chen turned to Pancher and asked, Captain Pancher, if two evil gods descend at the same time, wouldn't the remaining one be just as dangerous regardless of who wins? Pancher shook his head and explained, no, the descent of the evil gods is merely a projection. Once they clash, even the victor will quickly dissipate due to energy exhaustion. This is precisely why I chose this method. Chen suddenly understood and felt a surge of joy. There was a turning point in the matter of the realm, and he was even a bit impatient. But the immediate task was to follow the Lingren army and witness the projection of the evil gods firsthand. Captain Pancher, when do we set out? Chen asked eagerly. Pancher, unhurried, replied, don't rush. Summoning an evil god is no easy task. It requires special items to attract them. I've already arranged for people to collect black insect blood. The black blood sect worships the black blood god, and the black insects are its creations, imbued with divine power. Pouring the blood of black insects on the statues will surely draw the gaze of the evil gods. A sly smile appeared on Pancher's face, and Chen finally understood why he was so confident that another evil god would fight the black blood god. Thinking about the statue in his possession, which seemed to be of the beast mother, Chen realized that using the power of the black blood god would undoubtedly provoke the beast mother. Chen pondered privately that the statues of evil gods were indeed valuable, and he should collect more black insect blood as a backup. At that moment, Pancher looked at Chen with interest and said, I've heard you're quite powerful. How about a spar? I'll suppress my strength. Chen smiled wryly and glanced at his own wind-refining ability, which had accumulated over 100 layers. Though this talent was strong, it was difficult to control. He politely declined. That might not be a good idea. Given its sharpness, even if Chen casually swung his blade, the armor worn by a Ling person wouldn't stand a chance. Not just one set. Even 10 sets wouldn't be able to stop it. Pancher keenly noticed Chen's hesitation and recalled the previous descriptions. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. He stood up decisively, his voice carrying an unmistakable excitement. Come on, you're a man, stop dawdling. Let's go, I'll go easy on you. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Chen's arm and dragged him outside the tent. Chen pursed his lips, half exasperated and half teasing. Captain Pancher, you don't just enjoy fighting, do you? Is that why you picked me for a spar? Pancher, caught off guard, scratched his head awkwardly and quickly explained, cough, haha, no, of course not. I just want to see if you're strong enough. I'm mainly concerned for your safety, in case you encounter any danger. That's nonsense. Your burning desire to fight is practically scorching me. Su Chen rolled his eyes, but ultimately couldn't resist Pan Shi's enthusiastic pull and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The two made their way to an open area. Su Chen's mind raced with strategies for the upcoming fight. If he accidentally killed Pan Shi with a single strike, the Ling army would probably hunt him down for life. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait a minute, there might be a way. Su Chen quickly opened his backpack and retrieved an unused berserk fist rune. His eyes lit up with realization. My wind technique is tied to the blade, but not to my fists. Using my fists should be fine. With that thought, he activated the rune without hesitation. In an instant, an image appeared in Su Chen's mind. A shadowy figure swinging its fists with powerful, sweeping motions, the sound of the punches like the roar of a dragon or tiger. He immediately grasped the essence of this fist technique. Though it wasn't a complete martial art, the technique could amplify his strength exponentially, making it a formidable offensive skill. Su Chen had never expected to use this rune. He had always relied on his blade, and in the game, his avatar was a mantis, which didn't have fists. In reality, he could always summon a blade from his backpack, so he never worried about being unarmed. Even if he lost his blade, he could manipulate wind to form wind blades. But now, this rune had found its purpose. Looking down at his mantis blades, Su Chen willed the wind to wrap around them, forming a makeshift fist. Satisfied with the result, he smiled. Perfect. Now I don't have to worry about killing anyone. Opposite him, Pan Shi had already assumed his stance, fists clenched, his eyes burning with excitement as he laughed. Mr. Qing, come at me with everything you've got. Don't worry about my safety. My name is Pan Shi, and my greatest strength is my defense. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura emanated from Pan Shi, sweeping through the area like a tidal wave. His skin quickly transformed, becoming as hard as rock, his eyes brimming with confidence. Seeing this, Su Chen squinted, a hint of surprise in his eyes, turning into stone. So that's the origin of your name, Pan Shi? Realizing this, he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Captain Pan Shi, I will give it my all. Even without his blade, Su Chen had been prepared to go all out. Now, witnessing Pan Shi's transformation, he knew he couldn't afford to hold back. With a single thought, he activated his thunder heart, accelerating his blood flow, and his body was instantly covered in a lightning armor. He felt a surge of power within him. Captain Pan Shi, be careful. Here I come. Su Chen warned before stepping forward, closing the distance in a flash. Wind wrapped around his blades, forming wind fists, and he unleashed his full strength. Good. That pressure is intense, but no attack can break my defense. Let me show you what true rock-solid defense looks like. Pan Shi laughed excitedly, throwing a punch of his own. However, as their fists met, his expression suddenly changed. After updating continuously for more than 10 days, I'm a bit tired. I'll update just 10,000 words today and take a break. Please show your support. Power surged like a tidal wave from Su Chen's fist, crashing into Pan Shi. In that instant, Pan Shi felt as if he were colliding with a mountain, pain radiating through his arm. Just as he tried to pull away, another wave of force erupted, hitting him like relentless waves. With a resounding bang, Pan Shi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant wall and embedding deeply within it. Dazed, Pan Shi thought he saw his great-grandmother waving at him. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression changed as he watched Pan Shi remain motionless. He rushed to the wall, dragged Pan Shi out of the rubble, and anxiously shook his shoulder. Captain Pan Shi, are you all right? Seeing no response from Pan Shi, Su Chen panicked. He raised his mantis blade, intending to use the wind to slap Pan Shi awake. No, no, no. I'm awake. I'm awake. Pan Shi suddenly opened his eyes, shouting as he saw the approaching hand. He sighed in relief, thinking that another hit might really send him to his great-grandmother. Pan Shi struggled to sit up, wincing from the pain coursing through his body. Su Chen sighed in relief. I'm glad you're okay. Cough, cough. How could I be hurt? My defense is no joke, Pan Shi said, forcing a smile to hide his pain. Su Chen nodded in agreement. He had used his full strength without holding back, and an ordinary enemy would have been obliterated by a single punch. The fact that Pan Shi was only a bit uncomfortable showed just how formidable his defense was. Heh, glad you understand, Pan Shi said, scratching his head with a grin as the pain gradually subsided. He stood up and sincerely praised. But Qing, you're the most impressive mantis I've ever seen. Even the wind mantis isn't as strong as you. You've seen a wind mantis? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Pan Shi nodded and explained, of course, but they aren't in the forest of 10,000 insects. There's a wind mantis tribe in another region. They're incredibly fast and skilled in controlling the power of the wind, and their mantis blades are sharp enough to cut through anything. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Chen's mantis blade and winced. He realized that Su Chen hadn't used his blade against him earlier, and silently felt grateful. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, a Lingren approached and reported, "Captain, everything is ready. Should we depart now?" "So soon?" Pancher seemed slightly surprised but then nodded firmly. "Since everything is ready, let's head out immediately." "Yes, sir." The Lingren responded and left. Pancher gestured for Su Chen to follow, signaling their departure. Su Chen quickly caught up, his mind buzzing with thoughts about the wind mantis Pancher had mentioned. He wondered if the existence of other tribes meant that Lingren tribes were spread across various regions. He yearned to leave the forest of 10,000 insects and explore the stormlands of the Beetle Kingdom, hoping it might be the key to his next evolution. Before long, they arrived at the encampment's entrance, where 20 Lingren stood ready, including Xing Pancher, with a serious expression, called out loudly, "Is everyone prepared?" "Ready." The Lingren responded in unison, their voices powerful and resolute. Pancher nodded and smiled, waving his hand. "Excellent, let's move out." "Yes, sir," Su Chen responded firmly. Under the watchful eyes of the other spirit warriors, he followed Pancher. On the way, Pancher shared information about the black hole with Su Chen. According to their investigation, the hole was dug by cultists and was filled with a corrupting aura. Entering it unprepared would expose one to the influence of the evil god's power, making it hard for ordinary people to endure. Pancher conjured 5 bottles of blue potion out of thin air and handed them to Su Chen. "Make sure to drink this when the time comes." Su Chen's eyes lit up as he noticed the glint from a pouch hanging at Pan's waist. Other spirit warriors had similar items, likely standardized spatial equipment. "Captain Pancher, what is this?" Su Chen asked as he took the potions. A system notification popped up. "You have received Dispel Potion X5. Pancher explained. "This potion was developed in the royal capital. It protects the mind and dispels the evil god's whispers, allowing us to operate safely in the black hole. It's precious, and each bottle only lasts for half an hour, so keep track of the time." Su Chen was astonished by the potion's effects and noted the mention of the royal capital. He suppressed his curiosity and focused on the task at hand. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the black hole. Dark mist wafted from the deep opening, instilling a sense of dread. Pancher's expression turned serious. "Everyone, drink the Dispel Potion and then proceed." The group responded in unison. Su Chen drank the potion and immediately felt his mind clear. Inside the black hole, Su Chen was surprised to find himself unaffected. Ahead was a passage leading deep underground, with walls corroded by the dark mist into a pitch-black hue, ghostly faces faintly visible. Apart from their footsteps and breathing, all was silent. "Good stuff," Su Chen thought to himself. "If we had more of these, dealing with the cultists would be a breeze." Pancher whispered, "Qing, stay close. There might be monsters ahead." Su Chen nodded and followed closely. Black blood flowed through the passage like a shallow stream, occasionally churning with writhing tendrils. Suddenly, the black blood surged, and a grotesque black insect emerged. A spirit warrior swiftly drew his blade and decapitated it. Su Chen frowned. "These black insects come out of the black blood?" Pancher explained. "Yes. This is the sacred blood of the black blood cult. They believe all life originates from the black blood and aim to spread it across the world. It's a manifestation of the black blood god's power. Is it safe for us to walk on it?" Su Chen asked, concerned. Pancher reminded him, "Of course not, but we've taken the Dispel Potion." Su Chen realized the importance. The group continued forward, the black blood flowing like a stream from its source. In the dark passageway, black insects occasionally darted out from the shadows, emitting eerie hisses. However, these sporadic threats were not enough to make Su Chen take action. The spirit warriors easily dispatched them one by one. As they ventured deeper, the air grew thicker with the scent of dark blood, hinting at an impending greater danger. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the brief silence. Dark blood surged like a tide, and a massive black insect emerged from the depths. It resembled a giant scorpion, its body covered in scales that radiated an oppressive aura. "Die!" Without hesitation, one of the spirit warriors charged forward, his long blade slicing a dazzling white arc. Yet, this seemingly fierce strike left only a shallow white mark on the black insect's body, barely scratching the enormous beast. The black insect roared in fury, its tail whipping out like lightning. The spirit warrior had no time to react and was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. "It's the Insect King. Be careful," Pancher warned in a deep voice. Before his words had even faded, the Insect King launched another ferocious tail strike. Pancher stepped forward without hesitation, his body instantly transforming into indestructible rock. With a thunderous boom, he took the earth-shattering blow heeded. The Insect King, now enraged, opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash a torrent of venomous black water. At this critical moment, Su Chen's wings suddenly unfurled behind him. With a gentle flap, he transformed into a streak of blue light, appearing in front of the Insect King in an instant. The Insect King immediately redirected its attack, spewing a black flood towards Su Chen. Lord Qing, watch out! Xing shouted anxiously from a distance. However, facing the overwhelming black water, Su Chen remained as calm as ever. He slowly raised his mantis blade and delivered a seemingly ordinary slash. In an instant, a powerful wind pressure formed a razor-sharp strike, splitting the surging black water like Moses parting the sea, rushing past Su Chen on both sides. The strike continued unabated, landing directly on the Insect King. The seemingly indestructible carapace shattered like paper under the blow, and the strike effortlessly cleaved the Insect King in two. Amazing! The surrounding spirit warriors were left speechless, swallowing hard as they stared in awe. Such power was simply beyond belief. Lord Qing, are you all right? Xing hurried over, his voice filled with concern. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. His gaze then fell beside Xing, where a display frame visible only to him appeared, flashing a new prompt. Mark 1. False King mark is full, difficulty increased, mark reset started. Current False King mark, 010. You have gained the ability, False King's Might. The might of the False King, this newly acquired ability left Su Chen's eyes filled with confusion. This mark not only granted him a kingly aura, but also instilled fear in those with a lower bloodline. Su Chen recalled the mysterious appearance of this mark and the creature that had imprinted its essence on him. This unexpected discovery only fueled his curiosity about the mark. Su Chen's gaze shifted to Panshur, the powerful spiritual being who had remained unfazed under the fierce attack of the Bug King. Impressed by Panshur, Su Chen decided to ask him directly. Captain Panshur, can I ask you something? Su Chen inquired. Panshur turned around, a friendly smile on his face. Of course, feel free to ask. Do you know about the mark of the False King? Su Chen went straight to the point. Panshur's expression froze, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What did you say? Can you repeat that? The mark of the False King, Su Chen repeated calmly. Panshur took a sharp breath, scrutinizing Su Chen as if sensing something. Moments later, his shock was even more evident. The king's aura? You've been marked by the False King? A glint of understanding flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he pressed on. Captain Panshur, can you tell me what this means? Panshur nodded, his astonishment barely concealed. Of course. It's clear that you've caught the attention of the Bug Nest and have been dragged into the Bug King's trial. Bug Nest? The familiar term brought the image of the pink mantis to Su Chen's mind. He suddenly understood, but new questions arose. What is the Bug King's trial? Panshur didn't answer immediately. He first instructed the other spiritual beings to continue moving forward, then walked alongside Su Chen, beginning his detailed explanation. It's a bit complicated. To put it simply, it's a trial to enter the Bug Nest organization. Panshur began. The Bug Nest is a powerful and mysterious organization, composed entirely of insects. But not just any insect can join. Only those recognized by Bug Nest members as having great potential are marked with their essence and put through the Bug King's trial. Panshur looked at Su Chen, his shock deepening. Typically, only insects with the potential to become kings are noticed by the Bug Nest. I never expected you to have the qualifications to become a Bug King. Bug King? Su Chen questioned. Yes, the Bug King, Panshur continued. Every living group in the world has a king, including our spiritual beings who have a spirit king. Insects are no different. Once marked by the False King, the Bug King's trial begins. Each trial involves multiple insects chosen by the Bug Nest. During the trial, participants will continuously face various enemies, all drawn by the mark of the False King. Pausing briefly, Panshur resumed. From what I know, after about 3 trials, the final Bug King's trial begins. In this trial, all participants meet and fight. The last one standing becomes the new Bug King. A heavy feeling settled in Su Chen's chest as he looked at his newly acquired Might of the False King ability. So, I'm already in the second trial? Another question came to his mind. Does the Bug Nest not care if these insects want to join? Panshur shook his head. They don't care. Strictly speaking, no insect would care either because the Bug King's trial offers immense benefits to any insect. While there's a risk of death, surviving to the end and becoming the Bug King supposedly makes one incredibly powerful. And of course, the key is becoming the Bug King. Seeing the confusion in Su Chen's eyes, Panshur asked in surprise, You don't know what a Bug King is, do you? Su Chen frankly shook his head. I really don't. Panshur's mouth twitched as he resignedly began to explain again. The so-called Insect King is the supreme leader among insects. For a praying mantis, becoming the Insect King means ruling the entire species, making most of its kind submit and follow. Upon hearing this, Su Chen took a deep breath, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the swarm was so indifferent to whether insects were willing to join. It turns out that insects simply couldn't resist such temptation. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Su Chen's mind. He asked in surprise, "Wait a minute, Captain Pancher. Are you saying that by passing the Insect King trial, one can join the swarm? Doesn't that mean?" Pancher, having already seen through Su Chen's thoughts, nodded with a grin. "That's right. Every member of the swarm is an insect king. Have you heard of the beetle kingdom near the forest of 10,000 insects? Rumor has it that it was founded by a former member of the swarm who was expelled and then established it." Wow! Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. The swarm's power was far beyond his imagination. If just one expelled member could create a kingdom, how terrifying must the other members be? Initially, Su Chen was unhappy about being dragged into the trial, but after learning about the swarm's background, he became intrigued. He looked at Pancher with a questioning gaze. Pancher quickly shook his head. "Don't look at me. I'm just a spirit being and know very little about the swarm. You'd better ask the elders in your tribe. But I must warn you, since you're involved in the Insect King trial, many enemies will surely come after you. The victor becomes the king, and the defeated are merely stepping stones." Su Chen nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If they want to make me a stepping stone, let's see who can survive my blade." Understanding the origins of the false king's mark, Su Chen no longer worried about hidden dangers. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the upcoming trial. He swung his mantis blades, quietly looking forward to the spoils he would claim from his enemies. Pancher, standing nearby, suddenly shivered. He looked around but saw nothing unusual. Muttering to himself, was it just an illusion? He quickened his pace to catch up. The black blood ahead grew thicker, and everyone took another dose of their potion. Pancher solemnly reminded, "Be careful. We may be very close to our destination. The enemies ahead will only be more numerous and stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, a raspy voice suddenly echoed, "Heh, you sinners who don't worship my god, sneaking in like rats, what a surprise." Su Chen looked up sharply, only to see a shadow hanging upside down above them, its crimson eyes scanning the group. A cultist? Pancher warily threw a punch, but the opponent easily deflected it. Su Chen then saw clearly it was a bat-like creature with sharp fangs, limbs connected by wing membranes, and a foul wind emanating from its flapping wings. The cultist laughed maniacally as it retreated. "Die, all of you. Become offerings to my god." As it flapped its wings, a blood-red aura spread, and the black blood on the ground began to churn and boil, as insect kings crawled out one by one. The group stood back to back, their tension rising. At that moment, a figure flashed like lightning, appearing instantly behind the cultist. "You're quite noisy." Su Chen's calm voice rang in the cultist's ear, like a thunderclap. The cultist turned back in terror. "How did you get behind me?" Su Chen flashed a brilliant smile. "Take a guess." Before the cultist could react, the mantis blade swung, and with a slash, the cultist's head was severed from its body. It was as if an omen had been given. All the black insect kings roared deafeningly at once. The spirit warriors tensed up, ready to face any threat. However, to their astonishment, the massive insect kings all charged towards Su Chen. Even when a spirit warrior slashed one of the insect kings, they showed no reaction, mindlessly rushing towards Su Chen. Xing was momentarily dumbfounded, and quickly turned to Pancher for an explanation. "Captain, what's going on here?" Pancher, who had just learned from Su Chen that he possessed a false king's mark, immediately had a guess. He calmly replied, "It's nothing. Just keep attacking these black insect kings." Xing was still a bit worried. "But what about Lord Qing?" Pancher rolled his eyes and retorted, "Qing is so strong. Even if you die, he won't." Xing scratched his head, suddenly realizing, "Oh right, that makes sense." Meanwhile, seeing dozens of insect kings charging at him, Su Chen frowned. But he quickly understood and murmured to himself, "The effect of the false king's mark? Huh? Fine. The more, the better. I'll use you to stack the marks." Standing in midair, Su Chen faced the massive tails coming at him like iron chains. He gently raised his right hand, and a powerful force blocked them. Then, he lowered his hand and swung his blade. With a slicing sound, the tail was severed, black blood splattering everywhere. One of the insect kings had already closed in, its massive maw opening to devour Su Chen. Su Chen sneered, his eyes flashing coldly, and with a heaven-splitting slash, he cut the enormous black insect king in half. However, the expected mark stacking notification did not appear. Su Chen looked puzzled. No stacking? Is it because the difficulty has increased, requiring stronger enemies to stack the marks, or do I need to kill specific enemies? At this moment, other insect kings swarmed in. Despite the assistance from the spirit warriors, some insect kings were quickly killed, but the remaining ones still surrounded Su Chen, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Giant claws rained down like a storm, carrying immense force. Su Chen twisted his neck, wielding his dual blades, and a storm erupted around him. The wind howled like a divine roar, transforming into a massive tornado that spun wildly in place. The giant claws that had not yet descended were instantly shredded, and the surrounding massive black insect kings were also torn to pieces, annihilated in the blink of an eye. This scene left all the spirit warriors present in awe. Xing swallowed hard, his face full of shock. So strong. The other spirit warriors also exclaimed, amazing. This mantis lord is incredibly powerful. So cool. Pancher immediately reminded them, all right, we're underground, and we're close to the cultist's lair. Stay alert and don't get too relaxed. As he spoke, he looked at Qing, who was walking over, and gave a thumbs up in admiration. But seriously, you're incredible. Good thing you didn't use your blades when we sparred earlier. Otherwise, I would have been chopped to pieces. The thought of that scene made Pancher shiver. Su Chun smiled faintly. Not weak anyway. Pancher nodded in agreement. Indeed, not weak at all. He felt a bit relieved inside. Without Qing, this trip would have cost the lives of several clan members. He said softly, but now that the cultists have appeared, the destination must be just ahead. Hearing this, Su Chun turned his head to look forward. The end of the path was shrouded in black mist, obscuring everything, but faint movements could be heard. Su Chun frowned, and with a thought, a gust of wind rose from under his feet, blowing forward and swirling in the tunnel. In the next moment, numerous pieces of information appeared in his mind. Su Chun grinned. It's indeed just ahead. He saw a vague statue at the end of the passage, many indistinct figures, and a continuous flow of black blood. Pancher wasted no time, waving his hand to lead the group forward. Before long, they finally reached the end. It felt like passing through an invisible barrier. The black mist dissipated, and the view opened up. A vast underground space lay before them, with numerous gems hanging from the ceiling, sparkling like a starry sky. Su Chun and Pancher's gazes were drawn to the scene deep within the underground chamber. A towering altar stood there, with a grotesque statue placed on top. The statue resembled a mass of outstretched tentacles, with a human face at its center, eerily displaying both sorrow and joy. Black blood continually dripped from its eyes, and a group of bat-shaped cultists stood around it. Upon seeing Su Chun and the others arrive, the cultists did not panic but instead broke into manic smiles. The leading cultist, with crimson eyes, scanned the spirits and sneered, "You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. The blood of spirits makes the finest offering, one that will delight our god immensely." Pancher, enraged by these words, struck the cultist above him with a powerful punch, turning him into a mist of blood. However, the lead cultist remained unfazed and instead raised his hands high, shouting with fervent devotion, "Our god will grant us power, a power that will bring about your demise." Suddenly, the cultists above began to commit suicide, their bodies plummeting to the ground. The cultists at the altar immediately started chanting, and the black blood on the ground, as if alive, flowed towards the corpses, linking them together. Pancher's face changed drastically. This is bad. They're summoning the demigod. Although Su Chun didn't fully understand, he knew the situation was dire and immediately swung his blade to attack. However, the statue on the altar flashed with light, effortlessly deflecting his strike. The cultists laughed maniacally. "It's useless. Our god is already watching over this place. The demigod will be born, and you will become the most exquisite offerings." To the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the corpses quickly melted into black blood, converging into a tall humanoid outline. The cultist at the altar suddenly threw a drop of glistening black blood onto the humanoid form. Pancher exclaimed, "It's actual divine blood." The cultist proudly explained that the divine blood was a gift from their leader, ensuring the true arrival of the demigod. The blood of the spirits would allow the demigod to exist longer. Under the fanatical gaze of the cultists, the divine blood was absorbed, and a terrifying aura spread. The humanoid form gradually solidified, revealing a horrifying figure covered in eyes and made entirely of black blood. Su Chun watched this figure, and a surge of uncontrollable fear welled up inside him. Hallucinations filled his vision, and he saw Tang Wei grinning menacingly at him. In his memory, Su Chen's parents advanced menacingly with sharp kitchen knives, and the screams of former classmates and friends echoed in his ears. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. With a furious roar of, "Get away!" he unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the hallucinations instantly. Su Chun snapped back to reality, staring in horror at the eerie figure before him. "This thing is more terrifying than I imagined," Su Chun muttered, instinctively moving closer to Pancher. In a low voice, he asked, "Captain Pancher, tell me honestly, just how dangerous is this Shensi?" Pancher's expression was grave. "As a vessel capable of hosting the will of an evil god, what do you think?" Su Chun swallowed hard. remaining silent. Poncher's face darkened. Qing, we've dragged you into this mess. We thought these guys were only summoning a projection of the evil god. We never expected them to actually bring the god down. And they've even obtained the true blood of the evil god. I'm afraid none of us will survive this. Can't we summon an evil god's projection too? Su Chen asked hesitantly. Summoning an evil god's projection takes time, Poncher explained. We have to complete the summoning before them. Otherwise, once the black blood cultists summon the projection of the black blood god, it will merge directly with the Shinsi, bringing the god fully into our world. But do you think this Shinsi will give us that chance? Su Chen looked ahead. On the altar, the Shinsi's figure was fully revealed, with cultists chanting in low voices and the evil god's statue glowing ominously. Just as Poncher had said, the moment the Shinsi appeared, they began summoning the evil god's projection, ignoring Su Chen and his companions. And Su Chen and his team couldn't stop the cultists because the Shinsi stood between them. The Shinsi slowly twisted its body, seemingly adjusting to its surroundings. Soon, it acclimated and its face, covered in eyes, suddenly turned towards Su Chen and his group. Just a glance made several spirit warriors pale, their eyes showing hints of agitation. Su Chen instinctively stepped back and asked quietly, "So, if we can summon the evil god's projection first, we might survive." Poncher tensed up, preparing for battle as he nodded. "Exactly, but someone needs to hold off the Shinsi." As he spoke, a thought seemed to occur to Poncher, and he turned to look at Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen felt the Shinsi's gaze fall upon him, as if a tremendous weight was pressing down. He suddenly realized something and glanced at the false king's mark on his body, his mouth twitching as a sense of foreboding arose. This mark that draws aggro. It shouldn't work on the Shinsi, right? Su Chen muttered to himself, his voice filled with uncertainty and a hint of fear. Staring into the increasingly fierce eyes of the divine child, Su Chen couldn't help but force a smile, his voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Just then, the divine child roared, "Those who do not believe in the Father God, die." Before the words even settled, the divine child shot forward like a shadow, moving so quickly that it was hard to follow. He threw a punch with unstoppable force. At the critical moment, Poncher shouted, "Watch out!" and dashed in front of Su Chen. He crossed his arms to block the terrifying blow. With a loud bang, Poncher was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, blood spraying everywhere. "Poncher!" Su Chen cried out in shock, his face filled with horror. Even Poncher, known for his defensive strength, couldn't withstand a single blow. The power of the divine child was simply terrifying. Seeing the divine child preparing to strike again, Su Chen dodged without hesitation. The punch wind whistled past, shattering the air with an explosive sound that made hearts race. Poncher, enduring the excruciating pain, struggled to stand. His arms trembled violently, but he still roared, "Everyone, stop the son of the evil god immediately." The other spirits snapped back to reality at his words. Though their faces showed fear, they gritted their teeth and responded, "Yes." One brave spirit was the first to launch an attack. His pupils glowed red as he spewed scorching flames from his mouth, surging like a tidal wave. However, the divine child opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the flames. In the next instant, he flashed to the spirit's side and delivered a punch. With a bang, the spirit exploded into a mist of blood. Witnessing this, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He rushed to Poncher's side with his fastest speed, shouting in anger and panic, "Shouldn't we be running at a time like this? Why stop him? Do you want to die?" Poncher shook his head painfully. "We can't run. With the divine child's strength, we'd just be chased down and killed one by one. Instead, Qing, you should go. We'll hold him off to buy time. With your speed, you should be able to escape." "What?" Su Chen was incredulous. Poncher gave a bitter smile. "After all, this was originally our mission. I didn't anticipate the divine child's arrival. I can't let you die here because of my misjudgment." With that, his body turned to stone. He patted Su Chen's shoulder, signaling him to leave quickly, while he prepared to charge at the divine child. However, a mantis blade suddenly blocked Poncher's path. "Qing?" Poncher asked, confused. Su Chen grinned and asked, "I have just one question. Tell me, if I hold off this divine child, can you summon the projection of the evil god?" Poncher was shocked. "What are you planning? Stop wasting time and tell me, can you or not?" Su Chen urged. Although this was just a game, since these spirits were willing to die for him, he felt he had to struggle no matter how bad the situation was. Besides, even if he wanted to run, he didn't think he'd make it. Poncher hesitated but finally nodded. "We can, but we need to interrupt those cultists. We're already too late. Otherwise, the first to summon the evil god's projection would definitely be them." Hearing this, Su Chen turned his gaze to the back cultists chanting on the altar, his eyes flashing with cold light. Can we get close to them? Yes. Pancher nodded heavily. Previous attacks couldn't affect them because the divine child's arrival kept his gaze fixed here, intervening. But the intervention of gods in this world is limited. Once we start anointing the idol, another evil god's gaze will turn here, causing mutual interference and preventing him from intervening. But at that time, the divine child will definitely try to stop you. The divine child? Huh? Got it. Chen took a deep breath, his eyes showing a fierce determination. All right, if we can get close, that's enough. You guys get ready. Leave the divine child and the cultists to me. Oh, and if we find any treasures here, they're mine. Got it? I might die here today, but I won't die for nothing. With that, he turned to face the divine child. The divine child let out an enraged roar and once again swung his fist, obliterating another spirit being. He turned, his gaze like a piercing torch, locking onto Chen. Chen grinned, a provocative glint flashing in his eyes. Damn, I thought you were ugly before, but now that I look closer, you really make me sick. Chen mocked without hesitation. Before he had even finished speaking, Chen swung his mantis blade, unleashing a powerful slash. A roaring dragon of wind spiraled towards the divine child with overwhelming momentum. Infuriated by Chen's words, the divine child let out an earth-shaking roar and met the slash with a punch, his fist wrapped in black mist. The slash shattered instantly, and the terrifying sharpness of the wind left not a single mark on his fist. In the past, Chen might have turned and fled, but now, with a fierce flap of his wings, a whirlwind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow. Simultaneously, Chen activated all his abilities. Azure flames flickered on his mantis blade, his blood surged, and lightning crackled through his veins. A powerful sense of strength filled his body, blue lightning spread across his skin, forming a layer of thunder armor. In his sharp insect eyes, azure and blue lights intertwined. Chen moved with extreme speed, flashing behind the divine child in a single breath. Without hesitation, he aimed his twin blades at the divine child's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow. To Chen's shock, the flesh on the back of the divine child's head began to writhe, and countless eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, eerie voices from another realm echoed in Chen's ears, enveloping him in an unknown power, freezing him in place. At that critical moment, the divine child spun around and punched. Chen's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he broke free from the strange hold, crossing his blades in front of him. Boom! With a loud crash, Chen was blasted away like a cannonball, embedding into the wall. Shit, this might be the end. Chen groaned in pain, blood gushing from his mouth. His bones felt shattered, the pain unbearable, and even his hands holding the blades trembled uncontrollably. This is the divine child? This strength is just too much, Chen muttered through the pain as he struggled to crawl out of the wall. He knew that another hit like that would be fatal. Gritting his teeth, Chen kept his eyes locked on the divine child. He raised his hand and unleashed another powerful wind slash. The divine child punched the slash apart, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty madness as he charged at Chen. Feeling the overwhelming danger, Chen summoned a talisman that appeared out of thin air and dissolved into his body. A flash of azure light enveloped him, and he thought, I'm counting on you. Immediately, Chen felt his body become incredibly light. A shadow appeared before him. The divine child's fist, dripping with black blood and shrouded in black mist, came crashing down again. Previously, Chen would have been unable to dodge, but now, his pupils contracted, and his wings flapped furiously, swiftly moving him out of harm's way. The next moment, the spot where he had been was obliterated, leaving a bottomless chasm. Taking a deep breath, Chen was inwardly shocked. Damn, that was terrifying. Thank goodness for this speed talisman. He knew that without it, he would have been killed on the spot. On the other side, Pancher saw Chen survive the divine child's punch and even evade a lethal blow, feeling a surge of confidence. He shouted, Quick, bring out the prepared items now. As he spoke, a black statue appeared in Pancher's hand. The statue resembled a wave, but from the wave, thick tentacles stretched out, flailing wildly. On closer inspection, a large blood-red eye could be seen within the wave. The surrounding spirit beings quickly responded, retrieving barrels of black blood from their storage equipment and pouring it over the statue. The statue immediately glowed with a black light, with black liquid seeping out and accompanied by endless whispers. Pancher downed a bottle of dispelling potion in one gulp and shouted, Form, now! Coming, Captain! A voice responded. A figure came charging from a distance, clutching a mysterious scale in his palm. Suddenly, his form began to twist and transform, turning into a hideous, slime-covered octopus. The creature started chanting bizarre, grating incantations at the statue, its voice as unsettling as nails on a chalkboard. As the chanting continued, black liquid spread increasingly across the statue, writhing as if it were alive. Behind the statue, ghostly tentacles began to appear, giving off an ominous feeling. Upon seeing this, Pancher immediately ordered the spirit handlers to bring more black blood and pour it over the statue. He also kept a vigilant eye on Su Chen's situation. At this moment, Su Chen was struggling to evade the relentless pursuit of the divine offspring. Using his full speed and the boost from his divine travel talisman, he barely managed to dodge the attacks. His heart was racing with anxiety, as a glimpse of the altar made his blood run cold. Amid the cultists' chanting, a colossal eye began to materialize behind the evil deity's statue. Though it wasn't fully open, Su Chen dared not look at it longer. Just that brief glance had filled him with corrupt desires, and scales resembling black insects had started to grow on parts of his body. Su Chen knew that if he looked any longer, he would likely be completely tainted. What worried Su Chen even more was that if he didn't find a way to stop this soon, the evil deity's projection would descend. All his efforts using the divine travel talisman would be in vain. Clenching his teeth, Su Chen's mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. Just then, a whistling sound came from behind. Su Chen turned to see the divine offspring attacking again. This time, it didn't punch but opened its mouth wide, spewing countless black blood tentacles towards him. Without hesitation, Su Chen dodged and slashed at the tentacles with his blade, but it was futile. Feeling the pain in his body lessen, Su Chen glanced back at the altar and then at the pursuing divine offspring. He gritted his teeth and made a daring dash towards the altar. But in the next moment, he abruptly stopped because the figure of the evil deity's child had suddenly appeared on the altar. Su Chen looked back in horror at where the deity's child had been, only to find it still there. What was going on? Could it split itself? Su Chen was utterly bewildered. He scrutinized the deity's child behind him and noticed the mocking glint in its eyes. A chill ran through him as his face darkened. He finally understood the deity's child hadn't been fighting seriously, but was toying with him like a child playing with ants. So, I'm just an ant being toyed with? Su Chen muttered under his breath. To his shock, the deity's child actually nodded. Su Chen grinned and cursed. Damn it, you really nodded. Don't you know the truth can be a sharp blade? The deity's child showed a moment of confusion. Su Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Can't understand? I guess I overestimated your intelligence. The deity's child's eyes flared with anger. It might not understand the words, but it recognized Su Chen's provocation. It bared its teeth in a menacing grin, like an enraged god about to unleash its fury on a tiny insect. Yet Su Chen showed no fear, continuing to taunt. Angry? Are we? Just as I thought. You're nothing but a brute with power, useless in every other way. And while I may not be able to stop them, you certainly can't kill me. Believe it or not. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chen turned his gaze to the altar. There, a massive eye, formed from countless twisted limbs, was slowly opening. He glanced at Pancher and the others, noticing a similar giant eye shadow on the statue, tightly shut and surrounded by thick, dripping slime. Su Chen thought to himself that unless something unexpected happened, the black blood cultists might complete their ritual first. Just then, a sudden whistling sound filled the air. As if enraged by Su Chen's words, the son of the evil god stopped toying around and instantly appeared in front of Su Chen, his fist radiating terrifying killing intent. The air turned frigid, and Su Chen felt paralyzed, unable to move. However, the blood in his veins continued to surge, and the power of thunder flickered through his body, stimulating every muscle. With sheer willpower, Su Chen forced the stiffness from his body, regaining his freedom. He dodged frantically, but the sun's fist still grazed his body. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open, and dust filled the air. Su Chen retreated rapidly, constantly increasing the distance between them. Yet, the son of the evil god was relentless, appearing before Su Chen in an instant, launching another barrage of attacks. The overwhelming aura carried by the sun pressed down on Su Chen like an invisible mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. The exoskeleton on his body creaked under the pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment. Su Chen gritted his teeth and dodged desperately, but couldn't completely avoid the attacks. Even a mere graze from the sun's fist could obliterate a section of Su Chen's flesh in an instant. To make matters worse, the projection of the evil god was about to descend. Under immense pressure, Su Chen bit down hard, forcing himself to stay calm. He seized a brief moment to survey his surroundings. On the altar, the eyes of the black blood god were almost fully open. On the rock, a giant eye had also cracked open a slit. The moment had come. Su Chen made a decisive change in strategy. Instead of dodging, he charged directly at the son of the evil god, who was preparing for another attack. As he closed in, Su Chen swung his twin blades, aiming directly at the sun's face. Useless. I told you, you can't kill me. Chen roared, his voice full of provocation. A cold glint flashed in the sun's eyes as he swung his fist again. Even before it made contact, Chen felt the lethal threat. Suppressing the urge to smirk, he crossed his blades in front of him, subtly adjusting his position. Boom. The punch landed, unleashing a force like mountains and seas. Chen spat blood, and his twin blades shattered. His body was covered in countless cracks, blood seeping from them, as if he were about to break apart. The terrifying impact sent Chen flying like a cannonball, his life hanging by a thread. Yet, his indomitable will kept him going. He flapped his wings furiously, accelerating his flight. At the same moment, the sun's eyes widened in realization, letting out an enraged roar. But it was too late. Chen had been blasted to the altar. He steadied himself with great effort, and despite his shattered blades, he immediately formed wind blades with the power of wind. With a swift slash, a cultist fell, his head rolling away. The evil god's eye, almost fully open, suddenly halted. You're dead. The remaining cultists roared in fury. Don't worry, I am going to die. But so are you. Chen grinned, slashing again. Another cultist fell. These cultists, focused on their incantations, couldn't stop the ritual and were defenseless against Chen. With the fall of the second cultist, the nearly open eye showed signs of closing. Overjoyed, Chen raised his hand to kill another cultist. At that critical moment, a searing pain ripped through him from behind. He looked down at his chest to see a sharp claw piercing through him. Damn, that was fast. I wanted to kill one more. Chen chuckled bitterly. But at least the mission is complete. As darkness overtook his consciousness, Chen's last glance was at the rock. The giant, viscous eye was now fully open. An incomprehensible and maddening will had descended. In that instant, everything fell silent. Time warped. The world before them was like a giant mirror, suddenly splintering with countless cracks, from which an endless flow of liquid gushed out. Everyone present had their pupils contract sharply, their bodies stiffening as they stared in shock. The face of the Shensi was etched with deep fear, and he let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed, as if the mirror had completely shattered. A massive rift opened in the void, and a towering, seemingly infinite figure flashed from the other side. Immediately, a gigantic tentacle, covered in tides, extended from the rift, like an invader from another world. However, only this phantom tentacle entered their realm, flickering like an illusion. The mere appearance of this tentacle caused everyone present to feel an excruciating pain deep within their souls. Countless large, rippled eyes opened on the tentacle, scanning everything around before fixing on the Shensi. Without any warning, the Shensi's body vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a single drop of black blood floating in midair. This drop quickly flew towards the tentacle and was absorbed. Then, those eyes turned towards the altar. The massive tentacle lashed out towards the altar. At that moment, an unknown, equally powerful and maddening force descended upon the altar. Another dark deity had arrived. Time seemed to resume its flow. The screams of the spirits and cultists suddenly erupted around them. Chen, who had already perished, saw darkness envelop him completely. A blood-red message appeared on the screen. You are dead. In the real world, Chen jolted awake, gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. He clutched his aching head, the echoes of countless wails still ringing in his ears, threatening to drag him into an endless abyss. His eyes bloodshot, Chen quickly retrieved a bottle of dispelling potion from his bag and gulped it down. As the potion took effect, the whispers and malice receded like a retreating tide. Though the pain eased, Chen's face remained pale, his eyes filled with terror. He muttered to himself, "Is that a dark deity? Just a projection, even a mere tentacle of a projection, had inflicted such profound pain and torment upon him." More terrifying still, the tentacle's eyes hadn't even focused on him. Swallowing hard, Chen's mind struggled to calm. He breathed heavily, his gaze deepening. Such an entity, even just a small part of its projection, had left a tremendous impact on him. Uncontrollably, a sense of fear welled up within him. However, as the shock and fear gradually subsided, a fervent smile appeared on Chen's face. Gods, truly powerful enough to evoke despair, he murmured. But such a target makes the challenge all the more enticing, doesn't it? Chen rose from his bed, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He grabbed clean clothes and headed straight for the bathroom to freshen up. By the time he returned to his room, he had completely recovered from the terror of witnessing the dark deity's projection, his mind at peace. Sitting in front of his computer, Chen remained vigilant. I can't be so reckless next time, he thought, recalling his earlier experiences and realizing how ignorant he was about the power of deities. He now understood how insignificant he was in the face of such beings. like an ant on the ground facing the boundless sky existing in entirely different dimensions. Even though he was a player, at the moment of death when he had to return to reality, the power of the evil god could still affect him, causing him to linger for a moment. Chen felt the terrifying energy lingering within him, even after returning to reality, leaving him with lingering fear. He took a deep breath, grateful that this time he only saw part of the evil god's projection. Chen couldn't imagine the consequences if he encountered the full projection of the evil god next time. It would be terrifying even back in reality. He murmured softly, "I just hope the others can survive." Shaking his head, he shifted his focus to the tasks at hand. Chen opened his backpack and carefully took out the mysterious egg, placing it on the bedside table. He observed it closely, ensuring it still showed signs of life, and then sighed with relief. Next, he took out his phone, intending to log into the Bounty Hunter app to see if he could exchange for some life-sustaining treasures. However, as the phone screen lit up, a look of surprise appeared on Chen's face. A series of news notifications caught his eye. Jiang City Daily. This morning at 7 a.m., 2 bodies were found in the Jiang River. Police are investigating. Rong City Speed News. Yesterday, Rong City witnessed the 3rd murder case this week. Police have confirmed it as a serial killing. More details are under investigation. Mountain City News. Recently, small-scale earthquakes have frequently occurred in the mountains. Citizens are advised to stay alert. These sudden news reports made Chen narrow his eyes. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to the news, since becoming a player of the Shanghai Jing game, he had developed a habit of understanding world changes through the news. Now, he seemed to see some patterns. Increase in murder cases, frequent earthquakes, and even wild animals intruding into cities. Especially the murder cases, which, according to the news, have surged nationwide in the past 2 days. Chen couldn't help but wonder, are these events caused by players or fierce beasts? Putting down his phone, Chen opened his computer and logged into the zoo forum. As soon as he entered, he was drawn to several pinned posts. These were foreign news articles reposted by players using VPNs, and their content shocked Chen. It turned out that similar events were happening not just domestically but globally over the past few days. Besides human-on-human violence, there were also cases of animal attacks on humans. Even more shocking was a cruise ship sailing on the high seas that was struck by an unknown underwater creature, causing the entire ship to sink with no survivors. Chen took a deep breath, murmuring incredulously, "Is the whole world undergoing dramatic changes?" He recalled the peaceful world from a few days ago and couldn't help but wonder why these events suddenly erupted in the past 2 days. He glanced at the time. The sunset had already dyed the entire city red. Having died early in the game today, it was only 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Chen picked up his phone to check the message he had sent to Tang Wei earlier. Seeing her reply, he quickly opened it and suddenly understood. The unknown reward was due to the letter he had obtained from the cultists. Chen couldn't help but wonder what was written in that letter to warrant an official reward of 800 points. He directly asked Tang Wei about this. To his surprise, Tang Wei immediately sent a video call request. Chen answered, and Tang Wei's sleepy face appeared on the screen. Her hair was disheveled, and she was wearing pajamas, looking like she had just woken up. "Did you just wake up?" Chen asked in surprise. "Yeah," Tang Wei nodded, yawning as she replied. "I was busy all night and only slept this morning." Chen, sensing something, asked, "Is it related to the changes happening worldwide in the past 2 days?" Tang Wei rubbed her eyes, walked to the window, and opened it, replying, "Partly, but more importantly, it's about the letter you gave me." A smile of comfort appeared on her face as the cool breeze blew in. "You might not know." Tang Wei turned to face the camera, her expression becoming serious. "The contents of that letter are unbelievable. Once translated, it will shake the whole country, and within a couple of days, the entire world. Because of that letter, I spent the whole night in meetings with zoo departments across the country." Chen's expression changed, and he asked urgently, "What exactly is in that letter? Can it really cause such a global stir? It can't be that an evil god is about to descend on the world, right?" Tang Wei didn't answer immediately but asked, "Is there anyone else around you?" "No." Chen shook his head. Tang Wei thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll tell you, but keep it to yourself. It's not time to make it public yet." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen nodded solemnly. Tang Wei looked out the window at the distant forest, her gaze deep. She slowly began. "The letter's contents are brief. To summarize, it's very simple. The players of the Shanghai Jing game are not just humans." "What do you mean?" Chen asked, puzzled. Tang Wei looked directly at Chen and said in a serious tone, "It means that besides humans, every living being on this planet can be a player. Beasts, birds, insects, plants, even the fish in the sea, they can all be players." "You've got to be kidding me, right?" Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind swirling with shock. Tang Wei rolled her eyes, her tone filled with resignation. "I wish I were joking. At least then, this whole thing would be fake. But unfortunately, it's all true. The players of the Shanghai Jing game aren't just humans. They include every living being in this world. Her certainty left Su Chen momentarily stunned. He muttered to himself, "No wonder you said the contents of the letter would shake the whole world. Who wouldn't be stunned by news like this?" Snapping back to reality, Su Chen suppressed his shock and asked the crucial question. "If what you're saying is true, wouldn't animals be too unintelligent to log into the game?" Tang Wei explained seriously. "That's the critical point. According to official scholars, animal players are different from human players. Once animals enter the game, they are likely to evolve towards intelligence. In other words, any animal that becomes a player could potentially gain human-like intelligence." She continued, "And this reminds me of that phrase, humans are not humans, beasts are not beasts." Su Chun was taken aback, his mind racing with incredible possibilities. "You mean, humans might turn into beasts or insects in the game, while beasts might become human?" Tang Wei nodded gravely. "It's just a hypothesis, but given that phrase, it's highly possible." Su Chen had to admit the logic behind this theory, but the idea left him even more shocked. He began to consider the various implications of this situation. Think about it, a supernatural game where the players include all living beings, and everything is turned upside down. Humans become beasts. Beasts become humans. It's absurd. He delved deeper into his thoughts. What's even more unsettling are the numerous possibilities this scenario presents. How do animals become players? Did they suddenly acquire this status? If animals gain intelligence and powerful abilities in the game, won't they start questioning why the real world is dominated by humans? Will land animals try to enter cities? Will sea creatures attempt to come ashore? A hint of caution flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Even though animals can't compete with humans in reality, if they gain supernatural powers, the situation changes entirely. They may not be able to defeat humans, but they would certainly pose a significant threat. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Wait, if animals can gain intelligence as players, what about fierce beasts? Tang Wei, surprised by Su Chen's insight, replied, "That's possible too. After all, most fierce beasts evolved or mutated from regular animals. This is why many countries are in a panic right now. Animals and insects are everywhere, and if they gain powerful abilities and harbor hostility towards humans, while also being able to think like humans, it would be a terrifying scenario. I imagine the authorities are racking their brains for countermeasures." Su Chen curiously asked, "Have they not come up with a solution overnight?" Tang Wei shook her head. "It's not that easy. The game hasn't even launched for public testing yet, so we don't know which animals are players and which aren't. However, one thing is certain." "What is it?" "The sewers need to be cleaned out," Tang Wei said. Su Chen suddenly understood. "You're right. If we don't clean them, it could lead to big problems. Speaking of which, something just occurred to me." Tang Wei seemed to guess Su Chen's thoughts, a slight smile forming on her lips. "Exactly, someone mentioned this during the discussion last night. The rat swarm might not be solely due to the beast mother cult. There could very well be animal players involved too." She added, "In any case, we'll be issuing a task to clean the sewers. You can take it on, but you must be extremely careful." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully, not responding to Tang Wei's words. After the video call ended, he walked to the window and gazed at the darkening sky, his brow furrowed. The Shanhai Jing, beasts, humans, and malevolent gods, what kind of transformation was this world about to face? Su Chen couldn't fathom it, so he chose not to dwell on it. Compared to the uncertain future, there was a more pressing issue at hand. He picked up his phone, rubbed his growling stomach, and stepped out, heading towards the nearby food street. Standing at the bustling entrance, Su Chun took a deep breath to calm himself. He decided to follow Tang Wei's suggestion, to use his evolved body to experience the world. Perhaps he could uncover the truth behind the recent spate of murders. As he calmed down, Su Chen's senses suddenly became exceptionally sharp. The scents of green peppers, soy sauce, twice-cooked pork, and grilled sausages were distinct even from several meters away. The whispers of passers-by and the clicking of phone keys seemed to echo right beside him. What was more unsettling was that when he looked at people's necks, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He could tear those fragile blood vessels in an instant. Su Chun shook his head violently, horrified by his own thoughts. He finally understood the reason behind the recent deficit was likely the work of newly evolved players. Evolution not only enhanced their abilities, but also created a subtle sense of alienation between players and ordinary people. To some players, ordinary people no longer seemed like their kind but rather like prey. Gazing at the bustling crowd, Su Chen's expression grew serious. He realized that the changes brought by the extraordinary game had already begun to manifest. The solution was simple open beta testing of the game. When everyone became a player, there would be no distinction. But until then, more unpredictable events were likely to occur. Shaking his head, Su Chun entered a restaurant and ordered his meal. While waiting, he opened the treasure section of the Bounty Hunter app. With a balance of 2,500 points, he decided to proceed with his second evolution as soon as possible. Soon, two items caught his eye. Life Drop, a drop filled with vitality, capable of growing a seed into a towering tree. Cost, 500 points. Dragon Beast Essence, a drop of dragon beast blood, containing the essence of its power. Cost, 1,500 points. The elixir of life was a valuable item, and that egg would definitely benefit from it. Dragon's blood was also a remarkable enhancement material. Chen's eyes sparkled as the majestic image of a dragon appeared in his mind. As a former web novel author, he knew well that dragon's blood was often depicted as a precious treasure. Although this was merely the blood of a dragon beast, perhaps not even as potent as a lesser dragon, it was still a product of a top-tier supernatural beast and could potentially bestow great power. Chen stared at the price on the screen, clicking his tongue. 1,500 points. An average bounty hunter can't afford that. He hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and clicking the redemption button. In addition, he purchased 2 drops of the elixir of life, hoping it could save the dying egg. With only 6 points left in his account, Chen chuckled bitterly. All those hard-earned points, gone in an instant. Just then, the waiter brought over the food he had ordered. Chen immediately pushed aside his frustration and began to eat heartily. After devouring 5 bowls of rice, he left the restaurant, satisfied, under the amazed gaze of the owner. As he stepped out the door, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Tang Wei. Chen, I've got good news. Want to hear it? Tang Wei's voice was filled with excitement. Go ahead. There are signs of treasures and materials appearing on Earth. Chen was taken aback. You're joking, right? It's true, Tang Wei explained. Although they're currently very rare, it's certain that the places where these treasures and materials appear are extraordinary. For instance, the sewers in Jiangxing might contain treasures. Chen frowned. The sewers? That's right, Tang Wei continued. For now, they're just low-level treasures. But this indicates that our world is changing, possibly entering a phase of spiritual energy revival like in the novels. So, are you going? Chen rolled his eyes. Why wouldn't I go where there are treasures? But I bet you have more to say than just that. Indeed, Tang Wei's tone grew serious. As players evolve, some people may lose control. Especially members of civilian organizations, their actions are becoming increasingly bold. There will likely be many players heading to the sewers today. Chen immediately understood her implication. You mean players might harm others for treasures? More than that. Chen was silent for a moment, then calmly asked. In the case of self-defense, killing an enemy isn't illegal, right? Tang Wei chuckled. For extraordinary players like us, it's not. Besides, you're a ranger. Got it. Chen hung up the phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. As night fell, Chen walked with his hands in his pockets toward a nearby park. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the park was bustling with people, and the elderly were dancing in the square. He glanced at them before quickly heading to a secluded corner. Suddenly, a whirlwind enveloped Chen, and his figure gradually disappeared. The wind continued ahead, eventually stopping at a manhole cover. The cover was lifted by an invisible force, and a faintly discernible figure leapt in. The wind howled past. The manhole cover quietly returned to its place, as if nothing had happened. Damn, it stinks. Chen almost passed out from the overwhelming stench as he stepped into the sewer. He silently regretted coming down so early. His enhanced sense of smell made the foul, fishy odor of the filthy environment unbearable. Chen felt like he was being suffocated. His stomach churned with the dinner he had just eaten, nearly making him gag. Quickly, he gestured with his hand, summoning a gust of wind that enveloped him, isolating him from the outside air. Only then did Chen breathe a sigh of relief, his complexion gradually returning to normal. Looking around, Chen couldn't help but think. This place looks just like a scene from a video game. The pitch-black sewer was littered with trash, and even more disturbing were the scattered remains of animals. Most were the bones of cats and dogs, gnawed down to the skeleton, clearly the work of the saw-toothed rats. With a wave of his hand, Chen summoned a whirlwind to clear the debris to the sides. Then he began to move forward. The sewers of Jiangxing were a labyrinth, easy to get lost in without a map. But for an extraordinary individual like Chen, it was no problem. He strolled through the darkness as if he were taking a leisurely walk on a night street. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness ahead. Chen stopped in his tracks. With a hiss, a saw-toothed rat, eyes gleaming with greed, lunged at him, its sharp teeth aimed straight at his neck. Chen frowned, instantly conjuring a blade of wind in his hand. With one swift strike, the rat was cleaved in two midair. Blood splattered, but the wind barrier kept it from touching Chen. He dismissed the wind blade with a wave and crouched to examine the corpse. This saw-toothed rat was significantly larger than any he had encountered before. Chen looked deeper into the sewer and muttered, "Are these rats evolving? Or have they eaten something special? He quickly interrupted his own thoughts. Forget it. I'll let Tang Wei and the officials figure it out later. Thinking about this too much is a waste of brain power. Scratching his head, Su Chen stood up decisively. Stepping on the corpse, he activated his forced digestion ability. In the blink of an eye, the rat's body was completely absorbed, and a system prompt appeared. Evolution Points 3. Just as he was about to continue, the sound of chittering filled the air around him. Su Chen paused, then with a wave of his right hand, a katana appeared in his grasp. Looks like this sewer really is the lair of the saw-toothed rats. No sooner had he spoken than countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness ahead, drawing closer. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rats, each larger than a stray dog, surged forward like a tidal wave, intent on devouring him. Bring it on. Su Chen grinned, raising his katana with a swift motion. He expertly controlled his strength, unleashing a slash that cut through the air like lightning. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The densely packed rats were shredded by the slash, turning the sewer water a deep red. Only a few rats, driven by primal fear, turned and fled. Su Chen didn't chase after them. Instead, he thoughtfully observed the corpses before him. Just as I thought, the one from earlier wasn't an exception. All the saw-toothed rats are getting bigger. He sheathed his katana and continued forward, stepping over the bodies, which were absorbed the moment he touched them. Evolution Points notifications kept popping up. Moments later, all the bodies had been consumed. Su Chen glanced at his evolution points and smiled. Evolution points, 758. Woohoo, that's more than enough. He thought to himself that if he encountered more saw-toothed rats, he could consider trading them for points. With this in mind, Su Chen quickened his pace. A gentle breeze followed Su Chen's steps, sweeping through every corner of the sewer. Before long, a gust of wind brought surprising news. There's actually a treasure in this sewer. The information carried by the wind revealed a stone glistening with a mysterious luster lying in the sewage, not far from him. Treasures are something most players are in dire need of. Although Su Chen's situation is slightly better, he never minds having more. With a look of anticipation, he quickly walked towards the direction of the treasure. Before long, Su Chen arrived at his destination, but his brows furrowed. He saw several jagged-toothed rats that had somehow appeared there, one of which was clutching a stone. Upon noticing Su Chen, they immediately sped up and fled in the opposite direction. The things I set my eyes on won't be taken from under my nose, Su Chen sneered, striding forward to give chase. With a thought, a fierce wind materialized around him, an invisible pressure rising with his intent and then crashing down. Bang! The jagged-toothed rats instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Su Chen looked ahead into the depths, catching a fleeting gaze that made his eyes flash coldly. It seems the official speculations were correct. There are indeed beast players down here. These jagged-toothed rats are likely under their control. Otherwise, they would have devoured the treasure instead of taking it away. He pondered silently. That momentary gaze just now an ordinary player might not have sensed it, but I clearly caught it. It was no illusion. I just wonder how many beast players there are. Is there really only one in this vast sewer? Shaking his head, Su Chen refocused and looked at the stone by his feet. As he picked it up, a display screen immediately popped up. You have obtained the treasure. Filthy stone? Filthy stone? The name piqued Su Chen's curiosity. Just as he was about to check the detailed information, his ears twitched, and he turned cautiously to look behind him. A masked player emerged from the shadows, his eyes scanning the stone in Su Chen's hand with a flash of greed. In the next moment, the stone vanished from Su Chen's hand and was stored in his backpack. Stop staring. No matter how much you look, it's not yours. It's mine, Su Chen said with a smirk. Hearing this, the masked man's killing intent surged, his eyes bloodshot. An avatar appeared behind him, transforming into a snarling hellhound with flames flickering in its mouth. With a whoosh, the masked man swung his fist, a fiery punch aimed straight at Su Chen. An evolved player, huh? Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he looked at the hellhound, but he quickly gripped the katana that reappeared in his hand, his gaze turning icy. Too bad. You're walking to your death, Su Chen said coldly, assuming a battle stance. A blazing fist of fire, hot and searing, came crashing down, aiming to engulf Su Chen. Despite the deadly attack, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and slashed, slicing the fiery fist in half. The strike was unstoppable, exuding an endless sharpness as it targeted the masked player. In the face of this crisis, the masked player's pupils contracted, showing a hint of fear as he threw another punch. The surging flames erupted but crumbled like paper before Su Chen's slash, offering no resistance. With a splatter, blood sprayed, and the masked player's arm was severed. Under the mask, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "I must admit, you have courage to try to withstand my strike. Unfortunately, you're too confident in your own strength." Glancing at his own cultivation level 178 layer, Su Chen continued, "And you thought you could block this? You must be quite something." Before the words fully left his mouth, Su Chen's figure blurred into a shadow, swiftly closing in on the masked man. In an instant, he was right in front of him, swinging his blade. The masked man narrowly dodged, quickly creating distance. "Forest rangers are indeed formidable," the masked man said coldly, "but becoming one means you must die." This statement made Su Chen frown slightly, as if he realized something. "You're not attacking me for the treasure?" The masked man didn't respond. As a surge of energy exploded, flames enveloped him, distorting the air with their heat. With a roar, he clapped his hands, and the flames surged like a tidal wave, filling the entire sewer, rushing towards Su Chen. Standing his ground, Su Chen remained calm. Just as the wave of fire was about to reach him, a fierce wind arose, forming a barrier in front of him. The flames parted, rushing past him on either side without causing any harm. "So, can you tell me who you are and why you're attacking me?" Su Chen asked calmly. "Heh, guess," the masked man sneered. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. With a thought, a whirlwind of green wind burst from behind him, blowing the incoming flames back toward the masked man. The sight caused the masked man's expression to change drastically. "This kind of extraordinary power. You're not just a first evolution." Su Chen remained silent, his body slightly leaning forward before taking a step. "What?" The masked man's pupils shrank, unable to keep up with Su Chen's speed, only catching a glimpse of a shadow flashing by. The next second, a cold, killing intent spread from behind him. Just as he sensed it, his body froze. With a swift motion, a green light flashed. Su Chen struck from behind, delivering a fatal blow. "Guess?" Su Chen smirked coldly at the falling body. "That's my catchphrase." Crouching down, Su Chen removed the mask, revealing a pale young face. "An outsider?" he muttered, then took out his phone and snapped a photo to send to Tang Wei. "I thought you were after the treasure, but now it seems there's more to it," Su Chen pondered, recalling the masked man's words. "Is it because of the forest rangers?" At that moment, a stream of light flew from the masked man's body, embedding itself in the mark on Su Chen's hand. A display screen appeared in front of him. "You have inherited the player's belongings. Your inventory slots have increased by 10. You have randomly obtained an item from the player's belongings. 1 million in cash." "Oh?" Su Chen was stunned. "Wow. I thought finding instant noodles in a cultist's backpack was bizarre. But this? 1 million in cash." A smile spread across Su Chen's face as he looked at the corpse, suddenly finding it more agreeable. Well, it seems you knew I needed money for a house and came to deliver it." After pocketing the cash, Su Chen carefully searched the man's body for useful information but found nothing. "Even his underwear is disposable," he muttered, shaking his head as he opened his backpack to examine the newly acquired treasure. The Stone of Corruption, a special artifact imbued with corrupting power, shimmered ominously in Su Chen's hand. As he carefully read the item description, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. This stone could not only significantly enhance the strength of a weapon, but also imbue it with permanent corruption, causing enemies' wounds to fester. With a grin, Su Chen immediately brought the Stone of Corruption into contact with his katana. In an instant, the stone dissolved into light and merged with the blade. The katana gleamed briefly, and Su Chen keenly sensed the change. The blade was now sharper, the hardness of the weapon had increased, and most notably, a black pattern appeared on the edge, evidence of the corrosion effect. He casually swung the katana, and the walls split open, the cracks revealing a black hue. With a light touch, the stone crumbled away. Satisfied, Su Chen nodded, now even more eager for the upcoming adventure. After sheathing his katana, he continued on his way. Before long, Su Chen arrived at a three-way junction. Using his intuition, he sensed that each path held different fates. One was unremarkable, another slightly dangerous, and the last both perilous and promising. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose the third path. Moments later, a horrifying scene came into view. Dozens of human skeletons lay scattered in the sewage, their flesh gnawed away, with small rats crawling among the bones. Su Chen frowned, realizing this was the work of the sawtooth rats. He glanced around, searching for the treasure he sensed, but found nothing. Just then, a whistling sound cut through the air. Su Chen reacted swiftly, drawing his katana, and in an instant, a sawtooth rat that had been attempting to ambush him was cleaved in two. However, a greater danger loomed. The sound of countless footsteps echoed from all directions, and a swarm of sawtooth rats surrounded Su Chen. Their blood-red eyes glowed with a murderous light, creating a chilling scene. Su Chen's gaze swept over the human bones at his feet, noticing a black pearl faintly visible within the skeleton. This was the treasure he had sensed with his Forager ability. Surrounding him, the sawtooth rats eyed him menacingly, but Su Chen paid them no mind as he bent down to pick up the pearl. A system notification chimed in. You have obtained the item. Poison pearl? So, it's a trap, Su Chen muttered under his breath, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. Using a resource to lure me in. He raised his head to look at the dense swarm of sawtooth rats in front of him, a cold smile curling on his lips. These ordinary rats clearly didn't possess such complex intelligence. So who was the mastermind behind this? Su Chen's sharp eyes scanned each sawtooth rat until they locked onto a distinctly different individual at the back. This rat was nearly twice the size of its peers, covered in sleek black fur that looked like natural armor. Its enormous, sharp teeth gleamed menacingly, as if they could easily slice through steel. Most striking were its blood-red eyes, shining with a cunning far beyond that of a typical wild beast. This is a beast player, Su Chen confirmed to himself. As if sensing Su Chen's scrutiny, the special sawtooth rat let out a piercing screech. In an instant, the surrounding rats surged towards Su Chen like a tidal wave, their shrill cries filling the air. Yet, the beast player remained perfectly still, a hint of mockery in its eyes. Su Chen chuckled coldly. So they've gotten smarter, using traps to lure humans and then relying on sheer numbers to win. Perhaps other players have fallen for this trick before. Unfortunately for them, I'm not like the others. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura surged dramatically. In a single thought, an incredibly sharp presence burst forth from him, sweeping through the surroundings like a storm. The beast player's once mocking expression instantly changed, its eyes now filled with uncontainable fear. The air surged like a blade, mixed with sharp winds that swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, it felt like a weapon slashing through, cutting the bodies of the serrated rats into pieces. Squeak! A large serrated rat player witnessed this scene, its intelligent eyes flickering with both anger and fear. It was furious at the brutal deaths of its kin, yet terrified by the unimaginable power displayed by this human. Facing the storm-like onslaught, the serrated rat felt the shadow of death enveloping it. Its fur stood on end, each hair transforming into soft yet resilient threads, weaving together into an impenetrable shield in front of it. With a hissing sound, the shield instantly cracked all over, but it managed to withstand the fatal blow. The serrated rat had just let out a sigh of relief, but before it could catch its breath, a sharp sound pierced the air. Su Chen's figure darted forward like a phantom, and with a swift motion, his katana plunged straight into the serrated rat's back, pinning it to the ground. The serrated rat let out a painful screech, its black fur bristling and transforming into sharp spikes, thrusting towards Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as a breeze formed a shield in front of him, blocking all the spikes. Meanwhile, the remaining serrated rats seemed to sense their leader's pain and launched an attack from behind. However, before they could get close, they were shredded by invisible wind blades. With a cold expression, Su Chen asked, "Can you tell me how many more players like you are in this sewer?" Upon hearing this, the serrated rat player lifted its head, a glint of hatred flashing in its intelligent eyes. It roared, "The king will not spare you." Before it could finish speaking, all the black fur on its body converged into thicker spikes, thrusting towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression turned grim, and with a thought, the wind shield strengthened even more. He looked at the serrated rat in disbelief and asked, "You can talk?" "Hehehe, human, die." The serrated rat didn't explain, only struggled madly, desperately trying to kill Su Chen. However, under Su Chen's overwhelming strength, all its efforts were in vain. No answer. Huh? Su Chen pursed his lips, and with a swift motion, pulled out his katana. Just as the serrated rat was about to move, Su Chen was faster. He swung his katana in a backhand motion, and with a flash of green light, the serrated rat player was decapitated in one swift stroke. The large head rolled to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, but all of it was blocked by the wind shield, not a drop touching Su Chen's clothes. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Su Chen frowned, deep in thought. After becoming players, these beasts not only gained higher intelligence but could also speak human language. And what did it mean by the king? Were there other beast players? These serrated rat players weren't the real rat king. Was there someone else? As various clues converged in his mind, Su Chen fell into contemplation. After a while, he scratched his head and decisively gave up thinking. Such complicated matters are really not for me to think about. When the time comes, what will come will come. Putting away his katana, Su Chen looked at the corpse and scratched his head. Speaking of which, I didn't see this rat summon an avatar. Was it unwilling to summon, or couldn't it? If it could, would the beast player's avatar also be a beast? The thought of this scenario suddenly struck Su Chen as quite odd. Shaking his head, Su Chen stepped on the serrated rat player's corpse, and a stream of light flew out, immediately merging into the mark on the back of his hand. You have inherited the player's legacy. Backpack slots increased by 10. You have obtained the item, Beast Bone Knife. This part is just like human players. Their belongings can be inherited after death, Chen murmured, opening his backpack to check the Beast Bone Knife. Beast Bone Knife. A knife made from beast bones, quite sharp. Equip? No. It looks like it has very fresh marks. Taking the Beast Bone Knife out of his backpack for a closer look, Chen's face showed a surprised expression as he looked at the corpse at his feet, exclaiming, could this Beast Bone Knife have been handmade by it in the game? Just as the description said, the Beast Bone Knife was made by sharpening beast bones and then wrapping them together with wood and vines to form a curved knife. The marks were very fresh, indicating it had been made not long ago. The fact that a beast managed to craft such an intricate bone knife in the game left Chen in awe. He crouched down to examine the serrated rat's corpse on the ground, his gaze shifting between its paws and the bone knife it held. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that the beasts in the game are actually humans in disguise? Chen muttered to himself, a glint of realization in his eyes. This theory seemed to explain many puzzles. Only with human-like form and intelligence could an ordinary rat create such a sophisticated tool. However, this raised new questions. If human players could evolve by taking on beast forms to kill enemies, could beast players also evolve by taking on human forms? Stroking his chin, Chen fell into deep thought. Without summoning avatars, evolution might not be possible. The power that beast players acquire in the game may be entirely different from that of humans, he speculated quietly, intrigued by this unknown realm. Unfortunately, the remains before him offered no further clues. Disappointed, Chen shook his head and casually tossed the bone knife aside. He took out his phone, meticulously photographing the scene, and began absorbing the surrounding corpses. After clearing the site, Chen turned his attention to the newly acquired poison pearl. He carefully read its description. Poison pearl, a bead containing deadly poison, born in a land of filth. It is extremely fragile and, once shattered, releases a lethal toxic fog that instantly kills anyone who inhales it. Chen shrugged and tossed the poison pearl into his backpack without hesitation. Although it was a rare toxic material, it didn't align with his development path. His avatar was a mantis, not a spider or centipede, so he had ruled out the poison route from the start. Having handled all matters, Chen prepared to leave the dark place. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment, then took a photo of the human skeleton not far away and sent it to Tang Wei. It was the last thing he could do for those ordinary people who had passed away. May their families not grieve too much, Chen silently prayed. For ordinary people, the later the Shanhaijing game is officially released, the more dangerous this world will become. In the subsequent exploration, Chen, utilizing his control over the wind and his innate abilities, reaped significant rewards in the sewers. He found various materials like toxic fangs tainted by foul miasma, rusted metals corroded by the same foulness, and hallucinogenic, deadly mushrooms. However, most of these materials were poison-related and of little use to him. As night deepened, Chen continued his journey through the sewers. He effortlessly slew a serrated rat and picked up the filthy stone it dropped, feeling a tinge of regret. What a pity! I only encountered one rat player, Chen muttered to himself. There must be more players in this sewer, probably quite a few. But after I killed one beast player, the other serrated rat players have likely gone into hiding. Even with his Forager talent, Chen found it difficult to locate other players in the vast, complex maze of the sewer. Without a map, the entire exploration process became exceptionally challenging. Given that the rats are already familiar with the sewers, even with Chen's best efforts, he couldn't find a second jagged-tooth rat if they wanted to hide. He shook his head helplessly and looked up at the sewer exit above. That's it for tonight, he thought, and without hesitation, climbed out of the damp, dark underground. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, a refreshing night breeze hit his face. Chen took a deep breath, as if trying to clear the foul air from his lungs. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone broke the night silence. He took it out and saw that the caller ID was Tang Wei, as expected. Finally, I've been trying to reach you for ages. Tang Wei's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Chen cleared his throat and explained. Maybe the signal was bad just now? After all, I was in the sewer. I figured as much, Tang Wei replied, then asked, I saw the photos you sent. I didn't expect you to encounter a beast player so soon. How did it go? Chen was momentarily at a loss, not quite understanding her question. How did what go? Their strength? Tang Wei patiently clarified. Chen stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and gave a succinct answer. Very weak? Very weak? Tang Wei was a bit surprised. Yeah, I took them down with one strike. Chen stated the fact plainly. Tang Wei couldn't help but roll her eyes and smack her forehead. Annoyed at herself for asking Chen such a question, Given that she had personally selected him as a ranger, Su Chen's strength was unquestionable. In his eyes, an average jagged-tooth rat player was probably no different from an ordinary rat. But, didn't you find anything else? Tang Wei tried to steer the conversation. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It's not that I didn't find anything, but it might be better to talk in person. How about you come over?" "Why? Is there trouble?" Tang Wei became alert. "Not really." Su Chen looked around and realized he was unfamiliar with his surroundings. "I just don't know where I am and need you to take me home." Tang Wei was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Su Chen cleared his throat and added, "Actually, I also have some in-game items I want to sell to you guys." "Secret realm runes?" Tang Wei's tone suddenly became excited. "Pills," Su Chen corrected. "Pills?" Tang Wei repeated, then exclaimed, "Pills. Stay right there. I'll be there immediately." Su Chen had expected this reaction and reminded her, "Remember to bring the resources I redeemed from the bounty hunter?" He didn't want to wait until tomorrow for the official delivery. After all, it was dragon beast blood, and if possible, he wanted to try using it tonight to see if it could enhance his strength. The night breeze gently blew as moonlight draped the earth in a soft, hazy glow. Su Chen sat quietly by the roadside, holding a cup of instant noodles he had taken from a cultist's belongings. While waiting for Tang Wei, he sorted through his backpack, checking the items he intended to hand over. Some useless materials he obtained today, and some mysterious runes he had acquired earlier. These things were of no use to him, so he planned to exchange them for much-needed points. Just as he finished his noodles, the roar of a car engine echoed from the distant street. A van approached and stopped right in front of Su Chen. Tang Wei hurriedly jumped out and asked anxiously, "Where are the pills?" Su Chen responded calmly, "What's the rush? The pills aren't going anywhere." Nonetheless, he took out 2 extra blood energy pills from his backpack. Tang Wei snatched the pills and remarked irritably, "You sold these to me. Don't pretend you don't know how important they are." "Of course, I know," Su Chen replied. "But can they really be replicated? Who knows? We have to try," Tang Wei said while examining the pills. "You know well that if we can replicate these, it would be a huge boost for the entire country. Some powerful pills could even be considered strategic resources." After reading the pill's description, Tang Wei's face showed amazement. "Incredible. One pill can increase all attributes by 1 point. Even I'm shocked by such a treasure from the secret realm." Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, "But each person can only consume 10 of these. If you're willing to sell 2, does that mean you've already reached the limit?" Su Chen just smiled, but Tang Wei understood, her expression changing. She thought, "Wow, Su Chen was already strong in my eyes. Now, with these pills, he's added 40 attribute points. Just how powerful is he now? Have you evolved?" Tang Wei asked directly. "Yes," Su Chen answered briefly. Tang Wei took a deep breath, her eyes filled with awe. "You had great potential already, but this growth rate is insane." She pondered. How long has it been since Su Chen became a player? He's mostly been a lone wolf, with minimal cooperation with the authorities, yet he's already evolved. Remembering his previous mention of evolution choices, Tang Wei's gaze deepened. Random evolution. No wonder he dared to enter the sewers alone, Tang Wei mused. If the higher-ups knew this, they'd be shocked too. Despite her complex feelings, as an experienced captain, Tang Wei quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to the main topic. "These pills are excellent and very potent. Even if we can't replicate them, they're definitely valuable. What do you want in exchange? Points?" "Of course," Su Chen replied, "but not just points." As he spoke, he took out other items from his backpack. Besides the 2 life embers he planned to exchange for spirit coins, he pulled out all the useless items. "Take these 2. Besides points, I want you to get me a house." "A house?" Tang Wei looked surprised, as if she had misheard. "Yes," Su Chen said with a smile. "I want to move to a quieter place, not too far from the city but not too close either. Preferably with a yard, so I can train alone. For someone with your official connections, this should be easy, right?" Initially, Su Chen planned to find a house himself, but later he realized it would be much easier to leave it to Tang Wei. With the resources and power at her disposal, finding a suitable house for Su Chen would be a piece of cake. As expected, Tang Wei, though surprised by Su Chen's request, nodded and agreed. "All right, but just a house? What about a car? If you need one, I can arrange that too." Compared to in-game resources, real-world resources are pretty easy to secure for the zoo department. Being part of an extraordinary department means having a high status in this country. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. He wasn't about to refuse such an opportunity. Even if he couldn't use it immediately, being prepared was always a good idea. Seeing Su Chen's silent agreement, Tang Wei nodded in satisfaction. "All right then, it's settled. Let's get in the car." Inside the car, Tang Wei handed Su Chen a small box. "Here is what you asked for. 1 drop of dragon beast blood and 2 drops of life essence." Su Chen took the box and carefully placed it in his backpack. He eagerly checked the contents, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "By the way, Tang Wei added, I still need to calculate the points value for these items. You'll know the result by tomorrow, is that okay? Sure, Su Chen replied absent-mindedly, leaning against the car window and enjoying the night breeze. Around 3 a.m., Su Chen finally returned to his apartment complex. After watching Tang Wei's car drive away, he hurried back to his home. In his room, the egg he had obtained from the secret realm still lay quietly on the bed. It appeared unchanged, but Su Chen could sense its increasing need for vitality. Without timely replenishment, it would soon return to a near-death state. Luckily, the officials have such treasures, Su Chen muttered to himself, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to save you, little one. He sat down beside the egg and carefully took out a drop of life essence. The drop, glowing with a green luminescence, was quickly absorbed when it touched the eggshell. The egg emitted a vibrant green light, symbolizing life, which flickered momentarily before fading away. Observing closely, Su Chen saw no obvious changes on the egg's surface. After a moment's thought, he took out the second drop of life essence and repeated the process. The egg absorbed all the vitality once again. Checking the egg status, Su Chen smiled. Weak vitality egg, an egg that was on the brink of death, now revived with a stroke of luck and a dose of vitality. However, it still requires a substantial amount of life force to hatch. Finally out of the danger zone, Su Chen sighed with relief. Although he still needed more treasures brimming with life force to hatch the egg, at least there was no immediate rush. He had plenty of time to gather the necessary items. Gently stroking the egg's smooth surface, Su Chen couldn't help but murmur, I can't wait for you to hatch. I wonder what you'll be, a cat? A dog? Or something entirely different? After a brief moment, he shook off his wandering thoughts and focused on his next task. Opening his backpack, he looked at the drop of dragon beast blood inside, his face full of anticipation. Without hesitation, he opened his attribute panel to check the blood's compatibility with various body parts. The results were as follows. Head compatibility, 1. Chest compatibility, 21. Abdomen compatibility, 32. Legs compatibility, 34. Internal organs compatibility, 79. Back wings compatibility, 2. The best match is with the internal organs? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Although 79 wasn't extraordinarily high, it was sufficient for enhancement. Decisively, he chose the internal organs and used the dragon beast blood as the enhancement material. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen clicked Start Enhancement. In an instant, a roar reminiscent of a dragon echoed in his ears. The mantis avatar icon on the panel was enveloped in a white light. Within a minute, the light dissipated, revealing a transformed avatar. Su Chen was astonished to see the significant changes. The avatar's height had increased from nearly 1 meter to about 1.2 meters. The antennae on its forehead had turned into black beast horns, elegantly curving forward. The overall appearance was now more robust and imposing, exuding a unique aura. If the previous mantis avatar resembled a cold and mysterious assassin, the current one looked like a formidable warrior, radiating an intense sense of power. Impressive, Su Chen genuinely admired. He much preferred this updated version of the avatar. Just then, a notification popped up on the screen. Enhancement successful. You have acquired a new ability, Dragon Insect Blood. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.